When others are slandered, they either fervently defend themselves or invest in self-cultivation to demonstrate their innocence. Yet you have wholly acknowledged it. You claim that I have practiced malevolent arts, causing harm to my fellow disciples, do you not? Indeed, that is correct. It was I who accomplished this. Congratulations, host, on acquiring the divine technique, the devouring heaven demonic art. What you say is not without merit. Within the realm of the boundless void lies my path. Congratulations, esteemed host, on acquiring the divine essence of spiritual energy. In the vast emptiness, there exists you. 1 year ago, I infiltrated the Sutra repository and stole the 4-symbol sword. And 3 years prior, I absconded with a 9-turn mystic elixir. 18 years ago. Enough, Lu Ruashi exclaimed abruptly, interrupting you. Brother, have you had your fill of mischief? A year ago, when the scripture pavilion was robbed, you were conspicuously absent. Upon uttering these words, many were left in stunned silence. How could one confess to a crime they did not commit? Was it possible that there truly existed an injustice? Congratulations, esteemed host, on acquiring the 9-turns mysterious pill of the 4-sword techniques from the vast void. Upon hearing the system's prompt, you turned to Lu Ruashi. Junior sister, did you not just suggest that I confess? Now that I have done so, you assert that it was not my doing. This leaves me in quite a perplexing position. Upon hearing your words, Lu Ruashi felt a sense of suffocation. Senior brother, you have changed. I have never before ceased my endeavors. Do not refer to me as your senior brother. Your senior brother has long since departed. From this moment forth, you and I shall have no further entanglements. Lu Ruashi gazed at you before her, feeling an undeniable sense of estrangement. He had been cherished by you for over a decade, and even as a dog, he possessed his own emotions. At this moment, Yihan stepped forward and reproached you. Senior brother, how could you speak to your junior sister in such a manner? Consider those fellow disciples you have slain. If you possessed even a modicum of conscience, you would visit their graves to bow in apology. Upon hearing your words, a trace of disdain curled at the corners of your lips. Which fellow failed to secure his trousers, exposing you in such a manner? Upon hearing your scathing remark for the first time, Lu Ruashi couldn't help but widen her eyes in astonishment. The person she remembered was a refined and cultured gentleman. How had he transformed into a ruffian? Yihan's expression suddenly darkened. Senior brother Ping, cornered and defiant, found himself with no escape. Today, I shall challenge you in the name of the many brothers who have perished at your hands. Indeed, you are absolutely correct. It was I who took their lives. Thus, today, your presence makes no difference. With that, you swiftly picked up and charged towards Yin. The fiery dance of the 9 heavens. The law enforcement elder exclaimed at once. Indeed, it was he who had stolen the 4-sword techniques. The other disciples were equally indignant, revealing their righteous anger. Indeed, he was a man of hypocritical demeanor, unable to maintain the facade any longer. Lu Ruashi was utterly bewildered upon witnessing the scene. He had just been striving to advance for you. Yet in an instant, he turned around and delivered a slap to his own face. At this moment, Yihan was utterly astounded. It was evident that he had pilfered this sword technique, yet the Supreme Emperor of Taishu had not maintained a backup. Moreover, witnessing that Wei Lianai has mastered his skills to perfection, he, albeit in a state of panic, still acted without hesitation, employing every means at his disposal to thwart your strike. The Supreme Being of the Void gazed upon the scene before him, his expression tinged with gravity. The swordsmanship talent you displayed momentarily unsettled his previous resolution. At this moment, an elder from the enforcement hall spoke, addressing the Holy Master. The Wind Thief has stolen 4-sword techniques. We have both eyewitness testimony and physical evidence. I believe he should be confined in our Taishu dungeon. Upon hearing these words, Changhe furrowed his brow. He chose to disregard him and instead addressed you, Qin Feng. Today, I present you with an opportunity to reflect at the cliff of reflection for 3 years. Upon hearing these words, a cold sneer arose within you. Beneath the cliff of reflection, fierce winds are baptized, and the depths of the frigid pool grow ever deeper. Do not speak of cultivation. Even the most powerful beings of the celestial realm might not survive such a perilous descent. Lu Ruashi was just about to offer you some advice, yet you did not afford her the opportunity. Instead, she gazed at Yihan and coldly remarked, "Do you truly believe that the shell before you can offer any protection? Yi Han, unwilling to be outdone by senior brother Qin, proclaimed, even if you have perfected the four-sword techniques you pilfered, what of it? Can you unravel the secrets of my mysterious tortoise shell? Do not even think about mocking you. Upon hearing this, he let out a cold laugh. His entire demeanor underwent a sudden transformation, and he swiftly brandished his sword. The speed of this strike was astonishing, and in an instant, it made contact with the surface of the turtle shell. In the next moment, under Yi Han's incredulous gaze, the armor emitted a series of crackling sounds, gradually shattering. He unexpectedly completed another move of the four-sword techniques. Upon the high platform, a woman, witnessing this, let out a gasp of astonishment. He immediately turned to gaze at Lu Changhe. The holy master Xingfeng truly beheld a genius. Lu Changhe is no fool. While he is astonished, he also feels a surge of indignation. This young man has concealed himself so profoundly. It appears that he no longer harbors any sense of belonging to my void sacred land. Elder 2, please command them to cease their actions. Elder Wenyin of the Law Enforcement Hall. With a swift leap, he soared towards you. Hasten to fortify your defenses, or else I shall subdue you on the spot. You watch as a bare-handed individual rushes towards you, yet you remain utterly composed. Just as he approaches your mirror, poised to strike, a sudden thunderous sound reverberates through the air, and out of the void, something materializes, crashing down forcefully upon the bare-handed assailant. Yi Han, upon witnessing this, widened his eyes in astonishment. How could the master, who was clearly within the confines of the ring, suddenly manifest outside? Astonished, were you? Unexpected, was it? As you spoke, you thrust your sword directly towards his chest. The imminent crisis of death struck suddenly. Yi Han promptly utilized a jade talisman. In the next moment, the jade talisman shattered. The residual force of the sword Qi sent Yi Han hurtling through the air, only to crash heavily to the ground, where he spat out a copious amount of fresh blood. In the chilling night of the wind, my wide-open eyes gaze into the depths, still filled with disbelief. Is it surprising that you gaze at him with subtle defiance? This not only startled him, causing him to immediately temper his expression, but also instilled a fear of revealing his unusual demeanor to others. The elders of the Tai Xu Sacred Land are presently in a state of bewilderment, gazing blankly into the depths of Tai Xu, utterly at a loss. To their astonishment, the realm of Tai Xu has inexplicably undergone restoration, as conveyed through Lu Changhe's voice, which is laced with astonishment. Lu Ruoshi gazed, her eyes filled with disdain. Senior brother Qin, I cannot believe you have truly stolen from the void. You have profoundly disappointed me. You cast him a sidelong glance, a disdainful smile playing on your lips. Whether you're disappointed or not is of no concern to me. After all, you are my fiancée, yet you conspire with Yi Han to slander me. How dare someone like you stand here and lecture me? If you had even a shred of decency, you would do well to keep your mouth shut. Enough, daughter. How could Lu Changhe not feel anger after being scolded by you? At the same time, a formidable aura of a sage surged towards you. In the next moment, you were forcefully propelled away, crashing to the ground, where you expelled a copious amount of blood. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the butcher freed himself from the control of the vast void. He leaped into the air, intent on delivering a lethal strike. I have had enough. The sharp reprimand from Lu Changhe suddenly exploded in his mind, causing him to stop in his tracks, startled. You struggled to rise from the ground, gazing defiantly at the lofty Lu Changhe. Once more, I pose a question to you. Can you confess to your crimes? Lu Changhe's voice resonated once again. Li Wenyuan let out a cold laugh. To impose a charge, one need only fabricate a reason. You claim I have committed an offense, thus I am guilty. You assert I am culpable, and I am condemned. Yet, to compel me to confess, you must first kneel and implore me. Such heretical utterances have left everyone astounded. How dare one speak to a sage in such a manner? At this moment, all eyes upon you are akin to gazing upon a corpse. Such audacity from a mere dog, to dare insult the holy master. A swift retribution is warranted with a single roar. Let the hand of justice strike. He then turned to Lu Changhe and spoke of the holy master Qin Feng. This young man is obstinate and unruly, devoid of respect for his elders. The crimes he has committed are substantiated by both witnesses and material evidence. I propose that we extract his tendons and marrow, ensuring his soul suffers eternally. The Holy Master is irreplaceable. Lin Ruoxuan advocates for you without hesitation. Qin Feng is a rare prodigy, a talent among millions. With just a little guidance, he could blossom into a remarkable figure of his generation. To take his life would be the gravest loss for me, the Supreme Emperor of the Void. After speaking, he turned his head and gave you a meaningful glance. Qin Feng, you immediately knelt down to apologize to the Holy Master. Elder Lin's words are indeed unusual. At this moment, Tu Shi once again turned to the screen and remarked, "This child has long since grown estranged from our Supreme Emperor of the Void. Such a treacherous wolf, once nurtured, will ultimately turn against the sacred land. I implore the sovereign to issue an order to eliminate this threat." Lu Changhe remained silent, awaiting your initiative to admit your fault. Perhaps he might consider providing you with a way out if you seize the opportunity. You surveyed your surroundings, ultimately fixing your gaze upon Lin Ruoxuan. "Thank you, Elder Lin, for your constant counsel. Yet I, Qin Feng, hold no regard for this void sacred emperor." Upon hearing this, Lin Ruoxuan closed her eyes directly, unable to bear witnessing the unfolding of your impending fate. With a mere glance, the eyes brightened. "Qin Feng, you have slain your fellow disciple and stolen the four symbols sword technique from the void of harmony. Now, with evidence and witnesses at hand, do you confess your guilt?" You wield your sword, your eyes brimming with defiance. Yet, before you can utter a word, a voice unexpectedly resounds from beyond the sacred land of Tai Xu. What a magnificent sacred land of Tai Xu, teeming with so many souls. To bully a junior. Lu Chang's expression instantly shifted upon hearing this. He immediately rose to his feet and gazed into the distance. Suddenly, the sky darkened ominously. An ancient figure emerged from the void beyond the sacred land of Tai Xu. His appearance rendered Lu Chang's expression particularly grave as he softly uttered the four words, "Saint of the Cold Moon." Upon the appearance of the ancient jade, it spoke with unrestrained fervor, for within its essence lay the true sanctity of the treasure. Chapter 6. Will it respond when you call it? The sudden appearance of a sage, who immediately sought to protect Qin Luo, left everyone at the Tai Xu sacred land in a state of shock. Particularly, Lu Chang's expression darkened considerably. The Cold Moon Sage was a formidable figure, a mid-stage sage, even stronger than him by a margin. Engaging in conflict with the Cold Moon Sage, even in his own territory, felt exceedingly daunting. Moreover, the destruction that would ensue would be a blow to his own foundation. Damn it! How could this Qin Luo have a sage backing him? Yichen clenched his fists, his eyes filled with resentment. Just as he thought he was on the verge of eliminating Qin Luo, an unexpected obstacle had emerged, causing him great distress. "No, master. You must devise a plan. Qin Luo must be eliminated. If he survives, I shall not find peace." Yichen silently pleaded. Initially, he had merely wanted to rid himself of Qin Luo, but now, a flicker of fear had ignited within him. He was afraid, for Qin Luo's methods were too bizarre. Despite having stolen the four-symbol sword technique without a backup, how could Qin Luo have successfully cultivated it, achieving a realm even superior to his own? Let us assume that Qin Luo had indeed stolen the four symbols sword technique long ago, or obtained it from another source. Such explanations could suffice. However, how could the Tai Xu Bell, which was clearly in his ring, be present in Qin Luo's hands, and in pristine condition nonetheless? All these mysteries shrouded Qin Luo in an aura of enigma, obscuring his true nature. Within the ring, a woman of exquisite beauty, exuding an air of nobility, delicately parted her red lips and spoke softly. "Do not worry. The Tai Xu sacred land is not so simple. He will not escape so easily." Her words provided a slight comfort to Yichen's heart. Qin Luo gazed at the Cold Moon Sage, feeling somewhat bewildered. He searched his mind, but could not find any prior connection with this sage. Did she come to his aid without reason? Was it due to his looks? Upon seeing her weathered visage, Qin Luo shuddered at the thought. Is this sage someone you orchestrated? The system is not a mere transporter for sages. It is merely an auxiliary system. Well, it still isn't a transporter for sages. Lu Changhe leaped into action, positioning himself opposite the cold moon sage, stating solemnly, "Cold moon sage, this matter is a family affair of the Tai Xu sacred land. Do you truly wish to intervene?" The cold moon sage scoffed. "I do not concern myself with your family matters, nor does it pertain to me. However, Qin Luo, today I shall guarantee your safety." Lu Chang's countenance darkened like stormy waters as he demanded, "Cold moon sage, provide me with a reason." The cold moon sage replied nonchalantly, "Qin Luo is my direct disciple's closest senior brother. I wonder if that reason suffices?" Direct disciple's closest senior brother? Are you referring to Wan Ning? Qin Luo's mind conjured the image of a woman whose beauty was as radiant as the moonlight, her eyes deep and starry, her figure graceful, with flowing hair like a waterfall, garbed in ethereal attire, reminiscent of a celestial being, exuding an aura of coolness and mystery. The former master had always treated her like a beloved sister. Just moments ago, Qin Luo had pondered her absence, only to realize that she had gone to seek help. When had she become a disciple of the cold moon sage? "Indeed, your junior sister Shun Wan Ning is currently my cherished disciple, and it was she who implored me to save your life. Today, I shall rescue you, and thereafter, you shall have no further ties with Shun Wan Ning." The resolute words of the cold moon sage resonated in Qin Luo's ears, casting a complex shadow over his expression. Throughout the former master's life, two women held significant places in his heart. One was Shun Wan Ning, and the other was Lu Ruyan. To Shun Wan Ning, he felt only a fraternal bond, while his feelings for Lu Ruyan were far more intense. In Qin Luo's eyes, Lu Ruyan was inferior to Shun Wan Ning in every way. He believed Shun Wan Ning surpassed her in both beauty and figure. Why choose Lu Ruyan over Shun Wan Ning? That was sheer folly. "How about you give me some face, Lu Changhe?" Cold moon sage Lin Huashuang inquired with a serious tone. "And if I refuse?" Lu Changhe retorted. "Then we shall engage in battle." Lin Huashuang responded coolly. "I have promised Shun Wan Ning, and I must take Qin Luo away. If you doubt this, try to obstruct me." Her audacity left Lu Changhe feeling stifled. In front of so many witnesses, if he acquiesced so easily to Lin Huashuang, where would his dignity lie? Since the cold moon sage insisted on taking someone from my Tai Xu sacred land, let us see what confidence she possesses. Boom! Lu Changhe leaped into the air, soaring above the clouds, shouting down at Lin Huashuang. "Let me take 3 moves. I may consider your request." Lin Huashuang smirked inwardly, having discerned Lu Changhe's intentions. "What is face worth? Nevertheless, since you desire it, I shall oblige." She too ascended, stepping onto the air, rising to meet him. The confrontation between sages captivated nearly everyone within the Tai Xu sacred land. Qin Luo sought to seize the opportunity to escape, only to find Yichen fixated on him. "Old master, Qin Luo intends to flee." Elder Tu Shui immediately locked his gaze on Qin Luo, sneering. "Qin Luo, if you dare move another step, I shall undoubtedly eliminate you on the spot." Qin Luo retorted defiantly, "Old man, would you dare? Once that cold moon sage descends, she will send you to the afterlife with a single strike. A fair trade. I shall not suffer loss." "You." Elder Tu Shui nearly choked, for truth be told, he did not dare. The cold moon sage held immense renown among them. Should she set her sights on him, it would spell certain doom. The battle in the sky unfolded swiftly and concluded just as rapidly. Lu Changhe, his expression grim, descended and spoke solemnly. "Very well, today Qin Luo may leave with you." This was a veiled admission of his defeat. He had merely sought a way out, claiming that the opponent should take 3 moves. His strength was inferior to hers. However, the Tai Xu Bell must remain. Lu Chang's gaze fell upon Qin Luo as he spoke gravely. Just as Lin Huashuang was about to respond, Qin Luo interjected. "You say it shall remain just because you command it? That is a sacred artifact of my Tai Xu sacred land. Aider tu Shui interjected. You say it is so, and it is so." Qin Luo commanded as the Tai Xu Bell hovered above him, stating coolly, "You call it, will it respond?" For the first time, Lin Huashuang regarded Qin Luo with seriousness. This Qin Luo was even more arrogant than she. Yet, what capital did he possess? Merely a mouth that refused to yield? A cold chuckle echoed through the air. Lu Chang's eyes suddenly lit up. "Today, None shall escape. An elder slowly emerged from the depths of the Tai Xu sacred land. Upon seeing the elder's appearance, many immediately bowed respectfully, exclaiming, "We greet the ancestor." Lu Changhe was no exception. He too bowed in reverence. Lin Huashuang's expression darkened as she cast a glance at Qin Luo, her voice whispering in his ear, "Boy, pray for your own fortune today. I have already done my utmost." Once the elder appeared, his gaze fell upon Qin Luo as he spoke blandly. "As the holy son of my Tai Xu sacred land, how dare you steal our sacred artifact and betray us? What gives you the audacity?" Boom! An overwhelming pressure bore down upon Qin Luo, far surpassing the might previously exerted by Lu Changhe. Qin Luo was about to speak, stating that his identity as a prince of the great Qin Empire granted him the courage. Yet, before he could utter a word, a commanding voice resonated from outside. "The Marquis Fangxing of the Great Qin Empire has arrived for a visit." Chapter 7. Prince Qin Luo begins his rampage. So soon? Qin Luo instantly straightened his back. "How fortunate! My people have arrived. Today, they shall all kneel before him." The Great Qin Empire is a force far mightier than the Tai Xu sacred land. In his memory, the founder of the Great Qin Empire was a being of the Emperor realm, and within the empire, any noble title was bestowed upon a sage. The elder was momentarily taken aback, quickly retracting his imposing aura. His gaze turned to Lu Changhe, revealing a look of inquiry. Lu Changhe feigned ignorance. "Take this brat away." At the command of the Tai Xu ancestor, the elders of the Tai Xu sacred land prepared to act. Just then, Qin Luo bellowed, "I am Qin Luo, the Prince of the Four Directions. I am here." Utilizing the power of the Tai Xu Bell, Qin Luo's voice resonated far and wide. Boom! A formidable presence surged in from outside, as a middle-aged man clad in black armor stormed in, unimpeded, and soared directly above Qin Luo. He immediately locked onto Qin Luo. "What brings the Prince of the Four Directions here?" Both the Tai Xu ancestor and Lu Changhe asked with grave expressions. The aura emanating from the Prince of the Four Directions was slightly weaker than that of the Tai Xu ancestor, yet they dared not underestimate him, for he represented the Great Qin Empire. Fangxing's eyes fell upon Qin Luo, who revealed a jade pendant in his hand, causing Fangxing's gaze to narrow. With incredible speed, he leaped before Qin Luo, seizing the jade pendant. Within it lay a secret technique for communication. Soon, a red light flashed from the pendant, merging with Qin Luo's body, causing it to emit a dazzling brilliance that resonated with the bloodline power within him. Although the specifics of the event eluded them, an unsettling premonition gripped the hearts of the Tai Xu ancestor and Lu Changhe. Yi Qin's eyes widened in disbelief, as he could not fathom why events had taken such a convoluted turn. "Qin Luo, can he not be killed?" Yi Qin murmured to himself. Fangxing observed the scene with certainty. The individual before him was indeed the bloodline of the Great Qin Empire, the ninth prince, sought after by the capital. He took a slight step back and bowed to Qin Luo, saying, "Prince Fangxing pays his respects to the ninth prince." Boom! The impact of those words was overwhelming. Yi Qin staggered, eyes wide. He was a prince of the Great Qin Empire? Jealousy, anger, and fear surged within him. Just when he thought he would crush Qin Luo and seize the position of the Holy Sun, Qin Luo had now attained an even more esteemed status as the ninth prince of the Great Qin Empire. Lu Ruyan also gazed at Qin Luo in disbelief. "My senior brother is actually the ninth prince of the Great Qin Empire? How could this be? Impossible. How could Qin Luo be the ninth prince? Did the Great Qin Empire not have only 8 princes? When did a ninth appear? Absurd. It was the height of folly. How could a mere thief like Qin Luo become the ninth prince? Surely, I am still dreaming. Yes, I have yet to awaken." Lu Changhe's expression darkened as he realized the gravity of the situation. If Qin Luo were indeed the ninth prince, their recent judgment against him had irrevocably severed ties with him. In time, Qin Luo would undoubtedly seek revenge against the Tai Xu sacred land. He stepped forward, solemnly stating, "Qin Luo was a child found by Elder Shen Su of the Tai Xu sacred land. Surely, Prince Fangxing has made an error?" Fangxing shot him a sidelong glance and replied coolly, "The Great Qin Empire possesses its own means of verification. and there is no need to explain anything to the Tai Xu Sacred Land. I have confirmed that His Highness Qin Luo is indeed the 9th prince of our great Qin Empire, and his identity is beyond doubt. Commanding and assertive, he declared, "Prince, please accompany me to the capital." "Not so fast," Qin Luo interjected. Now, it was his turn to take center stage. He glanced at Fang Xing and said, "Are you aware of what I am currently undergoing? I am being judged by the Tai Xu Sacred Land." At this proclamation, the expressions of the Tai Xu ancestor and Liu Changhe changed dramatically. They understood that this was Qin Luo's moment of triumph. "Rest assured, ancestor, we are justified in our actions. Even if the great Qin Empire is powerful, they cannot bully us," Liu Changhe whispered to the Tai Xu ancestor. The ancestor merely nodded, refraining from further comment. "Oh." Fang Xing's aura thickened with a palpable sense of menace as he surveyed the surroundings, his voice booming. "You dare to judge a prince of the great Qin Empire? Tai Xu Sacred Land. Your audacity is remarkable." The oppressive force silenced all within the Tai Xu Sacred Land. Only Tu Shou-yi, at Liu Chang's urging, stepped forward to explain, "I report to Prince Fang Xing that we were previously unaware of Qin Luo's royal status. He was once the holy son of our Tai Xu Sacred Land. Having violated our laws, he naturally deserves judgment." With a resolute tone, Tu Shou-yi sought to reclaim his lost confidence, feeling as though he were the center of attention, a brave soul unafraid of power. Yet, Qin Luo's retort sent him crashing back down. Moments ago, he had sought to end Qin Luo's life multiple times. Boom! Fang Xing's murderous intent coalesced into a tangible form, and with a swift motion, he proclaimed, "Those who conspire against the prince of the great Qin Empire shall be slain." The force of his resolve rendered Tu Shou-yi breathless, and terror filled his eyes. "Prince, please show mercy," Liu Changhe interjected, recognizing that Tu Shou-yi had acted under his orders and felt the need to protect him. "Anyone who obstructs me shares the same fate." Fang Xing showed no signs of retreat, delivering a decisive strike. Just as Tu Shou-yi managed to break free from Fang Xing's pressure, it was too late to evade. He could only cry out, "Master, save me." Liu Changhe hesitated, and in that moment of doubt, Fang Xing's blade struck down Tu Shou-yi. Thud! The body fell to the ground, sending tremors through the crowd. Many began to tremble, recalling their recent involvement in defaming Qin Luo. A formidable 8th realm cultivator had been so easily dispatched. What about them? Their earlier bravado had transformed into sheer terror. Yet, amidst the fear, there remained a brave soul. Lu Ruyin looked at Qin Luo and said, "Senior brother, you have changed. Elder Tu was merely upholding the law. Moreover, you have killed a disciple of our Tai Xu Sacred Land and stolen our sacred artifacts. The evidence is irrefutable. You are the one in the wrong, senior brother." However, Lu Ruyan's tone lacked its previous firmness, having shifted in light of the change in status and power. Qin Luo was now in a position to act with impunity. Upholding the law? Evidence? You speak of witnesses. Are you not referring to yourself and Yichun? Did you see me kill a disciple of the Tai Xu Sacred Land? Qin Luo sneered, fixing his gaze on Lu Ruyin. I. Lu Ruyin struggled to respond. Had she truly witnessed it? All she had seen was death and Qin Luo's presence among the fallen. Answer me. Did you see me kill a disciple of the Tai Xu Sacred Land? Qin Luo demanded once more. I did not, Lu Ruyin admitted, prompting an uproar among the crowd. Who would have thought that the crucial witness had not seen anything? How could she have been so self-righteous and accusatory toward Qin Luo? Did you see me steal the sacred artifact of the Tai Xu Sacred Land? Qin Luo pressed on. But in your hand, Lu Ruyin began, but was interrupted by Qin Luo. Answer me. Did you witness it with your own eyes? I did not. Lu Ruyin replied honestly. Then why do you act as a witness here? Lu Ruoyan, do you fabricate such things out of thin air? No, that is not the case. Lu Ruoyan immediately pushed Yichun forward. Disciple Yi, he witnessed with his own eyes as you slaughtered my fellow disciples of the Tai Xu Sacred Land. All eyes once again turned to Yichun, who stepped forward decisively. The conflict between him and Qin Luo had escalated to a life-or-death struggle, and he had nothing left to fear. Indeed, I witnessed you, Qin Luo, slay the disciples of my Tai Xu Sacred Land. Furthermore, the four symbols sword technique and the Tai Xu Bell serve as undeniable evidence of your theft of our sacred treasures. In your selfish pursuit, have you ever considered the benevolence with which the Tai Xu sacred land has nurtured and instructed you? You are nothing but a self-serving scoundrel. Regardless of Qin Luo's status as a prince of the great Qin Empire, today he would cement Qin Luo's guilt, ensuring that even within the empire, he will be the subject of scorn. Qin Luo remained entirely unfazed, clapping his hands in appreciation. Marvelous, simply marvelous. What a cunning act of framing. However, I contend that it is you, Yi Chun, who has murdered the disciples of the Tai Xu sacred land and stolen the sacred Tai Xu Bell, as well as the four symbols sword technique. Yi Chun smirked coldly. Qin Luo, with both witnesses and evidence present, you still dare to argue? Do you truly believe all of us from the Tai Xu sacred land are blind? He had no faith that Qin Luo could turn the tide. Qin Luo subtly shook his head, ignoring Yi Chun, and instead turned to Feng Xing, inquiring, Lord Feng, may I inspect the ring in his possession? After all, I represent the great Qin Empire, and as a prince, I must not suffer from baseless accusations, wouldn't you agree? Upon hearing this, Yi Chun's expression faltered momentarily. He had never anticipated that Qin Luo would demand to search his ring. Yi Chun's composure shattered, losing 3,000 points of luck, while the host gains 3,000 points of villainy. Chapter 8. Unyielding, a fight to the death with Yi Chun. Feng Xing merely cast a glance at Yi Chun, a character he deemed insignificant. Yet, Yi Chun had audaciously attempted to cast blame upon Qin Luo. Regardless of whether Qin Luo was guilty of a deed, Feng Xing would not permit the great Qin Empire to bear any stain. If the ninth prince wished to investigate, he certainly could. After stating this, Feng Xing's gaze fell upon Lu Changhe as he inquired, what does the holy master of Tai Xu think? This question was more of an assertion than an inquiry. Before Lu Changhe could respond, Yi Chun interjected, no. There are secrets within my ring that I will not allow anyone to probe. Furthermore, the fact of Qin Luo's theft was undeniable. How could there be any room for argument? Was the Tai Xu Bell not genuine? Just because he was the ninth prince of the great Qin Empire, could he bend the truth at will and act recklessly within my Tai Xu Holy Land? The disciples of the Tai Xu Holy Land also possessed dignity. How could they allow Qin Luo to bully them at will? Such audacity and righteousness. Attempting to tether the Tai Xu Holy Land to his chariot of war. Indeed, the disciples of the Tai Xu Holy Land began to murmur amongst themselves. The Tai Xu Bell was present. Could it be a falsehood? Qin Luo was attempting to leverage his power to intimidate. Qin Luo let out a cold laugh, gesturing towards the Tai Xu Bell before him. You claim this is your Tai Xu Holy Land's bell, but are you not aware of its true nature? My Tai Xu Bell surpasses your so-called artifact by 100-fold. He continued, let me reiterate. You assert this is your Tai Xu Holy Land's bell. Can you summon it? Do not tell me that as the esteemed Holy Master, you lack the ability to command the Tai Xu Bell. Each word deepened Lu Changhe's solemn expression. All eyes turned to him, eagerly awaiting his demonstration of the Tai Xu Bell to publicly humiliate Qin Luo. Yet, Lu Changhe remained silent. They failed to consider that when Qin Luo had previously summoned the Tai Xu Bell to confront Tu Shui, Lu Changhe did not control it, because he was incapable of doing so. Yi Chun sensed the situation was amiss and quickly intervened to explain for Lu Changhe. That is because you, Qin Luo, severed the connection between the Holy Master and the Tai Xu Bell. He cannot control it now. Qin Luo scoffed, you fool. Do you believe others are as foolish as you? What realm am I in? I am merely at the level of divine abilities, yet your Holy Master is a sage. Do you truly think I could sever his connection? Why not assert that I could slay him with a single sword strike instead? Very well. Let us presume you are all fools who believe I can accomplish such a feat, then I ask Elder Lin. Qin Luo's gaze shifted to Lin Ruoxuan. Is the four symbols sword technique of the Tai Xu Holy Land complete or incomplete? Lin Ruoxuan, having practiced the four symbols sword technique, replied without hesitation. The four symbols sword technique of the Tai Xu Holy Land is but a fragment, possessing only the fire dance of 9 heavens. And how many techniques did I just demonstrate? Qin Luo inquired. Lin Ruoxuan paused before responding. You executed another technique from the four-symbol sword technique. Qin Luo smiled. I can still perform the remaining two techniques and even unite them into one. Do you believe me? As his words fell, the atmosphere shifted. It seemed as if a fine drizzle began to fall, the rain of the four symbols sword technique cascading without cease. Lin Ruoxuan's eyes widened in shock. Qin Luo had once again reshaped her understanding. Such a person might very well be a prodigy of the sword path. If you possess but one technique, while I command all, who do you think truly stole from whom? His words plunged the disciples of the Tai Xu Holy Land into silence. Indeed, they possessed only fragments, while Qin Luo held the entirety of the four symbols sword technique. Thus, all accusations they had levied were nothing but slander. At that moment, Lu Ruyan timidly spoke, "Senior brother Qin, but you just admitted it." This drew Qin Luo's fierce gaze, causing her to falter. Admit it? Huh? Can I do otherwise? The circumstances are against me. You all oppress me with your might, and even if I deny it, do I not still bear the blame? Lu Ruyan wished to retort, but found herself powerless. Qin Luo's gaze returned to Yi Chun, and he stated coolly, "Yi Chun, slandering me comes with a price. You desire the position of Holy Son, and that wretched girl over there?" He pointed at Lu Ruyan, inflicting deep pain upon her heart. Wretched girl? Senior brother Qin actually dares to call me that? Lu Ruyan felt her heart shatter under Qin Luo's words. Do you know that those things are as mere refuse to me? Qin Luo declared disdainfully. I may desire them, but your slander is where you err. Today, you must present your ring. Otherwise, you shall not leave. Yi Chun, feeling the pressure from Qin Luo, was once again engulfed in helplessness and rage. The last time, it had been within his family, where they forced his father to abdicate, compelling him to leave the Yi family. He had vowed then to slay those kin, and indeed, he had returned to the Yi family, annihilating those who had humiliated him. Now a similar scene unfolded, and he clenched his fists tightly. Master, he cried out, for she was the only one he could rely on. His master sighed. I warned you that you were too impulsive, and now the unexpected has arisen. However, despite her admonitions, she was also a beneficiary of this matter. The essence of the Tai Xu Bell was nourishing her soul. A sigh echoed in the ears of many, and Fang Xing's previously calm expression grew grave. All gazes turned to Yi Chun, and from his ring emerged an ethereal figure. Upon seeing that apparition, many widened their eyes in astonishment. The phrases peerless beauty and captivating charm fit the woman perfectly. Even Lu Ruyan felt a sense of inferiority. Once she appeared, her gaze settled on Qin Luo, and she spoke gently. Is there no room for mercy? Let this matter be considered a mistake on Chen's part. Consider it as me owing you a favor. As she spoke, she emanated a powerful aura, prompting Fang Xing to step beside Qin Luo, warily observing the woman. Though she was merely a soul, her spirit was immensely strong, having reached the Sage King realm. Is she strong? Qin Luo inquired. Fang Xing replied, her spirit is formidable, yet she exists solely as a soul. Understanding this, Qin Luo solemnly declared, right is right, and wrong is wrong. What do you mean by claiming Yi Chun made a mistake? Am I to be accused of slander? If you allege that I have slandered him, please present your evidence. Otherwise, today, it shall be a fight to the death between Yi Chun and me. Chapter 9. A Twist of Fate, the Extraction of the Sword Bone. Yi Chun, the battle has yet to conclude. Once more, Qin Luo shouted towards Yi Chun, a fierce aura of sword energy swirling around him, imposing and relentless. Fang Xing cast a significant glance at Qin Luo, astonished that this exiled ninth prince possessed such formidable sword intent. It seemed the capital would soon witness even greater turmoil. Fang Xing mused inwardly. A woman's dissatisfied voice echoed in everyone's mind, even causing the elder of Tai Xu to sway slightly. He inquired telepathically, Changhe, what is the origin of that woman? Lu Changhe appeared equally perplexed, unaware of her background. Initially considering Yi Chun merely an ordinary prodigy, he was astonished to realize a powerful soul was guiding him. I know not. The woman's gaze fixated on Qin Luo. Junior, are you aware of the consequences of defying me? Qin Luo scoffed, what? You've already been reduced to a soul entity and still dare to act so arrogantly? At these words, a tempest of fury surged within the woman, striking at her most sensitive point. Qin Luo was exposing her vulnerabilities. Today, I shall teach you a lesson, so you may comprehend the heights of heaven. With a thunderous step, she unleashed a searing inferno towards Qin Luo. Fang Xing surged forward, placing himself protectively in front of Qin Luo. Regardless of your origins, you shall not harm the prince of the great Qin Empire in my presence. The woman laughed coldly, disdain dripping from her words. The great Qin Empire, how grandiose! Qin Luo discerned her contempt for the great Qin, yet regardless of her prior status. She was now a fallen tiger. Lord Fang, if you wield the Tai Xu Bell, can you subdue that woman? Qin Luo inquired. Fang Xing cast a fleeting glance at the Tai Xu Bell manipulated by Qin Luo and subtly nodded. Good. Qin Luo tossed the Tai Xu Bell to Fang Xing, then brandished his sword, charging towards Yichun. Yichun, today I shall unmask your hypocritical facade. As he advanced, the sword in Qin Luo's grasp began to shift in its technique, a flash of verdant light signifying the four symbols sword technique's wood element. Wood entangles 1,000 mountains. This intricate move was difficult to counter. As Qin Luo swung his sword, streams of sword energy sliced through the air like fine threads, hurtling towards Yichun. Yichun's expression changed drastically. Being a natural sword bone, he felt the overwhelming might of this technique. Perfected? It's truly perfected. Yichun's heart raced with terror, wishing to call for his master's aid. Yet his master had retorted, "First deal with Qin Luo. I shall handle this four directions marquis of the great Qin Empire." Shi Huang had thought to suppress Fang Xing, but upon experiencing his overwhelming aura, uncertainty crept in. Additionally, Qin Luo had entrusted the Tai Xu Bell to Fang Xing, weighing heavily on her heart. She understood precisely the bell as capacity. Its damage to souls surpassed that to flesh. With no hope of relying on his master, Yichun realized he must rely solely on himself. With my extraordinary talent, how could I fear a mere Qin Luo? He declared, "Dragon's Dance." Yichun swiftly executed the ethereal movement of the Dragon's Dance, attempting to evade the vine-like sword strikes of Qin Luo. However, he had not anticipated how peculiar and tight Qin Luo's sword techniques were. They seemed to predict his every motion, ensnaring him in an invisible grip despite his agile evasion. Qin Luo chuckled. With the disparity in our realms, coupled with my perfected four symbols sword technique, do you truly believe you can escape? He had read many novels where protagonists were often beaten down early on, only to make a comeback later. What was Yichun's hidden card? Was it not that soul entity? In terms of cultivation, Yichun fell short, and in mastery of sword techniques, he could not compare. In essence, he possessed the strength to overwhelm Yichun. As the streams of sword energy surged towards him, Yichun's expression darkened, yet he did not succumb to despair. He still had means at his disposal. Mirage. Boom. Yichun's form was shattered by the sword energy, resembling a reflection in water. While the true Yichun emerged in another direction, he dashed away, seeking refuge amidst the crowd. Impressive. Qin Luo commended. But you think escaping will be that simple? He leapt forward, landing directly in front of Yichun, executing what entangles 1,000 mountains once again, determined not to let Yichun flee. Get away from me. Yichun roared, unleashing a powerful sword strike of his own. Boom! Like a searing flame, it charged towards Qin Luo, momentarily countering his attack. Lin Ruoxuan, witnessing this strike, exclaimed that fire dance of the nine heavens. The perfected realm of fire dance of the nine heavens. Driven to a corner, Yichun had no choice but to expose his true power. Revealing himself was preferable to losing his life here. He had even devised a justification for how to placate the Lord. Yet the next moment, a bell tolled as Fang Xing, engaged with Shi Huang, struck the Tai Xu Bell. Shi Huang, feeling the soul's impact, found her recently stabilized soul once again in turmoil. Being decisive, she promptly summoned the Tai Xu Bell. From within Yichun's ring, the fractured Tai Xu Bell sensed the summoning, breaking through the spatial barriers to emerge in Shi Huang's hand, perfectly intercepting Fang Xing's next assault. The Tai Xu Bell, it's our Tai Xu Bell. The people of the Tai Xu sacred land were stunned. How could the reversal be so drastic? Wasn't there ample evidence of their claims? How could reality be so fantastical? Yi Chen's heart sank. He realized explanations would no longer suffice. Bang! A tremendous roar erupted as the fragmented Tai Xu Bell collided with the intact bell, unleashing a powerful shockwave that radiated outward. Yi Chen se peisaicha shattered. His master had betrayed him, losing 5,000 points of fortune, while the host gained 5,000 points of villainy. Seizing the moment of weakness, the storm descended. Rain fell unceasingly. The sky seemed to tear open, dense streams of sword rain cascading down like a galactic deluge, fierce and unmatched, enveloping the area in an atmosphere of impending doom. You cannot withstand this. A moment of suppression. Qin Luo gazed at Yi Chen, his eyes aflame with fervor, recalling a familiar scene from a novel. Digging for bones. Today, he too would extract the bones. With cold ruthlessness, Qin Luo executed his technique, driving the blade deep into Yi Chen's body, forcefully excavating the concealed sword bone. Yi Chen's body quaked violently. His face turned as pale as parchment, veins bulging on his forehead, suffering excruciating pain. A piercing, despairing howl erupted from Yi Chen's throat, reminiscent of a beast's wail in the night, filled with endless agony and struggle. "Master, save me!" Yi Chen cried out, yet it did not alter his fate. A bone emanating potent sword energy was extracted by Qin Luo. Yi Chen's sword bone has been extracted, losing 200,000 points of fortune, while the host gains 200,000 points of villainy. Chapter 10. Yi Chen abandons his master, exchanging for the human emperor banner. Upon witnessing this scene, Shi Huang's expression turned particularly grim. To her, Qin Luo had become a mere specter. The indignity of having her disciple's sword bone extracted and being disregarded was a humiliation she felt for the second time in her life. Boom! An overwhelming surge of soul power erupted from her being as she sought to deliver a fatal blow to Fang Xing using the primordial force of the Tai Xu Bell. Lu Chang's countenance darkened at this sight. The ancestor, the Tai Xu Bell. If this attack were to be unleashed, the Tai Xu Bell would be utterly obliterated. The elder of Tai Xu also appeared troubled, yet he managed to maintain his composure. "We cannot control the Tai Xu Bell now. We are powerless to stop her." After uttering these words, he closed his eyes, seemingly unwilling to witness the destruction of the Tai Xu Bell before him. Fang Xing's expression mirrored the gravity of the situation. While he was confident that this strike would not kill him, it could severely injure him if not handled properly. At that moment, a loud, boisterous laugh resonated behind him. "Old Fang, you can't handle this. Allow me, Old Zheng, to lend you a hand." Boom! A formidable force akin to Fang Xing's surged forth as a burly man. Wielding a massive axe, charged in. With a single swing, he cleaved toward Shi Huang, as if parting the very fabric of space, instilling a sense of foreboding within her. She had initially intended to eliminate Fang Xing first, then slay Qin Luo, and subsequently assist Yi Chen in restoring the sword bone. But now, with a powerful, saint-level fighter unexpectedly entering the fray, her situation was dire. "Yi Chen, retreat!" Shi Huang bellowed, sending a jade talisman hurtling towards Yi Chen. Not good. Qin Luo realized the peril. The talisman was advancing with alarming speed, prompting him to swiftly evade. Whoosh! It was past him, the shockwave propelling him backward, while the talisman landed beside Yi Chen. Yi Chen grasped the jade talisman and activated it, causing a massive black hole to materialize behind him. Indeed, a formidable technique. The elder of Tai Xu remarked solemnly, "If the soul entity is this powerful, how astonishing must Shi Huang be in her pristine state?" Glancing at the black hole, he chose not to intervene. It was best for Tai Xu sacred land to remain an observer. Boom! A cataclysmic roar erupted as the elder of Tai Xu and Lu Changhe immediately sprang into action, shielding themselves from the explosive remnants of the shattered Tai Xu Bell, preventing any damage to the sacred land. As Qin Luo felt a colossal wave crashing down upon him, it struck his chest fiercely, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. Puff! After the release, his chest felt considerably better. Seizing the opportunity, Shi Huang pivoted and darted towards the black hole. She too wished to flee. Reminder: Yi Qin's master intends to escape. The system suggests immediately consuming all villain points to exchange for items to intercept opening promotion. A bargain for you. Exchange. Exchange. Qin Luo declared without hesitation. Exchange of all villain points successful. Acquired. Soul Binding Rope, low-grade saint. Acquired. Soul Whip, low-grade saint. In an instant, the so-called soul binding rope appeared in Qin Luo's hand. It felt somewhat peculiar, yet there was no time for contemplation. He swiftly activated it, launching it toward Shi Huang. Yi Qin observed intently at the mouth of the black hole, realizing his master was about to breach through. However, in the next moment, a lengthy rope materialized out of thin air, ensnaring Shi Huang's limbs and neck, causing her to tumble to the ground, mere steps away from him. "Qin'er, pull me up," Shi Huang cried out to Yi Qin. Just as Yi Qin was about to step forward, he spotted the burly man wielding the giant axe charging in from behind Shi Huang. Without hesitation, he turned. Shi Huang gazed at Yi Qin in disbelief. Her beloved disciple, whom she had nurtured, was abandoning her? Upon entering the black hole, Yi Qin immediately destroyed the jade talisman in his hand, sealing the black hole. He fled. Yi Qin abandons his golden finger master, losing 200,000 points of fortune. The host gains 200,000 villain points. Boom. Boom. Fang Xing and the newly arrived burly man appeared beside Shi Huang, their overwhelming presence dispelling any chance she had of breaking free from her bindings. Fang Xing glanced at Shi Huang before turning to Qin Luo. "Prince of Nine, what is this?" The burly man, realizing that the individual before him was the sought-after Prince Qin Luo of the imperial capital, scrutinized him but found nothing remarkable. His cultivation was decent, but lacked the prowess of the other princes. "This is the soul binding rope, specifically designed to restrain souls," Qin Luo stated earnestly. "The system suggests the host has 200,000 villain points, which can be exchanged for the Human Emperor banner, as a variant of the Myriad Souls banner. The Human Emperor banner possesses its unique attributes. It is perfectly suited for the sovereign among humanity to become its main soul." Qin Luo's mouth twitched. Was this not merely a change of name? "Lord Fang, may I handle this woman?" Qin Luo inquired. Fang Xing glanced at Qin Luo, then at Shi Huang, and with a cupped fist replied, "Prince, please proceed." The burly man was taken aback, ready to interject, but met Fang Xing's gaze and discreetly shook his head. Thus, he swallowed his words. Very well. With Fang Xing's assistance, Qin Luo escorted Shi Huang to his dwelling within the Tai Xu Sacred Land. Though referred to as a dwelling, it was essentially a mountain peak, left desolate since Master Sun Tzu's passing, with only he and his junior sister residing there. Upon arrival, Qin Luo promptly initiated the exchange. Exchange for the Human Emperor banner. Exchange successful, acquired. Human Emperor banner, low-grade saint. Refining. For Qin Luo, refining items from the system was relatively straightforward. In no time, he succeeded in the process and then turned to Shi Huang with a malevolent grin. "Let's proceed." Whereas others' Myriad Souls banners were shrouded in ominous energy and dark mists, his Human Emperor banner radiated an aura of righteous vigor. Boom! Shi Huang was cast into the Human Emperor banner, revealing Qin Luo's true intentions. "Do you wish to become the main soul of my Human Emperor banner?" Shi Huang was no fool. She understood Qin Luo's implication. With fury, she roared, "You dare, Junior? I am the Empress Shi Huang. You would dare to humiliate me thus." "Empress?" Qin Luo had not anticipated such a windfall. He sneered, "What Empress? You are merely my captive now. You shall not make me submit. That is not for you to decide." With a thought, Qin Luo summoned the soul whip into his hand and struck down fiercely. Chapter 11. The submission of Shi Huang and the devouring of the sword bone. The burly man guarding outside could no longer restrain himself and inquired, "Old Fang, why do you show such deference to a mere lost prince?" The recently encountered soul was that of a being of the sacred realm, which could fetch a handsome price if sold. Fang Xing cast a glance at him and gently shook his head. "Old Zheng, you underestimate our ninth prince." Tian Mo, the marquis of the broken army of the great Qin Empire, had already reached the mid-stage of the Saint Realm and was a formidable general on the battlefield. He, alongside Fang Xing, had been dispatched to the vicinity of the 10,000 Great Mountains to quell the sect forces opposing the Great Qin Empire, both on a mission to locate the long-lost Ninth Prince. Underestimate? He has been missing for nearly 20 years. If the imperial capital wished to find him, they would have done so long ago. Why wait until now? Zheng Tuo replied with a hint of mockery. I heard that when the Ninth Prince was born, his bloodline returned to its ancestral roots, returned to its ancestral roots? Fangxing shook his head slightly. I do not see it that way. What they refer to as a return to ancestry does not mean reverting to the lineage of the Great Qin Empire as progenitor. Instead, it suggests a return to the ordinary human ancestors. The human ancestors, after countless generations, have achieved their current status. With the emergence of various powerful beings and the continuous evolution of bloodlines, the strong remain strong. If it were truly a return to ancestry, it would imply that one has regressed to the impoverished state of their forebears. The efforts and toil required would be far greater than that of others, and even then, the rewards would not be guaranteed. Do you know what our Ninth Prince was doing when I first arrived? Fangxing asked. What was he doing? He was undergoing judgment from the Tai Xu Sacred Land. To be precise, as a saint son of the Tai Xu Sacred Land, he was facing their judgment. Ascension? This Ninth Prince has actually become the saint son of the Tai Xu Sacred Land? Zheng Tuo's dismissive attitude immediately shifted. To be recognized as a saint son of any sacred land signifies potential for sanctification. Though he faces judgment, I see our Ninth Prince is rather unyielding, bravely confronting the saint. Moreover, he seems to have anticipated my arrival. Fangxing's words shrouded Qin Luo in an air of mystery. It appears that everything is unfolding according to the Ninth Prince's expectations. He possesses several sacred artifacts. The Tai Xu Bell remains in his possession, and that rope used by Qin Luo earlier is also a sacred artifact. Additionally, the item in the room that obscures their perceptions is yet another sacred artifact. All of these belong to him. Zheng Tuo was astounded. As a saint, his entire fortune amounted to just one sacred artifact, a colossal axe. Yet, this small figure of Qin Luo, merely at the level of a divine passage, possesses multiple sacred artifacts. This is truly infuriating. Fangxing glanced at Zheng Tuo, an inscrutable expression crossing his face as he patted Zheng Tuo on the shoulder. Brother, if you seek vengeance upon your return to the imperial capital, the Ninth Prince may be a commendable ally. Upon hearing this, Zheng Tuo's expression grew grave. For years he had been oppressed, and he dared not return to the imperial capital where he had formidable enemies. If not for his reputation and achievements in the military, he would have long been eliminated. Vengeance had only been a passing thought, one he had not dared to act upon. Fangxing's words plunged him into deep contemplation. The Ninth Prince is the only one among all the princes without a backing. Aiding him is far more valuable than merely enhancing one's own fortunes, Fangxing remarked. Zheng Tuo nodded. Allow me to contemplate this thoroughly. Within, Shi Huang finally succumbed to the damage inflicted upon her soul. I agree. I agree to your terms. Would it not have been easier to agree sooner? No need to make things difficult for yourself. Enough of the chatter. The Human Emperor banner welcomes your arrival. Boom. With Shi Huang's joining, the Human Emperor banner began to upgrade, its power becoming extraordinarily formidable. After refining for an entire day and night, Qin Luo finally emerged. For the Tai Xu Sacred Land, this day and night had been a torturous ordeal. Having witnessed an elaborate spectacle, none felt any joy, especially Lu Ruyan, who never imagined that Qin Luo was not the mastermind behind the theft of the Tai Xu Bell. Yi Chen was. Yi Chen, you deceived me. Lu Ruyan felt her heart twist with pain. She had resolved to sever ties with Qin Luo and sought refuge in Yi Chen's embrace, only to discover that everything was a ruse. Yi Chen had merely been using her. Lu Ruyan experiences profound disappointment, losing 5,000 fortune points. The host gains 5,000 villain points. Is this where your disappointment ends? Qin Luo silently mocked. I had thought you to be a quintessential Na'vi character, but it seems I overestimated you. In novels, there are often mindless female protagonists who endlessly adore the main character, regardless of their misdeeds, even if they have slaughtered her entire family. she would still seek excuses to exonerate him. It now seems Lu Ruyan is not such a protagonist. Perhaps her flight from Yi Chun has influenced her perspective. If the current situation were under Yi Chen's control, the outcome could be dire. Qin Luo dismissed the matter from his mind and turned to Shi Huang, asking, "Where should your obedient disciple be now?" This question stirred unpleasant memories within Shi Huang. She had intervened for Yi Chun, only to be abandoned by him. She was entirely confident that if Yi Chun had merely extended a helping hand, she could have escaped, avoiding the torment of Qin Luo's bindings and lashes. Yet, Yi Chun was unwilling to take even the slightest risk. Henceforth, her ties with Yi Chun were severed. Shi Huang voluntarily severs ties with Yi Chun. Subsequent opportunities are lost. Yi Chun loses 10,000 fortune points. The host gains 10,000 villain points. It is indeed much easier to reap the benefits from a child of fortune, gaining a swift 10,000 points, while Lu Ruyan appears rather miserly by comparison. His exit point is random, but it must be thousands of miles away. Shi Huang does not know the precise location, which leaves Qin Luo somewhat disappointed. However, this is not of utmost importance. Even if he knew Yi Chen's whereabouts, he has no one capable to utilize. The next step should be the refinement of his sword bone. In Shi Huang's astonished expression, Qin Luo produced Yi Chen's sword bone and began to absorb and refine it. After gazing in a daze for a moment, Shi Huang finally realized. She exclaimed, "The Devouring Heaven Demon Technique. You have actually acquired the Devouring Heaven Demon Technique." Qin Luo grinned wickedly. Devour. In the depths of a vast forest, Yi Chen spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, his face etched with pain and hatred. "The sword bone is forever lost to me. Devoting Yi Chen Siortbone." Yi Chun loses 20,000 fortune points. The host gains 20,000 villain points. Chapter 12. The 9 Layers of Divine Powers with a Sudden Spurt of Blood. Yi Chen's expression turned despondent. "Qin Luo, one day I shall ascend upon the great Qin Empire and turn your bones to ashes." Driven to desperation, Yi Chun found himself fleeing from the Tai Xu sacred land. Stripped of his master and his sword bone, he was left with nothing. However, as the child of destiny, his fortune had always been remarkable. In this desolate wilderness, he encountered an injured woman, pursued by a ferocious beast. Seizing the opportunity, Yi Chen struck the beast with his sword. "Miss, are you all right?" he inquired, a hint of youthful charm present in his demeanor as he smiled at the tattered woman, whose modesty had been compromised. In that fleeting moment, the woman gazed at him, lost in her thoughts. Which maiden does not harbor romantic feelings, especially when faced with a dashing savior? "Thank you, kind sir," she expressed gratefully. "It was nothing, merely a casual act," Yi Chun replied nonchalantly, embodying a demeanor of an esteemed individual, further enchanting the woman. He offered her a piece of his garment to cover her exposed skin, causing her cheeks to flush crimson. An enchanting atmosphere enveloped them. "Miss, Miss," calls of alarm echoed as her family arrived, interrupting their intimate exchange. Upon their arrival, the woman promptly introduced Yi Chun. "This gentleman has just rescued me from the beast." The leading middle-aged man immediately clasped his fists in gratitude. "Thank you for saving my daughter, kind sir. Please accompany us to the Wan Jian Manor as our esteemed guest. The manor's lord shall surely reward you handsomely." The advantages of being a charming benefactor revealed themselves once more. Meanwhile, Qin Luo swiftly consumed the essence of the sword bone, which had previously emanated a sharp sword intent in Shi Huang's eyes, now wholly devoured by him. After the consumption, Qin Luo acquired some characteristics of the sword bone. Boom! A surge of sword intent rose from him, reaching perfection. The realm of swordsmanship is defined by practitioners who condense sword intent, categorized into 4 stages: entry, minor success, major success, and perfection. Previously, under the system's enhancement, Qin Luo had mastered the minor success stage of a low-grade sacred sword technique, naturally advancing to the major success stage. Now, reaching perfection was merely a natural progression. Moreover, his cultivation had progressed to the 9th layer of the divine powers realm. "Rest well," he said, flicking his small whip, startling Shi Huang. Truth be told, she had developed a fear of Qin Luo. Fortunately, she was devoid of a corporeal form. Had she possessed one, her existence would have been unbearable. the pure and virtuous Shi Huang. The empress never imagined that one day she would endure such humiliation. Indeed, it felt more degrading than being conquered. Qin Luo stowed away the imperial banner and stepped outside, where Fang Xing and others had been waiting for quite some time. He sensed Qin Luo's cultivation had surged, a flicker of brilliance crossing his eyes as he exchanged a subtle nod with Zheng Tuo. Zheng Tuo hesitated. Truthfully, his situation within the great Qin Empire was perilous. Other princes would not accept his allegiance, as it would offend his enemies. At present, Qin Luo was perhaps his sole option. Otherwise, he would soon have to flee the empire. Yet, Qin Luo's power was minimal. No, not minimal. It was virtually non-existent. Fang Xing did not inquire about Shi Huang's absence, respecting Qin Luo's secret. It was as if he acknowledged Qin Luo's status as a prince. My lord, should we not head to the imperial capital at once? Fang Xing suggested. The royal bloodline baptism was imminent, and it was imperative for the prince to arrive promptly. He did not mind expressing his goodwill. The royal bloodline baptism? Qin Luo paused momentarily, asking, could the Marquis of the Four Directions enlighten me? Before Fang Xing could respond, Zheng Tuo interjected, my lord, allow me to explain. Fang Xing quietly stepped back, discerning that Zheng Tuo had made his choice. Zheng Tuo faced limited options: fleeing, which Fang Xing deemed a certain death, or aligning with Qin Luo, which could either lead to ruin or a powerful resurgence. After all, Qin Luo was a prince of the great Qin Empire, a position of high esteem. Thus, he proposed that Zheng Tuo take the risk. Qin Luo's gaze fell upon Zheng Tuo. Have you yet to inquire? Zheng Tuo respectfully clasped his fists and bowed. I, Zheng Tuo, the Breaking Army Marquis, pay my respects to the ninth prince. In the days to come, I shall serve you loyally. Qin Luo was taken aback. The imposing man sought to pledge his loyalty to him. The allegiance of a sage-level expert was, to be honest, somewhat overwhelming for Qin Luo. Nevertheless, he was no fool. He understood that unusual circumstances often concealed hidden motives. The might of the great Qin Empire, as per the memories of the previous ruler, was considerable. Yet sage-level experts were not commonplace. Within the empire, sages were the backbone of power, thus indicating something was amiss. Perhaps the Breaking Army Marquis should elucidate the matter of the bloodline baptism, he suggested. At this, Zheng Tuo trembled. He realized he had been too eager. Suppressing his expression, he began to explain. The royal bloodline baptism is a grand event held once every decade by the great Qin Empire, selecting the most extraordinary talents among the royal lineage for a comprehensive bloodline purification, an endeavor of immense expense. Previously, there have been instances where royal offspring awakened unique bloodlines or physiques during the process. Many have fought fiercely for this opportunity, resulting in casualties among the royal youths. As a prince, Qin Luo naturally did not need to compete for a spot, securing one by birthright. The conclusion of the martial contest had already determined the slots. And with Qin Luo's arrival, one less spot remained. Oh, so some may harbor resentment towards me? Qin Luo inquired. Zheng Tuo nodded. Indeed, my lord, you must be cautious. After all, including you, there are a total of 9 princes, yet only one can inherit the throne. 9 dragons vying for the crown? Qin Luo exclaimed, intrigued. How fascinating. I relish the prospect. Let us proceed. I can hardly contain my excitement to reach the imperial capital. Qin Luo felt an exhilarating rush. The thrill of conquest was reminiscent of a game where one could dominate effortlessly. Having just vanquished Yi Chun and acquired numerous treasures, he had grown fond of this world. Compared to the mundane existence of another realm, where one toiled like a beast, this was pure ecstasy. As he descended from the peak, he encountered Lu Ruyan and her companions, especially Lu Ruyan, whose smoldering gaze sent a shiver down Qin Luo's spine. Senior brother Qin, I misunderstood you. You care for me deeply and would never hold my misjudgment against me, would you? Chapter 13. Seeking to benefit without cost? Awaken your support. Certainly not. Blame? Do you consider yourself the former sycophantic senior brother? Qin Luo gradually approached Lu Ruyan, who lifted her charming face. She thought to herself, indeed, senior brother Qin still loves me. No matter how circumstances change, his affection remained steadfast. Now, Qin Luo bore an additional identity as a prince of the great Qin Empire, making them even more suited for one another. Yet, in the next moment, Qin Luo delivered a resounding slap. Smack! This blow left Lu Ruyin dazed. What of her dignity? She dared to accuse me, nearly costing me my life, and yet she expects me to overlook this? Wretched woman, though your appearance is lacking, your ambitions are rather grand. The disciples of the sacred land erupted in an uproar, many sycophants astonished that Qin Luo dared to strike the goddess of their hearts. Instantly, a multitude directed their ire at Qin Luo. By what right do you strike the holy maiden? What gives you the authority to strike a woman? I hold you in contempt. Just because you believe yourself elevated, you look down upon our junior sister? Oh, what nonsense. It was Yi Chun who maligned you. You lack the capability to confront him, yet you unleash your wrath upon the holy maiden. Qin Luo coldly surveyed the raucous crowd, then turned to Zheng Ta, saying, breaking army marquee, how should one deal with those who dare to insult a prince of the great Qin Empire? Zheng Tuo's lips curled into a cruel smile. Kill. Without awaiting Qin Luo's command, he sprang into action. The moment the sage intervened, he swiftly targeted the raucous individuals, who instantly displayed expressions of terror. Just as they opened their mouths to plead for mercy, a thunderous explosion resounded. Flesh and blood flew as many were jolted into silence, too afraid to utter another word. Lu Ruyin stared blankly at the scene. She never anticipated that Qin Luo would strike her and, moreover, engage in such slaughter. Senior brother, you have changed, she murmured weakly. Get lost, you wretched woman. Qin Luo kicked her in the stomach. In his memories, this vile woman had conspired with Yi Chun to slander him multiple times, having listened to Yi Chun's deceitful words. Was she in love or merely lucid? Who could say? Boom! Just as Qin Luo struck, Lu Changhe appeared, his fury palpable as he glared at Qin Luo. Qin Luo, I have nurtured you in the sacred land for so many years, and you permit the slaughter of my disciples. You are utterly ungrateful. Qin Luo met his gaze defiantly. Nurtured me? Huh, that was my master. All my resources for cultivation were provided by him, while the sacred land. My master contributed more to the sacred land than it ever did for me. His words nearly left Lu Changhe speechless. The elder of Tai Xu stepped forward. Speaking languidly, Qin Luo, the sacred land has indeed nurtured you. You should not act so rashly over a minor incident. I will take responsibility. From now on, you shall remain the holy son of the sacred land. The Tai Xu Bell will be entrusted to you. But you must leave a copy of the four symbols sword technique. Qin Luo glanced at the elder of Tai Xu and slowly shook his head. I disagree. If you insist on seizing it, there is nothing I can do. As his words fell, Zheng Tuo stepped forward, his voice grave. If the Tai Xu sacred land dares to coerce a prince of the great Qin Empire, our army shall trample the Tai Xu sacred land without leaving a single soul behind. Let us go. Qin Luo had intended to discuss matters with the Saint of Cold Moon, but as the situation stabilized slightly, the old woman slipped away. There was no choice but to remember this matter for the future. Once he concluded his affairs in the imperial capital, he would return to seek his junior sister. As for Lu Ruyin, the favored daughter of fortune, Qin Luo cast her a glance. At that moment, she was tearful and appeared quite pitiful. Lu Ruyin's mindset shattered, losing 10,000 fortune points. Host gains 10,000 fortune points. Name, Lu Ruyin. Age, 18. Fortune level, first stage. Physique, mystic charm body. Fortune points, 18,000. Realm, 7th layer of sea opening. She had already lost 30,000 fortune points, descending from a 3rd stage favored daughter to a 1st stage one. Little trash. Is there any possibility of recovering fortune points? Qin Luo inquired. If a favored daughter or son encounters new opportunities, fortune points may increase. Fortune is not immutable, though the likelihood is low. Lu Ruyin initially thought Qin Luo's gaze upon her indicated change of heart, but his next words nearly sent her into despair. Wretched woman, rest assured, one day I shall ensure you and Yi Chun share the same grave. Do not thank me. It is my duty. Lu Changhe erupted in fury, Qin Luo, how dare you? Threatening to kill his daughter before his eyes. Did he consider the Holy One irrelevant? Boom! A powerful aura surged toward Qin Luo, but was firmly blocked by Zhang Tuo. Tai Xu Sacred Lord, do you seek death? Zhang Tuo gripped his massive axe, prepared for battle at the slightest provocation. Qin Luo looked at Lu Changhe with a cold smile. Does the Sacred Lord wish to kill me? I merely spoke. I have not slain your daughter. But if you wish to kill me, TSK, I wonder if you can bear the consequences. The dignified Holy One was infuriated by a mere junior's defiance. At that moment, a sharp rebuke rang out from the elder of Tai Xu. Changhe, stand down. Turning, the elder's gaze fell upon Qin Luo as he spoke softly. Qin Luo, have you considered severing ties with my Tai Xu Sacred Land? Know that the great Qin Empire has more than just you as a prince. Your being lost for nearly 20 years signifies what? I had thought you a wise individual. Yet you have made such an irrational decision. His words implied a warning to Qin Luo. Without connections and support, the Tai Xu Sacred Land was willing to be his backing. However, to gain their support, he needed to offer what they desired, such as the four-symbol sword technique. A sacred-level martial technique could bolster their foundation. And the elder of Tai Xu was certain that the complete four symbols sword technique in Qin Luo's possession was of sacred rank. And the Tai Xu Bell, how could it be allowed to fall into the outside world? Oh, Qin Luo raised an eyebrow. Do you long to retain me so desperately? How about this? I shall not sever ties with your Tai Xu Sacred Land. However, I demand to become the Sacred Lord of Tai Xu, with Lu Ru Yin as my concubine, and everyone in your sacred land must swear allegiance to me. In that case, the Tai Xu Bell may remain with the Tai Xu Sacred Land, and the four-symbol sword technique can still be the pinnacle martial skill of your sacred land. However, Qin Luo thought to himself, everything belonging to the Sacred Lord is also the sacred land's, is it not? That which belongs to the sacred land belongs to the Sacred Lord. His words left the entirety of Tai Xu Sacred Land in a state of uproar. The elder of Tai Xu and Lu Changhe's expressions darkened instantly. Lu Changhe rebuked, Qin Luo, you are far too arrogant. The elder, with good intentions, seeks to retain you. And you dare to humiliate my Tai Xu Sacred Land. Humiliation? Huh. Do you believe that my identity as a prince of the great Qin Empire is inferior to your sacred lords? Qin Luo retorted with a cold smile. To gain, one must give. Do you think you can simply speak and gain without cost? His words were harsh, exposing the elder of Tai Xu's intentions, causing the elder's complexion to darken as he coldly huffed. Qin Luo, do you know that in the great Qin Empire, counting you, there are a total of 9 princes? Yet only one shall ultimately become the emperor's son. Without a background or support, Qin Luo, I am curious to see how far you can go within the grand empire of Qin. The system has detected that there is still one blood relative of the host's mother clan alive. Would you like to awaken them? Awakening requires the expenditure of all villain points. What the heck? Qin Luo truly wanted to exclaim, impressive. The mother clan, for heaven's sake. He didn't even know the surname of his maternal lineage, yet the system has detected a blood relative. Quite remarkable. System, is the answer not evident? Awaken. If they wish to drain him, so be it. Now that he has a support, how far could the villain points be from him? Chapter 14. Recruiting hounds and discovering Yi Qin's whereabouts. Qin Luo harbored no intention of continuing his dispute with the ancestor of Tai Xu. Instead, his gaze shifted to Zhang Tuo, and he inquired, General Pejun, as a prince of the great Qin Empire, even if I do not ascend to the throne, would it not be a trivial task to obliterate a mere sacred land like Tai Xu? A sinister smile crept across Zhang Tuo's lips as he glanced at the elders of Tai Xu and replied, merely a small sacred land. The empire need only dispatch a formidable army to annihilate it. Then, it would not be inappropriate for me to threaten them, would it? Qin Luo pressed further. Your Highness's status is of utmost significance. A trifling sacred land poses no threat to you. With both myself and Fangxing by your side, what does it matter if this is the domain of Tai Xu? Do they dare to oppose the great Qin Empire? Jiang Duo asserted confidently. Qin Luo turned to the ancestors of Tai Xu with a smile, reflecting, had anyone from Tai Xu spoken a word on my behalf, Perhaps our circumstances would differ greatly now. He was acutely aware that, had it not been for his acquisition of the system, his fate would have been dire. Thus, Tai Xu held no gratitude in his heart, only animosity. He was an outsider, a villain destined to be at odds with the daughter of fortune. Yet, there is no remedy for regret in this world. Qin Luo scrutinized their faces, memorizing each countenance. From this day forth, I sever all ties with Tai Xu. Should I encounter any of you in the future, it shall be a matter of life or death. With that ominous declaration, Qin Luo departed alongside Feng Xing. Leaving behind the ancestors of Tai Xu, their expressions darkened to an extreme. Ancestor, that ungrateful wretch Qin Luo has forgotten kindness. We may face trouble ahead, remarked Lu Changhe. The ancestor of Tai Xu scoffed. He is but a prince. The day he grows strong enough to threaten Tai Xu is far from now. Within the great Qin Empire, he is merely one of 9 princes. Do you believe the great Qin Empire could not locate Qin Luo? They likely chose not to, he continued, disdain evident in his tone. The empire's fate is uncertain. Who knows when it may crumble? With a cold snort, the ancestor expressed his anger. This time, Tai Xu had suffered both losses and setbacks. Turning to Lu Ruyan, a plan began to form in his mind. Doesn't the young master of Divine Armament Valley harbor feelings for Ruyan? Let her marry him. Lu Changhe was taken aback, displaying visible resistance. Before he could voice his objections, the ancestor of Tai Xu continued. Divine Armament Valley should not find it difficult to offer a sacred artifact as a betrothal gift. Remember, you are first the Lord of Tai Xu, and only then Lu Ruyan's father. This matter is settled. After the ancestor's pronouncement, he turned and left. Upon learning of her impending marriage to the young master of Divine Armament Valley, Lu Ru interrupted. I refuse. I shall not marry him. There is no room for negotiation in this matter, Lu Changhe stated resolutely. Ultimately, you are the root of this situation. This remark left Lu Ruyan stunned. Am I the cause? A beauty who brings disaster? Qin Luo, I detest you. She seethed, powerless to resist, her anger spilling forth in curses. Ashu. Qin Luo sneezed. Engrossed in communication with the system. When will my so-called backing make an appearance? Do not fret. Everything is progressing smoothly, the system reassured him. Qin Luo grimaced, glancing at Zheng Ta, and contemplated his next words. General Pajun, why do you wish to ally with me? I am merely a prince of the great Qin. As the ancestor of Tai Xu pointed out, the weakest among the princes. The challenge had arrived. Zheng Tuo had hesitated before, but Qin Luo's blunt rejection left him feeling despondent. A saying rings true. What one cannot obtain forever stirs unrest within. Taking a deep breath, he replied, Your Highness, I, Zheng Tuo, have enemies in the capital. Their influence is formidable. No other prince would dare accept me, as it would be a futile endeavor. I wear a bitter smile, for you may be my final hope. I see your potential, and following you may grant me a chance to return and seek vengeance, to strive for greatness. Perhaps I can turn a bicycle into a motorcycle. If your highness will accept me, I am willing to serve as your loyal vassal, battling for your cause. With that, Zheng Tuo knelt before Qin Luo. Qin Luo observed him without immediate agreement, saying instead, accompanying me may lead to a swift demise. Would you still consent? After all, Qin Luo was a villain, destined to act without restraint, brazenly defiant. Zheng Tuo's lips twitched, surprised by the unexpected sincerity of the 9th prince. I am willing to follow your highness, even if it leads to death. Excellent, Qin Luo declared, his tone resolute. From this day forth you, Zheng Tuo, shall be my retainer. Should you fall in battle for me, I shall avenge you, annihilating all your foes. Zheng Tuo trembled with fervor. I, Zheng Tuo, pledge my life to fight for you. As a villain, one must possess a multitude of loyal hounds. Congratulations, host. Your path widens before you. Any rewards forthcoming? Qin Luo inquired. Greed consumes the heart, host. Have you forgotten your identity? Go forth and eradicate all children of fortune. Their fortune points shall become your villain points. TSK. Qin Luo silently raised a finger in his mind. Shi Huang brought tidings of a significant nature. You say you have located your cheap disciple? Indeed, I have discerned his whereabouts, although it lies quite distant from here. This was indeed encouraging news. The children of fortune must perish, with no room for leniency. Fang Xing would accompany him to the capital, while Zheng Tuo would remain behind. Qin Luo Pikkunit Dieng Duo Oside. The one who fled from Tai Xu is positioned here. Qin Luo recounted Shi Huang's words. If you have the chance, either go yourself or send a capable subordinate. Should we eliminate him? Dieng Duo Inkurith. Qin Luo shook his head. Killing him may be beyond your capabilities. Despite being a sage, Zheng Tuo is merely a lackey of a villain. To slay a child of fortune, one must be a villain themselves. Keep a close watch on him, gather detailed intelligence. Once I am finished with my affairs in the capital, I shall swiftly move to eliminate Yi Chun. He must not be afforded too much time to grow stronger. Had it not been for the gravity of this trip to the capital, I would have sought to destroy that little brat, Yi Chun, already. Far from Qin Luo's location lay a desolate expanse, shrouded in a veil of mist, exuding an aura of danger. Within the depths of the fog, amidst the remnants of crumbled walls, a gaunt figure stirred, slowly opening his bewildered eyes. Am I still alive? I am still alive. Well, since I am alive, you all should perish. Boom! A tremendous surge of energy emanated from his being, as his form became infused with vitality, his aura growing increasingly formidable, swiftly ascending to the sacred realm, and then continuing its unimpeded rise. Sacred King, merely a trifle. Boom! A breakthrough. After a millennium of profound slumber, enlightenment of the great path dawned. With a single step into the void, he set his sights on the Great Qin. The imperial capital of Great Qin, he has arrived. Chapter 15 Reactions from all sides. A fiancée, the heavenly demon sect. Saintus, I report to you, the one you were concerned about, Qin Luo, seems to have been judged by the Tai Xu Sacred Land. The woman in deep meditation opened her eyes, which sparkled like two radiant stars, sometimes bright as day, at other times profound as a black hole, as if she could perceive all the secrets of the world. The woman under her gaze immediately lowered her head. She slowly rose, possessing a pair of astonishingly long legs and an extraordinarily alluring figure. Her long, raven black hair cascaded casually over her shoulders, dancing gently in the wind, seemingly harboring boundless enchantment. With a delicate face, she exuded a bewitching charm. The Tai Xu Sacred Land, they truly do not know the meaning of peril. Inform them. I demand to see the living Qin Luo. He saved my life, and in return, I shall save his. A life for a life, that is ample enough. Yes. Only Qin Luo himself understood that the accusations from the Tai Xu Sacred Land regarding his collusion with the saintess of the heavenly demon sect were indeed not unfounded. Within the secret realm, he had rescued the gravely injured saintess, Yi Lingxian. The previous host was one who valued appearance above all. He believed that beauty equated to righteousness. How could a woman so strikingly beautiful be a fiend? In the grand capital of the Great Qin Empire, the largest city of the dynasty, with a population exceeding 10 million, within a luxurious mansion, a fair-skinned man embraced an extraordinarily enchanting woman. As he listened to his subordinate's report, a cold chuckle escaped him. Is the wild child, lost in the world, returning? Was life out there not pleasant enough? Why venture into this den of dragons and tigers? This is a place that devours people, would you not agree? The man tilted his head, lifting the woman's chin with a knowing smile. She responded with a flirtatious smile. Indeed, your highness speaks the truth. The man's name was Qin Feng, the 8th prince of the Great Qin Empire. Your highness, please give your orders, and I shall make the arrangements. Qin Feng's fingers tapped rhythmically on the table as he pondered. After a moment, a glimmer of inspiration struck him. He turned to the woman and said, "Why not gift her to my brother?" The woman smiled alluringly. "I shall comply with your highness's wishes." Qin Feng playfully patted her cheek and remarked, "My brother is a prince. How about you serve as his concubine?" In another mansion within the capital, a young woman glared at her father with indignation. "I shall not marry. The emperor has decreed. How can you refuse? Do you wish to see the Gu family exterminated?" Gu Qingxue, renowned as the beauty of the capital, was the daughter of Gu Yanting, one of the vice presidents of the Great Qin Academy. The Great Qin Academy was the cradle of talent for the empire, having nurtured nearly half of its marquises. As the vice president, Gu Yanting held a status elevated by his cultivation at the sage level, coupled with many of his students being marquises. Gu Qingxue was a celebrated figure among the young ladies and gentlemen of the capital, admired and pursued by many. Her own cultivation had reached the 9th level of the sea-breaking realm, just a step away from the divine passage realm, marking her as a prodigy. Now, with the emperor ordering her to wed the 9th prince of the great Qin Empire, she found it utterly absurd. What is his background? I know nothing of his appearance or character. Just because he is a prince, I am to marry him? Gu Qingxue protested. Gu Yanting nodded. Precisely. That status alone is sufficient. But I refuse to marry him. Gu Yanting sighed. Unless he willingly cancels the betrothal, otherwise. A spark ignited in Gu Qingxue's eyes. Yes, while the Gu family, as subjects, could not defy the emperor's command, what if Qin Luo himself canceled the engagement? Having discovered a potential solution, she promptly summoned her friends. Among them were her devoted admirers, for as a renowned beauty, she lacked no suitors in the capital. Included was her childhood sweetheart, Lin Xian, a scion of a once prominent family, who had risen through diligence to become a disciple of the Great Qin Academy and successfully joined the empire's demon suppression division. With a bright future ahead, Gu Qingxue merely mentioned her impending marriage to an unknown 9th prince, inciting outrage among her admirers. With tears in her eyes, she said, "The emperor's decree cannot be disobeyed unless—" "Unless what?" inquired the grandson of the valiant marquis, eagerly. "Unless the 9th prince willingly withdraws from the engagement." At her words, many brightened. This 9th prince, who emerged from obscurity, is unworthy of Qingxue. He should be made to retreat. Leave this matter to me. I shall inquire and see when this 9th prince arrives. I will welcome him at the city gates," exclaimed the eager grandson of the valiant marquis. As the only grandson of a valiant marquis, he was notorious for his arrogance within the great Qin Empire. He had already decided that Gu Qingxue was his, and he would not allow this unknown 9th prince to take her from him. Gu Qingxue's tearful demeanor stirred a strong protective instinct within Tian Mo, who vowed, "Even if that 9th prince refuses, I will persuade my grandfather to approach the emperor for you. Rest assured, Qingxue." At that moment, he resembled a devoted admirer, oblivious to the mutual glances exchanged between Gu Qingxue and Lin Xian. "Thank you, brother Tian Mo," she said, and the mere utterance made him feel euphoric. Envisioning himself suppressing Qin Luo while embracing Gu Qingxue in bliss. After dismissing the others, Gu Qingxue threw herself into Lin Xian's arms. "Brother Lin Xian, I miss you so much." Lin Xian tenderly caressed her hair, providing her with immense reassurance. "Do not worry, Qingxue, I will not allow you to marry anyone else. If that 9th prince dares to cross the line, he will learn the meaning of peril. Please, brother Lin Xian, do not act impulsively. He is the 9th prince of the great Qin Empire," she urged. Lin Xian scoffed. "He is merely the 9th prince. Even if I were to kill him, no one would investigate. His rise from humble beginnings was due to his inherited legacy, one of the emperor's. He hoped the 9th prince would recognize his place." Lin Xian's woman was not to be trifled with. Chapter 16, The New Child of Fortune. Do you dare to threaten the prince? Fang Xing, accompanied by Qin Luo, journeyed to the imperial capital aboard a flying beast, scarcely pausing along the way. In less than 10 days, they arrived at the outskirts of the capital. "Your Highness, the imperial capital lies ahead. I've already sent word in advance, and soon someone from the House of Ancestors will come to escort you into the city." "Is the Marquis of Four Directions not going to the capital?" Qin Luo inquired. Fang Xing shook his head. "I have military affairs to attend to." "Very well. I appreciate the Marquis's care on this journey. Your Highness is too kind." Although Fang Xing had suggested Zheng Tuo ally with Qin Luo, he maintained a respectful distance from him. At the gates of the capital, a sizable crowd had gathered, including officials from the House of Ancestors. Gu Qingxue sat inside a carriage, a birthday gift from Lin Xian, which had been refined to shield against the probing of those in the Saint Realm. Nestled in Lin Xian's embrace, her complexion was flushed, radiating the exuberance of spring. Between them, save for that crucial step, all that needed to be done had already transpired. Having risen from humble beginnings, Lin Xian was well aware of the nuances of women. He believed it wise to seize the moment, viewing those who acted purely as fools. "Here they come," Lin Xian said, his keen senses detecting a powerful cry of an eagle overhead. Fang Xing descended from the sky, bringing Qin Luo with him. An official from the House of Ancestors approached, acknowledging Fang Xing Marquis of Four Directions. "Your journey has been arduous." Fang Xing nodded slightly and gestured to Qin Luo. "This is His Highness the Ninth Prince." The official bowed slightly to Qin Luo. "Ninth Prince, we must confirm your identity with the House of Ancestors." "Of course," Qin Luo replied nonchalantly, his gaze immediately shifting to the carriage nearby. A faint smile graced his lips. How intriguing. Discovering the child of fortune. The daughter of fortune. The great Qin imperial capital is rife with hidden talents. The child of fortune is omnipresent. Name: Lin Xian. Age: 25. Fortune level: 4th rank. Fortune value: 488,000 points. Physique: 5 elements spirit body. This is an extraordinary physique, harmonizing the sharpness of metal, the vitality of wood, the softness of water, the intensity of fire, and the stability of earth, enabling rapid cultivation and formidable combat prowess, easily surpassing ranks in battle. Forming a symbiotic state of the 5 elements in the Dantian, with exceptional endurance in combat. Cultivation: pinnacle of divine powers. Introduction: orphaned at 3, bereaved at 5. Lost his sister at 7, and witnessed the destruction of his home at 9. As the child of fortune, his childhood was destined to be tragic. Rising from obscurity through bloodshed, he attained his current status and identity. Decisive in his actions, he swiftly quashes threats at their inception, and with the legacy of the emperor, he is untouchable. Name: Gu Qingxue. Age: 20. Fortune level: 1st rank. Fortune value: 13,800 points. Physique: mystic ice spirit body, crisp and refreshing. Do you wish to experience the duality of ice and fire? She embodies it perfectly. Oh, but whose head seems to have a tinge of green? Is it him or you? Cultivation: 9th layer of sea opening. Introduction: a noble lady of a prestigious family, one of the destined protagonists. However, the current method of unfolding seems a bit off. You will soon come to understand. Qin Luo furrowed his brow, finding it peculiar that Gu Qingxue appeared to have some connection to him. As Fang Xing prepared to leave, he bowed to Qin Luo. "Your Highness, until we meet again." "Thank you for your efforts," Qin Luo responded. The official from the House of Ancestors cast a surprised glance at Fang Xing, then at Qin Luo, muttering to himself, "It seems this 9th prince is not to be underestimated. If he were merely a simple wild child, the Marquis would not maintain such decorum." Considering the Marquis is a formidable figure in the Saint realm. Inside the carriage, Lin Xian, holding Gu Qingxue, frowned slightly, murmuring, "That young man seemed to be looking at me." "Brother Lin Xian, who do you mean? Is it that fellow?" Gu Qingxue pointed at Qin Luo, inquiring. The carriage was equipped with a special mirror, allowing those inside to see outside while remaining hidden from view. "Yes, that fellow must be a prince of the great Qin Empire," Lin Xian replied, a flash of jealousy crossing his gaze. Having grown up with a harsh upbringing, he harbored a sense of resentment towards the wealthy. Qin Luo undoubtedly led a charmed life, which fueled his envy. Gu Qingxue scrutinized Qin Luo for a moment before looking up at Lin Xian. "He is not as handsome as brother Lin Xian." Lin Xian's smile was strained, and he held Gu Qingxue tightly, kissing her deeply, relishing a perverse sense of satisfaction. "Your Highness, shall we enter the city?" The official's demeanor towards Qin Luo had softened somewhat. Just as Qin Luo was about to step into the carriage, Tian Mo leaped out. "Are you the newly arrived 9th prince?" he asked, sizing up Qin Luo. Ignoring him, Qin Luo turned to the official from the House of Ancestors and asked, "Is he also an official from your house?" Li Yuan promptly replied, "Your Highness, this is the young master of the brave Marquis's estate." Tian Mo puffed out his chest proudly at that moment. "Oh, young master, do you seek me for something?" Qin Luo inquired. Tian Mo produced a piece of paper. "Considering your status as a prince, I, Tian Mo, shall not make it difficult for you. Sign this agreement, and I shall be your friend." Taking the paper from Tian Mo, Qin Luo examined it, a smile creeping onto his lips. Finally, he comprehended the system's words. This was the content for the annulment of a betrothal, and the protagonists involved were none other than Qin Luo and Gu Qingxue. Though Qin Luo was unaware of when the betrothal had been established, he understood that today might be the day his name would echo throughout the imperial capital. He had arrived. He cast Tian Mo a curious glance, suspecting that this fellow was merely a pawn in someone else's game. Well then, what if I refused to sign? Qin Luo asked. Tian Mo's expression darkened immediately, threatening. Ninth Prince, I believe this is your first visit to the capital. Yes? Are you aware that it is a place filled with hidden talents? A mere turn of the head could lead to an encounter with a saint. If you do not show me respect, I assure you, in the capital, status alone is of no use. Without respect, you will find it exceedingly difficult to navigate. Qin Luo disregarded him, turning to Li Yuan. Tell me, who holds a higher status, I as a prince, or he as a so-called young marquis? Li Yuan was taken aback, but quickly responded. In the great Qin Empire, the status of a prince is indeed unparalleled. Oh, is that so? Qin Luo spoke, his gaze shifting to Tian Mo, turning fierce. In that case, what gives you the audacity to threaten me? Do you think this great Qin Empire belongs to your Chun family? Boom! A powerful aura surged from Qin Luo, and he delivered a decisive blow to Tian Mo. Chapter 17. Crushing the obsequious and unmasking the deceit. Qin Luo's sudden outburst took everyone by surprise. The overwhelming presence of a ninth-tier expert instantly subdued Tian Mo. With a resounding slap, Qin Luo struck Tian Mo's face, causing it to swell immediately. Staggering, Tian Mo fell to the ground, spitting a mouthful of blood. He was momentarily dazed. However, within mere seconds, realization dawned upon him. Someone dared to strike him. In the imperial capital, someone had the audacity to slap his face. Rage surged within him. You seek death. I will kill you. I will kill you. Tian Mo roared, drawing his sword and charging at Qin Luo. With a calm expression, Qin Luo turned to Li Yuan and remarked with a smile. Look, he intends to assassinate a prince. TSK, TSK. Li Yuan's heart skipped a beat upon hearing those words, especially with Qin Luo's next statement. Assassinating a prince. I shall retaliate in self-defense. Killing this fellow should be justified, right? Boom! Li Yuan felt as though his head might explode. Kill him? Qin Luo intended to slay the only grandson of Duke Yingwu? No, he could not allow Qin Luo to do this. If Duke Yingwu were to learn that Tian Mo perished before his eyes, Li Yuan would be doomed. With a surge of energy, he reached the pinnacle of the cave heaven realm, leaping in front of Qin Luo to block Tian Mo. Young lord, cease your actions. He admonished Tian Mo, however, grew even more furious. Get out of the way. If you don't move, I shall kill you too. Li Yuan seethed with anger. He was attempting to save Tian Mo's life, yet Tian Mo was utterly ungrateful. With a powerful aura, he suppressed Tian Mo, roaring, Do you wish to conspire against the prince of the great Qin Empire? Assassinating a prince warrants extermination for your entire family. Boom! Chen Montag, nearly collapsing to the ground, but his subordinates quickly rushed forward to support him. Throughout, Qin Luo had merely delivered a single slap and had no intention of further violence. After all, he was merely dealing with a sycophant. Killing him would only result in a mess and a bit more trouble. The real spectacle was yet to unfold. Qin Luo glanced at the paper in his hand and smiled. Gu Qingxue, TSK. Someone would dare to openly conspire against a prince for her. Just how captivating is this woman? Do you know my lord? He inquired of Li Yuan, who promptly replied, Your Highness. Gu Qingxue is the beloved daughter of the vice president of the Great Qin Academy, renowned in the imperial capital. Oh, is that so? It seems that having such a woman as my fiancée is quite a boon. Wouldn't you agree? Fiancé? This was Li Yuan's first realization. Yet he was keen to expedite matters and escort Qin Luo to the ancestral hall. He sensed that Qin Luo was a hot potato. He had a premonition that had he not intervened, Qin Luo's actions would certainly lead to Tian Mo's demise. Your Highness, your noble status makes it exceedingly rare to find someone worthy of you. Oh, really? Qin Luo's gaze fell once more upon the carriage. causing the two individuals inside to furrow their brows. Then, Qin Luo casually remarked, "I believe my fiancé, he has come to greet me." These words sent a jolt through Gu Qingxue. Lin Xian, sensing her unease, chuckled lightly and reassured her, "Fear not, he cannot see you. Besides, he has never laid eyes on you." Gu Qingxue nodded and continued to observe Qin Luo, finding his arrogance reminiscent of a petty person who had suddenly risen to prominence, which was utterly repulsive. As her gaze fell upon Qin Luo, she noticed him approaching her carriage. A wave of panic surged within her. A thought crossed her mind. Could he truly have discovered my presence? In her heart, she screamed, "Don't come over. Please don't." At that moment, Shi Huang's voice reached Qin Luo's ears. "Is that woman your fiancée?" Having become the soul of the human emperor's banner, Shi Huang's spiritual power was nearly fully restored. If she were to leverage the human emperor's banner, her strength would ascend even further. However, the difference now was that she had become Qin Luo's. TSK, that woman seems somewhat shameless. I believe you ought to punish her accordingly." Qin Luo discerned the hint of yearning and resentment in Shi Huang's tone, as if she longed to witness him discipline Gu Qingxue with a whip. Indeed, a woman who had been trained was markedly different, somewhat perverse, Qin Luo mused. He stepped beside the carriage and smiled at it. "I wager that my fiancé, the ninth prince of the great Qin Empire, resides within this carriage. Am I correct, Miss Gu Qingxue?" Upon hearing this, numerous spectators began to murmur. "Gu Qingxue is his fiancé? I heard the emperor personally decreed that Gu Qingxue should become his fiancé. It appears the emperor does not entirely forsake this wandering prince." Tian Mo, momentarily dazed, shifted his gaze to the carriage. "Qingxue is inside? She must be deeply disappointed in me." A pang of heartache struck him. No, he could not back down. He prepared to produce a letter of annulment once more and strode toward Qin Luo. This marriage must be annulled today. For love, he will be a valiant warrior. Gu Qingxue felt anxious and turned to Lin Xian, asking, "Brother Lin, what should we do?" "Nothing to worry about," Lin Xian replied calmly. "Just respond to him, and we shall depart." Regaining her composure, Gu Qingxue called out, "Your Highness, I have merely come to see you today. Now that I have seen you, I shall take my leave." The carriage turned to leave, but Qin Luo stepped forward, blocking its path. "I just heard that Miss Gu is a rare beauty in the capital. Why not come out and let me see? I wish to ascertain whether you are worthy of this prince." Miss Qingxue has merely caught a slight chill. Please do not make it difficult for her, Your Highness. Gu Qingxue's voice trembled slightly as she rejected Qin Luo. "Is it merely a chill, or are you afraid to come out?" Qin Luo retorted. "Do not go too far." Tian Mo interjected once more, attempting to extricate Gu Qingxue from the predicament. Qin Luo glanced at him and coldly remarked, "Foolish sycophant," though he did not comprehend the insult. Tian Mo knew Qin Luo was mocking him. Before he could retort, Qin Luo turned to the carriage again. "Miss Gu, I suspect there is not just one person inside your carriage. I have a feeling there is another man within." At these words, the expressions of both Gu Qingxue and Lin Xian shifted dramatically. Lin Xian quickly urged, "Let us go immediately. Ignore him." But in the next instant, an overwhelming holy presence descended as the Tai Xu Bell was summoned by Qin Luo. Having an affair is a rather poor habit. I shall see just who possesses the audacity to humiliate the royal family of the great Qin Empire so. Smash it. Chapter 18. Crushing an open collusion. Sacred artifact. Not far away, Li Yuan's eyes widened in disbelief. He never anticipated that Qin Luo would wield a sacred artifact upon his first strike. Chen Mo's heart raced with anxiety. He felt his beloved was in imminent danger and loathed his own powerlessness. Yet, under the immense pressure of the sacred artifact, he found himself paralyzed. How could this be possible? A flicker of panic crossed Lin Xian's eyes. Resistance was futile. Bang! The sacred artifact struck the carriage with a violent force, shattering it to pieces in an instant. Qin Luo was measured in his actions, refraining from taking lives. As the carriage lay in ruins, the two individuals within were inevitably exposed. Qin Luo delivered a kick to Tian Mo, taunting, "Take a good look, love-stricken fool." All eyes swiftly shifted to Gu Qingxue and Lin Xian, who stood protectively in front of her, ready to fend off Qin Luo's assault. However, Qin Luo hesitated, and the two became the focal point of attention. Could it truly be just the two of them? My goodness, how thrilling. A solitary man and woman, alone together. Such excitement. Who is that man? How dare he vie for a woman against a prince? Chen Mo was equally stunned. He recognized Lin Xian, having previously wished to befriend him. Yet he never imagined Lin Xian would seize the opportunity first, and this realization pained him deeply. Qin Luo's gaze fell upon Li Yuan as he inquired, "My lord, someone is enticing the future princess consort. How do you propose we deal with this?" "Ah, someone is observing from the shadows, seemingly allied with that boy." Shi Huang's warning echoed in Qin Luo's ears. Perhaps they were his protector. Li Yuan felt utterly bewildered. He had merely come to fetch someone. Was this necessary? He found himself at a loss for words. Gu Qingxue, sensing his dilemma, promptly came to his aid. Li Yuan wiped the non-existent sweat from his brow, mentally exclaiming, "What a good person! Lin Xian and I share mutual affection. How can this be construed as seduction?" In a moment of infatuation, Gu Qingxue's romantic thoughts rendered Lin Xian's prepared defense utterly useless. Lin Xian felt a surge of frustration, losing 10,000 points of luck, while the host gained 10,000 points of villainy. "Overy!" Qin Luo applauded mockingly. "If I am not mistaken, my engagement to you was arranged by the Qin Emperor. You now claim you wish to elope with another? Are you defying the Emperor's command? Are you insulting the great Qin royal family?" Each word caused Gu Qingxue's complexion to pale, and she opened her mouth, unsure what to say. Lin Xian interjected, looking at Qin Luo, "Ninth Prince. Miss Gu Qingxue and I have not crossed any lines. Our relationship is entirely pure." "Pure?" Qin Luo scoffed. "Do you wish for me to catch you in the act? Today, you dare to humiliate me so. I shall slay you." With a swift motion, he drew his sword, unleashing a torrent of sword energy that rained down upon Lin Xian, causing his expression to shift dramatically. He had not anticipated that this unknown prince possessed such formidable strength. The sword momentum was flawless. Li Yuan gasped nearby, astonished. To cultivate such a force to perfection was a rare talent indeed. Before him, Qin Luo was truly a scion of the great Qin dynasty. Lin Xian roared, indestructible golden body technique. A radiant glow enveloped him as he charged toward Qin Luo with a powerful punch. Flame palm. A massive handprint struck toward Qin Luo. Bang! The two clashed, and Lin Xian was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground. A green light flickered over him, and his injuries healed almost instantaneously. Interesting, but alas, it is all in vain. Tai Xu Bell, ring for me. Qin Luo bellowed, and the bell emitted a deafening sound that pierced the very essence of the soul. Zong! The chime resonated, plunging nearly everyone present into a state of stupor. Lin Xian too felt a momentary daze, and the golden light surrounding him dimmed. Seizing the moment of weakness, Qin Luo dashed forward, his sword aimed directly at Lin Xian's heart, intent on experiencing the essence of the five elements spirit body firsthand. Should that man dare to intervene, suppress him. Qin Luo's voice resonated in Shi Huang's ear. Very well. Qin Luo was eager to test if sheer brute force could defeat the fateful child before him. Puff! Bang! Lin Xian, brother! Gu Qingxue's heart-wrenching cry echoed. Lin Xian was breached, his expression contorted with rage as he roared, "Break! Break! Break!" Boom! His five elements spirit body surged violently, converting all its energy to sustain his indestructible golden body. Puff! He spewed forth a mouthful of blood, mingled with clots. Severely injured, Qin Luo's strike had critically wounded him. Lin Xian critically injured, indomitable conviction shattered, loses 100,000 points of luck. Host gains 100,000 points of villainy. Insufficient foundation? He became frenzied, desperate to unleash a forbidden item to subdue Qin Luo. "Do not move. Someone is approaching." A voice thundered in his ear. At that moment, a powerful aura locked on both Qin Luo and Lin Xian. Who dares to act recklessly within the capital? Does the law of the great Qin not exist? Boom! The overwhelming aura caused Qin Luo to stagger as a middle-aged man appeared in midair, coldly observing Qin Luo and Lin Xian. You two had better provide a satisfactory explanation. Otherwise, I shall ensure you are imprisoned within the Demon Suppression Division. Lin Xian immediately cupped his fists. Lin Xian of the Demon Suppression Division greets Commander Lu. Commander Lu glanced at Lin Xian, a hint of amusement in his eyes. Not bad, not bad. It seems you have ascended to the pinnacle of divine abilities. You are but a step away from the divine transformation realm. His gaze shifted to Qin Luo, his expression revealing mild surprise. A 9-layer divine ability at such a young age? Qin Luo met his gaze with composure, stating, I am Qin Luo, the 9th prince of the great Qin Empire. You, Commander Lu, must address the matter of Lin Xian clandestinely meeting my fiancée. Commander Lu's brow furrowed as he turned to Lin Xian, asking, Is this true? Lin Xian promptly replied, It is all a misunderstanding. I implore Commander Lu to see the truth. Commander Lu had already observed the events unfold in the shadows. His inquiry was merely a pretext to protect Lin Xian. Since it is a misunderstanding, let this matter be forgotten. His gaze fell upon Li Yuan as he casually remarked, Does the prince's identity still require verification at the Ancestral Hall? Li Yuan immediately bowed his head, saying, Reporting to Commander Lu, verification at the Ancestral Hall is indeed required. His implication was clear. Qin Luo was not yet a prince. How amusing. A smirk crept onto Qin Luo's lips. Where there is challenge, there is indeed interest. Lin Xian regarded Qin Luo with a glimmer of triumph, his expression smug as he thought to himself, What prince? Merely a wild child from nowhere. The humiliation of today shall be repaid tenfold in the future. Lin Xian silently vowed. In his mind, Qin Luo had already become a dead man, and he would ensure his demise. Qin Luo smiled, then strode over to Gu Qingxue, forcibly pulling her into his embrace under Lin Xian's fiery gaze. Since it is a misunderstanding, everything can be laid bare. However, he gazed at Lin Xian with a mocking expression and remarked, I believe this woman is indeed unworthy of me. If she cannot serve as a proper wife, then perhaps she may suffice as a concubine? It is evident that Gu Qingxue occupies a significant place in Lin Xian's heart. The affliction of love is not solely a woman's plight, but also a man's. You. Gu Qingxue yearned to resist, but then she heard Qin Luo's voice resonating in her ears. Dare to move, and I shall annihilate your entire family. Simultaneously, Qin Luo pondered inwardly, when will my people arrive? Life without a support system is exceedingly arduous. As a villain, I must maintain a certain level of prestige. To suffer setbacks at the hands of a fortune's favored. What is the meaning of this? Consuming 10,000 points of villain value allows for one deduction. Goodness, are you taking advantage of my misfortune? Let's get to it. Consuming 10,000 points of villain value. The target is 3 days' journey from the capital of the great Qin Empire. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, it shall arrive in 3 days. Trustworthy? Do you doubt me? Shall I take my leave instead? This little system certainly has a strong will. Qin Luo turned to Lin Xian and smiled, saying, Why not come to my concubine selection ceremony in 3 days? As for those who may or may not agree, I believe that in 3 days, no one will dare to dissent. Chapter 19. Women must not be yielded. Identity confirmation. Lin Xian, filled with rage, was on the verge of action when a voice of admonition echoed in his ears, a sound only he could perceive. Do you seek death? Regardless of his circumstances, Qin Luo's princely identity was indisputable, and Gu Qingxue was his fiancée. Earlier, they might have been merely discussing martial arts within the carriage, but now, with Qin Luo embracing his woman, any anger directed at him would signify something profound. Some matters, though known to all, remain unspoken, leaving room for maneuvering. Lin Xian's clenched fist relaxed as he felt a suffocating frustration within. His head spun with humiliation, resulting in a loss of 5,000 fortune points, while the host gained 5,000 villain points. Aware that the day's events had reached their climax, Qin Luo glanced at Lu Tsong and casually remarked, So, Commander Lu, I shall remember you. A flicker of sharpness crossed Lu Tsong's eyes. He understood the implication of Qin Luo's words. An audacious threat to a revered sage. Merely a wild child with no roots, utterly misguided. Lu Tsong scoffed inwardly. Turning his gaze, Qin Luo noticed the disheartened Qin Mo, is it? You call yourself a young lord, yet you've turned yourself into a laughingstock. A friendly reminder, a sycophant, in the end, possesses nothing. With that, Qin Luo strode towards the capital, eager to demonstrate his prowess. Li Yuan offered a bow to Lu Tsong before hastily following Qin Luo. This ninth prince was indeed a formidable figure, too arrogant for his own good. As Li Yuan jogged alongside, he lamented the possibility of Qin Luo stirring up further trouble. Tian Mo, though a sycophant, was not entirely foolish. He glanced at Gu Qingxue, his expression darkening as he felt a deep pang of heartache. Ultimately, he said nothing and turned to leave. Gu Qingxue, flustered and bewildered, observed the murmurs of those around her, sensing their whispers were about her, igniting a sense of shame. After today, her reputation might be shattered. Casting a glance at Lin Xian, she saw genuine concern and affection in his eyes, which somewhat comforted her. Being a considerate woman, she refrained from public displays of affection with Lin Xian. Instead, she proceeded towards the capital, determined to report the day's events to her father. Having torn the facade, she believed fanning the flames might lead to the dissolution of their engagement. Once Gu Qingxue departed, Lin Xian's expression darkened immediately. For the first time in his life, he had suffered such a significant loss. Lu Tsong approached him, voice low and serious. You were too impulsive just now. Even if he lacks recognition from the ancestral hall, his identity is nearly certain. To openly challenge a prince in the capital, you possess great audacity. Upon returning, I shall assign you a mission to avoid the storm for now. It's not fear of Qin Luo. A prince with no foundation cannot extend his reach into our demon suppression division. However, I fear that others may exploit this incident to stir the pot. Thank you for your kind advice, Commander Lu, Lin Xian replied with a respectful gesture. However, the matter remains unresolved, and I shall not depart for the time being. Lu Tsong furrowed his brow. That marriage is decreed by His Majesty. Do not act rashly. A man need not fret over a lack of a wife. Some women are simply not meant for you. Lin Xian bowed his head, silent and contemplative. How could he tolerate the thought of his beloved being toyed with by another, reduced to a mere plaything? Was that not a humiliation he could not bear? Compared to Qin Luo, he was the one who had come first. He was Gu Qingxue's true love, her childhood companion. They had known each other for over a decade. Childhood sweethearts could not be overshadowed by a sudden prince from the heavens. To hell with it. If necessary, he would leave the great Qin Empire. Women must not be yielded. This pertains to a man's dignity. To concede would invite inner demons, inevitably obstructing future advancements. Commander Lu, I have my own means, rest assured. Lin Xian felt it was time to take action. The great Qin Empire harbored individuals of far greater status than Qin Luo. To use a favor in this matter would, in truth, be somewhat wasteful. Of course, now is not the time to eliminate Qin Luo. Should things go awry, he would be the first suspect. Unless absolutely necessary, he would refrain from taking lethal action against Qin Luo for the time being. In a few days, once the storm had passed, he would ensure Qin Luo's demise. Lu Tsong regarded Lin Xian with a grave expression. You have a promising future ahead. Remember, do not commit any grave mistakes. Thank you for the reminder, Commander Lu. Lin Xian replied earnestly, bowing profoundly. The significant incident at the gates of the capital began to spread within the city, with many viewing Tian Mo as a source of amusement. Numerous individuals became aware of Lin Xian's name, astonished that the renowned Gu Qingxue was claimed by him. They were even more surprised to learn that Gu Qingxue was on the verge of becoming a prince's consort. This ninth prince, it seemed, was not to be underestimated. I believe I have seen the ninth prince before. He appears to be the holy son of the Tai Xu Sacred Land. The holy son of the Tai Xu Sacred Land. Was the ninth prince truly so extraordinarily gifted? I find myself intrigued. All 9 princes of the great Qin Empire seem to be exceptionally talented. Thus, Qin Luo made his way to the ancestral hall, where, following a series of bloodline tests, he was confirmed as the 9th prince of the great Qin Empire. During this period, a deputy named Qin Shuyuan arrived to assess Qin Luo's talents. ultimately leaving with an impassive expression. Indeed, a bloodline reversion, Qin Shuyuan murmured, shaking his head. It appears the future achievements of this ninth prince will be limited. One of his subordinates inquired, Lord Deputy, the ninth prince has already reached the ninth layer of the divine passage realm. Surely, his talents must be considered commendable? Qin Shuyuan scoffed. It is merely the result of overzealous cultivation. Countless heavenly materials and treasures have been used to cleanse his marrow and veins. The path to sanctity is arduous. And what of the upcoming bloodline baptism? A mysterious glimmer flickered in the subordinate's eyes. Qin Shuyuan turned his gaze towards him, speaking coolly. He is a prince. Do not project your schemes onto him. Otherwise, should there be repercussions, I cannot protect you. Officials within the ancestral hall were either members of the Qin family or individuals with Qin bloodlines, all of them interrelated. Qin Luo's sudden emergence had displaced someone, which bred discontent among many. The subordinate swiftly suppressed his earlier thoughts, fearing to voice them. Is that all? Qin Luo inquired. Your Highness, the tests have confirmed that you indeed possess the royal bloodline of the great Qin Empire, making you our ninth prince. Oh, is that so? Qin Luo responded. Do you know which clan my maternal family belongs to? At this, Li Yuan's face betrayed a hint of confusion. As a member of the royal bloodline himself, he should have been aware of some family matters, yet he knew nothing of the maternal lineage Qin Luo mentioned. Suddenly, footsteps echoed as Qin Feng strode into the ancestral hall. Ninth brother, if you wish to learn about your maternal family, come to me. I possess that information. Qin Luo sensed a familiar aura as he turned to see a fair-skinned young man surrounded by a throng of beauties. This seemed to embody the archetype of a villain. As a villain, his entrance was somewhat lacking in grandeur. Chapter 20. No favor granted, crushing the royal talents upon the arrival of His Highness the Eighth Prince. The members of the imperial clan immediately bowed to Qin Feng. However, Qin Feng paid them no heed as he embraced a scantily clad beauty and approached Qin Luo. Little Ninth, you have suffered outside all these years. Fear not, now that you have returned, your brother shall make amends. He declared, Come, let's go to Wanghua Tower, where I shall treat my brother to a warm welcome. And you too, Qin Hu, join us. Yes, your highness. Qin Hu responded, casting a fleeting glance at Qin Luo. Yet, Qin Luo, perceptive as ever, detected a hint of hostility in Qin Hu's gaze. Is this a banquet of treachery? Qin Luo scoffed inwardly. You are my brother? Anyone can put on an act. Qin Luo gazed up at Qin Feng, tears welling in his eyes. At long last, I have found family. Eighth brother, ninth brother. Both men felt a sense of revulsion, as if they could see the mutual disdain reflected in each other's eyes. As kindred spirits, an innate enmity lingered between them. Eighth brother, I have been wronged, and you must stand up for me. Who dares bully my brother, Qin Feng? I shall end him. It is Lin Xian from the Demon Suppression Department. He has taken my woman. Eighth brother, help me eliminate him. Qin Luo gritted his teeth. A true man need not fret over a woman. She is but one among many. Eighth brother shall gift you several more. Come, let us drink and forget these grievances. Indeed, the insincerity was palpable. Wanghua Tower stood as a lofty establishment within the great Qin Empire. Naturally, the two royal princes reserved the entire place for their dining. Qin Feng generously gestured towards the women behind him. Whomever you fancy, dear brother, I shall gift you. As Qin Luo raised his cup, he heard Shi Huang's voice whisper in his ear. This wine has been tampered with. What sort of tampering? Qin Luo inquired. Does he dare poison me? Shi Huang scoffed. Would he not dare? For the sake of supreme power, regicide is common. Familial discord is even more so. Though, I suspect the concoction within is not lethal, perhaps merely an aphrodisiac. Qin Luo was taken aback. An aphrodisiac? Is this poison troublesome for me? With me present, there shall be no unforeseen circumstances, Shi Huang assured confidently. At that moment, Qin Luo finally comprehended why the elderly sage was so invaluable. Having an elder is akin to possessing a treasure. No wonder Yi Chen's fortunes surpassed Lin Xian's. Is that so? Qin Luo's lips curled into a slight smirk. Since eighth brother is so generous, I shall not be modest. A child would choose. I desire all. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng was momentarily taken aback, then turned to Qin Luo with a smile. Very well. If my brother wishes for it all, I must relent. However, I have a small request in exchange for this grand gift. Surely that is not too much to ask? After speaking, Qin Feng waved his hand, and a subordinate presented a document. Qin Hu, you have seen, he is a descendant of our royal lineage. By the order of generations, he should address you as uncle. Qin Hu, greet your ninth uncle. Qin Hu immediately stood, his expression devoid of emotion as he uttered, ninth uncle. See, as an uncle, one must not covet the possessions of a nephew, correct? At this moment, Qin Feng revealed his true intentions. He sought the bloodline purification quota meant for Qin Luo, proposing that Qin Luo willingly forfeit his opportunity to enter the royal secret realm for bloodline cleansing, allowing Qin Hu to take his place. Upon reviewing the document, Qin Luo's lips curled into a slight smile as he slowly shook his head. I cannot sign this agreement. Oh, is that so? Qin Feng raised an eyebrow. Dear brother, are you refusing to grant your elder brother face? You would seize what belongs to the younger generation? How would others perceive us royal princes? As princes of the great Qin Empire, we must lead by example. As he spoke, a powerful aura emanated from him, reaching the pinnacle of the divine transformation realm. Pressing down upon Qin Luo. Brother, think carefully before you respond. Boom! Qin Luo summoned the Tai Xu Bell, which hovered above him, blocking all pressure. Qin Feng's countenance darkened. He had not anticipated that this wild child would show him no respect. Eighth brother, it is not that I refuse you, Qin Luo replied, but as an elder, I cannot sign this. Respecting one's elders is a duty of the young. If others were to witness Qin Hu, as a junior, attempting to seize from his elder, what would they think of him? Moreover, Qin Luo's disdainful gaze fell upon Qin Hu. What good is a waste of a descendant? What use is there in cultivating a useless heir? The term waste pierced Qin Hu's heart sharply, igniting his fury. You speak nonsense. Boom! The aura of the divine power realm surged from him as he glared at Qin Luo. Even if you are a prince, today, I, Qin Hu, shall challenge you and teach you that there are always greater powers beyond. Originally, that quota was rightfully his. Qin Luo's sudden emergence and theft of it had already infuriated him. Now, with Qin Luo openly declaring him a waste, it was unbearable. A waste is a waste. To become enraged at a mere word. How pathetic. Qin Luo shook his head. Waste is not to be feared. But what is truly alarming is when a waste lacks self-awareness yet dares to provoke the strong. Is such a junior truly worthy of your support? Eighth brother? Qin Luo cast an exaggeratedly surprised expression at Qin Feng. Undoubtedly, Qin Luo's boldness left Qin Feng astonished. He had anticipated Qin Luo's refusal, but did not expect such brazen arrogance and disregard. Is that so? Qin Hu is renowned as a genius among our clan. If ninth brother claims him a waste, then what are the others? He sought to entrap Qin Luo. Qin Luo sneered inwardly. Naturally, the others were even less than waste. His words fell into Qin Feng's trap, yet Qin Feng felt no exhilaration. Why was that? He glanced at Qin Luo's expression. Was it arrogance? Contempt? Or perhaps indifference? Indeed, Qin Luo bore a countenance of utter disregard. Would flattering the clan yield him assistance? Preposterous. As a villain, he needed to command respect through strength. Morality was irrelevant. Boom! A powerful aura erupted from Qin Luo as he unsheathed his sword, his cultivation slightly surpassing Qin, who's at the 9th level of the divine power realm. Conceited, Qin Hu roared, gripping his large blade. I shall strike you down. Boom! A formidable blade, energy manifested from him, reaching its zenith. This was Qin Hu's confidence. Yet before Qin Luo, it was utterly insufficient, completely crushed. Bang! The two clashed, and Qin Hu's expression shifted in an instant. He was utterly incapable of withstanding the blow. Qin Feng was indeed surprised. He had not anticipated Qin Luo's swordplay to be so formidable. Was this the result of bloodline regression? The razor-sharp sword qi inflicted numerous ghastly wounds upon Qin Hu, sending him careening from the upper floor. As Qin Feng prepared to intervene, a fierce aura locked onto him, momentarily rendering him stunned. The battle had concluded in an instant. Bang! Just as Qin Hu landed, Qin Luo leaped down from the building. ruthlessly planting his foot upon Qin Hu's head, a sword poised at his throat. Is this all you have? You dare challenge me? A waste indeed. Humiliation. The utmost humiliation caused Qin Hu to spout a mouthful of old blood, leading him to faint involuntarily. Turning his gaze towards Qin Feng upstairs, Qin Luo remarked, "Elder brother, do not forget to deliver my belongings to my residence." This act not only shattered Qin Hu's confidence, but also trampled upon Qin Feng's reputation. With victories both outside and within the city, Qin Luo's name resounded throughout the imperial capital. He ensured that everyone in the empire was made aware of one undeniable truth. He, Qin Luo, the ninth prince of the Great Qin dynasty, had arrived. This was an announcement that the Great Qin dynasty had never contemplated making publicly. Chapter 21. The capital trembles. A devoted daughter, as Qin Feng gazed in the direction Qin Luo departed, a flicker of cold light crossed his eyes, soon replaced by a smile. Who would have thought my ninth brother would be even more arrogant than I? How intriguing indeed. He harbors secrets. I must unearth them all. A mere mortal body, yet possessing such formidable strength. It was almost inconceivable. This only served to confirm that Qin Luo must possess other hidden mysteries. You'll go. I, Qin Feng, am a man of my word. Miao Yun, remember this. I shall have you bowing beneath my pomegranate skirt. Qin Feng had indeed poisoned him, but this poison was harmless, merely clouding the mind, and required a combination of two toxins to take effect. The woman possessed another kind of poison. As you command, Miao Yun replied, bowing her head. As a prince, Qin Luo naturally had a residence within the city, allocated by the ancestral hall. No sooner had he departed than an official from the hall hurried after him, guiding him to his abode. Upon entering his residence, Qin Luo felt a familiar urge. He seemed to have an inclination towards women. Just as you anticipated, he remarked to Shi Huang, "Step into the human emperor's banner. I shall assist you," Shi Huang offered. Very well. He instructed the temporary steward of his courtyard. "I wish to cultivate. No one is to disturb me." "Yes, your highness," the steward replied, bowing. Once inside his chamber, Qin Luo immediately entered the human emperor's banner. Before him stood Shi Huang, exuding charm and allure. Were it not for his soul being in a different state, he might have found it difficult to restrain himself. With a swift motion, he retracted two sacred artifacts, and Shi Huang cast a resentful glance his way. "I realize now that I owe you for my past life." Despite her complaints, Shi Huang diligently fulfilled her duty, assisting Qin Luo in purging the toxins. "Your brother has sent your women as well," Shi Huang remarked casually. A smirk played on Qin Luo's lips. "Shall we make a wager?" "I wager that there is poison involved." Shi Huang paused, then noticed Qin Luo's gaze settle on a particular spot, instantly comprehending. Lecher. No what yet? Very well then." With a swoosh, Qin Luo reappeared in the outside world. Shi Huang murmured within the human emperor's banner, "Perhaps there truly is poison." Creak. The door swung open, and Miao Yun entered with several women. "We have come to pay our respects to His Highness, the ninth prince." They curtsied to Qin Luo while casting flirtatious glances. Yet, in the next moment, they froze, realizing that Qin Luo's expression was one of clarity. My eighth brother truly keeps his word. He has sent them all." Qin Luo spoke with a hint of mockery. "However, did I not just declare that no one was to disturb me?" His gaze landed on the steward, who shivered and immediately knelt. "Your Highness, it was this young lady. They insisted on entering. She claimed to be a concubine sent by the eighth prince, here to serve you. But you did not heed my warning, did you?" Qin Luo stepped closer to the steward, looming over him. "Your Highness, spare my life. I shall certainly listen to you in the future." The steward trembled, bowing repeatedly. "Let there be no next time. Let it be in the next life." With a swift stroke of his sword, the steward's eyes widened in disbelief as his throat was severed. One must pay the price for transgressions, mustn't one? Especially when others plot against him. And, as his steward, you cannot even manage the simplest of tasks. Are you not either wicked or foolish? Miao Yun trembled. She had not anticipated that Qin Luo would kill so casually. Resembling a demon, his gaze swiftly shifted to the women, a chilling laugh escaping his lips. "You dare intrude upon this prince's chamber, plotting against him?" Miao Yun began to explain. "No, ninth prince, we have never harbored such thoughts. We are concubines sent by the 8th prince, wishing to serve you. Concubines? A horde of shameless harlots, and you think yourselves worthy? With a wave of his hand, darkness enveloped the room. Prepare to meet your demise. Even the smallest morsel of a mosquito is still flesh. How could the human emperor's banner contain only Shi Huang? As Miao Yun and the others stared in shock, a woman of unparalleled beauty stepped forth, momentarily leaving them entranced. As women, they felt envy and jealousy. With a cold laugh, Shi Huang raised her hand, instantly tearing apart their physical forms, their souls being absorbed by the human emperor's banner. Once outside, Qin Luo ordered the body of the steward to be removed, instructing the servants about his rules. One by one, they fell silent, their eyes filled with fear as they looked upon him. Seal the residence for 3 days. After 3 days, I shall open the doors. Qin Luo intended to cultivate for 3 days, allowing the dust to settle. Have you heard? A new prince has arrived in the imperial dynasty, the 9th prince who has wandered among the common folk for 18 years. I not only heard about it, I know that the 9th prince possesses extraordinary talent, a scion of the Tai Xu Sacred Land. You are woefully out of date. The Tai Xu Sacred Land has already issued a statement expelling the 9th prince. Goodness, has the Tai Xu Sacred Land lost its senses? Is a prince not worthy of their sacred title? At the Gu residence, a resounding slap echoed as Gu Yanting struck Gu Qingxue across the face. Have you no shame? You are bringing disgrace upon the Gu family. In disbelief, Gu Qingxue stared at Gu Yanting, astonished that her father would strike her. Defiantly, she retorted, "Father, I am pursuing my own happiness. Is that a crime?" Gu Yanting looked at Gu Qingxue with disappointment. You shared a carriage with a man in public. Do you not see the error in that? Yes, I have erred, but that 9th prince recklessly damaged my carriage. Is he not at fault? Boom! Her words ignited Gu Yanting's fury. Rebellious daughter, do you comprehend what you are saying? Your actions could justify him killing you on the spot. Gu Qingxue, feeling cornered, declared, "Father, I do not wish to marry that 9th prince. I refuse to marry him. He even threatened me, saying he would annihilate my entire family. What is he? A wild child that emerged from nowhere. He dares to propose that I become his concubine. It is an insult to me and to you, the vice president of the Great Qin Academy. I will not marry him. If you force me, then kill me." With that, Gu Qingxue closed her eyes, adopting a defiant posture. Gu Yanting nearly choked on his anger, glaring at Gu Qingxue, his hand raised yet unable to strike. "I will plead with His Majesty to revoke the decree." Upon uttering this, he appeared to age several decades. As he opened his eyes to see Gu Yanting's aged figure, Gu Qingxue felt a pang of sadness. However, she was confident that with her father advocating for her, the emperor would surely acquiesce. "Father," Gu Qingxue called softly, causing Gu Yanting to pause. At that moment, he thought to create a tender father-daughter scene to express his helplessness. But Gu Qingxue's next words nearly drove him to madness. "Father, if His Majesty does not agree, you should kneel outside the palace gates. Surely His Majesty will consider the implications." Gu Yanting staggered slightly, ultimately refraining from turning his head. He feared that he would succumb to the urge to strike down his own daughter, his own flesh and blood. How utterly infuriating you are. Chapter 22. The Grand Master outside the realm. The daughter of the Gu family shall be a concubine. In the span of 3 days, nearly everyone within the imperial capital became aware of Qin Luo, the 9th prince of the Great Qin dynasty. Reluctantly, the official announcement from the Great Qin dynasty stated that due to unforeseen circumstances, the 9th prince had been lost to the outside world. All privileges afforded to a prince were swiftly reinstated. Had it not been for Qin Luo's audacious behavior, he might have only secured a single advantage: the daughter of Gu Yanting, the vice president of the Great Qin Academy. Moreover, the engagement had not been publicly declared. The reasons for such discretion were evident. He, the 9th prince, was not held in high regard. 3 days were sufficient for Qin Luo to refine the 9 transformation profound pill, a treasure of the lower tier of the heavenly grade, which, at this juncture, remained exceptionally valuable, allowing him to enhance his cultivation slightly. In a state of destitution, he could not help but wonder what recompense the Qin emperor might offer him. Surely, With the return of a prince to the great Qin dynasty known to all, the emperor would not remain silent. Hint, a benefactor has arrived. Shall you attract your benefactor? Just tell me, how many villain points do I need? Qin Luo inquired. Only 9988 required. Spent. Qin Luo answered generously. In the imperial capital, an old man donned in a bamboo hat was traversing the streets when an unexpected stir surged within his heart. Could it be that I still have descendants alive? The old man's eyes widened in astonishment. He had come seeking vengeance, never anticipating that what he believed to be the end of his lineage had, in fact, a surviving descendant. His gaze instantly fixated on a singular direction. With a swish, he vanished from sight like a wraith, unnoticed by anyone. Someone is approaching, Shi Huang remarked gravely. A faint smile graced Qin Luo's lips. That should be my kin. In an instant, a formidable aura locked onto Qin Luo, and the next moment, an old man appeared before him, as if he had teleported. Qin Luo, astonished, could not suppress the envy that welled within him. Blood is thicker than water. The old man lifted his gaze, and upon meeting Qin Luo's eyes, recognized him as his own flesh and blood. You are Wanner's son. Indeed, you are unequivocally her child. The old man stammered, tears brimming in his eyes, stirring something deep within Qin Luo. His body trembled uncontrollably, tears pooling in his eyes. The resemblance between mother and child was striking in Qin Luo's case. Child, I am your grandfather. Su Qianxin spoke with a quivering voice. Grandfather Qin Luo struggled to utter, yet upon saying it, he felt no discomfort or resistance. Good child. Your mother Qin Luo shook his head. He only knew that his maternal lineage bore the surname Su, and he had not inquired further. He then recounted his memories. He had been adrift for 18 years, having been lost since infancy, and had only recently returned to the great Qin imperial capital. Before this, he had been entirely unaware of his true identity. Without the system, he might have met a tragic end. Did you say your master is Shun Su? Su Qianxin asked. Indeed, my master is Shun Su of the Tai Xu Sacred Land. Su Qianxin nodded knowingly. I owe Shun Su a debt of gratitude. It seems he has entrusted it to you. In that moment, Qin Luo comprehended that Shun Su had known his identity from the very beginning. There are no unwarranted hatreds or affections in this world. Originally intent on causing an uproar in the imperial capital, Su Qianxin now had newfound concerns. He was infuriated by the current plight of Qin Luo. My grandson, how could the Qin emperor treat you so differently? I shall seek justice for you today. Grandfather, please do not act impulsively, Qin Luo urged, wishing to ascertain his grandfather's strength. Grandfather, this is, after all, the great Qin imperial capital. And what of it? Su Yanqin spritiswitzt. Rest assured, unless the Qin emperor seeks to take my life, it will not be so simple for others within this capital to harm me. Is your cultivation that of Saint King? Qin Luo inquired, uncertain. 30 years ago, I reached the pinnacle of Saint King. Su Qianxin declared proudly now. I stand as a grandmaster. The grandmaster level represents the true pinnacle of combat prowess in this world. A grandmaster, unless beset by numerous foes, is exceedingly difficult to defeat, for even in defeat, escape remains a possibility. A smile played upon Qin Luo's lips. Excellent. My grandfather is a grandmaster. I have a powerful ally. Shi Huang, somewhat disgruntled, remarked, yet I am still a formidable emperor-level being. But you are presently merely the primary soul of my human emperor banner. A great hero does not dwell on past glories. When the time comes, I, Qin Luo, shall lead you back to the imperial realm. As soon as Su Qianxin departed, Qin Luo stepped outside and called to those in the residence. Open the doors to welcome guests. Today, this prince shall take a concubine. Gu Yanting truly listened to his daughter, having knelt outside the palace gates for 3 days, during which many had come to plead on his behalf. Upon learning of this matter, Lin Xian clenched his fists, further solidifying his belief in Gu Qingshue's love for him. Qingxue, rest assured, regardless of the circumstances, I shall not permit you to be taken from me, even if he is a prince. Gu Qingxue stood not far away, watching her father's silhouette, her heart aching, tears streaming down her cheeks once more. The 3 days had elapsed. Today was the day Qin Luo had promised to take her as a concubine. Yet, Gu Qingxue evidently did not take Qin Luo's words seriously. My arrogant ninth brother. Did he not say he would take a concubine today? Send me a congratulatory gift. Qin Feng remarked coldly. Having sent so many women to Qin Luo, only to see them met with death, he was infuriated. This was not merely a slap in the face. It was a crushing blow to his dignity. Qin Luo had boasted of his prowess. Now he was eager to see how Qin Luo would resolve this situation. Through the whispers of the discerning, many within the city awaited the spectacle of Qin Luo's humiliation. An unknown ninth prince, brazenly demanding Gu Qingxue to be his concubine. Some lacked awareness of their own limitations. Even within the imperial dynasty, the status of a prince is immensely revered. Yet there is a saying, strength prevails. Without a background or support, relying solely on the title of a prince, such bold proclamations were premature. Rumor has it that the ninth prince is a bloodline returnee. One wonders what that implies. Perhaps it signifies that he may never ascend to the ranks of a sage. To marry Gu Qingxue is a privilege bestowed by the emperor. He ought to seek the protection of Gu Yanting, yet he remains oblivious to the gravity of his situation. Now, Gu Yanting is beseeching the emperor to retract his decree. Do you suppose the emperor will acquiesce? Unlikely, for the emperor's word is absolute. Declaring that Gu Qingxue shall marry the ninth prince means she must marry him. However, as the ninth prince has offended the Gu family, he may find it impossible to gain their assistance. The arrogant ninth prince truly believes the imperial capital is akin to the Tai Xu sacred land, allowing a prince to act with impunity. There are 9 princes, each a paragon among men, the favored children of heaven. At that moment, news finally emerged from the palace. An elderly eunuch stepped forth and addressed Gu Yanting. The emperor has decreed that since Gu Yanting's daughter is unwilling to marry the ninth prince Qin Luo, there is no need for her to wed. Upon hearing this, Gu Yanting trembled, fully aware that this decision would provoke the ire of the Qin emperor. Although the emperor had agreed, he now sensed that he might be unable to advance any further. Upon hearing this news, Gu Qingxue was overwhelmed with joy, tears streaming down her face. She could hardly contain her eagerness to share this delightful revelation with Lin Xian. However, in the next moment, the old eunuch uttered another statement. Then let her serve as a concubine for the ninth prince. Someone, take the daughter of the Gu family and deliver her to the residence of the ninth prince. Chapter 23. Qin Luona's concubine, Lin Xian. I disagree. Gu Yanting's body trembled. His eyes filled with disbelief. The Emperor Qin had decreed that his daughter would become a concubine to Qin Luo. Was he truly not mishearing? Vice President Gu, do you have an objection? The cold gaze of the old eunuch fell upon Gu Yanting, sending a shiver down his spine. Vice President Gu, remember, no one could defy his majesty. With that, the old eunuch commanded several young eunuchs, go, take the Gu family girl to the residence of the ninth prince. Remember, it is the new prince's residence. The new prince's residence was far grander than the current one belonging to Qin Luo, boasting pavilions and towers in abundance. With thousands of servants and hundreds of guards, it was even larger than that of the eighth prince. Upon hearing this news, Gu Qingxue staggered, nearly collapsing to the ground. Miss, the maid quickly supported Gu Qingxue, who appeared dazed, clearly thrown into disarray. Run, we must hurry. Gu Qingxue realized that the only path left was to flee. Yet, as she lifted her foot, a chilling voice echoed in her ear. Miss Gu, where do you think you're going? An eunuch emerged from the shadows. His Majesty has consented to the ninth prince's request, and you are to become the ninth prince's concubine. Gu Qingxue could hardly fathom that her movements had been so closely monitored. There was no escape. She could only be taken back to the Gu residence to change and become a concubine. Gu Yanting remained silent. The emperor's actions were a profound humiliation to him. As a high-ranking official of the Great Qin dynasty and a sage, it was a significant blow to have his daughter wed as a concubine to Qin Luo. Father, I refuse, Gu Qingxue cried out, tears streaming down her face. This time, Gu Yanting did not indulge his daughter. With a cold snort, he said, your refusal now holds no weight. Any sign of rebellion from us will result in our entire family being exterminated. He was not threatening her. This was the stark reality. You have no choice but to serve as the ninth prince's concubine. There is no alternative unless you wish for our family to be wiped out and for me to die before your eyes. Every word from Gu Yanting struck deep within Gu Qingshue's heart. She had even contemplated suicide to preserve her purity, but such an act would only implicate the Gu family. Go. If you wish to see your father and the Gu family annihilated, do as you please. Gu Qingshue's romantic notions cleared. She gazed at her father and bowed deeply. Father, it is all my fault. I am sorry. I apologize to you and the Gu family. Rest assured, I shall fulfill my duties as the 9th prince's concubine. In her heart, she silently vowed, Brother Lin Xian, we are fated to be apart in this life. Let us reunite in the next. Meanwhile, Lin Xian was striving hard. Upon hearing that the emperor had permitted Gu Qingxue to become Qin Luo's concubine, he was momentarily stunned. He even contemplated rushing over to kill Qin Luo. Do not act impulsively. A voice thundered in his ear, snapping him back to reality. He took a deep breath and entered a residence. Are you certain you wish to return this favor to me? A woman looked at Lin Xian with a smile. Absolutely. Lin Xian replied solemnly. Very well, loyal and righteous, just as I expected from you. I shall assist you with this matter, but it shall not count as a favor. With my presence, the 9th prince shall not succeed in this endeavor. When Qin Feng heard this news, he was equally astonished. The daughter of the vice president of the Great Qin Academy is to be a concubine to Qin Luo? You cannot be mistaken. Reporting to your highness. It is indeed correct. Moreover, the 9th prince has moved to a new residence just down the street from yours. Could it be that one? The subordinates shared a mutual understanding. Indeed, it is the very one your highness desires. Qin Feng felt like cursing. Your highness, shall we still send a gift? Yes, I shall deliver it personally. I want to see what is so special about my 9th brother. Having moved residences within 3 days, Qin Luo understood this as an elevation of status and identity. Without strength, all was but a mirage. Truly, the taste of having a powerful backing was delightful. Qin Luo mused. Not only was there a backing, but also a plethora of treasures. A lower-grade heavenly sword was delivered, along with 3 lower-grade heavenly elixirs and a set of lower-grade heavenly armor. Numerous other treasures of earthly and profound grades came in abundance. Do not underestimate the heavenly grade. After all, few beneath the sage realm could rival Qin Luo's wealth, possessing even sacred artifacts. Within just 3 days, public opinion shifted dramatically. Was it possible that His Majesty sought to compensate the 9th prince? Perhaps Vice President Gu's actions had angered the emperor? Or could it be that the 9th prince's lineage was not so ordinary? No one could pinpoint the crux. Everything stemmed from power. After leaving the palace, Su Qinshan's expression was somewhat grim. His requests regarding Qin Luo had been met, but the emperor had rejected the remaining matters. Grandfather, someone may come to cause trouble today. I will need your assistance to maintain order. Qin Luo was certain that Lin Xian would come. If he did not, then he was not the child of destiny. Many novels featured similar plots where the protagonist would act decisively at critical moments, suppressing the antagonist and leading the heroine to a scandalous life. The prerequisite was that antagonists were often mindless, and their family powers were weak, allowing the protagonist to level up effortlessly, with the forces behind the antagonist relegated to mere minor foes. Moreover, the protagonist would have many willing to assist him. However, with powerful sage-level beings by his side, Qin Luo felt sufficiently prepared. Gu Qingxue arrived as promised, her expression devoid of emotion as she entered the residence through the side door. Qin Luo stepped forward, drawing her waist close amidst the envious and resentful gazes of many. Gu Qingxue trembled, feeling a sense of resistance, but it quickly dissipated. For the sake of her family, she had no choice. The thought of being ravaged by Qin Luo that night filled her heart with desolation. Many had come. Qin Feng, the devoted Chun Mo, all astonished that Qin Luo's previous words had become reality. Today, I take you as my concubine. Do you consent? Qin Luo gazed coldly at the Gu Qingxue standing before him. To take a concubine? Or to marry? Neither was on the table. He was not a devoted antagonist who believed beauty equated to virtue. What he saw was the primordial power within Gu Qingxue and that minuscule fortune. And Lin Xian. Just then, a voice rang out from outside. I disagree. Gu Qingxue trembled and immediately exclaimed, I agree. I am willing to be the ninth prince's concubine. The word emotion can be most painful. Lin Xian nearly shattered, losing 50,000 fortune points, while the host gained 50,000 villain points. Chapter 24. The 9 Transformations of the Golden Body Technique. Slapping the princess sister. Unexpectedly, Qin Luo found the so-called child of fortune making such a flamboyant entrance. Such arrogance. It seemed he did not regard me at all. I am quite curious about what gives you such confidence. Qin Luo, composed and unperturbed, cast a casual glance at Lin Xian, a faint smile gracing his lips, which Lin Xian interpreted as smugness. Unable to tolerate Qin Luo's advances on his woman, anger surged within him, and he retorted fiercely, Release Qingxue, or I shall not hesitate to have your blood spill on the ground. Boom! The crowd was rendered speechless, all eyes fixated on Lin Xian. This fellow is audacious, daring to threaten even a prince of the great Qin Empire. How intriguing! Qin Feng regarded Lin Xian with a hint of curiosity, recognizing his extraordinary nature, and sensed that there might be a show worth watching today. Furthermore, he noticed a woman approaching from behind Lin Xian, sending a shiver down his spine, causing him to stand up abruptly. Her Highness the Princess has arrived, a high-pitched voice announced, as a regal woman gracefully entered the courtyard. Everyone present rose to their feet, bowing in respect. We pay our respects to Her Highness the Princess. Dressed in majestic palace attire, the great Qin Empire's princess, Qin Jun, approached with an air of authority. She was one of the most esteemed figures in the great Qin Empire, a unique presence, being the sole princess and the emperor's beloved daughter. Her maternal lineage held considerable power, as one of the Wang of different surnames in the great Qin Empire, capable of being conferred a fief, a testament to her extraordinary strength. Her mysterious mentor was said to be a guest of the Qin emperor, and she also served as one of the deputy leaders in the ancestral court, underscoring her special status within the royal family. Moreover, she was the daughter of destiny. Discovering the daughter of fortune, name, Qin Jun, age, 29, fortune level, tier 3, physique, Linglong Ice Heart. Possessing the Linglong Ice Heart, a woman remains calm and rational, making her less susceptible to distractions and temptations during cultivation. Fortune value, 59,800 points, cultivation, first layer of the cave, heaven realm. Introduction, a peerless beauty, invaluable beyond measure. Likely to become one of the main characters' harem, or perhaps a future protagonist. All possibilities abound. What an impressive figure has graced us. Qin Luo merely cast a cursory glance before refocusing on Lin Xian. Without reservation, he admonished Lin Xian. What are you? You have no place to speak here. Do you disagree? Could it be that you are truly entangled with my concubine? How audacious of you to disrupt the royal family. Do you seek to have your entire clan exterminated? Lin Xian, of course, was unafraid of such threats, for he had no clan remaining. He was not even concerned about the possibility of the Gu family facing extermination as long as it did not impede his desires. He could not allow his woman to be taken from him. Should his woman's clan be obliterated, he would seek vengeance once he reached a formidable level of cultivation. Tears welled in Gu Qingxue's eyes as she gently shook her head at Lin Xian. She had heard the eunuch's voices from the palace and witnessed her father's panicked demeanor. She realized she could no longer act recklessly. With Lin Xian's arrival, she felt torn. She did not wish to see him take risks for her sake. Lin Xian believed he understood Gu Qingxue's expression. He felt she was merely worried for him, which only intensified his resolve to prevent Qin Luo from claiming her. What if I say I disagree? A cool voice emerged as Qin Jun stepped forward. With an air of superiority, she regarded Qin Luo with unfamiliar eyes, her words igniting disdain within him. You are merely the wild child raised outside the Qin family. Indeed, character cannot be judged by alliances, Qin Luo mused. The 2 children of fortune he encountered were anything but virtuous. They were merely favored by fate. The host realizes the truth. History is penned only by the victors. Who is the heavenly path? And who has the authority to define the protagonist? Justice and evil are merely matters of perspective. The system feels gratified, yet offers to expend all villain points for a reward of divine-level techniques. Do you agree? Qin Luo's lips twitched. The system was incessantly monitoring his villain points. However, divine-level techniques were a worthwhile trade. Agreed. Qin Luo silently affirmed. Exchange successful. Obtained technique. 9 transformations of the golden body technique. Divine level, a top-tier body refinement technique. Surpassing the indestructible golden body technique that Lin Xian practices by 100-fold and more. Cultivating it to its utmost limits grants the ability to resurrect from one's blood. Ah, how impressive is the system! Qin Luo felt satisfied, yet he was displeased by Qin Jun's words. Arriving in the imperial capital and causing such a ruckus while relying on his princely status. Do you realize the disgrace you bring upon the great Qin royal family? I see no need for a concubine. Sign this document, releasing Gu Qingxue from your household, and follow me to the ancestral court for punishment. Casually tossing the document that dissolved Gu Qingxue's ties to the Gu family before Qin Luo, Chen Mo watched the scene unfold, feeling a sense of familiarity. However, unlike before, he was no longer merely a laughingstock. He wanted to see whether Qin Luo dared to act as brazenly before Princess Qin Jun as he did with him. Although the latter's likelihood was slim, should such a possibility arise, he would no longer be the subject of ridicule. Qin Luo took hold of the document, examining its contents, a smirk forming on his lips. What great arrogance! He turned his gaze to Qin Jun, smiled faintly, and then tore it in half. What do you think you are to command me? I have the Emperor's consent for my concubine. What is your standing? Do you think yourself more esteemed than our great Qin Emperor? Boom! No one anticipated Qin Luo would openly confront Qin Jun. Qin Feng could not help but admire Qin Luo. Indeed, the young and inexperienced are often fearless of danger. It appeared someone was ready to avenge those poor concubines of mine. Qin Jun's expression shifted dramatically, her icy gaze locking onto Qin Luo. How audacious! This ignorant wretch, clearly a child born of lowly origins, speaks with such insolence. Today, I shall teach you a lesson on decorum. In a flash, she appeared before Qin Luo, her hand poised to strike. At that moment, Qin Luo coldly declared, "You insult my mother. You deserve to be slapped." Slap! A resounding blow landed squarely on Qin Jun's face. Chapter 25. Is there still justice? Is there still a moral order? Not to mention that Qin Jun was utterly stunned by Qin Luo's slap. All present were equally shocked by the unexpected turn of events. They anticipated a spectacle where Qin Jun would dominate, inflicting grievous harm upon Qin Luo. Yet now, as Qin Jun approached, she found herself utterly immobilized, almost presenting her face for Qin Luo to strike. Gu Qingxue, standing nearby, felt the intensity of the moment, a suffocating sensation enveloping her, rendering her powerless and deepening her reverence for Qin Luo. In a moment of dread, Gu Qingxue lost 5,000 fortune points, while the host gained 5,000 villain points. Qin Jun was ablaze with fury. It was the first time in her life that anyone dared to slap her face. Simultaneously, a profound fear welled within her as she realized she could no longer control her own body. She was no fool. She understood that a powerful entity lurked in the shadows. A saint, at the very least, a saint. With a thunderous eruption of divine might, a formidable presence was unleashed. What audacity! Which coward dares to act so brazenly in the heart of the great Qin Empire? This saint was none other than Qin Jun's protector. A middle-aged woman charged at Qin Luo, disregarding her overwhelming aura, nearly causing Qin Luo to spew blood as he staggered back a couple of steps. In that instant, Qin Jun regained her composure and retaliated with a slap aimed at Qin Luo, adhering to the principle of an eye for an eye. In a flash, a figure appeared before Qin Luo, delivering a resounding slap to the saint's face. "Begone!" The command caused the woman's expression to shift dramatically, and she coughed up a mouthful of blood, propelled backward. Simultaneously, Qin Jun found herself once again immobilized, as Qin Luo smirked, stating, "Let me help you balance things out." In the midst of the gathered crowd's bewilderment, Qin Luo struck the other side of Qin Jun's face. Humiliation, anger, the villain continues to strike Qin Jun, losing 10,000 fortune points, while the host gains 10,000 villain points. Qin Jun's cold, piercing gaze fixed upon Qin Luo, as if to say, "You are doomed." Qin Luo, you possess immense audacity. That is our elder sister. At this moment, Qin Feng interjected, attempting to alter Qin Jun's perception of him in hopes of garnering her favor. Elder sister? Qin Luo scoffed disdainfully. My mother bore only me. Anyone who insults my mother shall face annihilation. Qin Luo, fear not the bloodshed that may ensue. Since time immemorial, filial piety has been paramount. Qin Jun's slander against my mother is intolerable. I shall stand my ground. Having become enemies, there is no need for pretense. Qin Jun felt a chilling intent radiating from Qin Luo, her heart racing. This younger brother, whose origins she could not fathom, truly dared to threaten her life? Qin Feng was momentarily taken aback, a hint of cold laughter flickering in his eyes as he thought, arrogant fool. This is the heart of the great Qin Empire. Offending Qin Jun, you may not even know how you met your demise. He maintained an anxious facade. Ninth brother, she is our blood relative. Our elder sister from the same father. How dare you? Qin Luo paid no heed to his concerns. To him, Qin Feng resembled a mere buffoon. The female saint's eyes glimmered with fear as she turned to Su Qianxun, asking, "Who are you?" Su Qianxun. The name echoed in the woman's ears, causing her countenance to shift instantly. "You are not dead," she exclaimed, her voice laced with terror. "Toning tu Qingyun isu Qianxun Vutiant," sending her crashing to the ground. "Next time, if I hear you speak disrespectfully of my daughter again, I shall strip you of all your cultivation." A powerful force descended upon Qin Jun, compelling her to spit blood involuntarily. Struggling to rise, she glared at Su Qianxun, incensed. This was her first taste of such humiliation, and she vowed it would be the last. As she prepared to retort, the voice of the female saint resonated in her ear. He might be a grand saint. With her mind reeling, Qin Jun understood the gravity of a grand saint's power and status. Weakly, she moved her lips, bowing to Su Qianxun. "I speak without thought. I beseech you, Saint Su, forgive my insolence." To insult the daughter of a grand saint, regardless of her status as the only princess of the great Qin Empire and the granddaughter of the King of the North, was unacceptable. This was due to Su Qianxun's standing, which was on par with her grandfather's. Thus, it became evident why Su Qianxun declared that unless the Emperor of Qin intended to kill her, few could rival her in the capital or even in the entire great Qin Empire. Su Qianxun's cold snort struck Qin Jun like a thunderbolt, causing her to stagger again. The situation took a dramatic turn. None anticipated that a grand saint stood behind Qin Luo. No wonder he was so audacious. He had the backing of a grand saint. Qin Feng seethed with jealousy, nearly grinding his teeth to dust. Previously, his influence and talent ranked last among the princes. Now, with the emergence of Qin Luo, he found himself trampled underfoot. The most aggrieved individual present was Lin Xian. He understood Qin Jun's position well. He believed a single favor would suffice to sway her. Yet now, with a grand saint emerging behind Qin Luo, his spirits plummeted. Observing Lin Xian's expression, Qin Luo's lips curled into a slight smile. He had not forgotten this protagonist. How amusing that a marriage proposal had fallen upon the head of this prince. However, this prince was not one to act irrationally. When love is mutual and beauty is matched with talent, it is indeed a delightful tale. All were left in disbelief. Qin Luo's demeanor had shifted dramatically. He turned his gaze to Gu Qingxue and inquired, "Gu Qingxue, would you be willing to leave with that fellow named Lin Xian? If you desire it, this prince shall grant you your wish." Though Lin Xian was unsure of Qin Luo's intentions, he felt a surge of hope, gazing at Gu Qingxue with expectation. Gu Qingxue's heart trembled. How could she be placed in such a predicament? Had this been earlier, she would have leapt at the chance for love, unafraid of death. Yet, if she departed, what would become of her family? Or of her father? Faced with Lin Xian's hopeful gaze, she coldly replied, "I am unwilling." With a resounding thud, it seemed Qin Luo heard the sound of his heart shattering upon the ground. After speaking, Gu Qingxue turned away, tears streaming down her face, revealing the difficulty of her confession. Qin Luo scoffed. What did it matter to him? After all, they were all destined to perish. and he would ensure they became a pair of doomed lovers. Do not accuse him of being merciless. After all, he was the villain, and they were not aligned. Did you hear that? Qin Luo taunted Lin Xian. She said she is unwilling. If it were a case of mutual affection, this prince would gladly facilitate your union. However, your brazen act of stealing a bride is a provocation against the crown prince of the great Qin Empire. It is the gravest insult to our empire. In this illustrious capital, how dare anyone attempt to usurp the crown prince's bride? Is there still a moral order? Is there still justice in this world? Today, your life shall be forfeit to uphold the law of the great Qin Empire. Chapter 26. Crushing once more, no release. As they gazed upon the righteous Qin Luo, a sense of bewilderment washed over everyone, as if this Qin Luo were a paragon of justice upholding the laws of the great Qin. I offer you a chance. Battle me, and should you prevail, I shall grant you the opportunity to leave alive. Otherwise, you face but one path, death. Today, without fail, I shall claim the essence of the 5 elements spirit within you. Lin Xian. With a resounding thud, Qin Luo stepped forward, unleashing the formidable aura of the 9th layer of the divine power realm upon Lin Xian. Momentarily stunned, Lin Xian's heart surged with elation. While he might falter against a sage-level opponent, he was determined to show Qin Luo that he was no mere pushover. His previous defeat had been a mere fluke. Without hesitation, Lin Xian charged forth, a fractured battle blade materializing in his hand, exuding a powerful sacred aura. A sacred weapon? Su Qianshen furrowed his brow, his own aura firmly locking onto Qin Luo. Should any unforeseen event arise, he would intervene immediately to rescue Qin Luo. Be subdued. Qin Luo casually hurled the Tai Xu Bell toward Lin Xian. Who lacks sacred weapons? I possess several. He then manifested the soul whip, striking fiercely at Lin Xian. A crack echoed in Lin Xian's mind, momentarily disorienting him. Seize the opportunity to claim your life. Qin Luo unleashed a sword strike, invoking the 4 symbols sword technique's relentless rain of blades. The torrent of sword energy descended, leaving many spectators in awe. Qin Yun, observing the spectacle, was compelled to acknowledge the terrifying talent of her suddenly emerging brother. The sword's might was consummate. With a resounding clash, the Tai Xu Bell met the broken blade in a stalemate, while the soul whip left Lin Xian dazed. By the time he regained his wits, he brandished another blade and engaged Qin Luo anew. Instant defeat. Slashes appeared across his chest, and had he not cultivated the undying golden body technique, he would have surely been rendered incapable of battle. Stabilizing himself upon the ground, Lin Xian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and glared at Qin Luo. His expression twisted with fury. That was merely the beginning. Soon you shall understand the true extent of my power. Lin Xian. In a flash, he moved like lightning, vanishing into the shadows and reappearing before Qin Luo, a shard of black iron materializing in his hand, inducing a profound sense of danger within Qin Luo. The aura of an imperial weapon. Activate the human sovereign banner. The voice of Shi Huang echoed in Qin Luo's ear. Indeed, he possessed a hidden card. With a thought, the human sovereign banner unfurled. Boom! Their figures became shrouded in mist, blurring into obscurity. Eerie sounds assailed Lin Xian's ears. He, you shall remain here with us forever. Won't you, dear brother? I am quite adept at serving. As for Qin Luo, Lin Xian could no longer perceive his figure. Leave the rest to me. To Qin Luo, the shard of the imperial weapon was a formidable tool, yet for Shi Huang, who had once brushed against that threshold, it was merely a trifle. With a swift motion, Shi Huang's powerful soul energy locked onto Lin Xian, altering his expression dramatically. Qin Luo, you lack martial virtue. We agreed to a duel, yet you summon a sage against me. Lin Xian had encountered many sages and was well acquainted with their aura. The ethereal energy emanating from Shi Huang was unmistakably that of a sage. Only a sage could so effortlessly suppress him. Ha! Qin Luo's cold laughter resonated in Lin Xian's ear. I can only inform you that this is merely my weapon. While I, Qin Luo, may not be the righteous path, I disdain to deceive one who is already doomed. With a resounding crash, Lin Xian was forcefully driven into the ground, and enticing voices echoed in his ears, as if he beheld vengeful women relentlessly devouring his soul and essence. The shard of the imperial weapon slipped from his grasp. Now under Shi Huang's control, Lin Xian's eyes widened. As an heir of the emperor, he understood that even a shard of an imperial weapon held immense power. That a mere sage could so easily wrest it from his hands was utterly unfathomable. Within it lies a powerful attack sealed away. Shi Huang's voice carried a hint of surprise. Moreover, this shard could. With a firm grip, Shi Huang silenced the trembling shard instantly. Indeed, to control an imperial weapon with merely divine power is no small feat, even capable of manipulating its self-detonation. Alas, you have encountered me. Shi Huang's words struck Lin Xian like a thunderclap. Puffed. He expelled a mouthful of blood, his vitality swiftly waning. That was no mere shard. It was the core of an imperial weapon. This was the forbidden object he wielded, potent enough to annihilate sages. It aligns with my grand path, Shi Huang remarked, casting a sultry glance at Qin Luo. Consider it a gift. Qin Luo declared generously. It is but a trifling shard, after all. Besides, what is yours is mine. It is perfectly acceptable for you to safeguard it for me. Boom! Qin Luo's foot pressed down upon Lin Xian as the human sovereign banner was retracted, revealing Lin Xian utterly subdued. I offered you a chance, yet alas, you proved inadequate. Qin Luo positioned his sword against Lin Xian's neck. In this moment, Lin Xian felt a profound humiliation. Extreme humiliation. Lin Xian loses 100,000 fortune points. Host gains 100,000 fortune points. So you truly are the child of fortune. How swiftly your fortune points plummet. Swoosh! A sound of air splitting announced the arrival of a middle-aged man into the courtyard. He bowed slightly to Su Qianshun, introducing himself. I am Li Chong from the Wanshang Sacred Land. I have met Su Shang. Lin Xian is a disciple of my Wanshang Sacred Land. I wonder if Su Shang could grant us some consideration? In the future, our Wanshang Sacred Land shall certainly come bearing great gifts to express our gratitude. Su Qianshun cast a cold glance at him, his gaze landing on Qin Luo. Everything shall be decided by my grandson. Li Chang's gaze shifted to Qin Luo. I implore your highness, the ninth prince, to show mercy. The matter of Lin Xian, as a disciple of Wanshang's Sacred Land, warrants a thorough investigation. Qin Luo chuckled darkly. That fellow nearly killed me earlier. An explanation? What could suffice as an explanation? While Wanshang's Sacred Land and Tai Xu Sacred Land were both sacred factions, the disparity between them was vast. Wanshang's Sacred Land boasted formidable figures at the Sage King level, while Tai Xu Sacred Land did not. Having previously interacted with members of Wanshang's Sacred Land, Qin Luo was surprised to discover that Lin Xian was one of their disciples. What business did he have in the imperial capital? Why join the Demon Suppression Division? It seemed a scheme was afoot. Moreover, a faint smile graced Qin Luo's lips. Disciples of sects joining my great Qin Empire's Demon Suppression Division? Surely, there must be some conspiracy at play. As a prince of the empire, I shall investigate thoroughly. Thus, no one could be spared. As soon as Qin Luo's words fell, a voice resounded from outside. Deputy Commander Chu Hong of the Great Qin Demon Suppression Division has arrived. A powerful aura descended as Lu Tsong and Chu Hong stepped inside. Chu Hong first inclined his head slightly to Su Qianshun. I have met Su Shang. Then his gaze turned to Qin Luo. Lin Xian, as a disciple of Wanshang's Sacred Land, concealed his identity to join our Demon Suppression Division. This matter requires stringent investigation. Captain Lu, take Lin Xian away. Understood. Lu Tsong strode purposefully toward Qin Luo. Was this an overt rescue? He chuckled softly. Qin Luo smiled. Lin Xian, oh Lin Xian, I never anticipated that your backing would soon rival mine. For a moment, I found it difficult to discern who the true protagonist truly was. He positioned his sword against Lin Xian's neck, harboring no intention of relinquishing his grip. Turning to Lu Tsong, he spoke with an air of indifference. The one beneath my sword you shall not take away. Chapter 27. With no woman in heart, the sword draws naturally the ninth prince. Responsible for managing all affairs related to the sect, must adhere to the emperor's established regulations. as Lu Tsang solemnly stated. Your Highness, though you are a royal, you must not interfere with the matters of the Demon Suppression Division. I implore you not to misjudge the situation. Otherwise, we shall have no choice but to report this to His Majesty for his judgment. Very well. With a wave of his hand, Qin Luo summoned the imperial banner, enveloping Lin Xian within its confines. No one anticipated that Qin Luo would act with such ferocity, disregarding the authority of the Demon Suppression Division. The actions of the division were, after all, entirely justified. Chu Heng's expression darkened instantaneously as he turned to Su Qianshan, saying, Saint Su, the Ninth Prince's actions contravene established protocols. This matter falls under the jurisdiction of our division. Su Qianshan let out a cold laugh. Protocols? You dare lecture me on protocols? Do not presume that I am unaware of your intentions. If you seek someone, summon your commanding officer. You, a mere deputy commander, lack the qualifications. Qin Luo showed no fear of repercussions, and Su Qianshan had nothing left to lose. With his family in ruins, he had little to contemplate. Chu Hong was taken aback by Su Qianshan's audacity, leaving him feeling somewhat unsettled. In truth, the Demon Suppression Division had always prevailed. Yet against these two, who were virtually unencumbered, they felt as if they had encountered an unyielding boulder. Extract his essence. Qin Luo commanded Shi Huang in a deep voice. Initially intending to deal with Lin Xian carefully, he realized that even the deputy commander of the Demon Suppression Division had been summoned. If this continued, even more formidable figures might emerge. Thus, he could not afford to give Lin Xian even the slightest chance. He must be drained. The protagonist always seems to turn the tide. And today Qin Luo was witnessing such a phenomenon. Understood, Shi Huang was fully aware of Qin Luo's intentions. With a flick of her hand, a surge of power penetrated Lin Xian's body. Lin Xian's face contorted in terror. What are you doing? What do you intend to do to me? No, His agonized screams echoed through the imperial banner, reaching the outside world. Qin Jun knew time was of the essence. Stepping forward, she produced a token directed at Su Qianshan and Qin Luo. This is a token bestowed by His Majesty. Upon seeing it, it is as if His Majesty himself is present. Qin Luo, I command you to release Lin Xian. Boom! The token erupted, and an indistinct yet imposing visage appeared in the courtyard. Many immediately knelt in reverence. We pay our respects to His Majesty. The blurred features rapidly coalesced into the true visage of Emperor Qin. Now, Emperor Qin was aware of the situation and could, through the power of the token, descend upon them. Swish! Qin Luo reappeared, but without Lin Xian. He regarded the imposing visage, then glanced at Qin Jun. For the sake of a mere Lin Xian, to squander such a precious item, Qin Luo mused. The value of this token far surpassed that of a sacred artifact. It must have been a life-saving item left for Qin Jun by Emperor Qin, yet she had chosen to use it to protect Lin Xian instead. Truly, the fortune of the Son of Destiny is extraordinary. Qin Luo thought to himself. Qin Jun felt immense pain, but a debt of gratitude must be repaid, especially since she had come specifically to do so. Being humiliated by Qin Luo was a disgrace. Therefore, she became somewhat reckless. Lin Xian must survive. Otherwise, how could she retain her dignity? As for Qin Luo, she regarded him with a glimmer of ferocity in her eyes. In due time, she would ensure he understood the consequences of offending her. She would make it so that he could find no refuge in the imperial capital or within the great Qin Empire. Qin Luo, do you dare defy His Majesty? Qin Jun admonished him. In truth, she secretly hoped Qin Luo would defy Emperor Qin, for then the emperor would undoubtedly punish him severely, resulting in Qin Luo suffering greatly. Of course not. Qin Luo was no fool. His arrogance was predicated on his royal status. To defy the invisible backing behind him would be sheer folly. He smiled faintly at Qin Jun. Very well, my beloved sister, I shall spare Lin Xian's life today in your honor. You have won. As Qin Luo's words fell, Shi Huang's voice whispered in his ear, it is done. No. Lin Xian let out a shriek, his expression grotesque. Lin Xian has lost the 5-element spiritual body, resulting in a total loss of fortune points. The host gains 228,000 villain points. Note, Lin Xian has not yet lost his identity as the Son of Destiny. The heavenly Tao has left him a glimmer of hope. Please swiftly eliminate the Son of Destiny for unexpected rewards. Unexpected rewards? Qin Luo's heart stirred. Just as he was about to instruct Shi Huang to extinguish Lin Xian, he noticed a shadow in the sky was about to open its eyes. He felt a sense of being observed. Shi Huang's warning echoed in his ears. Be careful. You may discover my identity. Swish. Without hesitation, Qin Luo retracted the imperial banner. Bang! He tossed Lin Xian at Qin Jun's feet. Lin Xian, the princess has pleaded for you. I agree to spare your life today. Begone. Lin Xian let out a pained scream, his cultivation plummeting to the first layer of the divine passage realm, with further decline apparent. Qin Luo, I will kill you. Lin Xian roared, rising to spew a mouthful of blood before collapsing, not on the cold ground but into Qin Jun's embrace. She immediately checked Lin Xian's condition. Discovering his body was utterly empty, his injuries grievous. What is this? His innate essence had been forcibly extracted, his talent stripped away. Lu Tsong beside her spoke with a grim expression. Qin Jun's eyes reddened instantly. She glared at Qin Luo, her expression slightly twisted. Qin Luo, you are exceedingly bold. Qin Luo replied languidly. I merely stated that I would spare his life. I never claimed I would not cripple him. You dare to strike at me repeatedly and covet my concubine, do I? Qin Luo, not have any pride as a prince? Are you intent on siding with Lin Xian, forsaking our sibling bond for the sake of a man? I have already shown you leniency. Take him away. My residence does not welcome you. The visage in the sky seemed to open its eyes to regard Qin Luo before dissipating into nothingness. Phew, Qin Luo exhaled, feeling that the imperial capital was perilously treacherous, teeming with formidable figures. He should find a way to venture outside to develop further. Good. Qin Luo, very well. Qin Jun glared fiercely at him, cradling Lin Xian as she turned to leave. Li Chong from the Wuxiang sacred land cast a particularly icy gaze upon Qin Luo. Yet he refrained from uttering any harsh words and departed silently. Chu Hong scrutinized Qin Luo deeply, seemingly imprinting his visage in his mind. He had encountered many arrogant individuals, but this was his first encounter with such an audacious prince. May he achieve greatness. After exiting, Chu Hong gave his assessment. With their departure, the new steward of the prince's residence approached and quietly inquired, Your Highness, shall the ceremony continue? The so-called ceremony referred to the one for taking a concubine. Qin Luo glanced at Gu Qingxue, who trembled and managed a forced smile, having genuinely feared Qin Luo. What ceremony do you even merit? Qin Luo turned, drawing a sword and plunging it into Gu Qingxue's heart. Why? Gu Qingxue looked at Qin Luo in disbelief. Because I find it filthy. It made no sense. He had traversed through realms, yet still picked up the protagonist's worn-out shoes, and he had no peculiar preferences. Moreover, the woman beside him might one day betray him. There was another crucial factor, his fortune value, which he desperately needed. After all, even the legs of a fly hold some meat, do they not? With no woman in his heart, he draws his sword with divine clarity, slaying the goddess of fortune and receiving a reward, the nascent understanding of sword intent. Gu Qingxue is slain, losing all fortune value, while the host gains 800 points of fortune value. Chapter 28. The Exchange of Treasures. Qin Luo must die. The crowd stood in stunned silence, including Su Qianshun, who was momentarily taken aback. After all that Qin Luo had done, was he ultimately left with nothing? No. Qin Feng mused inwardly. He had offended Qin Jun, as well as Chu Hong of the Demon Suppression Division and a myriad of forces from the sanctum of all things. He was not without gains. He had amassed a great deal of enmity. Furthermore, he must now also contend with the hatred of the Gu family. Having killed Gu Qingxue, it was evident that Qin Luo had irreparably antagonized the Gu family. While they possessed only one sage, Gu Yanting had many disciples, and they could certainly make life difficult for Qin Luo. Qin Luo, oh Qin Luo, I once thought you a strong dragon, but now it seems you are merely a rabid dog. It is such a pity for Gu Qingxue, a beauty of such exquisite grace, now lost. Qin Feng gazed at Gu Qingxue's lifeless form, lying in a pool of blood, feeling a deep sense of loss. Beside him, Tian Mo was struck as if by lightning. Gu Qingxue, the goddess of his heart, was dead. Did he feel sorrow? Perhaps a little, but more so, he felt a profound sense of regret, realizing he had become a mere joke. He recalled that Gu Qingxue only smiled at him when she needed something. Otherwise, she kept her distance. Just as Qin Luo had said, he was merely a loyal dog. Qin Luo's gaze shifted to Tian Mo, and he pointed at Gu Qingxue, suggesting, "Why not take her away, while the iron is hot?" What? Many were taken aback. Strange looks fell upon Tian Mo. He felt the hairs on his neck rise. He was no saint, but he had not sunk so low as to be a beast. If word of this got out, how could he ever show his face again? "Huh, Your Highness, the ninth prince, are you insulting me?" Tian Mo retorted coldly, trying to regain his composure. "Indeed," came Qin Luo's blunt reply, leaving Tian Mo in a quandary. Should he retaliate? But this was a man who dared to confront even the princess. Oomph. Tian Mo turned away in disdain. Qin Feng cast a deep glance at Qin Luo and then remarked with a smile, "Since you are so eager to enter the bridal chamber, I shall not delay you any longer." He had indirectly helped Tian Mo save face. "Take care, no need to see me off." Qin Luo had no intention of retorting. It felt as though Qin Feng's punch had landed on cotton. As Qin Feng exited the Qin estate, his expression darkened instantly. "Today, my younger brother has stolen the spotlight. Tomorrow, the capital will surely buzz with tales of his exploits. I shall find a few people to embellish today's events. I am curious to see how my dear sister will deal with our brother. In the royal family, there is no kinship. Truth be told, he would rather see Qin Luo dead by tomorrow, not just his brother, but all his older brothers as well. That would be ideal." Once everyone had departed, Qin Luo immediately opened the system. Host, Qin Luo, age, 19, fortune level, 0 tier, black. Villain points, 356,800 points, realm, 9th layer of divine passage, sword Dao realm, sword intent prototype, techniques, sky-eating demon art, 9 transformations golden body technique, Tai Xu heart sutra, martial arts, for symbols sword technique, Gale sword technique. System recommended exchange, Azure Edge Sword, low-grade saint, an indestructible Azure Edge Sword, aiding you in sweeping across the universe and vanquishing all destined protagonists. Exchange price, 99,800 points of villain points. For just 998, this price is a bargain. A limited time offer. Price increase after expiration. Good heavens, are you still running promotions? System recommended exchange, life and death seal, saint level technique. As a villain, one must possess the means to control one's hounds. Implanting the life and death seal within a person's body allows you to control their life and death, leaving them unable to seek life or death. Exchange price, 100,000 points of villain points. System recommended exchange, Xiangge spiritual liquid 1 drop, high-grade saint. For the sake of the host, the system is deeply troubled. Do you know your grandfather's lifespan is limited? This is a liquid condensed from the essence of a 10,000-year-old Xiangge, and consuming a drop can extend life by several years or even decades. Exchange price, 150,000 points of villain points. Qin Luo furrowed his brow. His grandfather's lifespan is limited? Exchange. All exchanges. Exchange successful. The Azure Edge Sword is in hand. The life and death seal is mastered. And the Xiangge spiritual liquid is acquired. With the Xiangge spiritual liquid in hand, Qin Luo's first action was to find Su Qianqian. Grandfather, this is the Xiangge spiritual liquid I stumbled upon. It is said to have life-extending properties. Since I have no use for it, I wish to gift it to you. Su Qianqian was taken aback, gazing at the porcelain vial in Qin Luo's hand. He sensed a rich aura of life emanating from it. He was already a man destined for death. Yet unexpectedly, after years of immersion, he found a resurgence of vitality, even enhancing his cultivation. However, his foundation had been damaged, and his lifespan was indeed limited. He had returned with the intention of seeking revenge, but alas, he had not gleaned any information about his enemies from the Qin Emperor. The Qin Emperor had also gifted some longevity-enhancing treasures to Su Qianqian, but their effects were negligible. Any longevity-enhancing treasures are of great value, and once acquired, forces would naturally go to great lengths to conceal them, treating them as their family's legacy. A household with an elder is like possessing a treasure. Which family does not have a few aged members nearing the end of their days? He scrutinized Qin Luo deeply, feeling that he could no longer comprehend this grandson. Yet, he pondered, the heirs have their own fortunes. Perhaps it is better not to understand. Taking the Xian Gui spiritual liquid, Su Qianxian immediately began to absorb and refine it. Qin Luo entered his room and commenced devouring Gu Qingshue's source power. As for Lin Xian's source power, it was far too formidable to consume in a short time. The time for the bloodline baptism was fast approaching. He could not afford to waste too much time. Gu family. Gu Yanting learned of his daughter's murder and stumbled, collapsing into a chair. He had longed for a daughter in his old age. She was his cherished jewel, cradled in his hands, feared to be dropped, and held in his mouth. Terrified she might dissolve. Otherwise, he would not have implored the Qin emperor to change his mind regarding her marriage. Although ultimately, after weighing the pros and cons, he could only send his daughter to become Qin Luo's concubine. He never wished for her death. Gu Yanting spat out a mouthful of old blood. Qin Luo, how ruthless you are, he groaned, clutching his heart, his expression a mask of anguish. Father, Gu Qingfeng, Gu Yanting's son, entered from outside. He had also heard the dreadful news and had intended to consult his father, but upon seeing his father's state, he understood all too well. My sister is dead. Father, we must avenge our little sister, Gu Qingfeng declared through gritted teeth. Having been over 30 when Gu Qingxue was born, he had watched her grow up, feeling as close as a brother or father. Yet he was a prince. One sage cannot even avenge his own daughter. I feel utterly useless, Gu Yanting lamented. I am merely one of the princes. Moreover, there are not just a single force in the world that can rival the great Qin Empire. Gu Qingfeng's expression twisted in fury. He had received news intending to find a way to prevent his sister's marriage, but now, with this tragic news, how could he accept it? Father, as a prince of the great Qin Empire, should he not serve in the government or military? We must find a way to send him to the Demon Suppression Division or to the Border Army. The great Qin Empire was founded on martial prowess, venerating strength above all. All high-ranking officials were of the sage realm. All marquises, including hereditary positions, could only be assumed by those of sage level. If no sages arise among the descendants, the nobility may be retained for a maximum of 3 generations, after which they must relinquish their status and return to commoner status. The demise of princes is not without precedent. Prior to the ascension of the Qin emperor, there were 7 royal sons. Yet, following his reign, only 2 brothers remain. The others have perished. Chapter 29. The Awakening of a Dog Licker. Chen Mo is murdered. In the princess's mansion, Qin Jun sat in the main hall with a grim expression, having waited for quite some time before finally receiving news. Your Highness, Lin Xian's life has been preserved, but his cultivation has plummeted to the sea-breaking realm, and his talent has diminished by at least 80%. Bang! Qin Jun slammed her palm down on the table, her expression contorted in rage. Qin Luo, well, I have a splendid younger brother. The humiliation of today shall be repaid tenfold and 100-fold in the future. Go, instruct the Dark Hall to take action. Before she could finish her sentence, her subordinate immediately knelt before her. Your Highness, please reconsider. If the Dark Hall were to act against the prince, it could bring calamity to the Northern Duke's mansion. We implore you to think twice. Do you dare to obstruct me? Qin Jun's icy tone sent shivers down the spine of her subordinate. After about a quarter of an hour, her emotions calmed. Possessing an exquisite icy heart, she was usually remarkably composed, but today she had been struck too hard, causing her to lose her reason. Now, with her rationality restored, she inquired, Tomorrow is the day of the bloodline purification, correct? As one of the nominal deputy leaders of the clan office, she had not paid much attention to this matter previously, but she realized that this was the perfect opportunity to make Qin Luo suffer. Yes, Your Highness, tomorrow is indeed the day of the bloodline purification. Good. Inform those individuals that I want Qin Luo to gain not a drop of vitality. Understood. Her subordinate sighed in relief and immediately went to relay her orders. The bloodline purification was a contest of abilities, where the one who could absorb the most vitality would emerge victorious. If he could not absorb any, then there was nothing to be done. In this open competition, what could a prince do? Upon waking, Lin Xian gazed blankly at the beams of the ceiling, his eyes devoid of life. He had been rendered useless, reduced to a mere shell. How could he possibly accept such a fate? Li Chang, standing beside Lin Xian, attempted to console him, saying, "There is still hope. If you can enter the heavenly prison and obtain that item, your cultivation will be restored. Perhaps you can rise anew, even stronger than before." Yes, that item. Lin Xian's eyes sparkled with the glimmer of hope. His purpose for joining the Demon Suppression Division was precisely to retrieve that item from the heavenly prison, which was a crucial element of the Emperor's legacy. If he could obtain it, what did it matter if he was merely a prince of the little Qin Empire? What if he killed someone? Seeing Lin Xian regain his fighting spirit, Li Chang breathed a sigh of relief. He reminded Lin Xian, "I have been exposed. I need to leave the imperial capital. Be cautious, and remember to keep a low profile." Saint-level experts from the sect were not permitted to linger in the imperial capital without an invitation from the Qin Empire. He had previously concealed himself, and while some knew of his presence, they chose to act oblivious. Now that he had revealed himself, he had essentially disclosed his identity, providing others with leverage against him. If he did not depart soon, the Demon Suppression Division would summon him for a tea session. All right, Lin Xian felt invigorated. Just as he bid farewell to Li Chang, he received devastating news. Gu Qingxue is dead, killed by Qin Luo with a single sword after you left. Puffed. Lin Xian coughed up a mouthful of blood mixed with clots, his spirit instantly deflating. "Qin Luo, I will not rest until I have avenged this." Puffed. As he spoke, he began to spout blood like a fountain, his cultivation further declining. If Gu Qingxue had merely become Qin Luo's concubine, Lin Xian would not have felt such profound sorrow. However, he believed Gu Qingxue must have seen him harmed by Qin Luo and chose to die rather than submit, which led to her demise. Gu Qingxue died for him. The invisible conjecture was most lethal. Lin Xian fell ill, nearly facing death himself. Qin Luo had nearly refined Gu Qingxue's essence, solidifying his cultivation at the pinnacle of the divine transformation realm. The next step would be to advance to the God transformation realm. In the God transformation realm, the primary focus was on the soul. Yet unfortunately, Qin Luo lacked any formidable soul cultivation techniques. Once he emerged, he would seek to explore the royal treasury. As a prince, he naturally possessed the right to access royal cultivation methods, and the royal treasury was far grander than the treasury of the Tai Xu Sacred Land. It housed numerous saint-level techniques and martial arts, and as a prince, he was entitled to them. Why not take advantage of such opportunities? Today was the day of the bloodline purification. Qin Luo bid farewell to Su Qianxun and made his way towards the clan office. Unexpectedly, just as he stepped out of the mansion, he encountered someone. "Tian Mo, are you here waiting for me?" Qin Luo inquired. Tian Mo, with a complex expression, nodded. "I wanted to express my gratitude." Qin Luo found this rather absurd. The dog liquor had awakened? He had killed the goddess of this very dog liquor, and instead of seeking revenge, he was expressing thanks. "You awakened me, made me realize I was nothing but a joke before. Your killing of Gu Qingxue severed my lingering feelings. I broke through 3 realms in one night, and I felt I should thank you." Qin Luo was somewhat dazed. He never expected that as a villain he would receive thanks from another villain. Indeed, Tian Mo was not a virtuous character either. He was a small tyrant in the imperial capital, yet he was singularly devoted to Gu Qingxue. If Qin Luo was the grand villain, then Tian Mo was merely a minor one. Qin Luo regarded him with a peculiar gaze, contemplating whether to recruit this minor villain for his own purposes. "When I return from the royal bloodline purification, come find me in my residence," Qin Luo instructed him. Tian Mo was taken aback. He was no fool and understood that Qin Luo sought to recruit him. After a moment's hesitation, he nodded. "Very well, then I shall take my leave, Your Highness." After departing, Tian Mo headed towards the Marquis Ingwu's residence. However, before he reached it, he saw Qin Luo again on the street, which startled him. "Your Highness the 9th Prince, did you not say you were going to participate in the bloodline purification?" Tian Mo asked. Qin Luo looked at him, a wicked smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "Norus, Norus, I believe it would be more prudent to kill you before attending the bloodline purification." Whoosh! Qin Luo unsheathed his sword and charged at Tian Mo. The overwhelming aura locked onto Tian Mo, rendering him a divine transformation realm expert, utterly immobile. Uffed. The sword struck accurately at Tian Mo's chest, disbelief etched across his face. He could not utilize any of the protective items his grandfather had given him. "You are a saint," Tian Mo stammered, pointing at Qin Luo. Bang! Qin Luo kicked Tian Mo away and shouted, "What audacity! How dare you compete with this prince for a woman?" With that, he swaggered away. Nearby onlookers instantly erupted in chaos, and upon recognizing Tian Mo, someone shouted, "We have a serious situation. The grandson of the Marquis Ingwu has been killed." Chapter 30. Framing and Deceiving. Devouring the Heavenly Demonic Art. In the estate of the brave Marquis, a life token shattered. Yes, it was the young Marquis, the guardian of the life token, upon witnessing this scene, felt his heart shatter with terror. The children of the brave Marquis had perished on the battlefield, leaving only this solitary sprout. Thus, Tian Mo could act recklessly in the imperial capital, boldly claiming he could persuade his grandfather to beseech the Qin emperor to annul the engagement between Qin Luo and Gu Qingxue. This audacity stemmed from his confidence. His family had sacrificed themselves for the nation, and the brave Marquis held a prestigious military reputation, his title unmarred through generations. But now, with Tian Mo's death, the heavens seemed to be collapsing for the brave Marquis. "Quickly, send word to the Marquis. The young Marquis is dead. Hurry, find him. Find the young Marquis." It was only after Tian Mo's demise that his bodyguards reacted, rushing towards him. Young Marquis. They soon realized that Tian Mo was devoid of life, undoubtedly deceased. Before their hands could touch him, a wisp of black smoke enveloped him, and his form vanished in an instant. "Chase after him. Quick, to the Marquis's estate." The guards split into two groups, intent on pursuing the black smoke, but after a brief while, it had dissipated. Many felt as if the sky had fallen. The last scion of the brave Marquis was gone. The imperial capital was on the brink of upheaval. The 9th prince had slain the grandson of the brave Marquis. Such audacity! Was the 9th prince truly so arrogant? Indeed, upon his arrival in the capital, he had already killed Gu Qingxue. And now, Tian Mo. Was he a reincarnation of a god of slaughter? The 9th prince's arrogance knew no bounds. How could he dare, if the brave Marquis returned? Wouldn't he seek vengeance? Such hubris, such tyranny. There was no safety left in the imperial capital. When Qin Feng received the news, he was momentarily taken aback. Qin Luo had killed Tian Mo. Indeed, many had witnessed it, claiming that the 9th prince, enraged by Tian Mo's attempts to court a woman, had brazenly slain him in the streets. The subordinate confirmed. "Is that so?" Qin Feng mused, finding the situation plausible, yet sensing something amiss. Qin Luo was indeed arrogant, a reckless man who disregarded consequences, but he felt that had Tian Mo not provoked him, Qin Luo would not have gone so far as to kill him. If he had intended to kill, he could have done so earlier at the prince's estate. Why go to such lengths now? If I recall correctly, today should be the day Qin Luo goes to the ancestral hall for his bloodline purification ceremony, correct? He inquired. "Yes, your highness," came a reply. Qin Feng sneered. The timing of Tian Mo's death alongside Qin Luo's visit to the ancestral hall was too coincidental, aligning perfectly with Qin Luo's character. So, it was indeed Qin Luo who had committed the act? Correct. Now that I understand, my 9th brother is quite audacious. The sole grandson of the brave Marquis has been slain. Surely, the Marquis will go mad. I am curious to see if he will still vie for the position of the imperial scion of the great Qin Empire. To wantonly slaughter the descendants of esteemed generals. What right did such a person have to seek the title of imperial scion? As Qin Luo approached the ancestral hall, he sensed the return of Shi Huang. The target was dead, and the assailant was undoubtedly a formidable presence, a sage. Earlier, when Qin Luo had conversed with Tian Mo, Shi Huang had warned him of a sage observing from the shadows. Initially, he believed the sage aimed for him, but it turned out to be an attack on Tian Mo instead. "I can barely preserve a sliver of his true spirit," Shi Huang stated. "Good." A glimmer of cold light flashed in Qin Luo's eyes. "To dare scheme against me, How amusing. The open interference of a sage was a violation of unwritten rules. The audacity was remarkable. A sage appearing in the imperial capital, masquerading as Qin Luo to kill Tian Mo, such an act was a grave affront. Let me first attend the bloodline purification ceremony. Once I emerge, we shall have our fun. Qin Luo chuckled coldly, stepping into the ancestral hall. There were 10 individuals participating in the purification ceremony, including Qin Luo, who was the last to arrive. Upon his entrance, the gazes of the other 9 fell upon him, hostility flickering in many eyes. Now that everyone is here, let us proceed. Qin Xiao Yuan spoke solemnly, turning towards the depths of the ancestral hall. Before long, they reached the forbidden area, where a bronze door swung open. Qin Xiao Yuan gestured for them to enter, stating, "Find your respective positions. In 10 days' time, I expect each of your bloodlines to grow stronger." The other 9 exchanged glances, each having received their orders, to prevent Qin Luo from absorbing even a trace of the blood energy. Even if they had to waste it, they would ensure he gained nothing. With this resolve, they stepped into the blood pool beyond the bronze door, leaving a prime position in the center for Qin Luo. Observing the arrangement, Qin Luo noted that the spot was particularly advantageous, yet it also rendered him the focal point of potential targeting. He was not so vain as to believe they had left it for his benefit. There was only one possibility. Those 9 sought to seize his blood energy. How intriguing, Qin Luo contemplated. The dangers here in the imperial capital are indeed manifold. Determined, he resolved that after the bloodline purification, he would find a way to depart the capital, ideally joining the military to gradually build his own power. As Qin Luo walked towards the central position in the blood pool, the bronze door began to close slowly behind him. He felt a binding force immobilizing him, and upon attempting to connect with Shi Huang, he realized that the connection had been severed. Clearly, this place was filled with restrictions. Since I am here, I shall make the best of it. The other 9 exchanged glances, each corner of their mouths curving into a smirk as they began to silently channel the techniques they had received from Qin Jun. This technique, which they had never had the opportunity to engage with before, was named the devouring heavenly art, capable of rapidly consuming all forms of energy, but not refining it, merely devouring it. Their goal was to absorb the blood energy into their bodies, with the extent of refining dependent on their individual skills. The 9 of them together were more than capable of ensuring that Qin Luo would leave the bloodline purification empty-handed. As time passed, the blood energy began to surge, and all 9 commenced their practice of the devouring heavenly art, pouring their utmost effort into it. The first traces of blood energy that emerged were instantly consumed by the 9, leaving Qin Luo with not a single trace. Indeed, so this is how it shall be? Qin Luo sneered. Let us see who can outconsume whom. The so-called devouring heavenly art was but a diluted version derived from the heavenly demonic art. In truth, it was hardly worthy of comparison. Today, none of you shall succeed in your endeavors. Qin Luo declared. Boom! The heavenly demonic art commenced. Let me absorb. Chapter 31. The prince commits a crime, equally punished as commoners. A few individuals reveled in their triumph, having absorbed a substantial amount of blood essence. Upon acquisition, they immediately began to refine it using various techniques. However, much of the blood essence was squandered in vain, a regrettable loss. It appeared that the 9th prince was unlikely to absorb even a trace of blood essence. Exchanging glances, they discerned the mirth in each other's eyes, seemingly communicating through their gaze. The 9th prince might find the next 10 days exceedingly dull. Yet, he could perhaps engage in the practice of other techniques to alleviate his boredom. The corners of their mouths curled in barely suppressed glee. Once more, blood essence materialized, and they promptly activated the devouring heavens technique, feeling the blood essence beginning to gravitate towards them. Yet in the next moment, a more formidable force swept away all the blood essence. Boom! To their astonishment, it surged entirely into Qin Luo's body. A divine technique, playing games? Qin Luo regarded them with a cold smile, immediately commencing the refinement of the absorbed essence with the devouring heavens demon technique, which far surpassed the mediocrity of their methods. As for refining the bloodline, to Qin Luo, it was unnecessary. His ancestral bloodline was already remarkable. There was no bloodline superior to his, possessing extraordinary adaptability. This bloodline was the origin. It could evolve into any form of bloodline or constitution and could also encompass the primal power of any bloodline or constitution. Should he alter it to another bloodline or constitution, it would lose its capacity for universality. Thus, all this blood essence metamorphosed into energy for him to cultivate the 9 transformations of the golden body technique. This technique comprises 9 transformations, each bringing about monumental changes. At its pinnacle, with a single punch, he could annihilate an emperor. Boom! The 9 transformations of the golden body technique commenced. The other 9 individuals widened their eyes, watching helplessly as the blood essence flowed towards Qin Luo, utterly devoid of any recourse. They exchanged glances. What to do? Agir accident, puis redire accident. In the next wave, they exerted themselves. How could one individual possibly surpass the strength of 9? When the next wave of blood essence appeared, the 9 exerted every ounce of their strength, fervently activating the devouring heavens technique, yet they failed to absorb even a hint of the essence. They could only watch as all the blood essence streamed towards Qin Luo. What to do? What to do? Their gazes reflected this sentiment. Strive. Push harder. On the first day, they exhausted themselves to no avail. Instead of replenishing their energy, they faced significant depletion. Aside from a meager appetizer, they had partaken of none of the grand feast. The blood essence accumulated over a decade was entirely consumed by Qin Luo alone. Had their glares possessed lethal intent, they would have dispatched Qin Luo 1,000 times over. On the second day, only half of them still sought to wrest nourishment from Qin Luo, while the other half conceded defeat. On the third day, just one individual remained determined to compete, yet he too met with failure. By the fourth day, they all believed Qin Luo could not endure much longer and decided to collaborate once more. Yet, not a trace was yielded. The power they had cultivated over the past few days was squandered once more. Days 5, 6, and 7 passed, and they fell into utter despair. They had fought their way through countless adversities, only to end up in this predicament. What had all their years of effort amounted to? Some among them should have already broken through to the divine transformation realm, yet now they had lost both their lady and their soldiers, stalling their normal cultivation progress without reaping any benefits. On the 9th day, Qin Luo finally completed the first transformation of the 9 transformations of the golden body technique. A cacophony of sounds echoed within him, his physical form undergoing a remarkable transformation, growing exceptionally robust. This blood essence was indeed a treasure. If he could absorb its source, it might facilitate his success in cultivating the second transformation, the blood essence concentration of 10 individuals. Amassed over a decade, an unparalleled opportunity for the younger generation of the Great Qin Empire was entirely devoured by Qin Luo. It was on the 7th day that the valiant Marquis arrived in the imperial capital. Boom! The Marquis soared in from outside, disregarding the laws of the capital. The personnel of the Demon Suppression Bureau immediately intervened. Marquis, please adhere to the rules of the imperial capital. The valiant Marquis, Chen Zhanshan, bellowed, my grandson is dead. You come to speak of rules? Where is the murderer? Has the Demon Suppression Bureau apprehended him? Will you not bring justice for my grandson? As of now, there is nothing left of him. The Demon Suppression Bureau, what are you doing? Boom! The might of a Saint King descended, pressing down upon the leader of the Demon Suppression Bureau. The Marquis had actually broken through. The leader's expression shifted dramatically. The status of a Saint King was now vastly superior to before. The Saint King realm represented the pinnacle of power within the Great Qin Empire, inhabited by a select few among the highest echelons. Calm yourself, Marquis. This matter is quite complex. The leader's tone shifted instantly, aiming to soothe the Marquis's fury. Get lost. I demand to see His Majesty. My family's sole bloodline is gone. Whoever killed my grandson must pay with their life. Boom! He galloped away towards the Qin Imperial Palace. The leader hesitated momentarily before following, knowing he could not obstruct him. All within the capital witnessed the appearance of the valiant Marquis, who disregarded the capital's airspace restrictions. Soaring above the heads of many, was the Marquis no longer concerned with decorum? If your only bloodline heir has been slain, you speak of decorum? The murderer must face retribution, an eye for an eye. Yet, who had killed Tian Mo? Would the Marquis dare? If worst comes to worst, he could take a life and flee. After all, there was no heir left. What did he have to fear? The valiant Marquis still retained some restraint. Upon reaching the palace's exterior, he descended. A venerable eunuch awaited Qin Luo. Upon seeing the Marquis, he spoke, "His Majesty is already aware of your purpose for coming. His Majesty has decreed." Qin Luo immediately knelt. "I am at your service. The Demon Suppression Bureau shall handle this matter entirely, regardless of who is involved. All shall be dealt with according to the law. His Majesty has one final decree. Princes and commoners are equally guilty when they commit a crime." This proclamation reverberated in the ears of many, causing their breaths to quicken. It was as if it were a direct declaration. Qin Luo had killed Tian Mo, and Qin Luo was guilty. They were to deal with him accordingly. Qin Luo trembled, stammering, "I thank your Majesty. I beseech your Majesty to allow me to participate in the entirety of the investigation process." A voice of authority resounded from deep within the palace. "Granted." Chapter 32. Enemies meet, their eyes turn red. Deputy Commander of the Demon Suppression Division, Chu Hong, is specifically tasked with investigating this matter. Prior to Qin Luo's emergence, through inquiries and investigations, it was confirmed that Qin Luo was indeed the one who had slain Tian Mo. The motive was quite apparent. Tian Mo had sought out Qin Luo, and a conflict arose between them during their exchange of words. Enraged, Qin Luo ambushed Tian Mo on the road. Given Qin Luo's persona, this was reasonable. Lord Yingwu, up to this point, all evidence points to the ninth prince, Qin Luo. However, as the ninth prince is currently attending the bloodline baptism at the ancestral hall, the case cannot be concluded just yet. Once the ninth prince reappears, the Demon Suppression Division will promptly bring him in for interrogation. "What do you think, Lord Yingwu?" Chu Hong inquired, his meaning unmistakable. It was almost a foregone conclusion that Qin Luo was the murderer. Once Qin Luo is out, he will be apprehended. Qin Luo regarded him solemnly, asking, "Will the Demon Suppression Division uphold justice?" "Naijali, Zhuheng Ziplit Guli." And what would be the most severe punishment for a prince? Qin Luo was not a fool. The emperor had stated that princes are to be treated the same as commoners when they break the law. Though this was not merely a matter of words, it was known that a great saint stood behind Qin Luo. If the evidence is conclusive and Tian Mo was indeed slain by Qin Luo, I will personally ensure he is confined in the depths of the heavenly prison at the 99th level. Chu Hong declared solemnly. The heavenly prison of the Demon Suppression Division comprises a total of 108 levels, with the 99th being a notably deep section, reserved for the most heinous criminals of the Great Qin Empire. Very well. I hope Commander Chu can follow through on your words. Rest assured, the Demon Suppression Division shall administer justice impartially, no matter who it may be. Anyone who violates the laws of the Great Qin Empire shall face severe punishment. Zhu Heng, having lost face in the prince's residence, was determined to regain it. He would not only seek to suppress Qin Luo to death, but also ensure that Qin Luo would forever lose the capability to vie for power. Moreover, it was not merely one individual who had conveyed such sentiments. Their singular demand was to ensure that Qin Luo could not clear his name. And even if his guilt could not be directly proven, they aimed to leave him forever stained with suspicion. The arrogant Qin Luo, bolstered by the backing of a powerful saint, had already made many aware of the threat he posed, rendering him a competitor to be reckoned with. In essence, Qin Luo found himself surrounded by adversaries. Meanwhile, within the blood pool, Qin Luo remained oblivious to the happenings outside. He was reveling in the experience, feeling utterly invigorated. In stark contrast, the other 9 individuals felt as though they had consumed something utterly repugnant, suffering immensely. Their prior predictions had come to fruition. They could absorb not a single drop of blood essence and were left to cultivate their own techniques. Yet, the fault lay not with Qin Luo, but with themselves. In the princess's residence, Qin Jun inquired, "The bloodline baptism should be nearing its conclusion, correct?" "Reporting to your highness, the bloodline baptism will conclude today." The personnel from the Demon Suppression Division are already waiting at the entrance of the Ancestral Hall for the ninth prince. Prepare to take him in, came the response. My brother has truly suffered a double loss. Not only will he gain no benefits from the bloodline baptism, but he will also face judgment from the Demon Suppression Division. TSK. This is the fate of arrogance. Does he truly believe the emperor is akin to his trivial Tai Xu sacred land? En oeishing fool, Qin Yuan scoffed. Relay my words to the Demon Suppression Division. A result must be reached today. We cannot allow the Demon Suppression Division to dishearten Lord Wu. Remember, in the name of the Ancestral Hall, state that royal descendants must face harsher punishments for their crimes. Should any difficulties arise, the Ancestral Hall will stand united with the Demon Suppression Division. Although Qin Jun held the lowest cultivation and status among the vice commanders of the Ancestral Hall, she could nonetheless represent it, especially since no one within the Ancestral Hall would speak on Qin Luo's behalf at this moment. Understood. The subordinate immediately made arrangements, but hesitated. Your Highness, what if the investigation reveals that it was not the ninth prince after all? There are numerous points of doubt in this matter. Qin Jun lightly tapped her slender fingers against the table, replying indifferently. Does it matter? Not in the slightest. This matter must have been instigated by a member of the royal family. Qin Luo is indeed a royal descendant. He harbors a grudge against Tian Mo, and the killing stands on solid ground. All that is required is rational justification. Precisely, there is cause and effect. A justified killing is sufficient. As time elapsed within the blood pool, the last remnants of blood essence were depleted. The feeling of restraint vanished, and Qin Luo stood, stretching his body with a satisfying crackle of joints. Although his cultivation had not advanced, his combat prowess had significantly improved. Should he encounter Lin Xian again, Qin Luo felt confident he could easily overpower him. Esteemed guests, I must express my gratitude for your generous gifts over these past few days, Qin Luo remarked, igniting the fury simmering within the hearts of the other nine. They glared at him with bloodshot eyes, having awaited this day for far too long, yet gaining naught from the blood pool, all the while stalling their own cultivation. Ninth Prince, you have gone too far. Ninth Prince, I shall remember this day. A day of reckoning shall surely come. Ninth Prince, one cannot act so ruthlessly. Such behavior will leave you friendless. Qin Luo merely scoffed. What? You find me intolerable? Alas, even if you do, you cannot bring me down. His provocation was blatant and extreme, causing the expressions of the nine to twist into fierce grimaces. They ground their teeth in fury. As Qin Luo had stated, though they could not stand him, they could not eliminate him either, leaving them to swallow their anger in silence. Qin Xiu Yuan had been waiting patiently. As he beheld Qin Luo's first appearance, a complex expression flickered in his eyes. However, he refrained from speaking further. Once the others had emerged, Qin Xiu Yuan inquired, "How did your baptism fare?" At the mention of this, the others were incensed. Lord Zongjing, it is the ninth prince who has absorbed all our blood essence. Lord Zongjing must advocate on our behalf. We have awaited this day for years, yet gained nothing. Qin Xiu Yuan was taken aback, his gaze shifting to Qin Luo. Ninth Prince, what method did you employ? Qin Luo feigned innocence, asserting, what method? It is merely that you lot are rather inept. You failed to refine the essence, causing it to go to waste. And now you wish to blame me for your lack of talent. Is that so? Qin Xiu Yuan was momentarily taken aback. Truth be told, he found it hard to believe that Qin Luo could absorb so much blood essence alone. Such an occurrence was unprecedented. Could it be that the ninth prince possessed a unique bloodline? Upon this realization, Qin Xiu Yuan's spirits lifted. After all, Qin Luo was a descendant of the emperor at his pinnacle, and possessing a hidden bloodline would not be out of the ordinary. Perhaps the previous tests have been erroneous? Ninth Prince, shall we conduct another bloodline test? Qin Xiu Yuan proposed. Of course. Qin Luo did not hesitate. The results of the test were revealed. Qin Luo remained an ordinary body. Disappointment washed over Qin Xiu Yuan's features. I told you, those individuals must be worthless. They failed to refine much blood essence, and now seek to frame me. Sigh. Qin Luo shook his head, his gaze toward the others laced with scorn. inciting their fury to boiling point. Qin Luo is brazenly overstepping. Ninth Prince, I challenge you. One individual sprang forth. Qin Luo decisively shook his head. I do not engage in battles with the inept. Ninth Prince, you lack the courage. His disdain was palpable. Qin Luo, today, Enough. Qin Xiao Yuan barked. Then addressed the others. You all should undergo a test to measure the strength of your bloodlines. I wish to see whether you truly applied yourselves in the blood pool. As for His Highness, the Ninth Prince, there are individuals outside seeking you. You may depart first. Farewell. Qin Luo addressed the group, inciting their fury once more. Upon exiting the ancestral hall, Qin Luo was taken aback to encounter an acquaintance. It has been quite some time, Lin Xian. One day apart feels like 3 autumns. I had intended to seek you out after my departure, yet here you are, arriving at my doorstep. When enemies meet, the tension is palpable. Lin Xian regarded Qin Luo with a vicious expression, sneering coldly. Ninth Prince, your troubles have come to light. The Demon Suppression Department is apprehending wanted criminals today. Qin Luo, surrender at once, or do not blame the Demon Suppression Department for showing no mercy. Chapter 33. The reward. Blood of the divine dragon Lu Tsong stood not far away, ostensibly aiding Lin Xian in his quest for retribution. The personnel of the Demon Suppression Division promptly obeyed Lin Xian's command, surrounding Qin Luo. Approaching Qin Luo, Lin Xian declared, as per the sovereign's decree, a prince is to be held accountable for his transgressions, just as a commoner. Ninth Prince, you brazenly slaughtered the grandson of the valiant Marquis, Tian Mo, in broad daylight. Witnessed by many, the evidence is irrefutable. Today, the Demon Suppression Division will take you into custody. Should you resist, we are entitled to enforce suppression. Lin Xian spoke through clenched teeth, fervently wishing for Qin Luo to defy the law, hoping the Demon Suppression Division would teach him a lesson, allowing him to experience the humiliation of being trampled upon. Observing Lin Xian's ferocious expression and sensing his aura, Qin Luo chuckled. It appears you are truly incapacitated. Your cultivation merely at the sea-opening realm. How pitiful. I offer you a chance. Kneel and bow to me 3 times, and I may consider returning your 5-element spiritual body. Boom! Lin Xian felt as if struck by lightning, trembling at the mention of the 5 elements spiritual body, a source of profound anguish throughout his life. The allure of its return was immense. He longed for his innate talent to be restored, yet reason reminded him that Qin Luo was merely toying with him. He would not return it. The opportunity was fleeting. Once lost, it would not return. With a smile that radiated mischief, Qin Luo gazed at Lin Xian, making Lin Xian feel as though he faced a devil incarnate. His previously stable state of mind began to waver. He gritted his teeth and proclaimed, Qin Luo, today the Demon Suppression Division is commanded to apprehend you. Surrender immediately, or we shall suppress you on the spot. Qin Luo laughed coldly and shouted, What? You dare to kill me? Such audacity. Murdering a prince is a grave sin that warrants the extermination of your entire lineage. With a surge of power, Qin Luo's aura erupted, reaching its zenith, and he summoned the Qing Feng sword, its sword intent manifesting. The embryonic form of sword intent. Lu Tsong's expression shifted dramatically. A swordsman who comprehended sword intent experienced an exponential increase in combat prowess. He was utterly astonished that Qin Luo would so brazenly strike at Lin Xian. Once again, he shattered Lu Tsong's expectations of Qin Luo's limits. He was nothing short of a madman, a complete lunatic. Yet, he believed he could still maintain control over the situation. Summon the Tai Xu Bell. Bind him with the soul binding rope. Strike him with the soul whip. Qin Luo gritted his teeth. He only needed to buy a moment's time. The Tai Xu Bell flew out, suspended in the void, ringing heavily. Boom! The shockwave of spiritual force struck Lu Tsong. The soul-binding rope ensnared Lu Tsong's hands and feet, but he broke free in an instant. The soul whip lashed viciously against him, causing his soul to tremble. He had secured that fleeting moment. Qin Luo's sword was already poised before Lin Xian. Qin Luo, how dare you? Lu Tsong exclaimed, his eyes wide with rage. Lin Xian unleashed his full repertoire, but having lost the favor of destiny, his combat strength diminished drastically. More than half, nearly to a tenth of his former might. In Lin Xian's incredulous gaze, Qin Luo drove his sword into Lin Xian's chest while simultaneously seizing the spatial ring from his finger. Surely, a protagonist must possess some valuable items, right? Such possessions were likely laden with tremendous opportunities. Lin Xian's eyes widened in disbelief. He could not fathom that Qin Luo would dare to kill him at this time and place. It defied all logic. Boom! A powerful force slammed into Qin Luo, sending him hurtling backward. Bang! He crashed to the ground but quickly rose, glaring at Lu Tsong. Commander Lu, are you also in collusion with Lin Xian? Plotting against the prince? Lu Tsong's cold gaze swept over Qin Luo, and he immediately infused energy into Lin Xian's body, striving to revive him. Yet it was futile. He could not succeed. Lin Xian's life had already ebbed away, his head tilting as he succumbed to death. Kill the child of destiny. Reward: 1 drop of divine dragon blood. It contains immense life energy, capable of transforming an individual into an unparalleled genius. Is a mere drop of so-called divine dragon blood truly so remarkable? However, anything associated with the divine is inherently extraordinary. Lu Tsong's chest heaved violently. Lin Xian was a person of great importance to him, entangled with deeper reasons. Lin Xian could not die. Yet, he had perished before his very eyes, leaving Lu Tsong unable to account for this to certain individuals, nor could he justify it to himself. His expression contorted with rage, he glared at Qin Luo, wishing to strike him down immediately. However, he hesitated. Lu Tsong had a wife and children and a vast family. Should he act rashly, it would spell doom for his lineage. The 9th Prince has openly slandered and slain an officer of the Demon Suppression Division. This matter shall not end here. Seize the 9th Prince and bring him to the Demon Suppression Division. A prince's crime is equivalent to that of a commoner. Today, he shall face multiple charges. Qin Luo let out a cold laugh, this time offering no resistance as he obediently followed Lu Tsong and the others into the Demon Suppression Division. Having slain Lin Xian, he felt a weight lifted from his heart, and the acquisition of a drop of divine dragon blood brought him immense joy. Surely, this drop could elevate the 9 turns golden body technique to the 2nd turn, could it not? Indeed, a man with a system is blessed with countless opportunities. Within the confines of the Demon Suppression Division, a tribunal convened, comprising not only officials from the Demon Suppression Division, but also representatives from the Supreme Court, the Ministry of Justice, and the Censorate, all summoned to partake in the interrogation of Qin Luo. Su Qianxun was naturally present. Upon witnessing the blood on Qin Luo, he erupted in fury, a powerful holy aura radiating from him, enveloping Lu Tsong and the others. Thud! Everyone except Lu Tsong fell to their knees. How dare you? Demon Suppression Division, treat my grandson in such a manner. Do you think I, an old man, do not exist? Boom! An overwhelming force swept toward Lu Tsong, causing him to stagger. Buffed. Lu Tsong spat blood, regaining some composure. He immediately protested. The 9th Prince bears no injuries. On the contrary, he has slain an officer of the Demon Suppression Division, attempting to resist arrest. Su Qianxun was not senile in his moment of rage. He sensed that Qin Luo bore no injuries. Yet, he seized this opportunity to assert his presence, signaling to others that the interrogation of Qin Luo must consider his stance. Merely a grandson of a holy king. Even if Qin Luo did kill him, so what? As long as Qin Luo does not confess, today, no one can lay a hand on him. Calm yourself, Holy Master Su. We of the Demon Suppression Division shall certainly uphold justice. Shu Hong glanced at Lu Tsong, recognizing that this was not the moment to interrogate him. Lu Tsong, understanding the unspoken cue, retreated with the others, leaving Qin Luo in the central position of the hall. Before Chu Hong could speak, Qin Zhanshan directed his inquiry at Qin Luo. Did you indeed kill my grandson? A slight smile graced Qin Luo's lips as he surveyed the room before responding to Qin Zhanshan. Indeed, it was I who struck him down. Chapter 34. The indelible suspicion and defiance against His Majesty upon the utterance of these words, the assembly erupted in an uproar. Even Su Qianshan furrowed his brow slightly. Certain actions, when committed yet unacknowledged, can still be mitigated, but once admitted to, the circumstances become decidedly precarious. Qin Luo belonged to the latter category. He boldly declared, "I did not commit the act, yet I shall unequivocally admit it." Chen Zhanshan bellowed, "Qin Luo, you dare to have slain my grandson. Today, I shall demand your life in retribution." Chen Zhanshan had envisioned the moment of confirming Qin Luo's guilt multiple times, yet after Qin Luo's admission, he found himself unable to restrain his emotions. "Not only did I kill him, but his corpse is also in my possession." Another declaration that nearly shattered Chen Zhanshan's composure. "Qin Luo, you must die. You must die." Chen Zhanshan could no longer contain his fury and sought to strike down Qin Luo. Boom! Chu Hong and the others swiftly intervened to block Chen Zhanshan. "Lord Yingwu, please remain calm. This is the territory of our Demon Suppression Division. Should you take action against Qin Luo, even as the deputy commander, you would face severe repercussions. This matter shall be resolved by our Demon Suppression Division. We will ensure a fair judgment." Turning to Qin Luo, Chu Hong solemnly inquired, "Qin Luo, do you acknowledge your crimes?" "What crimes?" Qin Luo feigned innocence. Chu Heng's voice resonated with authority. "You just confessed to the murder of Lord Yingwu's grandson, Tian Mo. We all heard it. According to the laws of the Great Qin, and as His Majesty has decreed, princes are to be treated as commoners in matters of crime. The Demon Suppression Division shall adjudicate your case today." "Wait. Qin Luo interrupted Chu Heng. When did I say I killed Tian Mo? Are you jesting with me? Is that so?" Chu Heng's voice thundered, "Qin Luo, the Demon Suppression Division does not tolerate your foolishness. You just admitted to killing Lord Yingwu's grandson, and we all heard it." Qin Luo shook his head. "No, I did not say I killed Tian Mo. I do not even know Lord Yingwu. When he questioned me, I assumed he was Lin Xian's grandfather. I admit, I killed Lin Xian." At this, the crowd fell into stunned silence. Qin Luo's audacious maneuver was nothing short of mockery. Bang! Chu Heng's palm struck the table, and he reprimanded Qin Luo. "The Demon Suppression Division will not permit your nonsense. You just stated that you killed Tian Mo and concealed his corpse. Now you claim to have killed Lin Xian. His body is in our custody. How could it possibly be in your possession? Are you toying with us?" In the face of his accusations, Qin Luo languidly replied, "I simply misremembered. I misspoke. Is a mere error a crime?" Qin Luo's demeanor darkened Chu Heng's expression. Chen Zhanshan glared at Qin Luo with fury, his anger palpable. Turning to Chen Zhanshan, Qin Luo said, "Lord Yingwu, may you find solace. Brother Chen and I are not enemies. We share a mutual admiration. In the future, I shall visit his grave and offer beautiful maidens to keep him company in the afterlife, lest he feel lonely." Such brazen declarations left the assembly utterly bewildered. Indeed, Brother Chen was quite fond of Gu Qingxue. "I shall ensure they rest together in eternal slumber, allowing them to rekindle their romance down below. Undoubtedly, Brother Chen will be delighted." Chen Zhanshan's expression grew increasingly sinister, his eyes ablaze as he roared, "Enough! This is an affront, a humiliation to my grandson, Tian Mo, and to me." Chen Zhanshan, gazing at Qin Luo, he appeared as though poised to devour him, his wrath surging uncontrollably. Intent on slaying Qin Luo. Boom! Su Qinshan's formidable presence locked onto Chen Zhanshan. "What do you intend to do? Should you dare to act, I will ensure the extinction of your entire clan." "Huh? Extinction? Aside from myself, what remains of the Chen family?" Chen Zhanshan retorted furiously. There were distant relatives, but he had no regard for them. They were not of his bloodline, and their demise meant little to him. "Both of you, this is the territory of my Demon Suppression Division." Chu Hong issued another warning. Chen Zhanshan, seething with rage, took his seat, and Su Qianshan reigned in his ferocity. "Very well, let us proceed with the interrogation." Chu Hong queried, 10 days prior, "Did you encounter Tian Mo, 9th Prince?" Qin Luo nodded. "Indeed, I met him. It is said that you two quarreled over Gu Qingxue, and in a fit of rage, you murdered Tian Mo in the street. Is there any truth to this?" Qin Luo shook his head. "That is utterly unfounded. Brother Chen came to express his gratitude towards me. That day, I was incensed over Gu Qingshue's infidelity with Lin Xian, whom you all are aware of, the one who attempted to murder me today, a captain in the Demon Suppression Division. Lin Xian did not. Lu Cong interjected. Is that so? Qin Luo shot him a glance. Then I shall refrain from elaborating. Do as you wish. Lu Cong, be silent. Chu Hong scolded before turning his attention back to Qin Luo. Please continue, Ninth Prince. Qin Luo resumed. Where was I? Ah, yes. I spoke of piercing that harlot with a sword. As he uttered this, a palpable aura of hostility surged from the onlookers. Su Qianshun surveyed the room, his cold gaze sending shivers down many spines. After I killed that Gu Qingxue, I even inquired with Brother Chun, suggesting that while it was still fresh, perhaps I might offer it to him. The veins on Qin Zhanshan's forehead bulged. He could scarcely contain his outrage, perceiving another affront to his grandson. Though Brother Chun did not accept my generous offer, he later came to thank me for my actions. Such deep affections. I have resolved to aid Brother Chun and Gu Qingxue, ensuring they share a grave, allowing them to rekindle their bond in the afterlife. Perhaps. Enough of this. Chu Hong interrupted Qin Luo, exchanging glances with others. Let us bring forth the witnesses. Several individuals who had witnessed Qin Luo's alleged crime recounted their version of events, all identifying him as the perpetrator. With so many pointing fingers at you, what do you have to say in your defense? They are all fabricating evidence. Qin Luo asserted earnestly. If Tian Mo sought me out and we quarreled, why would I not kill him on the spot? Instead, opting to pursue him to another street to commit the act? Is my time so worthless? Furthermore, while you have witnesses, what of physical evidence? Without tangible proof, how can you substantiate that I am the culprit? Or do you simply wish to frame me with this crime? You, like Lin Xian, are his accomplices, intent on harming me? TSK, has the Demon Suppression Division been so thoroughly infiltrated by sect forces that it has become this brazen? Qin Luo not only denied the charges but also turned the tables, causing Chu Hong and his associates to display discomfort. Su Qianshun slowly rose, declaring, enough of this farce. My grandson claims he did not kill Tian Mo, and thus he did not. If you have any doubts, you may come to me, Su Qianshun. Even if Qin Luo were found guilty, he would ensure that the Demon Suppression Division would not imprison him, especially since he was innocent. We shall take our leave. Su Qianshun escorted Qin Luo out of the Grand Hall of the Demon Suppression Division. Chu Hong and the others did not obstruct them. In truth, none could stand against Su Qianshun, though Qin Luo's guilt had not been formally established. The absence of a clear exoneration meant that many would continue to believe he was the one who killed Tian Mo. Qin Luo was acutely aware of this. Ultimately, whether he cleared his name or not was of little consequence to him. He merely sought to uncover the audacious individual scheming behind the scenes and eliminate him. Just as he stepped out of the gates of the Demon Suppression Department, Qin Jun, who had hastened upon hearing the news of Lin Xian's demise, confronted Qin Luo. Qin Luo, how bold you are! Previously, in the presence of His Majesty, you vowed not to harm Lin Xian, yet today you dare to go back on your word. This is an act of defiance against His Majesty. Summon someone to escort Qin Luo back to the Ancestral Hall for proper punishment. Chapter 35. Speechless. The brave Marquis visits the members of the Zhengran house surged forth from behind Qin Jun, encircling Qin Luo. Su Qianshun furrowed his brow, emitting a cold snort. Qin Jun immediately interjected, Su Sheng, this matter pertains to my Qin royal family. Qin Luo, in the presence of His Majesty, had pledged not to kill Lin Xian. His act of slaying Lin Xian today is a profound disrespect towards His Majesty. Whether as a subject or a prince, defying the emperor is a grave sin. Our Zhengran house has the right to bring Qin Luo back for proper discipline. This is an affair of the royal family, and as you are not one of us, Su Sheng, I kindly ask you to refrain from meddling. After offering a slight bow to Su Qianshun, Qin Jun fixed a venomous gaze upon Qin Luo. She could hardly fathom that Qin Luo, in such a public setting, would audaciously murder Lin Xian. Lin Xian was not only her friend, but someone for whom she harbored considerable affection. Upon hearing the news of Lin Xian's demise at Qin Luo's hands, she had even shed tears. Thus, she had rushed in with the members of the Zhengran house, intent on bringing Qin Luo back for punishment. Regardless of the outcome of today's interrogation, this was both a matter of personal vengeance and retribution for Lin Xian. Qin Luo slowly stepped forward, addressing Qin Yun. Dearest sister, for the sake of a mere Lin Xian, you have entertained the notion of harming your own brother. What do you call that? An elbow bending outward. Furthermore, he let out a cold laugh. What exactly did I promise you that day? Can you remind me? You promised me that you would not kill Lin Xian. Qin Yun asserted sternly. No, you're not being entirely accurate. I can tell you precisely what I said. I agreed not to kill Lin Xian today. How long has it been since that day? It doesn't even account for tomorrow or the day after. Even if this matter were to be brought before His Majesty, I would still hold the advantage. Moreover, Lin Xian dared to plot against me today. Should I not eliminate him? Should I wait for him to take my life instead? Qin Jun's expression shifted dramatically. She had not anticipated Qin Luo would quibble over words. It dawned on her that when Qin Luo had made his promise, he had already intended to kill Lin Xian in the future. Lin Xian had been rendered powerless. Why then was Qin Luo so intent on his demise? A chill surged within her. The desire for retribution was a label she had bestowed upon Qin Luo. If you doubt my words, then let us confront His Majesty. We shall inquire whether he hears it as I do. Qin Luo, confident in his reasoning, recognized that if Qin Jun insisted on dwelling on that day's events, he would indeed seek an audience with the elusive Qin Emperor. The matter of Lin Xian's death had become secondary, for Lin Xian was but a minor character. Regardless of whether he was a disciple of a prestigious sect or possessed some obscure identity, the great Qin Empire acknowledged only ranks within its own hierarchy. Lin Xian was merely a minor official within the Demon Suppression Division. His death was inconsequential. With gritted teeth, Qin Jun glared at Qin Luo, her eyes flashing with fury. Qin Luo, mark my words, today's events are far from over. Do not let me catch you in a compromising position. With that, she and the members of the Zhengren house departed, and the incident began to spread rapidly. The ninth prince, so defiant, refused to admit guilt while having slain an official of the Demon Suppression Division. Such audacity was unparalleled. It appeared bold, yet the consequences would be dire. Who would wish to pledge loyalty to such a person? His future was bleak. The brave Marquis had made it known. If the Demon Suppression Division could not avenge his grandson, he would seek justice himself. In the imperial capital, the ninth prince had little prospect, and beyond its borders well. In the stillness of the night at the brave Marquis's residence, Chun Zhanshan held the shattered life token of Chun Mo, his expression shifting between light and dark. He yearned for vengeance, yet he did not even know the true identity of his enemy. My lord, a guest has arrived, the steward announced from outside. Who? Chun Zhanshan inquired in a low voice. He claims he can assist you, my lord. Limit. The visitor, clad in black, approached. Upon seeing him, Chun Zhanshan asked, what assistance can you provide? I can help you take revenge. Boom! The pressure of Chun Zhanshan's aura bore down upon the stranger. How will you assist me in vengeance? Do you know who my enemy is? The black-clad figure spoke deliberately, Qin Luo. Chun Zhanshan chuckled coldly. Do you think I would believe such a claim? Of course. The killer may not be Qin Luo. The black figure's words darkened Chun Zhanshan's expression. Do you know who killed my grandson? The great Qin royal family. The figure stated solemnly. Your grandson perished in the turmoil of royal strife. Had Qin Luo not intervened, your grandson would still be alive. Your true enemy is the great Qin royal family. Eliminate Qin Luo, and I will reveal to you the identity of your grandson's killer. I can swear an oath upon the great path. Chun Zhanshan regarded him coldly. Is it your faction? No. I can likewise swear upon the heavenly path. Do you not understand? If I were to kill Qin Luo, I would have no refuge within the great Qin Empire. Even the Demon Suppression Division would pursue me relentlessly. Until death. You can join us, the black figure offered. Who are you? The figure enunciated a single word, Bei. Chun Zhanshan instantly comprehended. The brave Marquis should ponder deeply. The royal conflicts of the great Qin Empire do not merely utilize you and your grandson as pawns. They have extinguished your grandson's life. Is such an empire still worthy of your loyalty? After the figure departed, Chun Zhanshan fell into contemplation. The black-clad man's words resonated within him. His grandson's death was indeed a conspiracy, a plot against Qin Luo that also ensnared him. But was Qin Luo at fault? Certainly. His grandson's demise was due to Qin Luo. Damn it. Chen Zhanshan growled in frustration. Shortly after the black figure's departure, he slipped into the night, heading for Qin Luo's prince residence. It was inconceivable. Qin Luo had hinted at his intentions multiple times, and there was no reason for him to remain oblivious. Corpses. Corpses. The body may very well be in Qin Luo's possession. He was eager to discover what Qin Luo intended to do. He infiltrated the prince residence, aware that Su Qianchen had already sensed his presence and chose not to conceal himself further. Following the guiding aura, he arrived at a courtyard. Brave Marquis, I'm delighted to see you. Qin Luo greeted him with a beaming smile. Is my grandson's corpse in your possession? No, no, no. Qin Luo's words darkened Chen Zhanshan's expression. Had he misunderstood? Not your grandson's corpse, but your grandson is in my custody. Chapter 36. The Life and Death Seal of the Holy King. The 10 guardians of demon suppression before Chen Zhanshan could fully comprehend the situation. A familiar voice resonated in the air. Grandfather. As the emperor's banner unfurled, a spectral figure emerged, gazing at Chen Zhanshan with a poignant ache in his heart, though no tears graced his eyes. To be precise, he was already deceased. Only his soul lingered, preserved by the emperor's banner. Without the presence of Shi Huang and the banner, Chen Mo would have ceased to exist. Chen Zhanshan trembled, astonished to realize that Chen Mo's spirit still endured. Indeed, the shattering of the life token merely signified that Chen Mo's vitality had extinguished. In truth, even a saint would find it challenging to retain their soul once their physical form was lost. Only under extraordinary circumstances and with the aid of rare treasures could a fragment of the soul be preserved. The Emperor's banner, a unique sacred artifact, was currently of the lower grade among sacred ranks, yet it held the potential to ascend as more souls were gathered within it, growing in strength. This lower-grade artifact was far more precious than an average middle or even high-grade sacred artifact. Naturally, the souls contained within it were all servants of Qin Luo, and Chen Mo was no exception. Qin Luo quietly withdrew, granting space for the grandfather and grandson to share their moment. Chen Zhanshan learned from Chen Mo about the events that had transpired, realizing it was Qin Luo who had orchestrated the rescue, ensuring Chen Mo's soul remained intact. As a sage, he himself was incapable of such feats, revealing the formidable power of the one who acted from the shadows. Perhaps it was Su Qianchen, though he suspected Su Qianchen lacked expertise in matters of the soul. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Qin Luo re-entered the room, smiling as he addressed Chen Zhanshan. Shall we discuss matters, Duke Yingwu? Certainly. Duke Yingwu watched as Qin Luo reclaimed Chen Mo. He understood all too well that Chen Mo's survival depended solely on Qin Luo. The reality of Chen Mo becoming Qin Luo's servant was something he chose to selectively forget. Duke Yingwu, I present you with a choice, Qin Luo proposed. Speak, Ninth Prince. Chen Zhanshan replied, his tone lacking its earlier firmness. Become my subordinate, Qin Luo declared with a smile. The combat prowess of a holy king was something he dearly coveted. Not only did he wish for Chen Zhanshan's allegiance, but he also intended to inscribe the life and death seal within Chen Zhanshan's very being. Only by controlling another's life and death could he find true security. In his eyes, oaths were meaningless. After contemplating for a moment, Chen Zhanshan realized that with Chen Mo held as a hostage, his options were severely limited. I could choose to side with you, Ninth Prince, he stated. No, no, no. Duke Yingwu misunderstands. What I mean is, you shall submit to me. Allow me to employ a small technique within your being to ensure your everlasting servitude. Qin Luo's words darkened Chen Zhanshan's countenance. Submission? He was a dignified holy king. To submit to Qin Luo was utterly absurd. Was the Ninth Prince threatening him? Do powerful beings not possess dignity? I am no exception. Even if you hold my grandson's life in your hands, you cannot threaten me so. Chen Zhanshan retorted stiffly. No, no, no. I wish to propose a transaction with you, Duke Yingwu. If you are willing to submit, I can truly bring your grandson back to life. What do you say? This statement caused Chen Zhanshan's eyes to widen. His grandson existed now only as a soul, and to say he was dead was no exaggeration. Could Qin Luo truly resurrect him? Are you deceiving me? Chen Zhanshan inquired. If you require assurance, I can swear a grand oath. Qin Luo replied nonchalantly. He might lack such abilities, but Shi Huang could indeed facilitate it. All that was needed was time and certain treasured items. In that moment, Qin Luo had firmly grasped Chen Zhanshan's lifeline. If his grandson could be restored, the bloodline and legacy would not be severed. Chen Zhanshan's expression shifted. Weighing the pros and cons ultimately, he made his decision. I hope the ninth prince will keep his word. Qin Luo smiled faintly. Although I am not a virtuous man, I shall fulfill my promises. Shall we begin? Very well. Chen Zhanshan was intrigued to discover the means by which Qin Luo could control his destiny. After all, he was a sage, while Qin Luo was merely a lowly practitioner. It was this belief that led him to agree. Do not resist. Qin Luo instructed before commencing the inscription of the life and death seal. The life and death seal was a sacred technique capable of controlling all within the sacred realm, provided it was inscribed upon the opponent's soul. As Qin Luo executed the technique, Chen Zhanshan was left in shock. The intricacies of the method filled him with foreboding. Could it be that Qin Luo truly held sway over his life? Sensing the turmoil within him, Su Qinshan's voice rang out from a distance. Do not move. A formidable aura enveloped Chen Zhanshan, ensuring that any hostile action against Qin Luo would be met with Su Qinshan's formidable wrath. Concerning his grandson, Su Qinshan felt an aura of mystery surrounding him. Little Luo must have acquired an extraordinary inheritance, possibly that of an emperor, he mused internally. It is conceivable that in the future, the great Qin Empire may indeed fall into little Luo's hands. Alas, my daughter has passed. Had she lived to witness Qin Luo's accomplishments today, she would have surely rejoiced. The life and death seal was inscribed. Qin Luo felt a wave of fatigue wash over him, tempered by a flicker of excitement. A holy king had become his servant. How remarkable it would be to speak of this. Chen Zhanshan's expression was a tapestry of complexity as he sensed an imprint deep within his soul. One left by Qin Luo. It was indelible. This mark had taken root in the depths of his being, and should Qin Luo so desire, his life could be extinguished in an instant. Now, Duke Yingwu, you should promptly accuse me and expel me from the imperial capital. After a brief exchange with Qin Luo, Chen Zhanshan grasped the ninth prince's intent. He hesitated before saying, Your Highness, there exists an unwritten rule within the great Qin Empire. If a prince or high-ranking official commits an offense that does not warrant death, they are required to redeem themselves through merit. They may join the 10th Guard of the Demon Suppression Division. The 10th Guard? Does the Demon Suppression Division not comprise only 9 guards? Indeed, there are 9 guards in total, each led by a commander, with the commander above being the deputy commander who oversees 3 guards. The 10th Guard is a peculiar department within the Demon Suppression Division, comprising a motley crew of defectors from sects and those deemed criminals within the empire. Their tasks are perilous, yet their treatment is the most meager of all guards, albeit they are subject to the fewest regulations. To leave the imperial capital, one must either join the 10th Guard or enlist in the border forces. I suggest Your Highness join the 10th Guard rather than the border forces, for the military power has already been tainted by the other princes. Should you intervene recklessly, it may invite more enemies, particularly from the remaining princes aside from the 8th prince. Moreover, Chen Zhanshan's expression darkened. My grandson may very well have been slain by one of the prince's men. Some among them may have already colluded with Baiman. The people of Baiman approached me, urging me to eliminate Your Highness. Chapter 37. What is yours is mine. The dragon's reverse scale. Oh, is it true? The people of the Baiman dynasty wish to sow discord within our Qin Empire? Qin Luo felt a twinge of surprise, for he had not anticipated the involvement of the Baiman dynasty. However, it was clear that their interest lay not in him personally, but rather in his status. Should Chen Zhanshan take action against Qin Luo, he would find himself without a foothold in the Qin Empire, at which point the Baiman dynasty could easily usher him into their fold, turning him into one of their own. Eliminating Qin Luo would yield numerous benefits, igniting a fierce struggle among the princes. No one is oblivious. Who could fail to discern the intricacies at play here? In this world, it is not about irrefutable evidence. All that is required is a reason, an excuse. If anyone were to present proof of the hidden strife among the princes, the others would eagerly take the opportunity to strike at a fallen foe. Who possesses the motive and justification to eliminate Qin Luo? Qin Feng has both, as does Qin Jun. They might very well be the next victims of this reckoning. The Beiming dynasty merely fans the flames, reaping immense rewards. Although their strength is slightly inferior to that of the Qin Empire, it is not by a significant margin. The Qin Empire stands as an empire because its founder was a great emperor, a formidable figure of that realm, something the Beiming dynasty has yet to achieve. Even so, this does not hinder them from becoming one of the greatest adversaries of the Qin Empire. I suspect there are others plotting to persuade your highness to leave the imperial capital, to step away from the seat of power. The border troops, especially the northern garrison, must not be approached, Chen Zhanshan stated with grave seriousness. The northern garrison is essentially under the sole command of the northern king. Should Qin Luo venture there, it would not guarantee his demise, but he would certainly be suppressed with no opportunity for growth. Then, let us proceed to the 10th Guard of the Demon Suppression Division. Qin Luo resolved firmly. I believe some may wish to see me enter the 10th Guard of the Demon Suppression Division. It would certainly be one of the stains on my life. Qin Luo chuckled coldly. Should he aspire to become the son of the Empire of Qin, or even the Emperor of Qin, such a history would be a point of contention for others. Yet Qin Luo was indifferent, for he cared only for one thing: power. His vision extended further than that of anyone else in this world. He could stand against all adversaries. The modest Qin Empire was merely a stepping stone for him. Very well, let us make arrangements. Chen Zhanshan understood that upon his return, he must contemplate how to deal with Qin Luo. It was evident that the Emperor of Qin already possessed a strategy, as indicated by the fact that he had yet to summon Qin Luo, suggesting that he did not place much value on this son of his. With an innate mortal body and an arrogant disposition, these two traits together signified a lack of future for Qin Luo. Qin Luo thoroughly searched Lin Xian's spatial ring, uncovering only some low-level martial arts. Among the items, he discovered an iron box sealed with a powerful enchantment. It seemed that something remarkable might lie within. With a wave of his hand, the Emperor's banner materialized, enveloping him and shielding him from external perception. Shi Huang appeared beside Qin Luo, her gaze fixed on the iron box, her brow furrowing as if sensing that it contained something extraordinary. Is there danger? Qin Luo inquired. It should not be. We shall find out by opening it. Shi Huang began to unlock the iron box, while Qin Luo took a cautious step back, maintaining a safe distance. After a few moments, she managed to open the box, revealing a shimmering scale before Qin Luo's eyes. A scale? Qin Luo's expression shifted to one of disappointment as he beheld the dimly glowing artifact. Just this? Dragon scale? Shi Huang's voice rang out in astonishment. Dragon scale? Qin Luo felt a stir within, as he conjured a porcelain vial containing the blood of a divine dragon. He sensed a faint resonance between the vial's contents and the scale before him, akin to recognizing a kindred spirit. This scale was indeed a tangible proof of the existence of divine dragons in this world. The value of this dragon scale was immense. If forged into armor, it would surely be a top-tier sacred artifact. If crafted into a weapon, it possessed the potential to become an imperial weapon. You have quite serendipitously stumbled upon a great treasure. Shi Huang regarded Qin Luo with a peculiar expression, her tone suggesting she was aware of Lin Xian's possession of such a treasure, leading to his untimely demise at Qin Luo's hands. How could I know? I am not endowed with foresight, Qin Luo replied nonchalantly. He simply understood that the protagonist must possess extraordinary fortunes, and Lin Xian was no exception. Shi Huang did not press further, stating softly, while dragon scales are precious, finding someone capable of forging them is exceedingly rare. For you at present, this scale might be more of a liability than asset. Qin Luo nodded in agreement, refraining from contradiction. He sensed that Lin Xian's dragon scale likely had other uses, though he could not pinpoint them at the moment. Lin Xian, Lin Xian, why did you not develop a habit of keeping a journal? Qin Luo could not resist expressing his frustration. Very well, I must now accept Lin Xian's inheritance. I have yet to begin consuming the essence of the five-element spirit body. Now is the opportune moment, with the external chaos. Enhancing my strength is crucial to safeguarding my life. By the way, do you possess any exceptional soul cultivation techniques? Qin Luo inquired of Shi Huang. He had initially intended to plunder the royal treasury, yet now he found himself in the presence of a top-tier powerhouse. Surely, she must have something of value. Otherwise, how could her soul endure for such an extended period? Are you seeking my assistance? Shi Huang adopted a haughty demeanor. In that case, you must agree to one condition. A condition? Indeed, agree to one condition, and I shall bestow upon you the most superior soul cultivation technique in this realm. Crack! Qin Luo summoned the soul whip, striking it forcefully into the air. Woman, it appears you have yet to grasp your standing. You dare to negotiate terms with me? What is yours is mine, and what is mine remains mine. Conditions? Huh. You may only speak of requests. Do you understand? Ultimately, Shi Huang resigned herself. I shall give it to you. I implore you. Cease your assault. I cannot endure it any longer. As Qin Luo chastised Shi Huang, several men exchanged grim glances beside Lin Xian's lifeless body. The item is gone. That was the reverse scale of the dragon. This is of great significance. How could it have vanished? It was taken by Qin Luo. Qin Luo, he must pay for this. The item must be retrieved. Otherwise, our years of plotting will amount to nothing. If necessary, we shall personally descend to eliminate Qin Luo. Chapter 38. Severely punishing Qin Luo, betting from all sides. Qin Luo had obtained a soul cultivation technique from Shi Huang. A fragment? Qin Luo's tone carried a hint of disdain, prompting Shi Huang to become anxious. What a fragment! Even if it is but a fragment, it can still be regarded as a supreme-level cultivation technique. Shi Huang proclaimed with pride, "It is thanks to this technique that my soul is stronger than that of others at the same level, allowing me to preserve my soul undying even in the face of certain death. This technique is likely left behind by a transcendent being beyond the imperial realm. If it were complete, even a strong figure in the imperial realm would go mad for it. The soul refining furnace technique. This was the soul cultivation method Shi Huang had chosen for herself. It involves condensing a massive furnace deep within one's soul, continuously forging and refining one's soul, enhancing its power. This method is exceedingly difficult to practice. However, if one possesses abundant treasures that can nourish the soul, the cultivation speed could be astonishingly rapid. It is akin to using those soul-nourishing treasures as fuel. Only with sufficient fuel can one's soul grow even stronger." After hearing Shi Huang's words, Qin Luo chuckled. It appears that all of these techniques require vast resources. The sky-swallowing demon technique is designed specifically for devouring the fates of favored individuals. The 9-transformation golden body technique is a top-tier body refining method that requires resources beyond mere abundance. The soul refining furnace technique demands an extraordinary amount of soul resources. Truly, it's absurd. Perhaps by slaying a few favored individuals, I could acquire everything I need from the system, right? Qin Luo murmured to himself. The host is becoming increasingly self-aware. The system is pleased to discover that the host has blood relatives with powerful, favored individuals. The host is urged to eliminate them promptly. Blood relatives? Qin Luo was taken aback. Aside from Su Qianshun, who else among his blood relatives could it be? The Qin Emperor? Or perhaps his so-called brothers and sisters? Qin Feng is not a favored individual, and while Qin Jun is a favored daughter, she is not particularly strong. System, are you suggesting I should turn against my own kin? On the path to greatness, some relatives are more eager for your demise than strangers. No, no, no. You are overthinking it. I am, after all, a villain. Besides, I am a transmigrator. I mean, shouldn't you provide me with some special rewards to motivate me? Just like in the dramas, those are my blood relatives. I should be compensated handsomely. The system went offline, clearly unwilling to engage with Qin Luo any further. Qin Luo then turned his attention back to refining Lin Xian's elemental spirit essence. For 5 whole days, Qin Luo did not make an appearance outside. However, the matter surrounding Qin Luo escalated with each passing day. Shun Zhanshan made multiple visits to the royal palace, beseeching the Qin emperor to take action and severely punish the murderer of his grandson. Furthermore, Gu Yanting submitted a formal complaint, accusing Qin Luo of unlawfully killing his daughter, Gu Qingxue. He presented evidence claiming that Gu Qingxue had been a pure maiden before her demise, and the allegations of infidelity were baseless. Additionally, the commander of the Demon Suppression Division sought justice for Lin Xian. Furthermore, individuals from the Wanshang Holy Land entered the imperial capital, demanding the Qin emperor impose severe punishment on the murderer of Lin Xian. As for Lin Xian's dual identity, there was a cooperative agreement between the Demon Suppression Division and the Wanshang Holy Land. The Wanshang Holy Land was inclined to align with the Great Qin Empire, and Lin Xian was their representative sent for collaboration and exchange. Now, Qin Luo's actions not only killed their successor, but also jeopardized the partnership between the Wanshang Holy Land and the Great Qin Empire. They even proclaimed that if the Great Qin Empire did not punish Qin Luo severely, the Wanshang Holy Land would refuse to affiliate with them. The ninth prince was utterly audacious, openly slaying the commander of the Demon Suppression Division. Where was the justice? Where was the law? Indeed, the Wanshang Holy Land was a formidable force. Should they declare their allegiance to the Great Qin Empire, it would undoubtedly amplify the empire's influence. I have heard that the Holy Maiden of the Wanshang Holy Land harbored affections for Lin Xian. Now that Lin Xian is dead, she has declared that whoever can kill Qin Luo will be rewarded with a sacred artifact. Such a grand gesture? Surely even the saints would be tempted. However, even if the saints were tempted, they would not dare to openly act against the ninth prince. It remains uncertain how the emperor will address this matter. At this juncture, various proposed solutions emerged. Although the ninth prince had committed grave offenses, he was nonetheless the ninth prince of the Great Qin Empire. It would be inappropriate to execute him over such trivial matters. True, Qin Luo had killed several significant figures. But considering his father was the Qin emperor and his maternal grandfather was Su Qianqian, these were mere trifles to him. It would be better to confine the ninth prince within the Demon Suppression Division for 100 years, allowing him ample time to reflect on his misdeeds. Alternatively, I have heard that the ninth prince is exceptionally gifted. Imprisoning him within the Demon Suppression Division would be a waste. Instead, he should be sent to the battlefield. The princes of the Great Qin Empire ought to fight for the empire's interests. The situation on the southern battlefield is dire, and the ninth prince should leverage his remaining strength to slay enemies and atone for his sins. This proposal garnered considerable support within the imperial capital, and with some pushing for it, it was on the verge of becoming reality. Some remarked, I have heard that the emperor has already appointed the ninth prince as a commanding officer, and he will soon head to the southern battlefield to fight. No, it's not as a commanding officer. He will merely be sent as a foot soldier, purportedly to punish him. The discussions were fervent, and among them, a young man listened with an increasingly troubled expression. Am I, Sima Hao, to go to the southern battlefield? Damn it, I've heard that people die there daily. 3 of the marquises have already fallen, and the second prince was severely injured the other day. I do not wish to go. Someone beside him remarked, Young master, this matter is beyond your control. Who told you to have the bloodline of the Sima family? Who made you the 9th young master of the Sima family? I certainly do not want to go. I have enjoyed being a debauched youth in the imperial capital for so long. Who would have thought that there is still a 9th prince in the Great Qin Empire? Let us go. Let us go to the 9th prince's residence. Qin Luo was surprised that someone had come to visit him, and it was none other than the renowned Sima clan of the Great Qin Empire. What brings you to visit me? Qin Luo inquired curiously, gazing at Sima Hao. Without wasting words, Sima Hao declared his willingness to pledge loyalty to the 9th prince. Qin Luo was taken aback. Something was amiss. He did not believe that his arrogant behavior would attract the attention of a scion from such a prestigious family. The reason? Qin Luo inquired. Sima Hao spoke solemnly. The Sima family shares a deep bond with the Great Qin Empire, and all princes of the Great Qin Empire are supported by disciples of the Sima family. I am the 9th young master of the Sima family, and your highness is the 9th prince. It is only fitting that I serve you and offer my efforts. Understanding the implications, Qin Luo realized this was a strategic move. If I were to refuse? Qin Luo asked. Then Sima Hao would lose the support of the Sima family's resources, be expelled from the family, and must establish his own foundation. The competition within the Sima family is fiercely ruthless. Previously, he had been complacent but aspired to build his own legacy. Yet the great Qin Empire only had 8 princes. As for the princess, Qin Jun, the Sima family had loyal women as well. In truth, in a few years, he would lose the qualifications to compete for the family head and would have to follow the family's arrangements. Now, Qin Luo's emergence presented him with both an opportunity and a challenge, and he was determined to seize it. Even with a poor hand, possessing cards is better than being without any at the table. Qin Luo looked down at Sima Hao and said, "Very well, I shall give you a chance. Have your Sima family facilitate my entry into the Demon Suppression Division, and I shall make you my retainer." Sima Hao, with a troubled expression, spoke, "Your Highness, this matter is exceedingly difficult. Currently, numerous parties are exerting their efforts to compel Qin Luo to venture into the southern wilderness. Should any unforeseen incident occur, resulting in his demise, they would readily fabricate a plausible justification. You possess no room for negotiation. If you wish to extract what you desire from me, you must demonstrate your worth. Without investment, how can there be returns? Do you intend to achieve success with empty hands?" Chapter 39, Wishes Fulfilled. Deputy Commander Qin Luo, after sending off Sima Hao, Qin Luo fell into deep contemplation. The preparations made by the esteemed Duke Yingwu were nearly sufficient to secure his entry into the Taming Demons Division's 10th Guard. However, the prevailing sentiment now seemed to urge him towards the southern frontier, with even public opinion in the imperial capital rallying around this notion. Was there an intent to see me perish? Did I hold such enmity? There must be some misunderstanding, Qin Luo murmured to himself. Ultimately, he surmised that it must be due to Lin Xian. A dead man, no matter how valuable he once was, can no longer affect the living. Those who seek vengeance for the deceased are typically the closest kin, such as the so-called saintess of the myriad phenomena sacred land. As for others, they simply wish for my demise. Yet, Qin Luo sensed a more profound motive behind their actions. It still revolved around Lin Xian, and the outcome was all too evident. Dragon scale? Qin Luo grasped the crux of the matter. They sought to eliminate me and reclaim Lin Xian's dragon scale. The battlefield at the southern frontier presented the best opportunity. However, the southern frontier was not a place I would venture. The adversaries there were the barbarian tribes, endowed with innate strength and distinct bloodlines. The conflict between the Great Qin Empire and the barbarians could be described as a war of races. The barbarian warriors were undaunted by death, exhibiting formidable prowess, resulting in heavy casualties for the Great Qin army. Moreover, it was crucial to note that the lands of the barbarians were devoid of resources. If Qin Luo aspired to flourish, the southern frontier was the least favorable choice. His optimal path lay within the 10,000 Great Mountains. Within the 10,000 Great Mountains thrived countless sections. Among these sacred grounds, a particular entity flourished, the Children of Fortune. If you wish to kill me, I shall offer you this opportunity. Qin Luo's eyes sparkled with a hint of madness. Intelligence from Zheng Tuo revealed the precise location of Yichun. He was currently at the Swordmaster Manor and was romantically entangled with the manoress young lady. Indeed, the Child of Fortune, who thrives on the soft support of others, could find his way anywhere. However, another piece of news caught Qin Luo's surprise. Lu Ruyan was to be wed, and she was betrothed to the young master of the Divine Weapon Valley. The Divine Weapon Valley had even presented a powerful sacred artifact as a betrothal gift. Lu Ruyan, you were meant for the Child of Fortune. How could you marry so casually? Perhaps a classic trope from novels should be reenacted, such as a daring abduction. At this thought, Qin Luo felt a surge of excitement. The question remained, would Yichun attend? No, he must attend. Such a delightful affair. How could he miss it? The 10,000 Great Mountains were a must. Qin Luo declared with a firm slap on the table. If it came down to it, he would enlist Su Qianshan's assistance. Of course, Su Qianshan's involvement would incur a debt of gratitude to the Qin Emperor, a debt that must be repaid. Upon Sima Hao's return to the Sima family, he sought out his father immediately. Qin Luo intended to join the Taming Demons division. Indeed, he claimed that if our Sima family assisted him in joining, he would make me his retainer. Sima Hao let out a bitter laugh. Those from the Sima family who allied with other princes were always valued. Yet Qin Luo was an exception, someone they didn't even desire. Yet he had no other choice. The Taming Demons division held animosity against Qin Luo. He had repeatedly humiliated them, and Lu Cong and Chu Hong had openly expressed their hostility. Qin Luo presenting this dilemma was akin to complicating my situation. It seemed he did not wish for me, Sima Hao, to follow him. Sima Hao sighed. Otherwise, there was still another option within the Taming Demons division, the 10th Guard. Sima Xin In Dozet. Sima Hao was taken aback. However, the majority of the 10th Guard comprised felons, while Qin Luo was a prince. He was also a felon. Moreover, he could only join the 10th Guard. Otherwise, he would be forced to the southern frontier. I will consult the family head. Perhaps this matter can be maneuvered. I have heard that Duke Yingwu was previously persuaded to propose that Qin Luo join the 10th Guard to atone for his sins. However, joining the 10th Guard would signify a tarnished reputation, with no potential for advancement. How could the 9th Prince compete for the position of Emperor if he were so compromised? Sima Hao grew anxious. He desired a poor hand, but did not wish for a hand that was utterly worthless. Joining the 10th Guard would mean everything depended solely on oneself, and Qin Luo would inevitably lack avenues for advancement or access to resources. It is not merely the status of prince that guarantees an abundance of resources. Accolades are required to earn resources from the imperial court, and the 10th Guard barely offered any. The highest rank attainable within the 10th Guard was that of commander. Furthermore, once one joined the 10th Guard, there would be no escaping for life. One could not transfer to other departments unless they perished on a mission. The likelihood of Qin Luo competing for the position of emperor was virtually non-existent unless he grew powerful enough that no one could oppose him. But could that be achieved within the 10th Guard? Competing for the emperor's position? Sima Xan scoffed. First, one must break through to the saint realm. We are merely making preliminary moves, as is the tradition of our Sima family. Otherwise, do you think our family would invest in such a prince? Sima Xin's words pierced Sima Hao's heart like an arrow. It dawned upon him that he was already deemed expendable. With the Sima family taking action, public sentiment indeed began to shift. The Sima family wished for Qin Luo to join the Taming Demons division. Such an absurdity. Would the Taming Demons division permit that? Upon hearing this news, Qin Feng smirked, displaying his disdain. Your Highness, perhaps the Taming Demons division might indeed allow it. Have you forgotten about the 10th Guard? At this remark, Qin Feng faltered, then frowned and said, Qin Luo will go to the 10th Guard? Understand that joining the 10th Guard would necessitate his departure from the imperial capital. Sometimes it is not entirely within his control, would you not agree? His Majesty must make a decisive choice. Indeed, the Qin Emperor must act resolutely. A command was issued. His Majesty decrees, summon Su Qianshan for an audience. After meeting with the Qin Emperor, Su Qianshan was elevated to the rank of first-class marquis. As for Qin Luo, the elder eunuch addressed him. His Majesty offers you two choices. First, remain in the imperial capital and serve in the ancestral hall for 10 years without leaving. Second, depart from the imperial capital and join the Taming Demons Division's 10th Guard. I shall join the Taming Demons Division. Qin Luo resolutely decided. The elder eunuch had no further words to spare. From this day forth, the 9th Prince Qin Luo shall serve as deputy commander of the Taming Demons Division's 10th Guard. The news was to be kept confidential. Yet immediately after Qin Luo was appointed as deputy commander, all factions within the city eager for information learned of his new role. An invisible hand disseminated all intelligence to those seeking to know. Indeed, after Qin Luo undertook his tasks, detailed information regarding his departure from the imperial capital, including the time and route, was also provided. Chapter 40. Serving others while holding the bowl, I will protect you from the shadows. Su Qianshan said solemnly to Qin Luo. Grandfather, there's no need. I believe you should remain in the imperial capital. Staying in the capital would allow Su Qianshan to cultivate within the secret realm of the great Qin Empire. Following Qin Luo would undoubtedly impede Su Qianshan's progress in his training. rendering it a waste. Su Qianxin has now been regarded by Qin Luo as a nuclear weapon, serving as a deterrent. Much like in a great power conflict, while one may not need such a weapon, one cannot afford to be without it. Lacking it invites relentless aggression from others. Carrying around a nuclear weapon recklessly would be the worst-case scenario. The most formidable opponents might even deploy saints against him. This is especially true since Qin Luo possesses the dragon scale, which could attract the attention of saints seeking to seize it. However, Qin Luo has Qinjianshan, one of his hidden trump cards. To outsiders, the formidable Qinjianshan seemed to have departed the imperial capital after obtaining the answers he sought, heading to his post. Unfortunately, attempts to win over the illustrious lord were in vain, as someone within the North Mang Empire lamented. It's quite normal. After all, he is a powerful sage. It is not easy to sway someone of his caliber into our North Mang Empire. What about the ninth prince? Should we take action? There's no need. That would be crossing boundaries. Besides, he's merely a prince destined for insignificance. Is he truly worth our efforts? The reason they had hoped for the illustrious lord to eliminate Qin Luo was to coerce him into the North Mang. Gu Qingfeng said to Gu Yanting, "Father, Qin Luo is about to leave the imperial capital." Gu Yanting's gaze sharpened immediately as he warned Gu Qingfeng, "Do not act recklessly. We have pushed him to the limit." Gu Qingfeng felt discontent. However, even if Qin Luo left the capital, it did not guarantee his demise. Yet, outside the capital, there would always be those who would wish to take his life. But I cannot afford to wait a moment longer for my sister's vengeance. Gu Qingfeng gritted his teeth. Whether we want or not, we must endure. Otherwise, it could lead to our family's destruction. Remember, Qin Luo may die, but his death must never be linked to us. Previously, their accusations against him were justified as a means of revenge. But any further aggression would amount to the murder of a prince, something that could bring ruin to their entire clan. Gu Qingfeng looked at Gu Yanting, gritting his teeth in agreement. All right. However, after Gu Yanting departed, Gu Qingfeng muttered through clenched teeth, "I cannot find peace until he is dead." Subsequently, he concealed his identity and learned through a secret channel of Qin Luo's route out of the capital. Additionally, it was crucial to note that Su Qianxin would not be covertly protecting Qin Luo. It seems I'm not the only one wishing for the ninth prince's demise. You may want to observe how he meets his end. A hoarse voice emerged from the cloaked figure, and Gu Qingfeng, also shrouded in black, felt a stirring within. Watching Qin Luo perish with his own eyes would certainly suffice, wouldn't it? After acquiring the intelligence, the cloaked figure glanced in the direction of Gu Qingfeng's departure and scoffed. Does the Gu family truly believe they are well hidden, merely wanting to watch the spectacle? How could that be? If you do not act, others will compel you to do so. Qingfeng faced a daunting decision. Your Highness, we still have sincerity. To kill Qin Luo in exchange for a Bodhi fruit would be quite advantageous for you. Upon hearing the name of the Bodhi fruit again, Qin Feng's heart fluttered. The Bodhi fruit could facilitate one's comprehension of techniques and the Tao, while also enhancing one's soul strength and improving their innate talents. His future achievements would undoubtedly be elevated. However, the risk of killing Qin Luo was too great. No, if this matter were to come to light, my fate would be dire. Qingfeng contemplated before ultimately declining. Your Highness, we are aware that Min Sandow is loyal to you. You could easily have him take action. Qingfeng immediately became wary. What nonsense are you spouting? Min Sandow has never served under me. The other party chuckled. Your Highness, do not worry. This matter is known only to us and you. If Min Sandow eliminates the ninth prince, we will acquire what we desire, and it will benefit both parties. Your Highness, you wouldn't want others to discover that Min Sandow is under your command, would you? The first prince and Marquis Wenxin have been searching for him for quite some time. If they learn he serves you, do you think they wouldn't speculate? Qin Feng's expression darkened. Min Sandow was indeed one of his subordinates, and this matter was highly confidential, especially after the incident involving Min Sandow. He was even more cautious about revealing it. Min Sandow was still a wanted criminal in the Great Qin Empire. During a job, he had inadvertently killed the daughter of Marquis Wenxin, who was also the first prince's mistress. This was something he could not let others discover, for it would certainly lead to his trial, and he might meet the same fate as Qin Luo. Having Min Sandao alive poses a risk to you, Your Highness. Why not let him take action this time, and we can assist you in resolving this trouble? Qin Feng glared at the other party, gritting his teeth. Fine, but I want the Bodhi fruit now. As you wish. The other party readily handed over a box. It has been a pleasure cooperating with you. Qin Luo arrived at the Demon Suppression Division, where the 10 guards of demon suppression were regarded as a rather humble office. A clerk approached, presenting a token. Your Highness, this is your commander's badge. A few of your men are currently in the imperial capital. Would you like to meet them? Very well, let them come in. Qin Luo replied indifferently. He needed subordinates. As an antagonist, having loyal hounds was essential. Soon, several individuals entered, including 1 Qianhu and 3 Baihu. The leading Qianhu entered with an air of arrogance, offering a casual salute before quickly retracting it. I have seen the 9th prince. Qin Luo corrected him. I am now the vice commander of the Demon Suppression Division. You should address me by my title. The man did not address Qin Luo's comment directly, and simply stated, I have tasks at hand, so I shan't linger with you, Your Highness. He turned to leave, displaying utter disregard for Qin Luo. How intriguing. This Demon Suppression Division truly is fascinating. Qin Luo narrowed his eyes. Was it that the 10 guards of Demon Suppression had no desire for advancement, even refusing to flatter their superiors? Sudoni, Qin Luo sera surged. Did I permit you to leave? The man halted, turning to Qin Luo and calmly replying. Combat is prohibited within the Demon Suppression Division. Your Highness should not disrupt the rules. Moreover, Your Highness is merely at the Divine Passage realm, while I am at the Cave Heaven realm. The fact that all Qianhu within the Demon Suppression Division had at least attained the Cave Heaven realm provided him with confidence against Qin Luo. Qin Luo perused the identity information of these men and, upon reading the details of this Qianhu, scoffed. Qianhu Li Yi, former elder of the Jiyuan sword sect. After your wife was wronged by the sect leader's son, you killed in rage, fled, and subsequently joined the 10 guards of demon suppression. Indeed, Li replied coolly. If your highness has no other matters, I shall return home. All members of the 10 guards of demon suppression were entitled to a few days of leave after completing their missions to rest at home. I almost forgot you have a family in the imperial capital. You must also have a sister, right? I hear she is quite lovely. With this remark, Li's steps came to a complete halt. Clenching his fists, he turned to Qin Luo and asked in a low voice, What are you trying to do, 9th Prince? There's a saying that goes, He who holds the bowl is subject to the ruler. You, who partake in the sustenance of my great Qin empire and bask in its protection, particularly as a 1,000 household under my command, dare to exhibit such an attitude. I would not hesitate to witness a recurrence of a 9 yuan sword sect incident. Li Yi's eyes suddenly turned a deep shade of crimson as he shouted at Qin Luo, Do you dare? Kneel. Qin Luo coldly replied, his tone imbued with an unmistakable authority. You may have escaped the 9 yuan sword sect, but you cannot evade my great Qin empire. Chapter 41. The investigation of the annihilation case. How could you know I am unwilling? The 3 captains watched this scene with trepidation, their hearts racing. A prince had descended into their midst, and they all understood that his future was doomed. Yet, they never anticipated such audacity. Li Qianhu, do not act impulsively. This is His Highness the Prince. One of the captains hurriedly cautioned. Li ultimately found himself kneeling on the ground, uttering, I have met the commander. The other captain followed suit, prostrating himself. I have met the commander as well. Li, stay. The rest of you may return for now. Qin Luo spoke indifferently. The others did not dare hesitate and promptly withdrew, leaving only Li Yi kneeling. Qin Luo looked down upon Li Yi. He did not rise. For Li Yi dared not do so. Every individual possesses a vulnerability, and Li Yi was no exception. His sister was his sole concern. Otherwise, he would not have sought refuge in the Demon Suppression Department of the Great Qin Empire. Only the Demon Suppression Department could safeguard his family, and he toiled for the Empire in return for their protection. After a moment, Qin Luo finally spoke. The son of the head of the Jiu Yuan sword sect has dishonored your wife, and you have only killed him? Upon mentioning this, Li Yi felt a surge of resentment. Indeed, I have only killed that one man. Useless. Qin Luo scolded. Your wife was insulted, and you should have eradicated his entire clan. Merely killing one is inconsequential. Li Yi wished he could have done more, but he lamented, I could not. My cultivation level is a significant hindrance. The head of the Jiu Yuan sword sect has already reached the pinnacle of the cave heaven realm, nearly a half step to the saint realm. I, on the other hand, have only reached the third level of the cave heaven realm. Submit to me, and all possibilities will unfold for you. You have this one opportunity. Qin Luo's words left Li Yi stunned. Submit to Qin Luo? To one who is merely relegated to the demon suppression 10 guards? Do you not believe me? Know this, a great saint stands behind me, and annihilating the Jiu Yuan sword sect could be as simple as a word. Li Yi felt a stirring within him. This was the thorn that had halted his progress for years. With the prospect of vengeance, he was indeed tempted. May I have time to consider? Very well. You have 3 breaths to contemplate, Qin Luo replied coolly. For you, it is an opportunity. For me, I do not lack this insignificant cave heaven realm. You have but 1 breath left. Provide your answer. Qin Luo's words bewildered Li Yi. There was no precedent for such consideration. It was utterly absurd. With a thud, Li Yi bowed deeply, declaring, I pledge my allegiance to your highness. I beseech you to aid me in slaying the head of the Jiu Yuan sword sect. No. Li Yi felt a surge of disbelief, his mind racing at Qin Luo's next proclamation. Eradicate the Jiu Yuan sword sect. Vengeance begets vengeance. It is better to eliminate them entirely, for your sake and for his. Since you pledge fealty to me, I must leave a mark within you. Qin Luo never believed in mere loyalty. He required control. He had no time to convert others to absolute loyalty. It was akin to love. Others may discuss it first, but he needed to act first. Li Yi, being a decisive individual, resolved to fully submit to Qin Luo, allowing him to imprint the life and death mark within him. As he felt the mark, Li Yi's fear of Qin Luo deepened. It appeared that this prince was not merely cast to the demon suppression 10 guards, as he had initially assumed. Next, tell me about the rules of our 10 guards. Qin Luo inquired. It was essential to adhere to the regulations of the demon suppression department, utilizing its rules to accomplish tasks. Naturally, if one disregarded the rules, they would not be protected by them. Li Yi recounted all he knew to Qin Luo, ultimately cautioning, since your highness is now the commander of the demon suppression department, you must operate according to the 10 guards regulations. You will need to accept missions. Our 10 guards are the only division within the demon suppression department that does not require duty in the imperial capital. Many of us may have never even met in person. This time, it could be considered fortunate. Bring forth all the missions that commanders need to complete. I wish to see, Qin Luo commanded. Soon, the tasks were presented, each one related to individuals or forces of saint level. For instance, capturing wanted criminals of the saint realm or eliminating openly defiant forces against the great Qin Empire. Let us take this mission. Investigate the truth behind the annihilation case of Marquis Wu Yuan and apprehend or eliminate all involved. Description: Marquis Wu Yuan is a second-rank marquis of the great Qin Empire, having been inherited for 3 generations. On the day of his natural death, his entire family was suddenly exterminated by a mysterious entity. Suspected parties: Blood Moon's sacred ground. I do enjoy such tasks. Investigations, after all, are within my purview. The Blood Moon Sacred Ground was one of the sects within the 10,000 Great Mountains, perhaps slightly weaker than the Tai Xu Sacred Ground. The previous master had not had much contact with the Blood Moon Sacred Ground, thus knowing little about them. Investigating them would undoubtedly be perilous, necessitating a commander-level figure to undertake the task. Yet, while Qin Luo bore the title of commander, others deemed him lacking in true commanding strength. Upon seeing Qin Luo accept the mission, Li Yi quickly cautioned, Your Highness, the Blood Moon Sacred Ground is not to be trifled with. They do not fear our great Qin Empire. If pushed too hard, they may resort to desperate measures. Though he did not articulate it so plainly, the implication was clear. Such desperation could lead to Qin Luo's demise. Fear not. They are merely a small faction of the Blood Moon Sacred Ground, Qin Luo replied, his tone brimming with confidence. Since Qin Luo had spoken thus, Li Yi refrained from further opposition. Prepare yourself. In 3 days, we shall depart for the 10,000 Great Mountains. Bring along all my subordinates, every last one. Accepting the mission meant it would also be counted under his subordinate's achievements. Understood. By the way, seek out Sima Hao and have him come to the Demon Suppression Department to complete some formalities. Henceforth, he shall be one of my soldiers. Upon receiving this news, Sima Hao was utterly taken aback. With a look of trepidation, he approached Qin Luo, saying, "Your Highness, I did not foresee your entry into the Demon Suppression 10 guards. Please forgive me." He assumed Qin Luo would be furious with him, believing that his induction into the 10 guards was a punishment. Qin Luo shuklat kulli. How could you know that I did not desire to come here? Aside from the challenging tasks and slightly fewer resources, the rules here are far less stringent than the other 9 guards. Even the commander executes tasks outside. It can be said that I am the most powerful within the Demon Suppression 10 guards. Fewer rules are advantageous. Thus, I, Qin Luo, shall henceforth be the rule. Chapter 42. The innate dual pupils and the acquired supreme Daobon. Now, I have a task for you. Do you believe I can be trusted? Qin Luo inquired with a solemn gaze. Sima Hao snapped back to reality, a glimmer of resolve igniting within him. Though he did not fully grasp Qin Luo's intentions, he recognized that Qin Luo still possessed the will to contend for that position. As a loyal subject of the Sima family, I shall serve you until death. Sima Hao declared. Qin Luo shook his head. I do not place my faith in mere verbal loyalty. Sima Hao opened his mouth to express that he would demonstrate his loyalty in time, but Qin Luo was not one to follow conventional norms. After the life-and-death mark was implanted, Sima Hao felt a lingering daze. His very life was now in Qin Luo's grasp. Remember, you are now mine. Honor and disgrace shall be shared. If I rise, the Sima family shall thrive under your command. Furthermore, I have a distaste for your family's approach of hedging bets in multiple directions. In my view, your Sima family's strategy of diversifying investments to ensure longevity is indicative of indecision. Perhaps you have already harbored treasonous thoughts. Your Highness, that is impossible. Sima Hao was abruptly interrupted by Qin Luo. Remember your position. You are my soldier, and your loyalty lies with me, not the Sima family. Now, utilize your family's influence to help me promote a certain individual and craft their persona. Sima Hao inwardly grumbled, feeling the irony of being instructed to exploit the very connections he was told not to be loyal to. This individual is named Yi Chun. You must portray him as a person of deep loyalty and righteousness, and weave a tale of love that was forcibly torn apart, culminating in his engagement to someone he does not wish to marry. Qin Luo was eager to see whether the reputation of Yi Chun would compel him to contest for his beloved. If he did not, it would be a significant blow to his reputation. Moreover, Qin Luo believed that Yi Chun's fortune could provide him with ample support. Seizing a bride might indeed lead to success. The resilient creature does not die easily, especially one blessed with fortune, as they excel at rising from the ashes. Remember, I want the name Yi Chun to echo throughout the 10,000 great mountains, known for his entanglement with Lu Ruyan. The young master of the Divine Weapon Valley has forcibly claimed love, and the Holy Land of Tai Xu has cruelly separated the fated couple. Although Sima Hao was oblivious to Qin Luo's ultimate intention, he recognized the importance of executing this task flawlessly. After all, it was merely a matter of spreading rumors and influencing public opinion. Simple enough. Once the affairs of the imperial capital were arranged, Qin Luo insisted that Su Qinshin need not accompany him, and even allowed her to openly enter a secret realm of the great Qin Empire for her training. This decision alleviated the concerns of many. Qin Luo set forth with Li Yi from the Demon Suppression Division, accompanied by 300 men and several others. Heading beyond the imperial capital, they concealed their identities and disguised their appearances. Just as they were about to depart the capital, the sound of urgent hoofbeats approached. A troop of cavalry charged in from a distance, their banners revealing them to be from the 5th Prince. Indeed, it was the 5th Prince, who had quelled several rebellions and would surely receive lavish rewards from the Emperor. This was a true prince of the great Qin Empire, fighting valiantly for its glory. Unlike the arrogant 9th Prince, Qin Luo could only shake his head in disbelief. How had he garnered such a notorious reputation for merely slaying a few individuals? It seemed the mantle of villainy was inescapable. Indeed, He reflected, I heard he is about to leave the capital. From his arrival to his departure, the emperor has not even met with him, indicating a bleak future for him. Upon hearing this, Li Yi's expression shifted, and he quickly scanned their surroundings. With a grave tone, he addressed Qin Luo, Your Highness, our cover may have been compromised, and I fear we might be under watch. Should we postpone our departure? Qin Luo dismissed the concern nonchalantly. It matters not. I welcome their awareness of my departure today. If they do not reveal themselves, how can I hunt? A thief cannot remain hidden forever, and I, Qin Luo, shall not live in constant vigilance against them. If they have come, we shall slay them all. Qin Luo's gaze fixed upon the distant cavalry. Among them, a remarkably imposing young man caught his attention. Was this the so-called blood relative? Discovering the fortunate son, Qin Fan, name, Qin Fan, age, 35, fortune level, rank 5, fortune value, 888,000, physique, innate dual pupils acquired supreme Dao bone, flame dragon bloodline. Innate dual pupils grant insight into many worldly secrets. The supreme Dao bone is an acquired trait, and the flame dragon bloodline is also obtained later. Cultivation, 7th layer of the cave heaven realm. For him, fighting above his rank is as easy as drinking water. If one does not possess strength beyond the sage level, they should avoid conflict with him. Otherwise, they may suffer the consequences. Introduction. Born into royalty, he grew accustomed to deceit from a young age. He lives by the maxim, if one does not act for oneself, heaven will smite them. What do you think his purpose is in returning? A piercing gaze locked onto Qin Luo, causing an involuntary shiver to race down his spine, as though he were prey under the scrutiny of a predator. Awakened by the system's alert, Qin Luo suddenly realized that Qin Fan's return might be linked to him. Qin Fan, without a moment's hesitation, spurred his horse forward, leading his cavalry into the heart of the imperial capital. In a moment of regret, he remarked to his subordinates, Indeed, an ordinary mortal physique. A person without a special bloodline is not worth my attention. That fellow may simply wish to assess my talents. Qin Luo mused to himself. How intriguing. The stakes were rising, and the stronger the opponent, the better. Especially that fortune value was exceedingly tempting, as the innate sword bone and flame heaven body. Yi Chen had already been deemed the most formidable protagonist in this realm by Qin Luo. Yet, unexpectedly, Qin Fan surpassed him in prowess. If all proceeded as anticipated, the great Qin Empire would likely fall into Qin Fan's hands. Alas, he was a son of fortune. The throne of Qin would forever elude him. Let's proceed. Qin Luo adhered to the principle of tackling one challenge at a time. Today, those individuals would aid him in breaking through to the divine transformation realm. Indeed, only under pressure can one find motivation, and the urgency surged within him. He could hardly wait. More opportunities will be welcome. Chapter 43. The Assassination of the Prince. The valor of the Marquis, dragon scales, blood of the flame dragon. Could it be that the great Qin Empire harbors a dragon? Qin Luo murmured, astonishment lacing his tone. A dragon, a divine beast. Is it conceivable that a celestial dragon resides within the great Qin Empire? His voice echoed within the emperor's banner. A celestial dragon? Do you truly believe such a possibility exists? If the great Qin Empire possessed a dragon, which other force in this realm could rival you? You would have already dominated this world. Shi Huang retorted sharply. But how do we explain the bloodline of the flame dragon and the dragon scales? Qin Luo countered. Perhaps the dragon is deceased? Even a lifeless dragon is a treasure trove, capable of elevating your great Qin Empire to unprecedented heights. We may soon discover whether the great Qin Empire indeed possesses a celestial dragon, he continued to muse. After a day's journey, they halted in a narrow gorge, a place often plagued by bandits, as Li Yi explained. I cannot say whether there are bandits, but there are certainly dangers. Come fort. Qin Luo called towards the heights of the gorge. Ha ha ha. A booming laughter resonated. Your Highness the Ninth Prince, someone seeks your death. How about you surrender to me? A middle-aged man, wielding a large blade, descended from the sky, each step an effortless glide through the air. His ease indicated formidable power. He is Min Sandow, Li Gaspit, a notorious fugitive on the Great Qin wanted list. Min Sandao was reputed to slay anyone before him without the need for more than 3 strikes. Your Highness, his strength is at least at the late stage of the Cave Heaven realm. I will hold him off. You must flee. Li Site put formarth. Brandishing a sword, his expression grave. Min Sandao laughed derisively. Stop me? You, a mere novice in the Cave Heaven realm? Frankly, I need not even draw my blade thrice to slay you on the spot. Then try it. Li retorted coldly. I wish to see just how powerful you truly are. Boom! A tremendous sword aura erupted from Li Yi, reaching near perfection. This was his confidence. Qin Luo surveyed the surroundings, a cold smile gracing his lips. Is this all you dare to present? Were you hiding in the shadows, merely spectating? Min Sandao scoffed. I alone am sufficient. Are you eager to meet your demise, Your Highness? You? Were you? Merely a trifling Cave Heaven warrior. Do you truly believe you can stir chaos before me? Qin Luo stepped forward, and despite Li Yi's attempts to halt him, he declared, Your life is of little value. Who dares to assassinate me? I can hardly discern who the true villain is. Qin Luo waved his hand, summoning the Emperor's banner. Boom! Darkness enveloped the area, shrouding it under the banner's essence. Feigning the supernatural? Min Sandao's expression reflected disdain. Today, Prince, your fate is sealed. Boom! As his aura surged, he was suddenly ensnared by a terrifying force that rendered him immobile, akin to an ant beneath a boot. A sage, Min Sandao exclaimed, astonishment evident in his voice. He could not fathom that a powerful sage accompanied Qin Luo. It is over, it is over. Li Yi, also enveloped by the Emperor's banner, finally understood why Qin Luo had been so nonchalant. A sage stood guard beside him. Min Sandao, what other tricks do you possess? Reveal them, or I might just take my leave, and you may never find me again. Opportunities like this are fleeting. As Qin Luo spoke, a light laugh echoed. The 9th prince of the great Qin, indeed so audacious. Alas, the old man Su Qianshan is absent. No matter your prowess, today you shall not escape my grasp. A woman, veiled in black, materialized above the gorge. A sage, indeed a sage. Min Sandao was merely a bait dispatched by them. Should Qin Luo succeed, they would unleash the sage. If he failed, it was all anticipated. Are you from the myriad phenomenous sacred land? Qin Luo inquired. The woman smiled. 9th prince, what do you think? Why seek my life? Someone has taken what they should not have and offended the wrong people. Understood, you covet this item, correct? Qin Luo produced an iron box, shaking it before her. Engaging in discourse with an astute mind is effortless, yet regrettably, she lamented. Today, you are destined for death. Surrender the item, and I may grant you a complete corpse. By your merit? Qin Luo's voice dripped with disdain. It suffices. Without Su Qianshan by your side, your path leads only to death. 9th prince, allow me to impart this wisdom. Beneath the sage, all are but ants. Before me, you are but an ant easily crushed. Enough with the empty words. Today you are doomed. Whoosh! The woman leapt from the heavens, charging towards Qin Luo. Li Yi stood resolutely before him, fear evident in his eyes, yet he brandished his sword against the sage. With a wave of her hand, the Emperor's banner enveloped the woman. How long can you withstand me? She taunted, piercing through the banner. Still not making a move? What are you waiting for? A commanding voice resonated in the ears of the others. Whoosh! 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 Those lurking in the shadows finally emerged. All spectators were compelled to act by the female sage, lest they face death themselves. This incident required the likes of Qin Feng, Qin Jun, and the Gu family to bear the brunt. They were forced to align on the same boat. The Bodhi fruit is not given freely. Qin Luo, surrender your life. Gu Qinfeng had merely come to observe, but upon being discovered by the sage, he found no choice. To refrain from action meant certain death. The Gu family was dragged into this predicament, with no option but to proceed forward. I cannot withstand this. Faced with Gu Qingfeng's late-stage cave heaven strength, Li Yi paled. Kill! Li Yi roared, unleashing his sword. In the next moment, thrust. The blade pierced Gu Qingfeng's chest, leaving him momentarily dazed. Is this it? So weak? A voice of authority reverberated through the gorge. To dare to assassinate a prince of the great Qin Empire, you must be punished. Valor Marquis. It is you. A terrified gasp echoed from within the Emperor's banner. Chapter 44. The Secrets Behind. Let Commander Lu preside over justice. It is widely known that Chen Zhanshan's grandson perished due to Qin Luo. Yet now Chen Zhanshan has come to Qin Luo's aid, leaving all in disbelief. The farce should come to an end, Qin Luo stated calmly. As a saint king, Chen Zhanshan's intervention rendered the female saint no match for him, and with the assistance of the human emperor banner, she soon found herself kneeling. With a splutter, the woman expelled a mouthful of blood, her expression twisted in agony as she knelt before him. Chen Zhanshan, your grandson died because of the royal conflicts of the great Qin Empire, and yet you serve as a lapdog for them. You are truly despicable. With a resounding slap, Chen Zhanshan struck her face, causing her black veil to fall away, revealing a fairly attractive visage. Speak of your origins, and I may allow you to suffer less. Chen Zhanshan said coldly. Never. The woman retorted defiantly. I admit my defeat today, but rest assured, one day someone will avenge me. Her gaze fell upon Qin Luo, a cold smirk gracing her lips. Do you know who is behind the three blades? Release me, and I shall divulge who seeks to end your life. Before she could finish, the three blades fell to his knees with a thud. Your Highness, spare me. It was the 8th prince who commanded me to kill you. It was him. Bang, bang, bang. The three blades knocked his head against the ground, causing the woman to twitch her lips in irritation. His identity is of no consequence. I simply wish to know yours and your intentions. Let me go, and I shall reveal a secret. Otherwise, you will face an unending pursuit. The woman continued to plead. With a wave of his hand, Qin Luo transported them into the human emperor banner. Extract her primal power. Qin Luo commanded coldly. As you wish. Shi Huang replied indifferently. What are you doing? No. The female saint cried out, but in the next instant, Shi Huang made her move, withdrawing the source of her power, leading to her demise. No. The female saint screamed in fury, her expression one of sheer rage, yet the outcome was unalterable. She was dead, truly dead, as an ethereal soul floated away. Her vengeful gaze settled upon Qin Luo and the others. I shall wait for you below. You will die. You will certainly die. You have no idea what you possess. With this, you shall never have peace in your life. Speaking of last words is premature, Qin Luo remarked nonchalantly, revealing the soul whip in his hand. Let me handle it, Shi Huang said eagerly. Qin Luo glanced at her and replied, Beg me. Shi Huang's expression turned mournful as she pleaded, Please, let me take this on. A shiver ran down Qin Luo's spine. Her voice was too sweet, and she had even learned to speak in a seductive tone. All right, you shall uncover all that I wish to know. With a gesture, the soul-binding rope and the soul whip fell into Shi Huang's hands. Her face lit up with excitement as she looked at the woman's ethereal soul, sending a chill down the latter's spine. Next, I will show you that death will be your most coveted desire. Death is not frightening. What is truly terrifying is wanting to die, but being unable to. Before long, the female saint began to plead for mercy. No, please, spare me, spare me. I don't want to. Finally, she could no longer contain herself. I will tell you everything. Just spare me. From her lips, Qin Luo learned the identity of the shadowy puppet master. It was not entirely the Wanshang Holy Land, but rather a mysterious organization known as the Hidden Dragon Society. Moreover, the item in Qin Luo's possession was the dragon's reverse scale. What is the purpose of this item? Qin Luo inquired. According to legend, the dragon's reverse scale is the most vital scale from a dragon's body, capable of forcibly establishing a contract with a dragon, enslaving it. The great Qin Empire possesses a dragon, a living dragon. This revelation was profoundly shocking. A living dragon. The great Qin Empire was poised to defy the heavens. I suspect this dragon resides in the imperial capital, perhaps even within the Demon Suppression Division. Am I correct? Qin Luo asked. Since Lin Xian's induction into the Demon Suppression Division, it became apparent that the dragon might be imprisoned within one of its 108 levels of dungeons. I do not know. That is all I am aware of. Very well. Then you may rest in peace, Qin Luo said coldly, addressing Shi Huang. Annihilate her soul. I desire the purest essence of her soul. Shi Huang frowned, for absorbing another S soul was ultimately not the righteous path. This is an order, Qin Luo commanded frostily. A sense of urgency surged within him. He needed to break through. After retracting the human emperor banner, he emerged into the outside world and spoke solemnly to Qin Shan. Find a secluded place. I wish to enter seclusion. In the face of disbelief from the onlookers, Qin Shan respectfully clasped his fists. Is already prepared. Your Highness may follow me. The others in the Demon Suppression Division were astounded. A powerful Saint King treated a prince with such reverence, leaving them struggling to comprehend this world anew. Ah, wait, Qin Luo turned to the others. You have witnessed too much today. Thus, I offer you a choice. Either submit utterly to me or join them. There was no hesitation. All were marked by Qin Luo's seal of life and death. The primal powers of all who came to assassinate Qin Luo were extracted by Shi Huang, their souls processed through a special secret method, leaving merely seemingly pure soul essences. Qin Luo produced the dragon's blood and extracted all of Lin Xian's essence. He aimed to transcend his cultivation. He leapt into the divine transformation realm. And it was not merely the first layer of that realm. Deliver the head of the three blades to the 8th Princess's state, and this fellow S head to the Princess S residence. Inform them that since they dared to declare war, the only outcome henceforth shall be death or survival. It is not that I, Qin Luo, disregard blood ties. Rather, they have crossed the line. Send Gu Qinfeng, S head, to the Demon Suppression Division, and inform them that Gu Qinfeng intended to assassinate this prince. Should the Demon Suppression Division fail to act justly upon my return to the imperial capital, I shall hold them accountable one by one. By the way, summon Commander Liu and Commander Chu to ensure justice is served on my behalf. Chapter 45, Breaking Through Divinity. The master behind the blood-killing tower, the devouring heaven demon technique, grant me the power to consume the essence of the saints, the origins of the strong from the cave heaven realm, along with their souls, and the remnants of Lin Xian's unrefined origin power, all surged into Qin Luo's body. Shi Huang gazed at Qin Luo with a grave expression, forced to acknowledge his madness. Such a reckless individual, if not driven to insanity, would undoubtedly become a ruthless force in this world. If he could be so harsh on himself, should he ascend to become a supreme being, he would undoubtedly be merciless and cunning. Perhaps, in pursuit of his own strength, he would even dare to devour the origins of this realm. The consumption of these origins repeatedly propelled Qin Luo's cultivation to the pinnacle of the divine transformation realm, reaching an ultimate limit until there was no further ascent possible. Then he turned to the soul's original powers. Consume. Boom! A thunderous explosion resonated within Qin Luo's mind. Even if he had cleansed himself thoroughly, he could not evade the lingering influences of the souls he had consumed. Damn it, I've seen countless experiences. Just treat this as watching a movie, Qin Luo roared. To be frank, the experiences of many individuals may not even match the wealth of Qin Luo's own. What the saints? They are merely shaped by their own experiences. Qin Luo hailed from an era of information explosion, having absorbed a plethora of films and novels. Did the remnants of the souls affect him? Yes, but within tolerable limits. The soul refining furnace technique, let the cultivation begin. Using those so-called soul origins as fuel, he tempered his own soul. He incinerated the soul origins of several cave heaven realm experts, achieving the divine transformation realm. Next, he turned to the soul origin of the saintly realm expert, igniting it. The blazing flames of the soul raged, reaching the peak of the first layer of the divine transformation realm, then the second layer, and finally the third. Breakthrough. The fourth layer of the divine transformation realm. The rapid advancement raised concerns. Shi Huang watched Qin Luo with a serious demeanor, hesitating momentarily. Finally, she sighed. Consider this a debt I owe you. Remember to repay it. After speaking, Shi Huang approached Qin Luo, activating a technique to forcibly assist him in purging the negative emotions brought on by the burning of the soul origins. With her assistance, Qin Luo's soul strength increased significantly. The divine transformation realm primarily enhances the soul, and a stable soul ensures a stable cultivation. Qin Luo's soul became much more solid, while Shi Huang's form appeared more ethereal. The bond of their fates was not merely a saying. If Qin Luo encountered misfortune, Shi Huang would undoubtedly perish. As a woman capable of becoming an empress, she was naturally astute, aware of when to act. In her eyes, Qin Luo was someone who thrived under gentleness rather than force. At the fifth layer of the divine transformation realm, Qin Luo's cultivation was firmly established, equivalent to that of a saint. Bolstered by several cave heaven realm experts and Lin Xian's 5 elemental spirit origins, which, truthfully, was still somewhat wasted. Partly due to insufficient soul strength, and partly because he had rushed his progress. With a more patient approach, allowing for deeper absorption, he might have reached even greater heights. Yet, the time required was too lengthy, and Qin Luo neither could nor wished to wait that long. For him, time was far more precious than resources. Resources were abundant. A few slain children of destiny or a handful of saints would suffice. Opening his eyes, Qin Luo glanced at the ethereal Shi Huang and produced a small porcelain vial. Boom! A surge of pure energy erupted from the vial, astonishing Shi Huang. Outside, Chun Zhanshan, who was guarding Qin Luo, was jolted awake, immediately discerning the source of the energy. His Highness possesses such a treasure? He wasted no time, quickly setting up layers of barriers to conceal it from prying eyes. 9 Transformations Golden Body Technique refined for me. Qin Luo bellowed. A drop of divine dragon-s blood surged into his body, causing his aura to ascend drastically. His physical form underwent continuous refinement. Another supreme cultivation technique. Shi Huang's expression was remarkable. Previously, in the blood pool, she had been unaware of the occurrences outside due to the Great Qin Empire's restrictions. Now, witnessing clearly, she recognized the extraordinary level of Qin Luo's technique. This was the so-called innate mortal body, a return to ancestral bloodline. Shi Huang scoffed. Yet, they overlooked a crucial fact. This bloodline physique was the source of all human bloodlines. Moreover, he possessed the malevolent divine technique of devouring heaven. Shaking her head, Shi Huang also entered cultivation. Her soul had suffered great depletion, and without the presence of the Emperor's banner, she would have likely been on the brink of collapse. Qin Luo's refinement lasted a considerable duration, effectively transforming his being. A single drop of divine dragon-s blood barely allowed Qin Luo's 9 Transformations Golden Body Technique to reach the second transformation. He wondered just how formidable the power of the second transformation might be. Perhaps, within the divine transformation realm, no one will be my adversary, Qin Luo mused. Cave Heaven realm experts could potentially face him head-on with the 9 Transformations Golden Body Technique, and he might even be able to slay them. Cave Heaven realm experts establish small worlds within their bodies, providing them with abundant energy. With his dantian and physical strength, Qin Luo felt that he was not inferior to Cave Heaven realm experts. Alright, next I should head to the 10,000 Great Mountains. The real show is about to begin. While Qin Luo cultivated, significant public sentiment brewed in the imperial capital. Did you know? The Gu family actually ambushed the 9th prince. The audacity of the Gu family knows no bounds. Isn't it only natural to repay enmity with enmity? How can that be deemed audacious? Moreover, didn't Vice Dean Gu say that Gu Qingfeng would never dare to assassinate the 9th prince? This is merely a ploy to shift the blame, as the 9th prince is the one who sent people to kill Gu Qingfeng. Without evidence, how can they impose guilt? Commander Liu of the Demon Suppression Division remarked that without evidence, they hoped the 9th prince would provide it. Otherwise, there would be no ground for conviction. Qin Luo had posed a dilemma for Lu Tsong, yet ultimately, he decided to handle the matter impartially. Merely presenting Gu Qingfeng's head was insufficient. Additional evidence was needed to substantiate the charges against him. As for Qin Feng and Qin Jun, upon witnessing the severed heads of their subordinates, their expressions shifted dramatically. News quickly spread, and everyone learned that Qin Feng and Qin Jun had dispatched individuals to assassinate Qin Luo. The moment he saw the heads, Qin Feng felt a jolt of fear. Accompanying this was a letter from Qin Luo. My dear brother, I never imagined you would wish to kill me. Furthermore, You sent someone to slay the woman of the Grand Prince. TSK. Do you think our dear elder brother will spare you if he finds out? By the way, I've heard you possess several treasures, such as a Bodhi fruit. Send it to me as a form of hush money. How about it? Uh. Qin Feng immediately tore the letter to shreds, smashing the severed head within the box into a pulp with a slap. Qin Luo, if I do not kill you, I swear I shall not be human. This was a matter he could never allow the Grand Prince to discover. Otherwise, he would face dire consequences. The Grand Prince was a being of the saintly realm. Should he take action against him, it would surely lead to his utter demise. Qin Luo musti. Qin Feng gritted his teeth and declared. In the fifth prince's residence, Qin Fan, who had just completed his cultivation, learned of the latest happenings in the imperial capital. TSK, my sister and eighth brother have truly shot themselves in the foot. However, they are merely a bunch of useless fools. Their infighting is utterly tiresome. Qin Jun's talent and background are barely acceptable, while Qin Feng's maternal lineage is weak, and his talent is lacking. They are not worth considering. Behind Qin Luo stands only a great sage, and with the addition of the 10 guardians of demon suppression, establishing his own power proves to be a daunting challenge. They do not regard Qin Fan with any semblance of respect. My lord, there are whispers of a plot to have us of the Bloodkill Tower eliminate the ninth prince. Shall we accept this task? Inquired one of his subordinates. Oh, is that so? What is the offer price? Qin Fan replied with interest. It is valued at approximately 1 low-grade sacred artifact, came the response. Too low. Qin Fan shook his head. It must be at least 2 sacred artifacts. If they can meet that price, we of the Bloodkill Tower shall take on this task. If not, let them refrain from disturbing us. But that is the ninth prince, his subordinate cautioned. And what of it? As long as the price is right, we of the Bloodkill Tower are more than capable of carrying out the deed. Qin Fan's gaze turned cold as it fell upon the direction of the imperial palace. As for whether the task is achievable, that is another matter altogether. Chapter 46. The persona is established. This kinship must be seized. Lenin has failed, her soul lamp extinguished. Within the branch of the Hidden Dragon Society, a man with a grim expression remarked, "It seems that there are powerful protectors of the saintly realm surrounding Qin Luo. I suspect that the item may have already fallen into the hands of the great Qin Empire. Let's not forget Su Qianxin. What shall we do next? For the time being, let us refrain from taking action. We will keep a close watch on that item. As for that reverse scale, we must investigate whether it is in Qin Luo's possession or someone else's. Send a woman to approach Qin Luo and find a way to subdue him. The beauty trap has long been a formidable strategy, effortlessly employed. Very well, I concur. I also suggest that we leave the imperial capital of the great Qin Empire immediately. This place may no longer be secure. Agreed. Let us depart. Chun Jianshan had his own military duties. He had secretly slipped out from the city he was guarding, unbeknownst to others. Ensure you return discreetly, and do not expose our connection, Qin Luo cautioned. Understood. Chun Jianshan nodded. Your Highness, take care. After Chun Jianshan departed, Qin Luo and his companions hastened their pace without a moment's pause, making their way directly toward the 10,000 Great Mountains. During this period, a rumor was intensifying within the 10,000 Great Mountains. In the manner of the Wanjian Mountain Villa, a young lady, Zhao Lingyin, gazed at the book in her hands with a melancholic expression. Miss, that young Master Yi has feelings for another woman. How dare he? The maid exclaimed indignantly. Zhao Lingyin, the esteemed young lady of Wanjian Mountain Villa, had developed a mutual affection with Yi Chun following his heroic rescue of her. Their relationship had nearly reached the stage of discussing marriage. However, unexpectedly, a rival for Yi Chen's affections had emerged at this critical juncture. She glanced at the book once more, letting out a sigh. After all, Brother Chen knew Sister Ru Yin first, and I came after. I wonder how Brother Chen will feel upon learning that Sister Ru Yin is to be married. Let her marry. If she does, then young Master Yi will be left with only you. Zhao Lingyin shook her head slightly. You underestimate Brother Chen. If Sister Ru Yin and Brother Chen truly had no feelings left, he would not care if she married. But they were forcibly separated by their sect's elders. Sister Ru Yin does not wish to marry the young master of the Divine Weapon Valley. She must be waiting desperately for Brother Chan to rescue her from this predicament. Brother Chan will surely act impulsively. Alas, when Yi Chan first heard this news, he felt elated, for he had been established as a genius, a handsome youth, and had been labeled as one who values loyalty and righteousness. For a time, many came to know of his illustrious name. However, he soon sensed something amiss. Lu Ru Yin was to be wed? Well, let her marry. But why did the rumors insist that he, Yi Chun, would surely attempt to seize her away on her wedding day? I suspect that Yi Chun, being the loyal and righteous man he is, will undoubtedly attempt to snatch her on the wedding day. Surely, he cannot allow his beloved to become another's wife. There exists a love that is unwavering and relentless. Yi Chun would go so far as to risk his life to seize her. If he does not, I shall eat 2 pounds of dung. Indeed, Yi Chun is a role model for our youth. Why would he fear power? I have heard that previously, the holy son of the Tai Xu sacred land, Qin Luo, attempted to forcibly marry Lu Ru Yin, only to be driven out by Yi Chun's valiant efforts. If Yi Chun does not attempt to seize her, I shall never believe in love again. Should he go forth, I shall certainly offer my meager assistance. As Yi Chun absorbed the comments circulating about him, he felt utterly bewildered. It was as if he were being accused of being ungrateful, abandoning his wife and children. He pondered a crucial question. Perhaps Zhao Lingyin was also aware of this. He hastened toward her courtyard. Upon meeting, before he could offer an explanation, Zhao Lingyin declared, "Brother Chun, you need not say anything. I understand. I truly do." She threw herself into Yi Chun's embrace, her tears soaking his garments. "I have seen the story of you and Sister Ru Yin, and I support your efforts to seize her back. I will persuade my father to assist you. Wanjin Mountain Villa shall stand firmly behind you." All right. Yi Chun was utterly stunned. The primary reason for his bewilderment? The novel had spread too widely. Qin Luo had depicted the love story between Yi Chun and Lu Ru Yin as tumultuous, positioning himself as the villain of the tale. The day of Qin Luo's trial had been reimagined as Qin Luo's attempt to forcibly wed Lu Ru Yin, while Yi Chun caused an uproar in the Tai Xu sacred land to suppress Qin Luo. One must admit, the entertainment resources in this world are exceedingly scarce. In an instant, Yi Chun's persona was established, a man of affection and righteousness, unafraid of power, poised to become an idol for millions of young people. If he were to refrain from action, his reputation would crumble. Today, he was elevated to a pedestal. Tomorrow, he would find himself in the mire. "Brother Chun, let us go together and bring Sister Ru Yin back. Do not worry, I shall not feel jealous." Zhao Lingyin looked up at Yi Chun, her youth and maturity evoking sympathy. Facing the flames of pressure, Yi Chun found retreating impossible. He gently stroked Zhao Lingyin's head, speaking tenderly with such a wife. "What more could a husband desire? I shall not allow my woman to suffer even the slightest harm. No one shall." Since retreat was not an option, he would charge forward. Should he succeed in this endeavor to seize her, his fame would undoubtedly soar, and he would command great respect among the youth of the 10,000 Great Mountains, a figure to rally behind. With risk comes opportunity. Thus, he must carefully devise his plans. The strength of Wanjin Mountain Villa must be utilized, along with that of another sect, the Danding sect. He held the lost legacy of the Danding sect in his hands, and as their most gifted alchemist, he was confident in securing their support. Additionally, he had a childhood companion he might reach out to now. He would mobilize every available force to ignite the battle for the Divine Weapon Valley. This battle must be won. Meanwhile, within the Tai Xu sacred land, Lu Ru Yin had also obtained that book. Apart from a few names, she was entirely unfamiliar with the remaining plot. The story began with Yi Chun's heroic rescue of a damsel, leading to mutual affection, and Yi Chun's eventual entrance into the Tai Xu sacred land. During various tasks and secret realms, he protected Lu Ru Yin, repeatedly saving her from peril. The antagonist, Qin Luo, repeatedly slandered Yi Chun, claiming credit for his acts of protection. This infuriated her. How could Qin Luo be so vile? But upon reflection, it seemed as though Yi Chun was the one maligning Qin Luo, causing her to distance herself from him. Next came the resolution of misunderstandings. As Yi Chun exposed Qin Luo's hypocritical facade, The Tai Xu sacred land sheltered him, filled with nefarious individuals. Yi Chun, in a fit of rage, subdued Qin Luo, but was grievously wounded by the Tai Xu sacred land. Had it not been for Lu Ruyan's desperate pleas, he would have been slain on the spot. Yi Chun left behind a poignant declaration: 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. Do not underestimate the youth in poverty. This statement resonated deeply with the oppressed disciples of the sect, igniting dreams of one day rising above their circumstances. Yi Chun's renown reached its zenith. Lu Ruyan, consumed by longing, found herself unable to relish tea or food. Ultimately, the sacred land of Tai Xu sought to use her as a pawn in a matrimonial alliance, merely to obtain a sacred artifact. This ignited a wave of sympathy among many young women, who rallied in Lu Ruyan's defense, even vocally urging Yi Chun to intervene and seize her away. The narrative had reached such a pivotal juncture that Yi Chun's absence would be utterly implausible. In her mind, Lu Ruyan envisioned Yi Chun making a grand entrance at the wedding, snatching her away in a whirlwind of fervor. If Yi Chun truly were to claim her, would she dare to follow him? Lu Ruyan mused to herself. The prospect of marrying Yi Chun was infinitely preferable to being wed to the so-called young master of the divine weapon valley. The young master paled in comparison to Qin Luo, and in Lu Ruyan's eyes, he was scarcely worthy of even being considered sycophant. His mere presence made her feel repulsed and nauseated. Even though Yi Chun had engaged in actions that defamed Qin Luo, the charisma of the Child of Destiny remained intact. Especially now, when the consensus painted Yi Chun as the hero and Qin Luo as the villain. The actual truth was of little consequence. What mattered was the perception of others, how they spoke, and how they viewed the situation. If Yi Chun dared to show himself, she would not hesitate to annul the engagement. Better to die than to marry one whom she did not love. As she immersed herself in the novel, Lu Ruyan became enraptured, and she was not alone. All who had read the tale conjured up visions of a joyous conclusion. Chapter 47. The Villain's Forceful Marriage and the Protagonist's Entrance. In the bustling city of Luofeng, Qin Luo sat in a tavern, perusing a newly acquired novel. Not bad, he mused, pleased with the quality of the work. After finishing it, his gaze turned to Li Yi, and he inquired, "Do you think the male lead in this story will attempt to abduct a bride?" Li Yi shot a peculiar glance at Qin Luo, surprised to find his own involvement in the narrative. While he believed such an action was within Qin Luo's capabilities, he doubted it was motivated by the woman named Lu Ruyan, deeming her unworthy. Having long surpassed the impetuousness of youth, he remarked rationally, "If the young man possesses any sense, he ought not to. The might of the divine weapon valley and the sacred land of Tai Xu is formidable. How could he possibly contend with such powers? Is it not the folly of youth to act recklessly?" Qin Luo countered, "In your youth, would you not have forsaken all, even your life, for love?" Li Yi fell into a contemplative silence, recalling his own youthful defiance for the sake of his beloved. Yet, the bitter memories of her suffering at the hands of a brute and his subsequent rage-fueled vengeance reminded him of the irrationality that sometimes accompanies passion. Perhaps the youth might act thus, but it could lead to their demise, he concluded. Qin Luo slowly shook his head. "You underestimate Yi Chun. The strength of a fated child is beyond your comprehension. Lin Xian, that scoundrel, failed to unleash his full potential within the capital of the great Qin Empire. Otherwise, I doubt he would have met his end in my hands. However, this time, the tables have turned. Yi Chun is no longer the same. Previously, Qin Luo had relied on the aid of his system to suppress Yi Chun, stripping him of his sword bones and stealing his master. Now, however, the balance of power had shifted, with Yi Chun's hidden strengths becoming an asset for Qin Luo. As for whether others will attempt to abduct the bride, I cannot say. But I am indeed curious about the matter of the Blood Moon Saint's son taking a concubine. Recently, an event of great significance had transpired in Luofeng City. The Blood Moon Saint's son, Mo Yihan, had set his sights on the daughter of the Song family, Song Jinyu. He proclaimed that he would arrive in Luofeng to take her as his concubine. Through the gossips circulating in the city, Qin Luo learned that Song Jinyu had a suitor, an exceptionally talented young man, known to many in Luofeng. Though they had lost contact for years, Qin Luo sensed the possibility of his return. Perhaps a rehearsal was in order? Come, let us witness this spectacle. If no drama unfolds, I shall assume the leading role myself, Qin Luo declared with a smile. His target was clear, the Blood Moon Saint's son, Mo Yihan. He was here to capture someone, and, as for evidence, that was unnecessary. At that moment, many in the Song family wore expressions of despair. Alas, brother, we cannot resist the Blood Moon's sacred land, especially not the Saint's son. If he desires our Jinyu, we must accept it as a fortune for our family, one relative lamented. Song Yushan nearly choked upon hearing this. Fortune? The Saint's son has taken numerous concubines, 56 by my count. If he were to marry her, I could begrudgingly accept it, but a concubine? She may be discarded at any moment. Our Jinyu is exceptional in both beauty and talent. How could she become a concubine for Mo Yihan? Brother, do you have another plan? If Jinyu refuses to be his concubine, the ruthless nature of the Blood Moon Saint's son could lead to our family's destruction. Upon hearing this, Song Yushan's spirits waned. Oh, woe is us! In the secluded courtyard of the Song residence, Song Jinyu gazed into a bronze mirror, her expression distant, as if she glimpsed a familiar figure behind her. 3 years. It has been 3 years since I last heard from you. Now, I am on the brink of marriage. Perhaps we shall never meet again. As night fell, Qin Luo successfully infiltrated the Song family's banquet. Your Highness, the Blood Moon Saint's son has entered the city, Li Yi whispered beside him. Patience, my friend. Let us enjoy the feast first, for we have offered our gifts. Qin Luo replied. Though the Song family was reluctant to allow Jinyu to become a concubine, they spared no expense in hosting the banquet, accepting numerous gifts. Such a family could only grumble in the shadows, for against the might of the Blood Moon sacred land, they could offer no resistance, and thus chose to relish the benefits it brought. Qin Luo and Li Yi presented a modest gift and secured seats at the children's table. As they awaited Mo Yihan's arrival, the atmosphere grew tense. Finally, a booming voice announced, the Blood Moon Saint's son has arrived. With a flourish, everyone rose, save for Qin Luo. To him, the figure that entered was nothing more than an arrogant fool, flanked by 4 voluptuous beauties. Mo Yihan's taste seemed rather singular. Was Song Jinyu of the same ilk? 1 or 2 could be mere coincidence, but 4? Qin Luo began to suspect that Mo Yihan was indeed a man of specific preference. Sit, everyone, Mo Yihan called out cheerfully. Today, I am honored to have you all witness my concubinage ceremony. Remember, each of you must present me with a Xianyuan pill. To Qin Luo, the Xianyuan pill was nothing more than a trifle, but to the others in attendance, it was of considerable worth. Your Highness, it seems we may break even. Li Yi commented. Break even? We have yet to feast. Qin Luo retorted. As Mo Yihan caught sight of Song Jinyu, his eyes widened in rapture. He was clearly enamored by her form. Clad in her bridal attire, she appeared even more enchanting, prompting Mo Yihan to declare, from this day forth, you, Song Jinyu, shall be my foremost concubine. All others shall be beneath you. Yet, Song Jinyu's expression betrayed no joy. Being the first concubine still meant being a concubine, and the sight of the aging Mo Yihan was utterly distasteful. The thought of being with such a man made her stomach churn. Today is my concubinage ceremony. Please enjoy the feast, for I must attend to my new concubine and refine my skills. He laughed, his vulgarity making Song Jinyu's disdain grow. At that moment, a familiar and commanding voice rang out. With me, Xiao Tong here, no one shall force Jinyu into marriage. With a crash, several guards were sent flying as a bold figure strode in, his demeanor radiating authority. He gazed tenderly at Song Jinyu and declared, Jinyu, I have come. Do not fear. I am here. Chapter 48. The protagonist crushes the antagonist. The Demon Suppression Division takes action. Witnessing the affectionate exchange between Song Jinyu and Xiao Tong, Mo Yihan's anger erupted. How audacious! Who do you think you are, daring to steal someone from under my nose? Qin Luo was also slightly taken aback. He had only vaguely anticipated the emergence of such a familiar plot, yet he never expected it to manifest so clearly. This is what they call love, he mused, laced with a hint of sarcasm. Love, something even dogs wouldn't bother with. Yet the bold warriors who charge forth for love deserve commendation. especially those who are the fated children of fortune in love. Discovered fortunate child, Xiao Tong, name, Xiao Tong, age, 27, fortune level, tier 3, fortune value, 66. 600 points, physique, thunder spirit body, can manipulate the special energy of thunder, body forged by the power of thunder, exceptionally strong. Combat prowess unmatched, cultivation, 7th layer of transformation realm. Perhaps the antagonist's physique inherently carries a mocking attribute, for wherever he goes, he encounters these so-called children of fortune. Another minor protagonist, regrettably, he crossed paths with Qin Luo before fully maturing. A formidable aura surged forth as an elder of the cave, heaven realm, stepped forward, looking at Xiao Tong as if he were a dead man. Eliminate him. Montauk Yehan commanded Tazali. No, Song Jinyu pleaded, only serving to further infuriate Mo Yihan. The elder of the cave heaven realm, acutely aware of Mo Yihan's wrath, raised his hand to suppress Xiao Tong. Come at me. Xiao Tong roared, lightning crackling around his fists, and he struck back fiercely. Bang! The two clashed, and the elder's face momentarily registered surprise, while he did send Xiao Tong flying. The latter crashed heavily to the ground, bellowing in exhilaration. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Xiao Tong's eyes sparkled with battle intent, though it quickly dissipated. He realized that unless he revealed all his trump cards, he wouldn't just fail against this cave heaven elder, but might even fall here. He was not here to display his talents, but to prevent Song Jinyu from marrying another. From his spatial ring, he produced a token and declared solemnly, "Today, the true disciple of the heavenly tribulation hall, Xiao Tong, has come to take the young lady of the Song family from Luofeng City. The heavenly tribulation hall. He is indeed a true disciple of the heavenly tribulation hall. The hall, shrouded in mystery, is said to possess power surpassing even the Blood Moon Sanctuary. It seems today, Song Jinyu belongs to Xiao Tong." "Oh, I didn't expect he would be a disciple of the heavenly tribulation hall," Qin Luo remarked, somewhat surprised. The heavenly tribulation hall boasts a long history, once claiming to be the masters of divine punishment, though they have declined significantly over the years. Nevertheless, even a withered camel is larger than a horse. In the presence of the heavenly tribulation hall, the Blood Moon Sanctuary appears rather insignificant. "What if you are from the heavenly tribulation hall?" Mo Yihan roared, his desire to claim his woman overshadowing any fear of the hall's reputation. "My master is the third hall master of the heavenly tribulation hall. And what of it?" Mo Yihan's confidence waned noticeably. "I hail from a Xiao family of Yinshan." Xiao Ting calmly revealed another identity. The Xiao family of Yinshan City is the foremost family, boasting 2 saints, stronger than the Blood Moon Sanctuary. Montauk Yihan's lips quivered. His expression conflicted, especially as the elder whispered in his ear, "Saint's son, it is unwise to make enemies over a woman." Xiao Tong continued, "Why don't we let Jinyu decide whom she wishes to marry?" A way out? Mo Yihan sought to seize it. At this moment, Qin Luo, relishing the spectacle, chimed in, "As the ancients say, the grudge of shared heaven and earth is akin to the hatred of a slain father and a stolen wife. It's quite embarrassing to have your woman taken." Upon hearing this, Mo Yihan lost his temper entirely. "What of the Xiao family of Yinshan? Song Jinyu is mine. If you dare to take her from me, Mo Yihan will not stand idly by. Throw this ignorant brat out." The elder sighed helplessly and had no choice but to intervene. Xiao Tong paused, his eyes flashing a fierce light as he scanned the crowd, searching for the instigator. Originally, he had hoped to intimidate Mo Yihan with his background and successfully reclaim Song Jinyu. But now, it was too late. He had to act. "Lightning Tower, arise." Xiao Tong bellowed, lightning flashing as a small tower materialized out of thin air, hurtling towards the cave heaven elder. A sacred artifact. How delightful. Qin Luo observed the flickering lightning tower, licking his lips in anticipation. Lightning summoning technique. A deafening thunderclap erupted from the sky as a bolt of lightning descended, crashing violently into the lightning tower. Boom! The radiance atop the lightning tower surged, its power multiplying exponentially. Impressive maneuvering, Qin Luo praised. Bang! 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 The lightning tower clashed with the elder, their battle igniting awe and trepidation among the onlookers. Indeed, a genius. Yet you are in the transformation realm, while I am in the cave heaven realm. Today, you cannot contend with me. The elder roared, his formidable attacks relentlessly battering the lightning tower, revealing he was using all his strength while Xiao Tong struggled to keep up. Fall! Bang! The elder unleashed a massive seal, sending the lightning tower crashing down. Though he wielded no sacred artifact, he did not fear the transformation realm cultivators wielding them. Xiao Tong's eyes flickered with cunning. Lightning strikes the 9 heavens. Electric arcs danced around him as he surged toward Mo Yihan like a bolt of lightning, capturing the king to catch the thief. If he could subdue Mo Yihan, today's troubles would be resolved. You dare protect the saint, just as the elder intended to strike. He was once again struck by the lightning tower, forced to deal with it first. Several members of the Blood Moon Sanctuary charged forth, but Xiao Tong regarded them with disdain. Being in the same transformation realm, he was undeterred by them. Avant die tribulation formation. A formation enveloped Xiao Tong and the others. Electric serpents dancing within as Xiao Tong punched one transformation realm cultivator away, embodying the essence of a thunder god. His combat prowess is indeed formidable. Qin Luo remarked while savoring a pastry. Eat up, for soon there will be nothing left, as the battle nears its conclusion. Bang! 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 Transformation realm cultivators flew out, their bodies smoking, clearly injured. The elder, having sent the lightning tower flying, roared, "You little beast, you have some audacity." But in the next instant, his expression changed as he witnessed Xiao Tong swiftly dispatching Mo Yihan, seizing him by the throat. Xiao Tong turned to Song Jinyu, offering her a gentle smile, leaving her utterly entranced. Her Prince Charming had descended from the heavens to rescue her. Wasn't this akin to the heartwarming endings of the recent novels? Turning to the elder, Xiao Tong declared, "Let this matter conclude here today. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee your saint's safety." A blatant threat. The elder's face darkened, but before he could respond, a voice resonated from behind him. Having feasted well, it is time to attend to business. Qin Luo stood, announcing, "The Demon Suppression Division of the Great Qin is at work. The Saint of the Blood Moon Sanctuary is suspected of murdering the family of Duke Wu Yuan of the Great Qin Empire. And Mo Yihan, you will accompany us. Anyone who dares to obstruct the operations of the Demon Suppression Division shall be dealt with as a conspirator." Chapter 49. The Town of Slaughter. Did I allow you to leave? Everyone was rendered speechless, especially the few children seated at the same table as Qin Luo, who had just moments ago had their desserts snatched by him. Qin Luo and Li Yi stepped out, a piece of dessert still in hand, which he nonchalantly popped into his mouth. With a smile directed at Mo Yihan, he declared, "Mo Yihan, you have violated the law. You are under arrest." This scene now seemed rather absurd, as the gazes of others fixated on Xiao Tong. After all, Mo Yihan was currently Xiao Tong's hostage. How had he suddenly become the target of the Demon Suppression Division? Xiao Tong spoke in a deep voice, "Members of the Demon Suppression Division, how about you allow me to resolve my grievances with Mo Yihan before you attend to your matters?" Qin Luo shook his head, smiling as he retorted, "Did you not hear my words clearly? Anyone who obstructs the operations of the Demon Suppression Division shall be treated as an accomplice. Are you not implicated in the massacre of the Wu Yuan Marquis household?" With a sharp reprimand, Xiao Tong felt a chill run down his spine. In his heart, he screamed, "Can you not see that I harbor a grudge against Mo Yihan? How could I possibly conspire with him to commit murder? Hand over Mo Yihan to me at once, or else." Before Qin Luo could finish, he was interrupted by the elder from the Blood Moon Sacred Land. "Or else what? The Holy Son of the Blood Moon Sacred Land cannot be apprehended by your Demon Suppression Division at will. This is the 10,000 Great Mountains, not your Great Qin Empire." The elder was already incensed by Xiao Tong's interference, and now Qin Luo's emergence only fueled his fury. As a powerful figure of the Cave Heaven realm and an elder of the Blood Moon Sacred Land, did he not care for his own dignity? Li Yi shot a cold glance at the elder and stepped forward, ready to draw his sword. Qin Luo stopped him and turned his gaze toward the elder, asking, "Are you intending to obstruct the operations of the Demon Suppression Division? And what if I am?" The elder retorted defiantly. The Blood Moon's sacred land had always maintained a fierce demeanor in the face of the great Qin Empire, stemming from their past grievances. Many of their disciples had faced lawful retribution from the great Qin when they had committed crimes. They had shown no respect to the Blood Moon's sacred land. And one of the elder's disciples had been brutally killed in a confrontation with the Wu Yuan Marquis household last year. Obstructing law enforcement could only lead to one outcome. Qin Luo saw this as an opportunity to test his current strength against a cave heaven realm adversary, a perfect chance for him to hone his skills. Drawing his Qing Feng sword, he pointed it at the elder and coldly declared, "To obstruct the operations of the Demon Suppression Division is to invite death." With a swift motion, he charged toward the elder. Another from the transformation realm dared to challenge his authority, and the elder's expression darkened like a stormy sea. "You little transformation realm wretch. Dare to strike at me? Today, I shall teach you a lesson on the limits of your insolence." Blood Moon Palm, Blood Moon Suppression. A massive phantom handprint materialized, cast in the eerie glow of the blood moon, descending upon Qin Luo with ferocity. He intended to crush Qin Luo on the spot, demonstrating who could be offended and who could not be. Golden edge breaks the mountain. A radiant golden light enveloped Qin Luo, consuming Lin Xian's 5 elements spirit body, allowing him to manifest a piercing gold essence. Coupled with Yi Chen's innate sword bone, the power of this sword technique soared to new heights. Saint-level perfected sword technique. Break! Qin Luo roared, thrusting the Qing Feng sword into the massive handprint, the sword's razor-sharp energy shredding it with ease. The momentum of his strike surged toward the elder. How is this possible? The elder was filled with disbelief. His earlier attack had been nearly his full strength, yet it had faltered before Qin Luo in mere moments. This served as proof that Qin Luo possessed combat prowess akin to his own. Blood Moon Seal. Arise! The elder bellowed, launching a colossal seal toward Qin Luo. His life weapon, a massive stamp. A mere heaven tier, worthless. Qin Luo pierced the Blood Moon Seal with his sword. The immense force emanating from the Blood Moon Seal attempted to crush Qin Luo into the ground. Yet he stood firm, relying solely on his own formidable strength. A piercing sound echoed, and the elder's eyes bulged with rage as he witnessed a crack appear on the Blood Moon Seal. Blood Moon's secret technique, blood sacrifice. The elder roared, a gigantic blood moon appearing behind him, igniting his blood essence. A dazzling red light emanated from the moon, enveloping him and visibly enhancing his aura. Boy, to force me to this extent, you should feel proud. Today, I shall suppress you on the spot. 2 mere transformation realm cultivators, one exhausting him and the other compelling him to use secret techniques. His anger surged, and the consequences would be severe. Boom! A gigantic handprint crashed toward Qin Luo. This strike was more terrifying than any before. Burning the essence, TSK. Qin Luo chuckled, shaking his head. Truly such a waste. I shan't play with you any longer. He had already assessed his strength. Facing an initial stage, Cave Heaven Realm opponent was sufficient. Indeed, the 9 transformations golden body technique was extraordinary. The second transformation had elevated his physical power to the level of a Cave Heaven Realm expert, manifesting the Tai Xu Bell. He struck it once. Boom! The sound reverberated within the elder's mind, sending ripples through his soul. Seizing the moment of vulnerability, Qin Luo aimed to claim his life. With a swift swing of the Qing Feng sword, he severed the elder's arm. A cry of agony erupted as the elder snapped back to reality, only to find the Tai Xu Bell descending upon him. No! He screamed as he beheld the bell looming closer. Bang! The Tai Xu Bell crashed down, summoning forth the imperial sovereign banner. Old man, you are far too weak. Qin Luo's taunting voice was the last sound the elder heard. With his death, his soul was absorbed into the imperial sovereign banner. The sound of the Tai Xu Bell striking the ground echoed in the ears of all present, sending a shiver down their spines. As they turned their gazes back to Qin Luo, a look of astonishment colored their expressions. Xiao Tong regarded Qin Luo with a heavy sense of gravity and caution. Qin Luo surveyed the crowd and casually remarked, "This is the fate of those who obstruct the operations of the Demon Suppression Division." Does anyone wish to experience it firsthand? The atmosphere froze. Silence enveloping the room as no one dared to utter a word. Qin Luo strode toward Xiao Tong, calmly stating, "Hand over the person we seek to apprehend." Xiao Tong studied Qin Luo intently, hesitating for a moment before reluctantly pushing Mo Yihan forward. Li approached, swiftly restraining Mo Yihan, apprehending the criminal. After handing over the individual, Xiao Tong extended his hand towards Song Jinyu. "Jinyu, let us depart." Song Jinyu's cheeks flushed slightly as she nodded in agreement. "All right." Yet, just as they took a couple of steps, Qin Luo's voice resonated behind them. "Did I allow you to leave?" Xiao Tong turned back, looking toward Qin Luo. "I have already handed over the person. What more do you desire? To obstruct the operations of the Demon Suppression Division and expect to leave so easily? Allowing you to depart without consequence would tarnish the reputation of the Demon Suppression Division. Furthermore, he claims you are an accomplice in the massacre of the Wu Yuan Marquis household." Qin Luo pointed at Mo Yihan, declaring. Mo Yihan blinked, as if questioning, "Did I utter such words?" Chapter 50. Suppressing Xiao Tong. The saint arrives. Xiao Tong's expression darkened immediately as he gazed at Qin Luo and spoke in a low voice. "Are you accusing me? Is this how the Great Qin's Demon Suppression Division conducts its investigations? It is utterly ludicrous." "Accusation? That is simply unfounded," Qin Luo replied, his gaze shifting to Mo Yihan. "Do you believe he was involved in the massacre of the Wu Yuan Marquis family?" Mo Yihan blinked and quickly responded, "He must have been involved, but I was not." Enough with the words. Qin Luo's eyes returned to Xiao Tong as he calmly stated, "He has claimed that you are one of his accomplices." Mo Yihan wished to refute this, for he had not admitted to his involvement. He had merely stated that Xiao Tong was implicated. He was not a fool and would not confess. However, given that someone sought to bring Xiao Tong to justice, Mo Yihan felt a sense of satisfaction. Just as he prepared to speak, he heard Li bark at him. Silence. "Ha ha ha." Xiao Tong sneered, looking at Qin Luo. "I did not expect the Great Qin's Demon Suppression Division to operate in such a manner. Very well, but I intend to leave today, and you cannot stop me." Qin Luo regarded him and replied, "Perhaps you cannot be stopped, but the woman beside you will not be leaving with you." Collaborating with a wanted criminal in the Great Qin Empire, the Song family of Luofeng City is equally culpable. At these words, Song Yushan was taken aback. How could his family be implicated? Song Jinyu's expression shifted, her heart tightening. She had married Mo Yihan for the sake of her family, and now someone was using the safety of her relatives as leverage against her. She felt that being a woman was truly burdensome. Xiao Tong turned to Qin Luo and asked in a deep voice, "What exactly do you intend to do?" Qin Luo spoke with righteous fervor. "The massacre of the Wu Yuan Marquis family is notorious, and it is our obligation in the Demon Suppression Division to investigate this matter thoroughly. If you are guilty, we shall not let you escape. If you are innocent, we will not wrong an innocent person." Xiao Tong did not trust a word Qin Luo said. He seemed to discern from Qin Luo's gaze that it was a mere ploy to accuse him. "What if I insist on leaving?" Xiao Tong retorted coldly. "The Hall of Heavenly Tribulation and the Xiao family have no enmity with your Demon Suppression Division. If you wish to accuse me, then present your evidence." By invoking the Hall of Heavenly Tribulation and the Xiao family, he signaled to Qin Luo that he had powerful backing. Moreover, his support was formidable enough to warrant caution from Qin Luo. Qin Luo chuckled. "Is the testimony of the main culprit not sufficient? Do not attempt to intimidate me with the Hall of Heavenly Tribulation or the Xiao family. The Wu Yuan Marquis case must be solved. If God stand in my way, I will slay them." Mo Yihan wanted to interject. "When did I become the main culprit?" But reason told him that speaking further would only complicate matters. He should wait for his father to arrive to extricate him. The Blood Moon Saint had already contacted his father through a communication jade. Qin Luo waved his hand, summoning the Imperial Banner, which instantly enveloped Xiao Tong. "You will not leave today." A piercing voice echoed in Xiao Tong's ears from within the Imperial Banner. He. "Come here and accompany me, young man." The voice seemed somewhat familiar to Xiao Tong, reminiscent of the elder he had just battled. A chorus of vengeful whispers surrounded him, and an overwhelming aura locked onto him. Xiao Tong's heart trembled. It was the presence of a saint. At that critical moment, a sound of breaking air resonated. An elder emerged from the void, standing in mid-air, coldly declaring, "Is the Great Qin's Demon Suppression Division so audacious? This is the 10,000 Great Mountains, not your Great Qin Empire's territory." The elder exuded a powerful aura. He had been lurking in the shadows, a member of the Hall of Heavenly Tribulation and Xiao Tung's protector, a formidable expert at the late stage of the Cave Heaven realm. "I advise you to release my disciple from the Hall of Heavenly Tribulation immediately. Otherwise, this matter will not end well for you. Others may fear the Great Qin Empire, but we from the Hall of Heavenly Tribulation do not." "Ah, you have finally decided to show yourself, old man?" "Unfortunately, a mere Cave Heaven expert cannot alter the outcome. What do you think?" Qin Luo waved his hand, and a dark portal opened beneath the shadow of the Imperial banner. "If you wish to save your disciple from the Hall of Heavenly Tribulation, then step inside. Come, enter the trap." Cui Yunhe, observing the Imperial banner, exhibited a grave expression. Instinctively sans signe danger. Therefore, he refrained from moving, his gaze still fixed on Qin Luo. "Younger generation, I imagine with your talent, you must be a descendant of a significant figure within the Demon Suppression Division. How about we exchange one for one today?" "Exchange one for one?" Qin Luo scoffed. "Do you intend to take me as your hostage?" He beckoned at Cui Yunhe, saying, "Feel free to try. If you can capture me, perhaps you could negotiate for your people from the Hall of Heavenly Tribulation." Cui Yunhe, evidently cautious, did not act rashly. His gaze remained on Qin Luo, his eyes flickering. Indecisive. "What? Are you afraid?" Qin Luo's tone dripped with disdain as he waved his hand, directing the Imperial banner toward him, seizing Xiao Tung who had emerged from it. Xiao Tung was easily subdued by the antagonist, losing 10,000 fortune points, while the host gained 10,000 antagonist points. "Now that I have the hostage in my grasp, will you surrender?" Cui Yunhe was taken aback that Qin Luo had so effortlessly subdued Xiao Tung, his expression darkening like water. "Are you certain you want to offend the Hall of Heavenly Tribulation and the Yinshan Xiao family today?" He spoke in a low voice, thick with menace. "And you?" Qin Luo retorted. Very well. Very well." Qin Luo was prepared to activate the Imperial banner, intending to have Shi Huang subdue him before the elder's arrival. However, to his surprise, the old man turned and walked away. "Mark my words, this matter is far from over. The Hall of Heavenly Tribulation will not let you leave easily." As soon as his words fell, a blood moon descended. The blood moon saint had arrived. "Who dares to lay hands on my son?" A cold voice echoed as Mo Zong stepped forward, initially appearing dozens of miles away, but closing the distance in an instant. The saintly might surged as he hovered in the air, gazing down at Li Yi with a calm demeanor. "Release my son, and I shall grant you a swift death." Just a glance from him sent chills through Li Yi's body, causing him to spew blood. The sheer terror left him astonished. This was indeed a saint. Truly, the phrase beneath the saint, "all are but ants," is not to be taken lightly. Cui Yunhe immediately concealed himself in the shadows, sensing that an opportunity might present itself. Qin Luo, witnessing Mo Zong's arrival, felt not a shred of surprise. "Ah, since you are here, then do not think of leaving." Qin Luo bellowed at Mo Zong. "Mo Zong, you're implicated in the massacre of the entire Weiyuan Marquis family. Today, the Demon Suppression Division will bring you to justice." Mo Zong fixed his gaze upon Qin Luo, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. "An existence as insignificant as an ant dares to speak thus to me. A saint? Yu Shai Di." A blood-red handprint began to coalesce, poised to strike Qin Luo. But at that moment, a terrifying aura surged from behind him. A colossal axe swung down fiercely towards Mo Zong's back. Qin Luo would not recklessly place himself in danger without support. Chapter 51. Framing the Charges. Father and son must share fortune and misfortune. Mo Zong remained vigilant, swiftly turning his head as the bloodied handprint collided violently with the enormous axe. With a thunderous crash, he was sent flying, sustaining injury in his hasty retreat. Concealed in the shadows, Cui Yunhe was both astonished and relieved by the scene before him. Fortunately, He had refrained from acting impulsively. He could not compare to Mo Qinjue, and a blow like that could have severely wounded him, possibly even leading to his demise. In that moment, a plan formed in his mind. He ought to gather support and promptly turn to leave. Who dares? Monta Tian Mo Zong, brandishing his sword and casting a cold gaze into the distance. Before the figure could arrive, his voice echoed, "I am Zheng Tu, Marquis of the breaking army of the great Qin Empire." With a resounding crash, Zheng Tu descended from the heavens, the giant axe returning to his grasp. He glared menacingly at Mo Qinjue, declaring, "You dare to slay the entire clan of the Marquis of Wu Yuan? Today, you shall face justice." Li Yi cast a shocked glance at Qin Luo, astonished that Qin Luo could persuade a powerful figure from the military to intervene. Typically, during missions, the demon-subduing division could request cooperation from other departments or the military. However, such assistance was limited, relying heavily on their own networks. The members of the 10 guards of demon-subduing were largely individuals with little future, many having fled from sects, and thus had scant relations with the military, resulting in minimal support. Yet, Qin Luo had managed to convince a sage-level powerhouse to act on his behalf. Li Yi could hardly contain his astonishment. It seemed the 9th prince was indeed extraordinary. With the addition of the previous Marquis Yingwu and now the Marquis of Breaking Army, how could he not perceive a glimmer of hope for progress in his life? Mo Qinjue, however, would not concede to Zheng Tuo's accusations. "If you claim I murdered the entire Wu Yuan family, then I implore you to present your evidence. Otherwise, your people from the great Qin Empire have no right to unjustly seize my son and strike against me. That is slander. The 10,000 great mountains are not your playground for recklessness. There is evidence, indeed. Just moments ago, your son confessed." Qin Luo interjected, gesturing toward Xiaotong. "This fellow is also your accomplice." In Chapter 52, "Opportunities are fleeting, and the child of destiny, I offer you a singular chance. Submit to me, and I shall spare your life," Qin Luo declared, gazing down at Mo Yihan. "I submit." Mo Yihan swiftly knelt before him. "The Martial Yuan Marquis' estate was annihilated by that old wretch. He has implicated me. Your Highness, rest assured, I shall aid you in capturing him." A cold chuckle escaped Qin Luo's lips. "Do you truly believe I would trust you?" In that instant, Mo Yihan's expression faltered, struck by the truth of Qin Luo's words. "I shall leave a mark upon your soul," Qin Luo stated indifferently. "Release your soul. Otherwise, you shall find yourself on a path to certain death." Mo Yihan's countenance shifted between uncertainty and dread. The soul is a person's most vital essence. If he relinquished it, allowing Qin Luo to inscribe a measure of control within, he would be bound for a lifetime. "Remember, you possess but this one opportunity. Fail to become mine, and you shall become a corpse." Mo Yihan recognized the gravity in Qin Luo's voice. With gritted teeth, he stamped his foot and, with a resounding thud, knelt once more. "I am willing to release my soul." "Excellent." Qin Luo inscribed the mark of life and death within Mo Yihan's essence. For a fleeting moment, Mo Yihan felt as though his very existence was slipping from his grasp. Subsequently, Qin Luo allowed him to experience the sensation of life no longer under his control. As he activated the mark, a chill swept through Mo Yihan, followed by excruciating agony, akin to countless ants gnawing at his flesh. "It hurts. It's unbearable." Qin Luo observed the scene with indifference, continuously amplifying Mo Yihan's suffering. "In my life, please kill me." Mo Yihan began to plead, unable to withstand the torment. Bam, bam, bam. He forcefully struck his head against the ground, sending a shiver through Zheng Tu, who stood nearby. Such agony was beyond anything he had ever witnessed. His fear of Qin Luo deepened. "Bam, bam, bam. It hurts so much. Please, I beg you in my suffering." Montauk Yihan screamed, ultimately succumbing to the pain and losing consciousness. For a being of the divine transformation realm, to faint from agony was unfathomable. As Zheng Tu pondered this, Qin Luo turned to him, causing him to shudder. "General Pajun, may I trust you?" Qin Luo inquired, his tone languid. Before Zheng Tu could respond, Qin Luo continued. My maternal grandfather is someone I can trust, for he is my blood relative and the sole family I possess in this world. This served as a reminder to Zheng Tuo of the formidable saint standing behind Qin Luo. Given the myriad events transpiring in the imperial capital, it was unfathomable for Zheng Tuo to be unaware. If he were ignorant of even a fraction, it would indicate he was unworthy of being a saint. Perhaps he would have perished long ago. As for the martial hero, he was not kin. Thus Qin Luo had employed a measure of restraint against him. Qin Luo gestured toward him, is equally loyal to me, and I have complete confidence in him. The foundation of absolute trust was clear to Zheng Tuo, who was no fool. A fleeting expression of conflict crossed his face before he solemnly asked, Your Highness, I wish to pose a single question. Do you aspire to contend for the title of imperial son? If Qin Luo lacked ambition, then Zheng Tuo's future alongside him would be bleak, and vengeance would remain a distant dream. The title of imperial son? Qin Luo scoffed. Perhaps. For the future of this great Qin empire must lie in my hands. Thud. Zheng Tuo no longer hesitated. He knelt before Qin Luo and declared, Your Highness, I vow to serve you unto death. This display left Li Yi profoundly shocked. Zheng Tuo was a saint. He could hardly comprehend why a saint would willingly surrender his life to Qin Luo. He was oblivious to the underlying circumstances, only aware that even saints must kneel before Qin Luo. As Qin Luo inscribed the mark of life and death upon Zheng Tuo's soul, he felt an overwhelming fatigue wash over him. This process was immensely taxing on one's essence, especially given Zheng Tuo's formidable spiritual strength. Very well, let us see what Xiao Tong is up to. Upon Qin Luo's arrival, Xiao Tong calmly inquired, What do you intend to do with me? We bear no grievances, past or present. The Xiao clan and the Heavenly Calamity Hall have no quarrel with your great Qin Empire. Speak your purpose. Qin Luo regarded Xiao Tong, noting the distinct composure of the child of destiny in such circumstances, far surpassing that of ordinary individuals. It is merely a matter of differing allegiances, Qin Luo replied coolly, unwilling to elaborate further. Before Xiao Tong could inquire about the nature of these allegiances, Qin Luo proposed, I shall extend to you an opportunity as well. Speak. Xiao Tong, now aware of the two saintly warriors at Qin Luo's side, recognized that escape was futile. His only hope lay with Qin Luo. Submit to me, and I shall grant you a chance at life. Xiao Ting shook his head defiantly. Impossible, if a man did not genuinely submit. Attempting to inscribe the mark of life and death upon his soul would be exceedingly challenging. At this juncture, Qin Luo lacked the strength to do so, as his spiritual might had yet to surpass Xiao Tong's. Such a pity, Qin Luo sighed. I can only send you on your way. With those words, he drew his sword and, with a swift motion, plunged it into Xiao Tong's chest. Xiao Ting gazed at this scene in disbelief. He had envisioned countless scenarios, yet none involved Qin Luo's decisive action to end his life. Why? Xiao Tong's mind swirled with questions, yet Qin Luo owed him no explanations. It is rather pleasant to remain in ignorance, Qin Luo mused inwardly. For I am in desperate need of villainous energy. A mere third-tier child of destiny, indeed, posed no significant surprise. With a swift strike, the deed was done. Boom! Xiao Tong was slain by the antagonist, losing all fortune points, and the host gains 56. 600 villain points. Is there a means to subdue a saint? Poison? Qin Luo inquired. System recommendation. Blood Fiend Bone Corrosion Pill. Heavenly Tier Supreme. Capable of eroding another's bone and blood to the brink of death. Effective against saints. Though it may not kill them outright, it can severely injure and temporarily diminish their realm. Exchange price, 50,000 villain points. How considerate of you. Without hesitation, Qin Luo completed the exchange. He then handed the elixir to Mo Yin. I know you're a dutiful child. I intend for your father to pay a price to reclaim you. What say you? To repay your father, you must devise a way for him to consume this pill. I trust you can manage it. Chapter 53. Revenge for Xiao Tong. Love takes precedence within the Blood Moon's sacred land. Mo Qinjua's expression was as dark as the depths of water. He had not anticipated that the Demon Suppression Division of the Great Qin Empire would take action, and with such audacity, seize his son. Damn it! I shall not allow you to leave the 10,000 great mountains. Monta Qianyu Otat Koutli. Though he felt a sense of unease, Zheng Tuo was a formidable sage. He had no desire to engage in battle unless absolutely necessary. Initially, he thought his son was doomed, but unexpectedly, a letter arrived from Qin Luo. A celestial-grade treasure could exchange for your son's life. Upon reading the contents, Mo Zong hesitated, not out of reluctance, but because he believed that even offering a treasure might not guarantee his son's release. After all, if he were in their position, he would never let anyone go. Master, Yihan is your own son. You must save him, a beautiful woman implored, shaking Mo Zong's arm. Yihan is dutiful and deeply respects me as his mother. You must help him. Mo Zong nodded. After all, he could not turn his back on his own blood. Very well. I shall present a celestial-grade treasure, he decisively declared, arranging for a treasure to be sent back. Upon receiving it, Qin Luo smiled at Mo Yihan, saying, It seems your father truly dotes on you. I had initially planned to lower my demands if he refused, but to my surprise, TSK. Upon hearing this, Mo Yihan's heart was filled with conflicting emotions. His father cared for him so deeply, yet he was compelled to harm him. Was he not a monster? Qin Luo noticed the turmoil within Mo Yihan and patted his shoulder, saying, Remember, this is your redemption. If your father does not kneel, he will face certain death. How could you bear to watch him perish before your eyes, right? Then, can I not be present when you kill my father? Mo Yihan asked earnestly. Goodness. Qin Luo's expression stiffened slightly as he regarded Mo Yihan's serious demeanor. He thought, this young man truly is a filial son. Go, find a way to make your father consume this pill. With such a devoted son, Qin Luo felt optimistic about the success of his mission. Cui Yunhe had already sought assistance, but before reinforcements could arrive, he received news from the Heavenly Calamity Palace. Xiao Tong was dead. Cui Yunhe shadird in these belief. How could this be? When I returned, Xiao Tong was perfectly fine. How could he possibly be dead? Indeed, I would like to ask you, how could Xiao Tong have died? Boom! A terrifying aura locked onto Cui Yunhe as a stern-faced, middle-aged man stepped forward, each footstep echoing like a hammer on Cui Yunhe's heart, causing him to tremble. Cough! A mouthful of blood spewed forth, and Cui Yunhe instantly became despondent. I have met the third palace master, he said, bowing respectfully. Now, tell me what transpired. As Xiao Tang's protector, why do you live while he perished? Cui Yunhe dared not withhold any information, recounting his encounter with Qin Luo and his companions concisely. The Great Qin Demon Suppression Division, our Heavenly Calamity Palace, has no quarrel with them. How dare they slay our disciples? I do not know. Perhaps Xiao Tong had some personal enmity with them. Oomph. The cold scoff struck Cui Yunhe's heart heavily, nearly causing him to stumble. As a protector, you failed to safeguard Xiao Tong. What do you think the Heavenly Calamity Palace should do to you? I shall avenge Xiao Tong. Cui Yunhe replied solemnly. He fell numb. He had envisioned many possibilities, but never anticipated Xiao Tang's death would come so easily. Yet, what could he do against a sage? He was merely at the cave heaven stage. His previous attempt had only led to disaster. I shall accompany you. Zhao Yangyi, the third palace master, declared solemnly. Those who dare kill disciples of the Heavenly Calamity Palace must pay a bloody price. Relay the news to the Xiao family. Xiao Tong had only begun to shine after joining the Heavenly Calamity Palace and had become a key focus of training for the Xiao family. The news of his death stirred up a commotion within the Xiao clan. The elders convened an urgent meeting. The one who killed Xiao Tong must pay the price. Otherwise, others will think our Xiao family is easy to bully. One elder spoke gravely. But the news from the Heavenly Calamity Palace indicates that the culprit may be from the Great Qin Demon Suppression Division. So what? Our Xiao family has no quarrel with the Demon Suppression Division. If they dare to kill our kin, it is they who provoke us. Avenging is our rightful duty. As their discussion intensified, a young woman entered the grand hall. Xiao Tong has been killed. Her face was frosted, her gaze sharp. Xiaoya, we shall handle this matter. No, I must see the murderer die before my eyes, Xiaoya insisted resolutely. Xiao Tong treated me exceptionally well since childhood, though we are not blood siblings. Our bond is akin to that of true kin. He has been slain. I must avenge him. The Grand Elder nodded decisively. Very well, take Xiaoya with you. We must strike swiftly and decisively to avenge Xiao Tong. Xiaoya felt a deep sorrow at the loss of one of the two most important men in her life. She even locked herself in her room, weeping. Xiao Tong, I will surely avenge you. In her despair, someone brought her a book, and she once again encountered news of Yi Chun, which somewhat lifted her spirits. However, upon reading about Yi Chun and Lu Ruyan's love story, a twinge of jealousy stirred within her. Yi Chun is such a loyal and righteous person, Sai. Simultaneously, a letter arrived in Xiaoya's hands. It was from Yi Chun. Within, he expressed his longing for her, prompting Xiaoya to reminisce about their playful days in Yinshan City. She was the elder sister, and he the younger brother, yet he always stood before her in times of danger, his small frame providing her with immense security. Before leaving Yinshan City, he had once said, Xiaoya, our parting today is not by choice. In the future, I shall wield all my strength to challenge the endless darkness, solely to protect our vow. In that moment, the young couple had mutually fallen for one another. As she read the contents of the letter, Xiaoya's expression gradually transformed into one of determination. Yi Chun, do not worry. Your woman is my sister, and I shall assist you. She resolved to go to the Divine Weapon Valley as well. For now, the vengeance for Xiao Tong can be set aside. In her heart, familial love took precedence over romantic affection. Chapter 54. The Sun's Poison. Annihilation of the Blood Moon, Sacred Land. Mo Yihan pondered throughout the journey. Realizing that to ensure his father ingested the pill, he needed to adopt a more cunning approach. Upon returning to the Sacred Land, the moment he laid eyes on his stepmother and Mo Qinjue, a scheme began to form in his mind. That evening, Mo Yihan engaged Mo Qinjue in a lavish drinking session, recounting the torment he endured at the hands of Qin Luo. The tale was heart-wrenching, bringing tears to listeners' eyes, prompting Mo Qinjue to vow, rest assured, once I capture that rascal, I shall make him pay dearly. Mo Yihan internally scoffed, within your limited domain. You fancy yourself a tyrant. Had you known he was a prince, you would have surely been terrified. The son understands his father well. The hatred for the usurper of his wife and the enmity for the slayer of his father were fully embodied in the Duke of Wuyuan, who dared not utter a word until he had secretly annihilated the entire clan. Some say a gentleman avenges after 10 years. Yet Mo Qinjue waited a staggering 50. Mo Yihan had to concede. He was truly impressive. He recognized that Mo Qinjue had merely been humoring him, knowing the other party had sage on their side, thus allowing the matter to pass. After some drinks, Mo Qinjue would undoubtedly engage in his preferred activities, a fact Mo Yihan was acutely aware of. As the night deepened, a voice filled with rage echoed. Who dared to poison me? Montag Yihan Zilentli Zignat. So soon? This fellow is quite adept at his tasks. Qin Luo's tone bore a hint of surprise. Let us proceed to the Blood Moon Sacred Land. Just as Qin Luo lifted his foot to advance, he was halted by Zhang Tuo. Your Highness, to avoid any deceit, allow me to scout the situation first. No need, it is merely a trivial Blood Moon Sacred Land. Qin Luo possessed not just the strength of a sage, but also the Emperor's banner. As they approached the Blood Moon Sacred Land, Qin Luo stated, this place has repeatedly offended our great Qin Empire. I believe its continued existence is unwarranted. His tone was imbued with a ruthless resolve. Upon reaching the Blood Moon Sacred Land, Zhang Tuo hesitated no longer. Who dares to intrude upon my Blood Moon Sacred Land? An elder of the cave, Heaven Realm bellowed. And Zhang Tuo leapt forth, delivering a fierce axe strike that cleaved the elder in two. Advance, leave none alive. Qin Luo spoke coldly. As you command. The enforcers of the Demon Suppression Division, along with Zhang Tuo, surged forward until they encountered Mo Yihan. At that moment, Mo Yihan held his stepmother's hand, offering comfort. Do not worry, everything will be fine with me here. Upon seeing Qin Luo's arrival, Mo Yihan suddenly knelt on the ground. Another woman quickly followed suit, prostrating herself. We are fortunate to survive. Please spare my mother and me, Your Highness. Your mother? Qin Luo stepped forward, casting a glance at the woman, pondering how such an unremarkable being could have birthed this inept progeny. Not by blood, Mo Yihan chuckled. Moreover, it was my mother who played a crucial role in administering the poison to Mo Qinjue. Oh, intrigued, Qin Luo asked, how did you poison your father? Hearing the incessant screams around him, Mo Yihan pointed to a specific area on the woman's body, stating, there lies the poison. Good heavens! Qin Luo exclaimed. This lad possesses talent. Observing his villainous demeanor, Qin Luo felt confident this young man would achieve great things in the future. Well done, indeed, a teachable child. Qin Luo patted his shoulder. Come, let's see your father. Mo Qinjue remained oblivious to how he had been poisoned, hiding within the sect's forbidden grounds, attempting to find an antidote. As the colossal stone door swung open, he appeared listless before Qin Luo and the others. Upon opening his eyes, Mo Qinjue witnessed his son, like a sycophant, bowing before Qin Luo. Upon further inspection, he recognized Qin Luo and Zheng Tuo as the ones who had come to apprehend his son. Monta Qianyu, the prince has arrived. Should you not kneel in welcome? Mo Yihan chided his father. With a splutter, Mo Qinjue expelled a copious amount of black blood. Even in his current state of confusion, he realized the poisoning was connected to Mo Yihan. Beast, how did I not bring you down over 40 years ago? I am your true father, your genuine father. Monta Qianyu Hoavet. Precisely because you are my true father, to save my life, your sacrifice is necessary. You would not wish to see the Mo family extinguished, would you? I am your only son. Mo Yihan's words prompted another violent spout of blood from Mo Qinjue, his expression growing ever more malevolent. Beast, beast, Monta Qianyu Haot. Enough with the insults. Do you not realize you are merely cursing yourself? Mo Yihan's remarks were deadly sharp. With a roar, Mo Qinjue bellowed, Beast, even in death, I shall strangle you. He summoned the last remnants of his strength, disregarding the poison coursing through his veins, intent on enacting justice. Qin Luo signaled Zheng Tuo to take action, and Zheng Tuo stepped forth, swinging his axe. Bang! A thunderous crash resonated as Mo Qinjue was sent flying, crashing heavily against the wall. He was gravely injured in a single blow. Blood gushed forth like a fountain. Zheng Tuo positioned his axe at Mo Qinjue's throat, asking in a low voice, submit or die. Qin Luo, standing behind, chuckled. Remember, you have but one chance. Never. I am a dignified sage. How dare you demand my submission? Mo Qinjue still held his ground. Kill him, Qin Luo said indifferently. What no? Mo Qinjue had not anticipated that when Qin Luo spoke of a single opportunity, he truly meant it. He submit. With a swift motion, Mo Qinjue's head fell, leaving a look of disbelief on his face. When one speaks of having only one chance, it truly means just that. Do you treat my words as mere wind? Qin Luo was well aware of his thoughts. First, he would act defiant, then capitulate. To Qin Luo, such pride was utterly futile. One cannot wish to play both the harlot and maintain a virtuous facade. Oblivious to the timing, whether dead or alive, it mattered not to him. The emperor's banner unfurled, absorbing Monta Qianyu soil. Tonight, I shall enter seclusion within the blood moon sacred land. Having just slain so many, it would be a waste not to make the most of it, would it not? Chapter 55. The Ascension of the Human Emperor Banner. The Avenger approaches your actions are exceedingly reckless, echoed Shi Huang's voice beneath the shroud of the Human Emperor Banner. Reckless? Huh. Without a touch of madness, one cannot truly live. Qin Luo retorted nonchalantly. He believed that only by fortifying his own strength could he find true substance. Everything else was but an illusion. Yet, you are susceptible to the influence of negative energies, which could endanger your mental clarity, Shi Huang cautioned further. Isn't this sufficient? Qin Luo countered, producing a Bodhi fruit. I acquired this from Qin Feng through clever means. It possesses the ability to dispel negative energies. Shi Huang found herself at a loss for words, ultimately resigning herself to follow Qin Luo's lead. Within the Blood Moon sacred land, There existed 7 adept cultivators of the cave heaven realm and over 20 in the transformation realm. The remainder were of considerably lesser strength. The sacred land itself was not particularly formidable. Having such a number was already a rare boon. Their souls had been absorbed into the human emperor banner, their flesh and essence now serving as sustenance for Qin Luo. This included Mo Zong, and coupled with the previously acquired source power from Xiao Tang's Thunder Spirit body. The resources for cultivation were indeed plentiful. After 2 full days of cultivation, Qin Luo managed to elevate his prowess to the 7th layer of the transformation realm. Reaching its later stages, I cannot proceed further, Qin Luo mused. Though he had succumbed to a degree of madness, he was not a lunatic. The flesh and souls he consumed would greatly influence him. The transformation realm required a synchronization of soul and cultivation level, and enhancing the soul posed considerable challenges, leading to unavoidable resource wastage. Moreover, the source power of his special physique was essential for his celestial devouring demon art. Regrettably, the Blood Moon Sacred Land held no notable geniuses. At last, the human emperor banner, along with Mo Zong, ascended to a mid-tier quality of the sacred grade. Its coverage and power had significantly increased. As Qin Luo concluded his training, Li Yi promptly approached him. "Your Highness, should we not report the completion of our task? Killing Mo Zong essentially fulfills our mission, and by all rights, you may submit the report now. What is the rush? There are still many orchestrators at large." Qin Luo replied, glancing at Mo Zong, who appeared somewhat dazed. "Isn't that so?" Upon hearing Qin Luo, Mo Zong jolted awake, hastily affirming, Yes, your Highness is correct. What has happened to him?" Qin Luo observed, sensing that something was amiss with Mo Zong, as though he had lost his will to strive. Li Yi glanced at Mo Zong with curiosity before whispering to Qin Luo, "His stepmother has passed away." It was evident that Mo Zong harbored deeper feelings for that woman than even for Mo Zong. Despite not having ingested poison, the affliction that invaded her body ultimately led to her demise. "My condolences," Qin Luo patted Mo Zong gently. "You must take care of yourself. You are to help identify the masterminds behind this case and their accomplices. This case, I intend to make it a grand one, with far-reaching implications. Mo Zong must not perish. By the way, the woman from Luofeng City, she is yours." At this, a glimmer of hope ignited in Mo Zong's eyes, as if he had found a reason to live once more. Thud! Mo Zong knelt before Qin Luo, exclaiming, "I vow to serve you, your Highness, until death. Whoever you wish me to identify, I shall do so." He was no fool. He understood his value. Merely a mad dog that could bite indiscriminately. A teachable child indeed. Qin Luo nodded in appreciation. Though he was not a noble character, his obedience was commendable. With the Blood Moon Sacred Land obliterated, Qin Luo resolved to seek out Saint Hanyu, who resided not far from here, for his little junior sister remained in her custody. Although the previous master's affections bore little relevance to him, upon his arrival, his junior sister had specifically sent Saint Hanyu to rescue him, thus establishing a connection. How could he allow his junior sister to remain as a disciple under that wicked woman? Just as he departed the Blood Moon Sacred Land, a voice echoed in his ear. "Someone approaches, likely intent on your demise." Shi Huang's voice resonated softly. "To kill me?" Qin Luo's gaze fell upon Zheng Ta, who had only just sensed the situation, revealing his inferiority compared to Shi Huang. "It is him." A somewhat familiar voice rang out, and Qin Luo glanced to see the so-called protector of the fated one. Boom! A saintly presence descended as Zhao Yangyi's icy gaze fixed upon Qin Luo. "You are the one who murdered my disciple?" Qin Luo took a slight step back, positioning Zheng Tuo before him to shield against Zhao Yangyi's imposing aura. Zhao Yangyi's eyes narrowed at Zheng Tuo, his expression betraying a hint of concern, yet he felt assured of his superiority. His gaze returned to Qin Luo, demanding in a low voice, "Did you kill my disciple?" "Your disciple? Do I know him?" Qin Luo countered. "How could you not? You brazenly abducted my disciple from the heavenly tribulation hall. In fury. Oh, if you mean that individual you wish to rescue, then yes, I am acquainted. He was one of the accomplices in the massacre of my family, the Marquis of Qin. He has already confessed and faced retribution. Boom! Zhao Yongyi's aura surgit violently, and he shouted at Qin Luo, "You shall pay for this. Kill him." Zhao Yongyi commanded Cui Yunhe, who leaped forward, charging at Zhang Tuo. In an instant, they clashed fiercely, the battle becoming intensely chaotic. Among those present, only Zhang Tuo was a saint, while Cui Yunhe's strength could easily overpower Qin Luo and his companions. Indeed, Cui Yunhe understood that only by slaying Qin Luo could he absolve himself of the blame for failing to protect his charge. Swish! Cui Yunhe charged toward Qin Luo. His expression twisted in rage as he roared, "You little beast, today I shall ensure you have no place to rest." "Is that so?" Qin Luo replied, his tone dripping with disdain as the human emperor banner materialized in his hand. Whoosh! In an instant, it enveloped Cui Yunhe. My demise is so tragic. Will you accompany me?" The anguished wails of vengeful spirits erupted from within the human emperor banner, surging toward Cui Yunhe like a horde of malevolent phantoms. Shi Huang need not intervene. In the blink of an eye, Cui Yunhe transformed into a withered husk. Bang! His lifeless body thudded to the ground. A furious scream emanating from him as it pierced through the human emperor banner. No. Zhao Yongyi, locked in combat with Zhang Tuo, suddenly changed countenance. A brilliant object glowing in his hand. 10,000 thunder cauldron, subdue him. Rumble. A colossal bronze cauldron, crackling with countless lightning serpents, repelled Zhang Tuo before crashing down upon the human emperor banner. You must die today. The 10,000 thunder cauldrons shattered the human emperor banner, and Zhao Yongyi charged in. His expression twisted with rage as he bellowed at Qin Luo, "Die." But in the next moment, he found himself ensnared by a terrifying aura of souls, as if a bucket of icy water had been dumped over him. A saint. 3. Chapter 56. The Heavenly Calamity Temple must be annihilated. Junior sister of the Xianxia body, strike the soul whip for me. With fervor, Shi Huang wielded the soul whip, delivering a powerful lash that inflicted damage upon Zhao Yongyi's very soul. Soul binding rope, ensnare him. Tai Xu Bell, subdue him. Qin Luo bellowed. Realizing that now that the opponent had entered the human emperor banner, there was no reason to allow him to escape. Zhao Yongyi felt paralyzed, a chilling dread enveloping his heart. Revenge for his disciple? What a farce. His life was in jeopardy. Thunder's cauldron, explode for me. His resolve was unwavering, and the fleeting pain in his eyes vanished. Within the thunder's cauldron, over 10,000 thunder serpents unleashed a deafening roar before erupting. This was the culmination of hundreds of years of accumulated thunderous power. After years of toil, everything was lost in a single night. Boom! 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 Radiant light erupted as the serpents obliterated the soul entities of the human emperor banner. Thunder shakes the heavens. Zhao Yongyi did not glance back at the chaos he had wrought. He merely fled, as brazen in retreat as he had been in approach. Especially when Zhang Tuo lunged forward with an axe, carving away a substantial portion of his flesh. Zhao Yongyi could not discern whether it was pain or fury that drove his howl. He fled for his life. The crackling sounds echoed relentlessly, and once the thunderous power was thoroughly subdued, Qin Luo's expression darkened. Damn it, this sacred artifact of the Heavenly Calamity Temple seems to counter my human emperor banner. This battle had cost him numerous soul entities, and his human emperor banner had also sustained varying degrees of damage. The Heavenly Calamity Temple must be destroyed. There was no doubt about it. Qin Luo spoke solemnly. With a wave of her hand, Shi Huang began to condense significant amounts of thunderous power, pure enough to serve as a source for cultivation, especially suitable for her physical training technique. It could barely compensate for their losses. Qin Luo's expression softened slightly. They had not suffered entirely in vain. After storing away the human emperor banner, it was not long before Zhang Tuo returned, a hint of shame in his demeanor. I was incompetent, allowing him to escape. It matters not. A monk can flee, but the temple remains. Li, contact the Demon Suppression Division and inform them that there has been a significant breakthrough in a massacre case of the Wu Yuan Marquis family. One of the culprits, The blood moon, Saint Lord Mo Zong, has been slain. Before his demise, he confessed to several other culprits, one of whom is the Heavenly Calamity Temple. Have the Demon Suppression Division relay accurate intelligence on their control of the Heavenly Calamity Temple, as I intend to capture individuals within. Li Yi did not hesitate and promptly began contacting the Demon Suppression Division. When the news reached them, the leader of the 10 guards was taken aback. The Wu Yuan Marquis massacre case has further implications? Hasn't the Heavenly Calamity Temple long since withdrawn from the world? They were involved? He did not doubt the news, but sensed deeper, hidden motives at play. Commander, Deputy Commander Qin requests support. Shall we send aid? A subordinate inquired. No time, no manpower. My 10 guards alone must operate as 2. There is no capacity to assist Deputy Commander Qin. Inform him that if the situation becomes untenable, he may conclude the matter with the head of Mo Zong, the Blood Moon Saint Lord. I trust Deputy Commander Qin is a sensible individual, a deceased Wu Yuan Marquis, his family annihilated. Our Qin Empire's retribution is sufficient. As for any hidden truths, they matter not. Slaying one culprit is enough to appease the spirits of the entire Wu Yuan Marquis family. This is the harsh reality, for the victim has perished. Let us proceed to the Cold Moon Palace. The Cold Moon Palace lay approximately 2 days' journey ahead. Gazing up at the palace, radiating an aura of chill, Qin Luo addressed the gatekeeper. Please inform the Saint of the Cold Moon that Qin Luo seeks an audience. Very well. Soon, Lin Huashuang emerged personally, granting Qin Luo considerable attention. What brings the 9th prince to my Cold Moon Palace? She inquired. I wish to see my junior sister, Qin Luo stated plainly. Lin Huashuang's expression faltered, stirring an ominous premonition within Qin Luo. What is it? Is the Cold Moon Saint facing difficulties? Or has something happened to my junior sister? Lin Huashuang shook her head, assuring him that there was no incident, only. Your junior sister is no longer within my Cold Moon Palace. Out for training? When will she return? If all goes well, she will not return. What? Qin Luo's voice rose sharply. Cold Moon Saint? What do you mean by that? Lin Huashuang sighed, a hint of resentment lacing her tone. To speak plainly, Shun Waning was taken by someone. Before Qin Luo could inquire further, she continued for her. This is a fortuitous turn. In that place, she has far greater prospects than in my Cold Moon Palace. In essence, her disciple had been abducted, and she was powerless to resist. Who? Qin Luo pressed. The Misty Holy Land. The Misty Holy Land? Qin Luo's voice bore a note of astonishment. In his memory, the Misty Holy Land was exceedingly powerful, one of the top 10 holy lands. Within its realm resided formidable beings of the Great Saint Realm. How could waning attract their attention? Qin Luo was deeply intrigued. Lin Huashuang did not hold back any longer. Initially, I thought Shen Waning was of the Xianing body and considered taking her as a disciple. But to my surprise, she is of the Xiancha body. The Xiancha body? Shi Wang's astonished voice echoed in Qin Luo's ears. This was one of the supreme physiques, capable of rapid cultivation and effortlessly comprehending the laws of heaven and earth. If all went well, reaching the Saint Realm would be a mere matter of time, without any bottlenecks. Only time was the issue. Moreover, this physique, when engaged in dual cultivation with another, could expedite their progress as well. This girl must be secured, Shi Huang exclaimed eagerly. As a mundane body, you will face immense obstacles when attempting to break through to the Saint Realm. It will be far more challenging than for others. If she ascends to the Saint Realm, and you engage in dual cultivation with her, seizing her original Yin, you will encounter no hindrance in your own breakthrough to the Saint Realm. The greatest bottleneck for mundane bodies is the Saint Realm. Once you surpass that threshold, the future is wide open. Qin Luo nodded inwardly, yet the Misty Holy Land was not something to be trifled with. He looked at Lin Huashuang with a hint of reproach. Everyone speaks of how arrogant and domineering the Cold Moon Saint is, how powerful she is. Yet you couldn't even keep track of a single disciple. Sigh. Lin Huashuang felt the sting of Qin Luo's words, casting him a resentful glance. Her dear disciple. Atop a towering peak of the Misty Holy Land stood a breathtakingly beautiful woman. Her long hair, cascading like a waterfall, her deep-set eyes resembling stars, emanating an air of coolness and pride. She regarded the intelligence in her hand, sneering softly. Lu Ruyan, you dare to abandon my senior brother and marry another? I will not allow your wishes to come to fruition. You are my senior brothers in life, and shall remain so even in death. Chapter 57. The Holy Son of the Danding Sect. Yichen, upon gazing at the Danding Sect, Yichen took a deep breath and strode forward. This is a restricted area of the Danding Sect. Unauthorized individuals must not enter. A voice reprimanded him. Yichen solemnly replied, I have come to participate in the assessment that has not seen a successful candidate for a millennium. The gatekeeper disciple, observing Yichen's youthful appearance, displayed evident skepticism. Should you fail the assessment, I am willing to end my own life within the confines of the Danding Sect. Preferring to err on the side of caution, the gatekeeper conveyed the message within. Shortly thereafter, an elder emerged, momentarily taken aback upon seeing Yichen. Is it truly him? Upon reporting to the elder, he confirmed, indeed. He wishes to partake in our sect's assessment. By what merit do you claim this? The elder questioned. Yichen, unperturbed, responded. Because I have mastered the entirety of the Wanling Xiandanju. Boom. The elder could scarcely contain his own aura, swiftly closing the distance to seize Yichen. You have cultivated our sect's foundational technique, the Wanling Xiandanju? Elder, if we were to be precise, I should be regarded as a half-disciple of the Danding Sect. Do you still doubt my capability to succeed? The elder's expression fluctuated as he regarded the self-assured Yichen before solemnly stating, This matter is of great significance. I must report it to the sect master and the others. The entire Danding Sect was stirred by Yichen's presence, for he had cultivated the long-lost foundational technique, the Wanling Xiandanju, in its entirety. The sect master and elders exited their seclusion to deliberate. After a considerable time, they reached no resolution. I propose we allow him to proceed with the assessment. It is nearly impossible for anyone below the holy rank to pass. The assessment required the analysis of countless herbs' properties and characteristics within a limited time, testing not only the ability to concoct pills, but also the strength of one's soul, experience, and innate talent. A millennium ago, someone had succeeded in this assessment, earning the title of Holy Son of the Danding Sect. Agreed. I concur. Let him participate in the assessment. Upon entering the assessment grounds, the Wanling Xiandanju activated within Yichen's mind, conjuring images of various herbs' properties and characteristics. The assessment persisted throughout the day without pause, leaving the Danding Sect in awe. He has passed the assessment. The alchemical examination further validated Yichen's exceptional talent. Possessing a unique fire vein, he was a prodigious alchemist, a rarity that appeared once in 1,000 or even 10,000 years. Particularly, as Yichen had retrieved the Wanling Xiandanju, he was hailed as a benefactor of the Danding Sect. Dong, dong, dong. The grand bell of the Danding Sect resonated, and the sect master's voice echoed in everyone's ears. Yichen is now our holy son. Anyone who aids our sect in reclaiming the Wanling Xiandanju shall have one request granted by the Danding Sect. Yichen, though you are our holy son, you're no exception. Should you have any requests in the future, we shall mobilize our entire sect to assist you. Upon hearing this, Yichen's spirits soared, and he stated earnestly, Sect Master, I wish to request the sect's assistance in my pursuit of the holy maiden Lu Ruyan of the Tai Xu Holy Land. He then recounted the dramatic tale of his love story, which had been crafted by Qin Luo. To approach the Tai Xu Holy Land directly would be unwise. Surely they would not disregard our Danding Sect? Yichen quickly dismissed the notion, for he yearned to make a grand impression on the day of the marriage of the Shenzhou Valley's young master. How could he quietly resolve this matter? Through prior connections with the Tai Xu Holy Land, he had confirmed that Lu Ruyan harbored feelings for him. This was a golden opportunity to elevate his reputation, and he was determined to seize it. With a troubled expression, he declared, Sect Master, it is not that I do not wish to approach the Tai Xu Holy Land, but rather there are conflicts between us. I fear they may sequester Ruyan. On the day of the wedding, they would be unlikely to hide her. Additionally, the master of the Wanjian Manor had agreed to assist him, as had the Shaos of Yinshan. With two Holy Land-level factions backing him, the sect master hesitated, recognizing that Yi Chun was their holy son, and thus, the Danding sect could not afford to fall behind. Very well, the Danding sect shall also take action. Qin Luo was simultaneously orchestrating matters regarding the Shenzhou Valley, intending to suppress Yi Chun with overwhelming might. Should nothing unforeseen occur, Yi Chun must amass sufficient strength to surpass the combined forces of the Tai Xu Holy Land and the Shenzhou Valley. The Tai Xu Holy Land possessed two beings of the Holy Realm, while the Shenzhou Valley had three. Thus, Yi Chun would require approximately 5 Holy Realm experts as his support. First, we must secure the Hall of Tribulation. Qin Luo calculated swiftly. It seemed prudent to summon Qin Zhanshan for this endeavor. Yes, I shall also invite my grandfather to ensure absolute certainty. Even a lion spares no effort when hunting a rabbit. He could not allow his adversaries a chance for resurgence. What is the current status of Tian Mo? Qin Luo inquired. His soul strength has increased somewhat. He can momentarily mobilize his body, Shi Huang replied, desiring the horse to run without feeding it. Such a feat was beyond Qin Luo's capabilities. While he could manipulate life and death, if one did not genuinely wish to serve him, he could only resort to elimination. They should arrange for the grandfather and grandson to meet, allowing him a glimmer of hope. Indeed, a simple manipulation is feasible. Then let it be done. Send him a message. His gaze fell upon Zheng Tuo as he asked, contact the Sifang Marquis and see if he can lend me support at the Shenzhou Valley in a few days. Understood. I will attempt to make contact, Zheng Tuo responded. The intelligence Qin Luo received from Cui Yunhe regarding the Hall of Tribulation was consistent with that from the Demon Suppression Division. They had learned the precise location of the Hall of Tribulation and discovered that they had 4 Holy Realm experts. Indeed, contrary to the common belief of 3, there were 4. Zhao Yangyi, grievously injured, had returned to the Hall of Tribulation. Facing inquiries from others, he roared, "This matter with the Great Qin Empire's Demon Suppression Division is far from over. I shall take vengeance. They shall know that I, Zhao Yangyi, am not to be trifled with. This matter requires careful deliberation. You must expedite your recovery." Third Hall Master, the Grand Hall Master stated calmly. One must strategize before taking action. This matter was undoubtedly more complex than it appeared. At a crucial moment, when the Hall of Tribulation planned to unveil the Zhixiao Divine Thunderhammer, they had slain their Thunder Calamity son. It was reasonable to suspect they were targeting the Zhixiao Divine Thunderhammer. Xiao Tong was the most promising disciple to wield the Zhixiao Divine Thunderhammer, yet regrettably, it was a bitter loss. Third brother, you too, why did you allow him to leave? That woman might very well be the enemy's bait. If they failed to seize the Zhixiao Divine Thunderhammer, the Hall of Tribulation's cultivation sanctum would remain inaccessible. After thousands of years in silence, must they continue to languish until their demise? Upon reflection, Zhao Yangyi suddenly awakened to the notion that all of this seemed orchestrated as part of a grand scheme. Chapter 58. Assault on the Hall of Heavenly Calamity. The confidence granted by mid-grade sacred rank upon receiving the message from Qin Luo. Qin Zhanshan promptly departed from the city where he was stationed. I will be away for no less than 3 to 5 days, and at most 10. You are responsible for all military affairs within the city. Remember to keep this confidential. Do not let anyone else know of my departure. Publicly, declare that I am in seclusion, he instructed his deputy. Understood, my lord. After receiving the news, Su Qianshan made a special trip to the imperial palace to inform Emperor Qin that he needed to leave the capital for a while. The matter concerning Qin Luo had reached a conclusion, and now his movements were less conspicuous. Confronting the Hall of Heavenly Calamity, Qin Luo resolved to employ every means at his disposal. He could hardly believe that the hall would prove insurmountable. There is another crucial piece of information. The voice of Shi Huang echoed in Qin Luo's mind. From a certain Cui Yunhe, he learned of a secret treasure within the Hall of Heavenly Calamity, which required Xiao Tong to wield it, a matter of great significance to them, and possibly of immense benefit to you as well. Oh, is that so? Qin Luo mused, toying with Xiao Tong's Thunder Tower. This artifact could barely be classified as a sacred weapon, yet it seemed somewhat superfluous to him. He required the energy contained within it to aid his cultivation of the 9 transformations of the golden body technique. The power of thunder naturally possessed the ability to refine the body, especially since it was indeed a sacred artifact. With determination, Qin Luo set to work, dismantling the entire thunder tower to absorb its essence and refine his physique. The energy requisite for advancing from the second to the third transformation of the 9 transformations of the golden body technique was staggering, an oceanic quantity, exponentially greater than that needed for the first to second transformation. Tenfold, Qin Luo deemed it insufficient. It is worth noting that tenfold equates to 10 drops of divine dragon's blood. Such a technique could only be cultivated by someone like me, a villain plundering the realms. How could an ordinary person possibly possess such resources? Qin Luo murmured to himself. He harbored a faint notion that upon reaching the third transformation, he might harness the strength of his corporeal form to challenge a sage. With this thought, Qin Luo's excitement surged. There was no time for hesitation. The cultivation persisted for 3 full days, during which Chun Zhanshan and Su Qianchen arrived. With the 2 mightiest forces assembled, Qin Luo felt it was time to strike at the Hall of Heavenly Calamity. Grandfather, the strongest force within the Hall of Heavenly Calamity should lie between the late Sage stage and the Sage King realm. This time, I intend to bring the Hall under my dominion. Indeed, cultivating one's own power within the 10,000 Great Mountains is a novel approach, Su Qianchen remarked with admiration. Chun Zhanshan finally grasped Qin Luo's prior intentions for venturing into the 10,000 Great Mountains. He had always aimed to strengthen his forces from within, subsequently vying for the title of Imperial Son of the Great Qin dynasty. Competition within the dynasty was fiercely intense, as the princes engaged in open and covert struggles, infiltrating the military and various offices with their own supporters. However, the 10,000 Great Mountains were unique. They did not belong to the Great Qin dynasty, which stationed troops nearby to prevent the inhabitants from uniting against them. Should such forces combine, even the Great Qin dynasty would find the situation daunting. Lord Chun Mo is currently in a favorable state. You may converse with your grandson, Qin Luo stated, stepping aside. Chun Mo slowly emerged, causing Chun Zhanshan to shudder. Before him stood not merely a pure soul, but a corporeal being. His complexion was somewhat pallid, resembling that of a corpse. Chun Mo managed a feeble smile at Chun Zhanshan. Grandfather, I can now manipulate my body for short periods. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Chun Zhanshan's eyes brimmed with tears, and his gratitude towards Qin Luo deepened. As Su Qianchen walked alongside Qin Luo, he expressed his approval. You have done well. Relying solely on manipulation to control one's subordinates is destined to lead to mediocrity. The means I employ are merely to ensure their loyalty. I am a rather selfish individual. Only when you become mine shall I treat you well. Most protagonists act for your benefit. I strive to enlighten you, to make you one of my own. However, my kindness is predicated on your commitment to me. Otherwise, what reason do I have to concern myself with you? By the way, Su Qianchen's expression grew solemn as he continued. I sense that Emperor Qin is somewhat different from before. He referred to the Emperor Qin he had encountered over 20 years ago. I cannot shake the feeling that he has transformed into an entirely different person. Perhaps it's been over 20 years since you last saw him? Qin Luo queried. Su Qianchen furrowed his brow. Perhaps, but I still sense something amiss. However, it bears no relation to you at present. Indeed, Qin Luo had yet to even encounter his biological father, so how could he possibly be connected to such matters? As the moment of warmth drew to a close, Chun Zhanshan recognized the urgency to attend to serious business. The group set forth toward the concealed location of the Hall of Heavenly Calamity. They arrived at a secluded valley, perpetually shrouded in mist, devoid of human presence for miles. Occasionally, thunder would crash down, rendering it a perilous realm. Few were aware that a powerful and mysterious sect, the Hall of Heavenly Calamity, lay hidden within. Today, Qin Luo had arrived. He, along with Zheng Tuo and the others, descended upon the valley's outskirts. Addressing the valley, Qin Luo commanded Zheng Tuo to announce their presence. The Great Qin Demon Suppression Division has come to investigate. Zhao Yangyi, the third hall master of your hall, of heavenly calamity, colluded with the Blood Moon Sacred Land to murder 354 members of my great Qin Luo Marquis family. Surrender him at once, or we shall surely raise your hall of heavenly calamity to the ground." Hearing the voice from outside, several leaders of the hall of heavenly calamity gathered, their expressions dark as storm clouds. The audacity of the great Qin dynasty to believe they can act with impunity here, sneered the second hall master. "This is my hall of heavenly calamity. I never thought they would pursue us so relentlessly." "Very well." Zhao Yangyi's expression twisted into a grimace of fury. "Today, I shall ensure they have no place to be buried. Boss, I want to annihilate them. Leave not a single survivor," Zhao Yangyi declared, his gaze fixed on the hall master. "Let us assess the situation first," the hall master replied, his brow furrowed with unease. "Boss, are you afraid? If you are, then grant me the thunder calamity divine chain to wield. I alone shall suffice to subdue them." The thunder calamity divine chain was one of the hall's supreme sacred artifacts, a mid-grade weapon. He was confident that with the thunder calamity divine chain in hand, he could crush Zheng Tuo and those so-called ethereal soul entities. The hall master contemplated before agreeing. "Very well. Exercise caution. If matters become untenable, we shall retreat and utilize our hall's grand formation to fend off the enemy." Zhao Yangyi let out a cold laugh. "Do we still need to rely on formations? With the thunder calamity divine chain in my grasp, unless I encounter a sage king, who could possibly withstand me? I refuse to believe the Demon Suppression Division has a commander of that caliber coming to my hall of heavenly calamity." Chapter 59. Unruly conduct and sudden attacks. Not only did he harbor doubts, but the others were also skeptical. The commanders of the Demon Suppression Division were few in number, each one burdened with endless responsibilities. The Grand Hall Master could only suspect that someone intended to eliminate Shao Tong, wishing to stifle the rise of their heavenly tribulation hall, but had never imagined that anyone would dare to obliterate them entirely. "Be cautious," the Grand Hall Master reminded. "Fear not," Zhao Yangyi declared, gripping the thunder calamity divine chain forged from 9 heavens mysterious iron and tempered by the purple sky divine thunder for 81 years, his expression growing increasingly ferocious. Whoosh! A sound of air splitting echoed as he charged toward Qin Luo and his companions. "They're coming." Su Qinshin's voice rang out from the shadows. "Heroic Marquis, you go and subdue him," he commanded. "Understood, Su Saint." Chun Zhanshan readied himself for a decisive strike. "You arrogant brat, I have yet to settle the score with you, and you dare to come to me." Zhao Yangyi hovered in midair, casting a disdainful gaze upon Qin Luo, his eyes filled with a frenzied desire for blood. Having exhausted the countless thunder serpents collected in his thunderding, he felt a deep-seated hatred toward Qin Luo. Even if he were to flay Qin Luo 1,000 times, it would not quell his burning rage. Qin Luo spoke earnestly. "Zhao Yangyi of the Heavenly Tribulation Hall, you conspired with Mo Zong, the Lord of Blood Moon Sacred Land, to murder the entire family of the Marquis of Wu Yuan in the Great Qin Empire. Today you must be brought to justice." "Oomph," Zhao Yangyi sneered. "Do you even realize where you are? This is my Heavenly Tribulation Hall, not your Great Qin Empire, and I am a saint. Before me, you are merely an insignificant insect. Do you truly believe that the name of the Great Qin Empire holds any weight here? Today, I shall inform you that provoking my Heavenly Tribulation Hall leads to but one outcome: death." With a flourish, he wielded the thunder calamity divine chain and beckoned to Zheng Tuo, declaring, "Today, I will annihilate you." Zheng Tuo, unwilling to move, was met with Zhao Yangyi's mocking laughter. "What? Are you afraid to confront me?" No sooner had he spoken than a surge of caution welled up within him. "Be careful, third brother." The Grand Hall Master's voice echoed at that moment. Without hesitation, Zhao Yangyi lashed out with the thunder calamity divine chain into the void. Boom! A resounding explosion reverberated as the thunder calamity divine chain rebounded, causing Zhao Yangyi's expression to shift dramatically. Thunder roars through the 9 heavens. He sought to escape immediately, but it was too late. Bang! A powerful assault struck him, the accumulated force of a Saint King's strike grievously wounding him. At that moment, Zheng Tuo surged forth, seizing the opportunity to take his life. Saint King Zhao Yangyi spat a mouthful of blood, his complexion turning ghastly pale. Already weakened, the sudden appearance of another Saint King overwhelmed him. Furthermore, this Saint King was an old fox, attacking from the shadows. Damn it! A higher cultivation level and a sneak attack. Zhao Yangyi felt as if he could weep in despair. He was on the verge of spewing more blood. To his dismay, he found himself surrounded. Under the relentless assault from Zheng Tuo and Qin Zhanshan, Zhao Yangyi could not withstand even a single move before being unceremoniously tossed at Qin Luo's feet. Arrogance? Who is the truly arrogant one? Qin Luo brandished his Qing Feng sword, striking him across the face. Zhao Yangyi's eyes, filled with hatred, fixed upon Qin Luo. You insolent brat, do not be so arrogant. I will eventually kill you. Mark my words. It seems you have yet to comprehend your current predicament. Brother, your life is in my hands. You shall plead for mercy. Never. Bang. Zheng Tuo pressed down on his back, forcing Zhao Yangyi into a humiliating position upon the ground. Lords, my heavenly tribulation hall bears no enmity with your great Qin Empire. Why do you humiliate us so? The Grand Hall Master of the Heavenly Tribulation Hall emerged from the mist, maintaining a safe distance, cautiously eyeing Qin Zhanshan and the others. Qin Luo stepped forward, addressing him. Your third master, Zhao Yangyi, colluded with Mo Zong of the Blood Moon Sacred Land to murder over 300 members of the Wu Yuan Marquis family of the Great Qin Empire, violating our laws and must be severely punished. Defamation. This is slander. Zhao Yangyi roared as he was captured. The likes of Zhao Yangyi has no acquaintance nor enmity with your great Qin Empire's Wu Yuan Marquis. How could he conspire with Mo Zong against him? The Grand Hall Master inquired solemnly. Will a murderer admit to being a murderer? I have a witness. Mo Zong's son heard him and Zhao Yangyi conspiring to annihilate the entire Wu Yuan family. Mo Yihan stepped forward, asserting, I once overheard my father and Zhao Yangyi plotting their demise. Surely, he cannot slander even his own father, Qin Luo countered. This statement bore no flaws, leaving the Grand Hall Master momentarily speechless. Then Qin Luo continued, Your heavenly tribulation hall harbors Zhao Yangyi and is guilty. I demand a trial. All disciples of the heavenly tribulation hall must surrender. Ridiculous. The Grand Hall Master bellowed. How dare you insult my esteemed heavenly tribulation hall in such a manner? Realizing his intent, he understood that the adversary sought a pretext to strike against them. If you wish to attack my heavenly tribulation hall, then show us your true capabilities. As soon as his words fell, Qin Zhanshan leapt forward, charging at him. Feeling the momentum of the Saint King, the Grand Hall Master's expression changed drastically, and he retreated at once, hoping to rely on the formations of the Heavenly Tribulation Hall to fend off Qin Zhanshan. Bang! 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 The sounds of a tremendous clash resounded as the Grand Hall Master and the Second Hall Master stood side by side, barely managing to use the formations of the Heavenly Tribulation Hall to withstand Qin Zhanshan. But this was merely a temporary measure. It could not last long, especially since their Thunder Calamity Divine Chain had been lost, leaving few formidable sacred artifacts within the Heavenly Tribulation Hall. Awaken the Master. The Grand Hall Master commanded solemnly. Agreed. The Second Hall Master concurred. At this moment of life and death, the Master ought to exert his final strength to rescue the Heavenly Tribulation Hall from peril. Master, the Heavenly Tribulation Hall is in distress. Please emerge. The call pierced through the barriers into the forbidden ground of the Heavenly Tribulation Hall within the Thunderpool. An elderly man, nearing the end of his days, suddenly opened his eyes, arcs of lightning flashing within them. Who dares to cause a ruckus in my Heavenly Tribulation Hall? Utterly audacious. Boom! He soared from the Thunderpool, his aura reaching its zenith in an instant. He immediately detected Qin Zhanshan, the Saint King, and the gravity of the situation flickered in his eyes. Saint King? I too can reach that realm. A bolt of lightning surged from the forbidden ground into his body, further elevating his power as he ascended to the Saint King realm. Today, you shall not escape. Even if I must risk my life, I will ensure your downfall. He roared at Qin Zhanshan, and the two clashed violently. Boom! A tremendous roar erupted as boundless lightning flickered, causing Qin Luo to squint. Chun Zhanshan is actually at a disadvantage in such a short time. Indeed, the combat prowess of the Heavenly Tribulation Hall is formidable, a worthy adversary. One could only surmise that this was their underlying strength. Today you shall die, the elder bellowed at Chun Zhanshan, knowing that he was already on the brink of death. Awakened, he had no hope of survival, so why not unleash his final vigor? Arrogance. A chilling voice resounded as a colossal handprint descended upon the elder with great force. The elder looked up in terror at the immense handprint in the sky, realizing he had been locked in place, unable to evade. Great Saint. A dignified great saint lurking in the shadows, catching him utterly off guard, unbecoming of martial ethics, to launch a surprise attack. My life is forfeit. Chapter 60. The Heavenly Tribulation Hall surrenders. I permit you to live a scene reminiscent of a demonic overlord descending upon the world unfolded, leaving all within the Heavenly Tribulation Hall in a state of bewilderment as they gazed vacantly at the figure in the sky, resembling a god of calamity. Moments ago, they had felt exhilarated and proud, having witnessed their ancestral guardian repel an enemy. Now, however, a profound fear took root deep within their hearts. Boom! A thunderous roar echoed as the ancestral figure was struck down from the heavens to the ground. The Hall Master and the second Hall Master exchanged glances, each recognizing despair in the other's eyes. The Heavenly Tribulation Hall was doomed. The Hall Master closed his eyes in hopelessness. With a sudden cough, the elder spat out a mouthful of blood, having forcibly elevated his realm only to be gravely injured by a formidable saint-level opponent. He found himself at the brink of exhaustion. Who are you, and why must you annihilate my Heavenly Tribulation Hall? The elder's voice carried a hint of desolation. It is as I have stated, your Heavenly Tribulation Hall has transgressed. Qin Luo spoke again, capturing the elder's attention. The elder's eyes reflected confusion. He could not fathom why someone of mere transformation realm dared to speak amid such powerful beings. Noticing that Chun Zhanshan and Su Qianshun remained silent, he began to suspect that this young man might be the orchestrator of the entire situation. Regardless of how absurd it seemed, he had but one thought: to strive for a glimmer of hope for the Heavenly Tribulation Hall. May I ask your esteemed name? The elder inquired. I am Qin Luo, Deputy Commander of the Demon Suppression Division of the Great Qin Dynasty. In that moment, the elder's mind raced as he connected the dots. The Great Qin Dynasty and the surname Qin. He continued, Are you of royal lineage? This is His Highness, the 9th Prince of the Great Qin Dynasty. Tian Mo Zong. Understanding the significance of the 9th Prince's status, the elder realized why the saints displayed such deference toward Qin Luo. May I ask, Your Highness, what do you mean by your earlier statement? Qin Luo gestured towards the Hallmaster. You may inquire of him. Hallmaster Zhou Li recounted Qin Luo's accusation. Upon hearing it, the elder's expression fluctuated between uncertainty and disbelief. He could not fathom that Zhao Yangyi would dare commit such acts. Yet, faced with their predicament, they had no choice but to yield. In an instant, a plan formed in his mind. If it is true that Zhao Yangyi conspired with Imo Qinjue to harm the Wu Yuan Marquis family, then my Heavenly Tribulation Hall shall not shield Zhao Yangyi and will allow the Great Qin Dynasty to deal with him. As those words left his mouth, Zhao Yangyi froze in shock. Uncle Master, I did not. The elder did not even glance at Zhao Yangyi, fully aware that this was the calamity facing the Heavenly Tribulation Hall, and Zhao Yangyi had to be sacrificed. Furthermore, there is the matter of your Heavenly Tribulation Hall shielding Zhao Yangyi, Qin Luo stated languidly. In that case, we shall offer the Thunder Tribulation Divine Chain as an apology to your Highness. The elder continued. Qin Luo regarded him with amusement. The Thunder Tribulation Divine Chain was already in their possession. Would that simple favor suffice? Certainly not. Understanding Qin Luo's implication, the elder gritted his teeth. My Heavenly Tribulation Hall is willing to offer another sacred artifact as a gesture of goodwill. Not enough. Qin Luo replied coolly. 2 artifacts, Zhou Li exclaimed through clenched teeth. Still insufficient. Then you may propose a demand. If my Heavenly Tribulation Hall can fulfill it, we shall comply. Zhou said through gritted teeth. Very well. Qin Luo decided to forego further pleasantries and stated his request plainly. I want your heavenly tribulation hall to pledge loyalty to me and become my subordinates. Impossible. Zhou immediately retorted. Then there is nothing more to discuss. Qin Luo shrugged. Let the annihilation begin. As his words fell, Su Qianshun stepped forward, his formidable aura soaring, causing the others to struggle for breath. Chun Zhanshan followed suit. With a saint and a saint king, they could easily obliterate the current heavenly tribulation hall. I have extended my offer. It is either annihilation or survival. Consider your choice. The heavenly tribulation hall, which has endured for so long, will surely face ruin. And I imagine you would not wish to confront your ancestors in shame. You shall not. Zhao Yangyi roared at Zheng Tuo's feet. Zhou, Uncle Master, if you submit to this man, you will destroy my heavenly tribulation hall, and you shall have no face to meet our ancestors. Silence. Qin Luo scoffed. Kill him. Zheng Ta did not hesitate. His massive axe swung down mercilessly. Swish. The head fell, lifeless and unseeing. The emperor's banner silently collected Zhao Yangyi's soul. Zhou Li and the others turned slightly away, comforting themselves with the thought, I did not witness this. My junior did not die before me. I shall give you one final opportunity, Qin Luo continued. You few from a heavenly tribulation hall must pledge allegiance to me. And the current and next generation of disciples shall do the same. As for the generation after that, I shall grant them freedom. This is my final condition. Otherwise, your heavenly tribulation hall shall face extinction. People fear being offered a way out. They fear self-delusion, especially since Qin Luo's words held significant truth. Zhou Li reassured himself. If we can just survive, we can preserve the legacy of the heavenly tribulation hall and avoid complete annihilation. Moreover, pledging loyalty to me may not be entirely detrimental. Is it? Your heavenly tribulation hall has lingered in obscurity for too long. Many are unaware of your great name. Do you truly wish to remain hidden away in this forsaken place? Very well, the elder replied solemnly. I accept. He turned to Zhou Li and the others, declaring, my lifespan is nearly spent. After my demise, I shall explain to our ancestors that this decision was solely mine, and I will bear all responsibility. The heavenly tribulation hall has surrendered. Naturally, Qin Luo intended to implant a life and death seal within their souls, ensuring dominion over their fates. Old man, you have made a wise decision, and I am quite pleased. Therefore, I allow you to live for the time being. Zhou Hongyu was taken aback. You permit me to live for now? Did he not understand his own condition? He was already at the brink of exhaustion. Without a miracle, he would surely pass within 3 days. Qin Luo spoke, transmitting a technique into his ear, relaying what Shi Huang had shared. Zhou Hongyu was stunned, transitioning from confusion to elation. This technique could help him reverse his fate. Qin Luo had bestowed upon him a second chance at life. Now go and cultivate. Qin Luo waved his hand. Zhou Hongyu bowed deeply, his posture impeccable. This left Zhou Li and Jiang Tao in a state of disbelief. They began to sense that perhaps aligning with Qin Luo was not such a bad decision after all. I have heard that your heavenly tribulation hall possesses a remarkable artifact. Qin Luo's statement caused Zhou Li's expression to freeze. He obediently replied, in the forbidden grounds of my heavenly tribulation hall lies a sacred artifact known as the Purple Cloud Divine Hammer, classified as a top-tier sacred artifact. A top-tier sacred artifact was indeed formidable, one that only a saint could wield to its fullest potential. The presence of such a treasure within the heavenly tribulation hall was unexpected. Qin Luo's interest was piqued. Zhou Li quickly added, the Purple Cloud Divine Hammer is exceedingly powerful and ferocious. Only those with a thunder physique can control it. Our previous wielder of the thunder spirit body, Xiao Tong, has already perished at your hands. Thus, Zhou Li sought to deter Qin Luo's intentions. Hence, the Purple Cloud Divine Hammer rightfully belongs to me. I too can possess a thunder spirit body. Qin Luo mused to himself. Chapter 61. The Success of Refinement. The grand performance is about to begin. The Purple Cloud Divine Thunder Hammer is not merely one of the treasures of the Heavenly Tribulation Palace. It also serves as the key to unlocking a hidden cultivation realm within their domain. This sanctuary is imbued with an abundance of thunder source liquid, an essential nutrient for practicing their heavenly tribulation palaces technique, the purple cloud divine thunder art. Accumulated over a millennium, the thunder source liquid within is extraordinarily rich. The fortunes of the fated child are now entirely mine. Qin Luo mused quietly. Very well, guide me to refine the purple cloud divine thunder hammer. Qin Luo stated with an undeniable tone. Zhou hesitated for a moment and replied, Your Highness, the purple cloud divine thunder hammer is rather volatile. Only those with a physique attuned to thunder can attempt its refinement. Should any mishap occur, there will be no mishaps in my presence. Qin Luo interjected. Have I met the requisite cultivation level? Your cultivation is barely sufficient for the refinement. However, your physique, that will suffice. You should pray that no accidents occur, for should they arise, both of you shall face dire consequences. He referred to Jiang Tao and Zhou Li, causing both to feel a tightening in their chests, inwardly muttering, Madman, remember to remind me in a timely manner. As one of the antagonists in the love story of Yi Chun and Lu Ruyan, I must be present on the day he seeks to claim his bride. Qin Luo cautioned as he prepared to enter the refinement process. Understood. Qiang Duo responded solemnly. Qin Luo gazed toward a distant mountaintop, where storm clouds gathered, and took a step forward. Perhaps he could play the role of the thunder god for a while. As Qin Luo commenced the refinement of the purple cloud divine thunder hammer, a jubilant atmosphere enveloped the divine armament valley. Hang this lantern a bit higher. Lower that one. What is going on? Be careful. No worries. Do not rush. Perfection is paramount. The once arrogant young master, Song Poyan, had recently adopted a surprisingly amiable demeanor. It had been a full week since he last struck anyone, much to the silent gratitude of many disciples in the divine armament valley, who credited the soon-to-be bride entering their ranks. Master, I've heard whispers that a certain Yi Chun intends to crash the wedding, one of Song Poyan's underlings advised. Song Poyan snickered derisively. Crash the wedding? Huh. How could a discarded waste from the Tai Xu sacred land presume to compete with me? I have received reliable intel that the ninth prince of the great Qin Empire, Qin Luo, has even extracted Yi Chen's sword bone. Without it, he is nothing more than a mere lapdog before me. Besides, what does he have to stand on? I am well aware of his background, a discarded waste from a small family in Yinshan City, devoid of any substantial backing. Does he think he can seize a bride with nothing but words? However, he might attempt to annoy me. Keep a close watch on him. If he dares to show up, break his legs, and chain him at the entrance of my bridal chamber, allowing him to hear my tender moments with Lu Ruyan. Let him feel a sense of participation. Ha ha ha. The thought exhilarated Song Poyan uncontrollably. Lu Ruyan, so beautiful and young. Marrying her now means that in the future, as she matures, her allure will only deepen. He felt like a true victor of life. Yet, do you believe the ninth prince will actually come? One of his subordinates cautiously inquired. His presence? A hint of disdain colored Song Poyan's tone. I've had my people gather information on him. It seems he returned home, brimming with arrogance, offending a considerable number of people in the capital of the Great Qin. He even dared to strike his sister, the granddaughter of the Northern Guardian King. He truly has no regard for his life. How could he come to crash a wedding when he is so preoccupied with his own chaos? Lu Ruyan has long severed ties with him. She is destined to be mine, and none can take her from me. Do you recall a certain incident? A youth who offended you and whom you ordered us to eliminate. Yet he managed to escape? Is he the one with the exceptionally beautiful sister? Song Poyan seemed to recall. Indeed, that is the one. Before escaping, he uttered a grave warning, vowing to seek revenge and obliterate the divine armament valley. Oh, have you managed to capture that boy? Song Poyan inquired with a dismissive tone, for had it not been for the allure of that boy's sister, he would have forgotten him entirely. Not yet, but we have received word from him. He sent a letter stating, Song Poyan, I hear you are about to marry. I will present you with a grand gift that will turn your wedding into a funeral. Signed, Chu Feng. Upon reading this, Song Poyan erupted in laughter. Ha ha ha. This is too amusing. The one who barely escaped now dares to boast about ruining my wedding? Does he truly believe I am easily frightened? Turning to his subordinates, he scolded, Is this worth my concern? Do you think he can bring down my divine armament valley? For thousands of years, our legacy cannot be shaken by a mere village youth. His subordinate quickly added, Master, I too believe it improbable, yet I am infuriated by his audacity. Therefore, I have leveraged our connections to find one of his childhood friends. She is quite exquisite. Look at her. Song Poyin waved dismissively. Bring her to me. If she is pleasing enough, I would not mind letting her experience my prowess. Find that Chu Feng and eliminate him. I refuse to have an enemy lurking in the shadows. Understood. Qin Luo expended 5 full days, and with the assistance of Shi Huang, he successfully refined the purple cloud divine thunderhammer. Boom! A resounding thunderclap echoed, drawing the attention of several individuals from the heavenly tribulation palace, who stood dumbfounded, gazing toward Qin Luo's location. Has he truly succeeded in the refinement? Jolie murmured incredulously. Does this mean we can access the hidden realm of our heavenly tribulation palace? Jiang Tao's complex tone carried a hint of joy. Perhaps our prince will ensure we all share in the bounty? Zhou Hongyu's remark sent shivers down the spines of the others, the sinister undertones making them uneasy. Under Zhou Li's guidance, Qin Luo opened the hidden realm, and a dense aura of thunder source gas made their breaths quicken. Greed and desire flickered in their eyes as they swallowed hard. Qin Luo smiled slightly. The aroma within was too enticing. He addressed the others. Aside from the portion I require, the rest is yours. The group was momentarily stunned, followed by overwhelming joy, as they immediately knelt in gratitude to Qin Luo. It was indeed a somewhat absurd scene. He had seized something from others and then offered a portion of it back, leaving them grateful to him. You are quite generous. Shi Huang's voice rang in Qin Luo's ears with surprise. Enhancing their strength is tantamount to augmenting my own, ensuring my safety and allowing me to claim even more resources. I am quite adept at accounting for such matters, especially since they are now under my command. Qin Luo then turned to Zheng Tuo and inquired, What news of Yichun? Zheng Tuo replied, I have managed to bribe someone within the Wanjian villa, and the information I received suggests that the owner of the villa may have agreed to assist Yichun. His expression was peculiar as he glanced at Qin Luo. What you mentioned might indeed be correct. It seems Yichun harbors intentions of seizing a bride. A subtle smile graced Qin Luo's lips. The grand performance has commenced. As the director, it is my duty to determine the trajectory of the narrative. Prepare yourselves. We shall depart at once. Our destination, the Valley of Divine Weapons. Chapter 62. The wedding commences. Yichun makes his entrance. Qin Luo and his companions gathered the thunder source liquid accumulated over a millennium by the Thunder Tribulation Hall. Qin Luo took nearly half of it, for his 9 transformations golden body technique required an abundance of pure energy. Zhou Li and Jiang Tao split the remaining half, while Zhou Hongyu received a quarter of it. This thunder source liquid would not only replenish his vitality, but also enable his cultivation to ascend to the realm of the Saint King. With just a few days remaining until Yi Chen's wedding, and with Su Qinchen's assistance, Zhou Hongyu had ample time to advance. In the blink of an eye, several days passed. The Divine Armament Valley was abuzz with joy, inviting numerous guests. Song Poyin donned festive attire, eagerly awaiting the moment he had long anticipated. The time had come for the wedding procession from the Tai Xu Holy Land. Congratulations, young master. Congratulations, Song Xiao. Congratulations, brother Song, on winning the heart of your beloved. A smile stretched across Song Poyin's face. The enchanting Lu Ruyan was about to become his wife. Tonight, he would ride the most exquisite crimson steed in his heart and gallop freely. Lu Ruyan, however, was expressionless as she was brought to the Divine Armament Valley. A glance at Song Poyin filled her heart with despair. Though Song Poyin held a commendable status as the young master of the Divine Armament Valley, with a future that promised great achievements, he was undeniably unattractive. With a flat nose, small eyes, and protruding ears, he appeared utterly mismatched. The thought of such a man atop her filled Lu Ruyan with dread. Compared to her junior brother Yi and senior brother Qin, he fell far short. Why must Lu Ruyan endure such a fate? Surely, she deserved a better man than this ugly fellow before her, she mused quietly. Lu Changhe, standing nearby, seemed to sense his daughter's thoughts. He leaned in to speak softly to Lu Ruyan. Ruyan, you are not merely a woman. You are also a daughter, and more importantly, the saintess of our Tai Xu Holy Land. After discussing with our ancestors, I have determined that your first child will be the holy son if a boy, or the holy daughter if a girl. The Holy Land has considered your future. You must also think of it. We have lost a golden opportunity because of you, and with it, the precious Tai Xu Bell. Thus, you must fulfill your role as the young mistress of the divine Armament Valley. Marrying Song Poyan will not be a slight against you. In time, you may even come to control the divine Armament Valley. Lu Ruyan was not foolish. She possessed a modicum of cleverness. After her father's counsel, she understood that her circumstances could not change. The fanciful tales she once dreamed of were but illusions. She needed to accept reality. I understand, father. I will consider the greater good, she replied, her voice cool as she forced a smile towards Song Poyan. She smiled. Ruyan smiled at me. She must still love me, Song Poyan thought, grinning foolishly, only making him appear more unattractive. Lu Ruyan nearly retched, inwardly exclaiming, he is so hideous. The auspicious time had arrived. Today, the wedding ceremony of Song Poyan, young master of the divine Armament Valley, and Lu Ruyan, saintess of the Tai Xu Holy Land, was about to commence. Hearing the announcement, Qin Luo's lips curled into a subtle smile. He had met with Sima Hao and stepped into the divine Armament Valley. Your Highness. Sima Hao began, but was abruptly interrupted by Qin Luo. Remember your position. You are no longer the 9th Prince's retainer, but rather a 100-man officer under my command in the Demon Suppression Division. Sima Hao quickly adjusted his address. Yes, sir. As per your request, once we enter, we can sit at the same table as the children. His expression was somewhat peculiar, unable to fathom why Qin Luo insisted on sitting with children. To Qin Luo, conducting serious matters without alcohol naturally meant sharing a table with the young ones. Once seated, Sima Hao promptly reported his findings. Sir, the novel you previously wrote has become immensely popular, and we have profited significantly. The individual named Yi Chun has garnered a multitude of admirers, who fervently call for him to intervene and claim his bride. Many have come specifically to witness this spectacle. Should Yi Chun choose not to attend, he will surely become infamous within the 10,000 great mountains, reviled by all. However, if he does attend, I fear he may be ruthlessly crushed by those of the divine Armament Valley, ultimately becoming fodder for gossip. Sima Hao cast a quizzical glance at Qin Luo, unable to comprehend why he would orchestrate such a trap for Yi Chun. It was akin to placing someone on a pyre, leaving them in a precarious position. If he were Yi Chun, he would certainly feel despondent, believing that the wisest course of action would be to vanish until the storm had passed. Yet, he could also envision that Qin Luo might pen a sequel where Yi Chun, after years of arduous training, returned to the divine Armament Valley for vengeance. The Yi Chun depicted in the novels was destined for a life of sorrow. Is that so? Qin Luo smirked slightly. I believe your assumptions are mistaken. Yi Chun will come, and he will take Lu Ruyan from you. Do you believe it? Sima Hao was clearly skeptical, but dared not refute. Let's wait and see. Qin Luo's gaze settled upon Lu Ruyan. He could not help but marvel at her beauty. Clad in wedding attire, she appeared even more enchanting. Perhaps I have a penchant for uniforms? Qin Luo murmured softly. Shouldn't I prefer to see stockings? Yet, this wedding attire oddly piques my interest. Shaking his head, he sensed that the grand performance was about to unfold. His gaze fell upon the platform, where he spotted a woman whose expression flickered with surprise. Discovering the fate-defying woman, Xia Yue, name, Xia Yue, age, 23, fate level, tier 3, fate points, 54, 800, cultivation, third layer of divine power, description, the fated partner of the child of destiny, destined to be the legitimate wife. With her status, she can surpass all other consorts of the child of destiny and bear exceptionally gifted offspring, excelling beyond the ordinary. Yi Chun's legitimate wife? His childhood friend? Qin Luo exclaimed in astonishment, observing the woman. His childhood companion has been taken by Song Poyan? TSK, if the villain does not invite disaster, he shall not perish. Qin Luo reflected, recognizing the perilous nature of being a villain, constantly teetering on the brink of death. On the platform, Song Poyan gazed affectionately at Lu Ruyan, proclaiming, "Ruyan, I have finally married you. From this day forth, I shall treat you well, making you the most esteemed woman in the divine Armament Valley." Lu Ruyan, confronted with Song Poyan's proximity, felt a wave of nausea and revulsion, yet she could only muster a strained smile, suffering in silence. Before witnesses of esteemed elders, friends, and fellow cultivators, Song Poyan and Lu Ruyan were officially declared husband and wife. A voice resonated through the heavens as Song Poyan eagerly approached Lu Ruyan, intent on taking her hand to commence their wedding night. He even prepared pills, fearing he might not perform adequately. Yet at that pivotal moment, a voice familiar to Lu Ruyan rang out. "Lu Ruyan can only marry me, Yi Chun." He gazed deeply at Lu Ruyan, stating, "Sister Ruyan, I have arrived. No one can force you today. I shall take you away." Chapter 63. The Bloodline of the Divine Phoenix. Pressing the Divine Weapon Valley, everyone instinctively parted to create a pathway, highlighting Yi Chen's presence. Clad in flowing white robes, he possessed a strikingly handsome visage, standing tall with an extraordinary demeanor. In contrast, Song Piyun appeared as an unremarkable toad beside him. Lu Ruyan felt a sharp pang in her heart, tears instantly blurring her vision. She conceded that she was not one to be swayed by romance. Yet the disparity between Yi Chun and Song Piyun was insurmountable. One was celestial, while the other dwelled in the depths of the earth. Even a fool could discern the preferable choice. The narrative reflected reality. She felt an impulsive urge to act. With tear-stained eyes, she turned to Yi Chun and declared, "Junior brother Yi, I wish to accompany you." This proclamation sent shockwaves through the assembly, leaving everyone astounded. I had foreseen that the climax of this tale would involve Yi Chen's daring claim over Lu Ruyan. Truly, Yi Chun was a valiant knight in pursuit of love, willing to risk his very existence. I resolved that should he meet his demise, I would surely offer 2 joss papers at his grave. How enviable it was! If only a man would treat me thus, I would willingly embrace death. Song Piyun's expression twisted into a grotesque mask of rage. Feeling like a jester publicly humiliated by Yi Chun, he bellowed, "Where are the warriors of the Divine Weapon Valley? How could you let this cur enter?" Zhao Ling Yin stepped forward from behind Yi Chun, her voice ringing out, "Yi Chun and Lu Ruyan share mutual affection. Why must the Tai Xu Sacred Land act as villains to disrupt their union? Today I, from the 10,000 Sword Mountain, propose a match between Yi Chun and Lu Ruyan. What say you, oh, sacred maiden of Tai Xu?" Lu Chong He's countenance darkened, and he admonished, "Who dares to speak so boldly here?" Just as his voice faded, a middle-aged man's voice resounded, "I, Zhao Yuan's son, am qualified to act as a matchmaker for Yi Chun's nephew. Am I not?" A formidable aura of sword intent surged forth as the master of the 10,000 Sword Mountain emerged, causing a ripple of astonishment. How had Yi Chen garnered the favor of such a powerful figure? It became evident why he was able to enter the Divine Weapon Valley. However, there were still multiple formidable entities within the Tai Xu Sacred Land and Divine Weapon Valley. "Zhao Master, what is your intent?" Lu Chong he inquired gravely. "Yi Chen's nephew saved my daughter's life. It is only right that I repay this debt," Zhao Yuan's son explained. Many began to comprehend that Zhao Yuan's son was stepping up for Yi Chun. How audacious! "Do you think your 10,000 Sword Mountain can seize a bride from my Divine Weapon Valley?" Song Ri Tian, the valley's master, stepped forth, his gaze aflame with fury. "De Tian? What a remarkable name!" Sima Hao remarked, casting a curious glance at Qin Luo, who was inexplicably amused. "Is it not a fine name? What if we were to add my Yin Shan, Shao family into the mix?" A resounding voice announced as a distinguished middle-aged man entered, accompanied by a strikingly beautiful woman. The air crackled with divine presence. Yet another powerful sage had arrived, and not just one, but 2. Ah, the fortune of the fated child is truly enviable. Qin Luo mused, his gaze fixed on Xiaoya. Discovering the fortunate woman, Xiaoya, name, Xiaoya, age, 20 years, fortune level, 4th rank, fortune value, 398,000 points. Physique, Divine Phoenix bloodline, The divine phoenix bloodline grants her unparalleled abilities, destined for boundless future potential. Breaking through obstacles is as effortless as drinking water. Cultivation, fifth layer of the divine transformation realm. Description: one of the destined protagonists, bound solely by the chains of love. Severing these ties may hasten her progress. Yet love is the hardest to relinquish, and ultimately, she may become but a mere accessory to a man. Who would have thought that Yi Chun, that fortunate soul, would possess such extraordinary luck and be surrounded by such an impressive woman? I begrudgingly admitted, feeling envious. My own endeavors require relentless effort, while as the fated child, others feed you with opportunities. Regrettably, you have encountered me. Song Ritian's face darkened upon witnessing this scene. He had not anticipated the Shao family's interference. Shao family head, are you certain you wish to involve yourself in this matter? Xiao Junsu cast a helpless glance at Xiaoya, their most promising young talent destined to elevate the Shao family to new heights. Xiaoya's desires were their family's mission, and with a powerful presence backing her, any misstep could spell doom for them. Ah, that little girl has arrived as well. Shi Huang's voice whispered in Qin Luo's ear. Do you know her? Qin Luo queried. Indeed, Shi Huang replied, her tone laden with complexity. Previously, she had relied on Yi Chun, but her true admiration lay with Xiaoya. However, with a mysterious and powerful figure backing Xiaoya, she feared being discovered and eliminated. At that time, she was vulnerable, incapable of facing even a single sage. She possesses the divine phoenix bloodline, perfectly aligned with my legacy, and could even enable you to seize her, correct? Qin Luo stated pointedly. Shi Huang fell silent. Had it been before, she would have never considered such a notion. However, influenced by Qin Luo, she had come to realize a crucial truth. One must look after oneself. For when one perishes, who cares if the world is engulfed in floods? Xiao Junsu regarded Song Ritian and stated solemnly, today, my Shao family will assert our claim over this matter. I implore you, Song Valley Master, to grant us this favor. Song Ritian promptly awakened the two sages within the Divine Weapon Valley, and they stepped forward in unison. He felt a newfound confidence swell within him. What if I refuse? An aged voice echoed in response. Song Valley Master, consider this carefully. I am willing to offer a saint entry pill as a gesture of goodwill. As he spoke, many sages displayed expressions of surprise, recognizing that voice. Turning to see a venerable elder, exuding the fragrance of herbs, stepping into view. The master of the Pill Cauldron sect. How would he be here? Yi Chun is the holy son of my Pill Cauldron sect. Might I request a favor to allow these two young individuals to unite? His appearance shifted the tides dramatically. The Pill Cauldron sect's influence far surpassed that of the Divine Weapon Valley. Many speculated that the Divine Weapon Valley might be forced to concede. Sima Hao and the others regarded Qin Luo with a mixture of surprise and admiration, as everything unfolded precisely as he had anticipated. Such incredible fortune is truly enviable. Alas, you have crossed paths with me. Qin Luo snatched a pastry from a child's grasp, ignoring the child's fierce glare as he devoured it. Once the Divine Weapon Valley conceded, it would be our turn to make our entrance. Chapter 64. Yi Chun overpowers Song Piyun, dominant Shun Wan Ning. The individuals from the Divine Weapon Valley found themselves in a precarious position. The combined forces of the Yunshan Shao clan, the Wanjian Mountain Manor, and the Danding sect had significantly surpassed the Divine Weapon Valley in strength. Although they lacked a holy king, they possessed an impressive number of holy beings. While the Divine Weapon Valley had only 3, Song Ritian's gaze fell upon Lu Chonghe, who feigned ignorance and turned his head away. Regardless of the outcome of today's events, the loss would not be borne by their Tai Xu sacred land. After all, the betrothal gifts had been received, and his daughter was now in the hands of the Divine Weapon Valley. The inability of the Divine Weapon Valley to safeguard its young mistress had no bearing on them. Moreover, Yi Chun had ascended to the status of a holy son in the Danding sect, allowing past grievances to be swept away and the possibility of receiving a substantial betrothal gift from the Danding sect. Why not take advantage of this? His daughter was indeed worth it. If it weren't for the difficulty of childbirth, he would have considered having more. Upon observing Lu Chong, his demeanor, Song Ri Tian understood his thoughts and felt a surge of anger coursing through him. Before he could speak, Song Piyun could no longer contain himself. He roared in fury, "Yi Chun, what do you think you're doing? What do you possess apart from your arrogance? If you wish to take away Ru Yin from me, you must step over my dead body. Otherwise, I would rather be a ghostly couple with Ru Yin." As he spoke, he had already moved beside Lu Ru Yin, placing his sword against her throat. His tone was filled with grievance. He had always been the one to intimidate others, and now, as the oppressed, he could hardly bear it. The atmosphere had reached a boiling point, and Yi Chun believed success was within his grasp, only to be taken aback by Song Piyun's lack of awareness. Observing Lu Ru Yin under Song Piyun's control, Yi Chun offered her a gentle smile and reassured, "Senior Sister Ru Yin, do not be afraid. Rest assured, with me here, you shall come to no harm." Lifting his gaze to Song Piyun, he remarked with a hint of mockery, "Young Master Song, do you not feel that such actions are beneath your dignity as the esteemed heir of the divine Weapon Valley? Spare me the pleasantries. You rely on your backing to vie for a woman, yet what makes you superior to me? Apart from your intimidation, what right do you possess to claim Ru Yin from my grasp?" With a slight curve of his lips, Yi Chun adopted a lofty demeanor as he addressed Song Piyun. "How about this, young Master Song? I offer you a chance. You say I am bullying you. Very well. Today, I, Yi Chun, shall not lean on my allies. Let us engage in a battle of men. If you win, I shall depart. If I win, you shall release senior sister Ru Yin and never entangle her again. What say you? Do you dare accept?" Yi Chun stepped forward, exuding an overwhelming aura towards Song Piyun. "Ah, has he reached the first level of the divine power realm?" Qin Luo remarked with a hint of surprise. "Shi Huang, it seems your disciple has encountered fortuitous circumstances," he added, acknowledging Yi Chun's good fortune and the potential of his burning heaven fire body, which could rapidly enhance his strength if he encountered formidable earth. And Song Piyun glared fiercely at Yi Chun, a sinister smile creeping onto his face. "Very well. Since you dare to challenge me, I shall gladly accept. Today, I will teach you to respect your seniors." With a powerful surge, his aura ascended to the 9th level of the divine power realm, placing him among the elite of the younger generation. Meanwhile, Yi Chun's aura indicated he had just entered the divine power realm. With Lu Ru Yin discarded, Song Piyun brandished his sword and stepped forward, coldly declaring, "I will not hold back. Today, you shall die." The matter of the wedding theft had rendered him a target of ridicule, igniting a fierce desire for vengeance within him. Enough of the chatter. Let our actions speak. Yi Chun's aura suddenly intensified as he grasped his long sword, its power surging. In the blink of an eye, he reached the pinnacle of sword mastery, astonishing many onlookers. Indeed, he is the favored child of destiny, growing stronger through adversity, Qin Luo mused, reflecting on the tragic fate of villains in stories, who often fail to eliminate their adversaries when they have the chance, inadvertently granting them opportunities to grow stronger. Today, Yi Chun must perish, Qin Luo stated resolutely, drawing the attention of those around him, their gazes tinged with pity for Yi Chun. What they initially perceive as a moment of glory had been orchestrated by others, leaving one to wonder how Yi Chun would react upon discovering this. With a long sword in hand, Yi Chun ignited a searing flame upon its blade. Shi Huang's voice echoed in Qin Luo's ear. "Yi Chun has acquired. He is mine," Qin Luo replied nonchalantly, as Yi Chun executed a sword technique identical to the one Qin Luo had previously displayed, Fire Dance in the 9 Heavens. He had gained a deeper understanding of the technique after their battle, and, combined with its power was magnified. A flicker of seriousness crossed Song Piyun's eyes as he felt his sword tremble. Lowering his stature, he swiftly changed his footing and vanished from sight, reappearing at Yi Chun's side, swinging his sword fiercely. Yi Chun chuckled coldly as a blazing sword ray sliced through the air, heading straight for Song Piyun. This radiant blade seemed to carry an infinite inferno, scorching the air around it. Song Piyun's expression shifted as he swung his sword in response, producing a silver sword light to meet the fiery blade, creating a deafening roar. To everyone's astonishment, The silver light rapidly disintegrated before the fiery onslaught, seemingly consumed by the flames. In an instant, Yi Chun's cultivation surged to the late stage of the divine power realm. Boom! The two collided, sending Song Payun soaring like a kite with its string severed. Remarkably, the fight had only lasted 2 exchanges before Song Payun was easily defeated. Thud! Song Payun crashed to the ground, and Yi Chun appeared at his side, sword poised at his throat, calmly stating, "I have won." At this moment, Yi Chun's stature reached its zenith, and Lu Ru Yin gazed at him with stars in her eyes. "Senior sister Ru Yin, do you wish to come with me?" Yi Chun gently inquired. With tears glistening in her eyes, Lu Ru Yin fervently nodded, "I am willing." Thus, Yi Chun's life had reached its pinnacle. But the onset of destruction loomed. Qin Luo adjusted his attire, ready to step forward, only to be preempted. A clear, icy female voice rang out from the back of the crowd. "I do not agree." The familiar voice startled Qin Luo, and, as he turned, he beheld a woman he recognized all too well. It was Shen Wanning. She regarded Lu Ru Yin with a frosty gaze and coldly declared, "Lu Ru Yin, do you not recall your prior engagement with my senior brother? You shameless woman, how can you be so fickle? With me, Shen Wanning, present today, you shall not betray my senior brother. In life, you belong to him. In death, you shall remain his ghost. Anyone who dares to obstruct me shall perish." Chapter 65. The Might of the Ethereal Holy Land. Yi Chun, you wretched soul. Who is she? Has Lu Ru Yin entered into a marriage contract with someone? You are unaware that Lu Ru Yin initially engaged with the saint son of the Tai Xu Holy Land, a young man known as Qin Luo. Indeed, that is correct. And I have also heard that Qin Luo was forced to leave by the Tai Xu Holy Land. This, however, is not the crux of the matter. The significant point is that Qin Luo appears to be a prince of the Qin Empire. Goodness, the Tai Xu Holy Land has squandered an excellent opportunity to forge a connection with the Qin Empire within the vast expanse of the 10,000 mountains. The majority of factions are reluctant to submit to the Qin Empire, yet this does not imply that they are unwilling to establish ties with it. The Qin Empire is overwhelmingly powerful, with its multitude of strong figures. No sect or holy land within the 10,000 mountains can withstand its might alone. Imagine, a prince emerging from your holy land would undoubtedly establish a favorable relationship with the Qin Empire, one that could be invaluable in the future. Yet, you have driven the prince away, nearly resulting in his demise. This is akin to shooting oneself in the foot. At this moment, Lu Chong, he finally ceased his silence, stepping forward to admonish Shen Wanning. "Shen Wanning, who do you think you are to speak here? Do not presume that your connection to the Saint of the Cold Moon grants you the right to spout such nonsense. You alone are unworthy. Song Piyun has already been defeated in front of everyone. Thus, he cannot become Lu Ru Yin's husband. Currently, her destined partner is Yi Chun, whose potential and talent far surpasses others. Lu Chong, he naturally would not allow anyone to disrupt such a promising union." A clear, cold female voice resonated behind Shen Wanning. "Lu Saint Master, may I inquire if I possess the qualifications?" A regal woman stepped forth, causing Lu Chong his gaze to narrow. He did not expect to encounter her. Once upon a time, he had harbored feelings for her and was well aware of her identity and status, which were beyond his reach. The Elder Yang Shan of the Ethereal Holy Land. Elder Yang is a formidable figure at the late stage of the Saint Realm, said to have taken that crucial step, and can thus be referred to as a half-step Saint King. How could she suddenly appear here? Lu Chong his expression turned complex as he asked, "What do your words imply, Elder Yang?" Yang Shan smiled and glanced at Shen Wanning, stating, "Today, the words of Shen Wanning, the saintess of the Ethereal Holy Land, represent our Holy Land's stance. May I ask for your consideration for the Ethereal Holy Land? Otherwise, should I encounter difficulty, you may find yourselves in a precarious position as well." Her meaning was clear. She had come to support Shen Wanning. Yi Chun's expression shifted dramatically. He did not anticipate the emergence of Shen Wanning at this critical juncture. Qin Luo was equally taken aback. Shen Wanning was still. Discover the daughter of destiny. Shen Wanning. Name, Shen Wanning. Age, 18. Fortune level, 4th stage, fortune value, 479,000 points. Physique, Xian Cha physique. The Xian Cha physique aligns with the path of the Tai Yin within the primordial Tao, also known as the child of the Tai Yin. Its cultivation faces almost no bottlenecks and allows for rapid breakthroughs, serving as an excellent furnace physique. If one engages in dual cultivation with her, they would reap immense benefits. However, if it is not her heart's desire, such dual cultivation would yield diminished returns. Cultivation, 3rd layer of the Divine Powers realm. Introduction. She was destined to become a formidable killer due to the death of a close relative, but ultimately, her physique drew the envy of others, placing her in peril. Perhaps the emergence of the Daughter of Destiny will lead to a heroic rescue, avenging her, and guiding her back to her true self. Yet, the narrative may take a different turn now. If memory serves me right, her cultivation was only at the 3rd layer of the sea-breaking realm before, but unexpectedly, after awakening her Xian Cha physique, her progress has been astonishingly swift. Is she your little junior sister? The voice of Shi Huang echoed in Qin Luo's ear. Capture her. You must capture her. I am certain that the ethereal Holy Land's intention in making her the saintess is far from simple. Perhaps more than one person covets her Xian Cha physique's primal essence. Ignoring Shi Huang, Qin Luo's gaze remained fixed on the scene, eager to see how Yi Chan would navigate this predicament. The imposing presence of the ethereal Holy Land was distinctly terrifying. They required no multitude of strong figures to dominate all present. Faced with this situation, Zhao Yuan-sun and Xiao Jun-su wore grave expressions. Zhao Yuan-sun whispered to Zhao Ling-yin, with the saintess of the ethereal Holy Land involved, I cannot intervene. His Wanjian mountain manor would be utterly defenseless before the ethereal Holy Land. He wished to avoid offending Shan Wanning, and even more so, Yang Shan. Others may be unaware of Yang Shan's terror, but as a peer from the same era, he could not be oblivious. Xiao Jun-su sighed beside Xiaoya. Xiaoya, our Yunshan Xiao family cannot afford to offend the ethereal Holy Land. Xiaoya's expression was exceedingly serious. She had secretly contacted her master. The appearance of the ethereal Holy Land was unexpected, but ensuring Yi Chun's safety was paramount. Who could have foreseen that the mere title of the saintess from the ethereal Holy Land would leave these individuals flustered? Yi Chun, filled with reluctance, glanced at the anxious Lu Ruyin and stepped forward. Senior sister Shun, Ruyin and I share mutual feelings as fellow disciples. Can you truly bear to tear us apart? Emotional appeal? Shen Wan-ning's face revealed a hint of disdain. Yi Chun, do not feign grievance before me. You and that wretched woman have repeatedly slandered my senior brother. Have you ever considered the bonds of brotherhood? If it weren't for my senior brother's fortuitous fate, you two would likely have caused his demise. I reiterate, Lu Ruyin must remain here. Her life and soul belong to my senior brother. If my senior brother does not desire her, perhaps you still have a chance. Today, whoever dares to obstruct me shall meet their end. If I cannot exact vengeance today, mark my words, when my cultivation is sufficient, I will certainly seek retribution for today's grievances. Lu Chang, his face darkened as he glared at Yang Shan, demanding, Elder Yang, is the ethereal Holy Land truly intent on bullying my Tai Xu Holy Land today? Yang Shan chuckled lightly, exuding an air of elegance. Lu Saint Master, as you can see, our saintess is quite resolute, and you cannot sway her. Before arriving, the Saint Master specifically instructed that anyone who displeases the saintess of the ethereal Holy Land today shall bring forth tears. Her words underscored Shan Wan-ning's exceptional status within the ethereal Holy Land, leading many to regard her with heightened esteem. Lu Chang, he trembled with rage, yet refrained from retorting, leaving Yi Chun feeling ominous foreboding. He spoke up immediately, Senior Sister Shun. If you insist on taking advantage of your position today, I, Yi Chun, will concede. However, I shall not abandon Ruyen. Even if it means traversing a mountain of blades or a sea of flames, I will rescue her. Shen Wan-ning smirked derisively. Do not attempt to play the victim before me. I, Shen Wan-ning, am indeed abusing my power today. What can you do about it? Lu Ruyen must remain, and you Yi Chun are doomed. Draw your sword. If you can withstand my strike, I shall allow you to leave today. Otherwise, I shall avenge my senior brother. Chapter 66. Overwhelming defeat. You have broken the law. Yi Chen exhaled sharply, feeling a sense of relief. If he were to fight against Shen Wanning, he still held a glimmer of confidence. Senior Sister Shen, I have wronged you today. A formidable aura began to emanate from Yi Chen, his sword intent reaching its zenith, while a peculiar flame flickered behind him, reminiscent of a character from a game familiar to Qin Luo, the fireman. Senior Sister Shen, please. Upon uttering these words, Yi Chen charged towards Shen Wanning with unrelenting vigor, fully committed to his assault without a trace of mercy. Shen Wanning remained unperturbed, conjuring a bow, an arrow in her hands. Drawing the bowstring, an arrow of concentrated energy materialized. A sacred artifact. Lu Changhe gasped, his expression turning particularly grim as he recognized the sacred artifact wielded by Shen Wanning, and its quality was evidently high. One arrow against one sword. Fire! The arrow surged forth towards Yi Chen, who was soon met with a barrage of arrows as Shen Wanning drew her bow once more. One arrow, two arrows, three arrows. Whoosh! The relentless hail of arrows made it exceedingly difficult for Yi Chen to defend himself. Bang! 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 The thunderous sounds reverberated, and Yi Chen's countenance darkened significantly. A cold smile crept across Shen Wanning's lips as another arrow shot forth. She stowed her bow and, with a swift motion, closed the distance to Yi Chen. Noticing this, Yi Chen sighed inwardly, muttering to himself, in close combat, I will undoubtedly overwhelm you. A long sword materialized in his grasp, and as he approached Yi Chen, his figure split into two, then four, then eight. In the next moment, numerous illusions of Shen Wanning simultaneously struck at Yi Chen with their swords. The illusory sword formation, one of the most revered techniques of the mysterious sacred land. A gasp of astonishment broke the silence. Moreover, she wielded yet another sacred artifact. Many were left in disbelief. Some saints had never possessed a sacred artifact. Yet this so-called saintess of the mysterious sacred land possessed two. Perhaps she had even more hidden away. Overwhelming. A complete and utter domination. Qin Luo shook his head. The fated child was simply outmatched. In terms of cultivation, he was inferior to Shen Wanning. His fortune paled in comparison, and his foundation was lacking. It was entirely reasonable for him to be crushed. Yi Chen roared, unleashing a secret technique that caused his cultivation to surge. Shen Wanning's smirk deepened as her own power simultaneously soared. Secret techniques. Who could not wield them? The mysterious sacred land had an abundance of them. Swish, swish, swish. Countless streams of sword energy crisscrossed through the air as Yi Chen bellowed in fury. Bang, bang, bang. Ultimately, Yi Chen could no longer endure, and he was hurled backward, crashing heavily to the ground. Junior brother Yi Chen, brother Chen, younger brother Chen. Exclamations of shock echoed, except for a certain woman named Xia Yue. You have lost. I will take your life. Shen Wanning's sword rested against Yi Chen's neck, poised to strike at any moment. However, at that instant, an ancient voice resonated. Young lady, do not act impulsively. Grant this old man a favor, will you? As he spoke, an invisible wave of energy propelled Shen Wanning away uncontrollably. Yangshan's expression soured. Her gaze fixed Chapter 67. Interference with the execution of the Demon Suppression Division. Kill. Criminal activity? The massacre of the Wu Yuan Marquis family? A fleeting look of confusion crossed Yi Chen's eyes. The Demon Suppression Division of the Great Qin operates under the law. Any obstruction equates to opposing the authority of the Great Qin Empire. Qin Luo surveyed the surroundings, a sinister expression creeping onto his face. Those who impede must be dealt with mercilessly. Bring Yi Chen to me. With a wave of his hand, Li Yi and the others stepped forward, ready to seize him. This scene was exceedingly dramatic, truly a series of unexpected twists. Goodness, isn't this more thrilling than a novel? How captivating, how entertaining. It is simply exhilarating. The ethereal sacred land, the Great Qin Empire. The top-tier forces have made their appearance. Yi Chun is certainly enjoying a high status. In the distance, Song Piyun gazed at Yi Chun with eyes full of hatred, feeling a sense of satisfaction. Eliminate him. Eliminate him. Once he is gone, Lu Ru Yen shall be mine. Oof. Lu Yuan stepped forward, positioning himself before Yi Chun, and coldly remarked, "The great Qin Empire has overstepped. If you wish to seize the saint of my Danding sect, then present your evidence." Indeed, Yi Chun, behind him, jumped in anger, shouting, "Qin Luo, this is a personal vendetta. I admit there was some conflict between us previously, but you cannot defame me in this manner." Defamation? Huh. Qin Luo's tone dripped with disdain. When you slandered me before, I openly acknowledged it. Now you cannot even admit it? I truly look down upon you. Since you demand evidence, let the witness come forth. With a wave of his hand, Mo Yihan was pushed forward, and Qin Luo inquired, "Do you recognize this person?" He pointed at Yi Chun. "I have seen him before, though I did not know his name until now." "Where did you see him?" Qin Luo pressed on. "At the Wu Yuan Marquis's residence. He, along with others, slaughtered the entire family. Defamation, completely unfounded." Yi Chun roared, "I have never seen him, nor do I know him. Everything he says is a lie." "You are agitated, aren't you? Do not be angry. Can you allow him to finish speaking? When you slandered me, I let you express yourself freely, yet now, as soon as someone utters a word, you cannot wait to jump out in opposition. Are you feeling guilty? Is it unfounded, or is there indeed truth? The hearts of the people possess a scale of judgment." Qin Luo turned to Mo Yihan and asked, "What is your identity?" "I am Mo Yihan, the saint of the Blood Moon Sacred Land." "He is the saint of the Blood Moon Sacred Land?" "Indeed, I have seen him. He is the saint of the Blood Moon Sacred Land, and he is not a good person. It is said he has numerous concubines and enjoys the wives of others. The people of the Blood Moon Sacred Land are not of good character. Such deeds seem entirely within their capacity. So what do you say about Yi Chun? Let us hear it. Please elaborate on the massacre of the Wu Yuan Marquis's family." Mo Yihan recounted, "I am Mo Yihan, the saint of the Blood Moon Sacred Land. My father, Mo Qianju, has enmity with the Wu Yuan Marquis. Thus, he invited many to obliterate the entire family of the Wu Yuan Marquis with substantial rewards. Among them were Zhao Yang Yi from the Heavenly Calamity Hall and his disciple, Xiao Tong." At this moment, the Xiao family cast cold glances at Qin Luo. It was he. He is the one who killed brother Xiao Tong. Xiaoya gritted her teeth, declaring, "I will avenge brother Xiao Tong. I must take revenge." "Xiaoya, do not act impulsively. He is a prince of the great Qin Empire," Lu Junsu calmly interjected. "There were others I could not identify. Among them was this person. I did not know his name before, but I remember his face. It's him, Yi Chun. He was also an accomplice." "Enough." Qin Luo interrupted Mo Yihan. Addressing Yi Chun, "Yi Chun, now that there's a witness, what do you have to say?" "Defamation." Yi Chun maintained his stance. "Haha, defamation?" Qin Luo sneered. "He has even implicated his own blood relatives. Do you think he would slander you? Does your standing in his eyes compare to that of his father? For the sake of justice, Mo Yihan has sacrificed his kin. How can we not believe him? Should we trust you, a man of endless lies? It is utterly preposterous. Do I need to recount the events of the Tai Xu Sacred Land? Stealing the techniques, elixirs, and sacred artifacts of the Tai Xu Sacred Land. Tarnishing my reputation. What qualifications do you have to accuse others of defamation? Or do you still refuse to admit that you were involved in those matters? The disciples of the Tai Xu Sacred Land are all aware of your character. Otherwise, stand before me and take an oath of great integrity. Perhaps I could dismiss your previous slanders as mere jest." Yi Chun moved his lips. He naturally dared not make such an oath. As the child of fortune, if he were to take such a vow, his future would be irrevocably destroyed. It was at this moment that Lu Ru Yin stepped forward and spoke. "When did the massacre of the Wu Yuan Marquis's family occur?" "On the 3rd day of the 5th month." Mo Yihan replied without hesitation. "On that day, I was with junior brother Yi. He has an alibi," Lu Ru Yin asserted definitively. Qin Luo looked at Lu Ru Yin with a smile. If this woman did not seek her own demise, he would ensure her survival. But now that she has willingly handed him a knife, how could Qin Luo not take advantage of it? Is it an alibi, or is it perjury? Or perhaps you and Yi Chun are both accomplices of Mo Qianju. Mo Yihan quickly interjected. I recognize her. She was involved. She received her reward from me after completing her task. However, she wore a veil that day, so I cannot see her clearly. Enough of this idle chatter. Today, the perpetrators of the massacre of the Wu Yuan Marquis' family must be captured by the Great Qin Empire. Anyone who dares to obstruct will face death. Seize him. Qin Luo commanded in a deep voice. Ha! Lu Yuan let out a cold laugh. To attempt to take the saint of my Danding sect before me is sheer folly. Boom! A wave of sacred might surged forth, sending Li Yi and the others sprawling away. Qin Luo's expression remained unchanged. This was all anticipated. He spoke calmly. Is the Danding sect obstructing the law of the Demon Suppression Division of the Great Qin Empire? Are you harboring the true culprits behind the massacre of the Wu Yuan Marquis family? Lu Yuan snorted. Your accusations are, in my view, pure defamation. Yi Chun had neither motive nor time to partake in that incident. Whether it is defamation or not, the Demon Suppression Division of the Great Qin Empire will investigate thoroughly. If he is innocent, we shall administer justice and restore his reputation. But you are currently obstructing our enforcement of the law. To kill. As Qin Luo's words echoed, terrifying sacred might erupted behind him. 5 powerful and fearsome figures stepped forward. Chapter 68. The Fall of the Sage. Love holds no value once again. I reiterate, any who obstruct my Demon Suppression Division in the capture of criminals shall face execution. This time, no one dared to dismiss Qin Luo's words lightly. Behind him stood 5 formidable sages, bolstering his authority. Zhang Tao, alongside the 4 square lords, and the 3 from the Heavenly Tribulation Hall, all clad in identical attire, concealing their true identities. Are you certain you wish to hinder me? Qin Luo coldly inquired, fixing his gaze on Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan's expression darkened. To obstruct Qin Luo was nothing short of courting death. Yet, the hopes of the Danding sect rested upon Yi Chun, and if they did not stop Qin Luo, Yi Chun would have but one path, death. At that moment, Yi Chun's childhood friends grew frantic. Father, you must save Brother Chun. Zhao Lingyin implored Zhao Yuanxuan. Her voice filled with desperation. Zhao Yuanxuan found himself in a dilemma. He held faith in Yi Chun, but with 5 sages surrounding Qin Luo, how could he possibly intervene? Unless, he glanced toward Xiao Junce. Xiaoya spoke with unwavering authority. Patriarch, we must protect Brother Yi Chun. My master will arrive shortly. Xiao Junce's face revealed a hint of hesitation as he glanced at another sage from the Xiao family, then back at Xiaoya, before stepping forward. Very well. I shall intervene to preserve Yi Chun's life. With thoughts of Xiaoya's mysterious master stirring within him, Xiao Junce resolved without further delay. With someone supporting him, he felt emboldened. He raised his voice to capture everyone's attention. The Demon Suppression Division has unjustly slain a member of the Xiao family. Today we must settle this score. If you claim Xiao Tong is guilty, then present your evidence. There is no need to speak on Yi Chun's behalf. Xiao Tong was also a prodigy of their family, unjustly slain by Qin Luo's hand. Was it not right to seek justice for Xiao Tong? With a thunderous roar, 2 sages descended. Observing this, Zhao Yuanxuan stepped forward as well. Today, if the Demon Suppression Division seeks to apprehend anyone, they better present irrefutable evidence. Remember, we are in the 10,000 Great Mountains, not within your Qin Empire's territory, and Yi Chun is the holy son of the Danding sect. He is not someone you can easily manipulate. Lu Yuan cast a friendly glance at Zhao Yuanxuan. Today, the Danding sect would owe him a favor. This was one of the reasons he chose to act. Amir Yi Chun was not worth challenging the Qin Empire directly, but gaining the Danding sect's goodwill was an exquisite prize. Showing off? Qin Luo's gaze fell upon Zhao Yuanxuan, the weakest among the sages present, who had dared to stand against him without just cause. Kill! Qin Luo's succinct command was uttered, and Zheng Tuo and Zhou Li wasted no time rushing toward Zhao Yuanxuan. This scene sent a chill through Zhao Yuanxuan. Just moments ago, Xiao Junce had stepped forward, yet Qin Luo had not commanded an attack. Why was it that the moment he intervened, Qin Luo immediately ordered his death? He couldn't comprehend. If Qin Luo were aware of his thoughts, he would explain. Xiao Junce's faction had 2 sages, along with a fortuitous maiden of high destiny, who should be preserved for later enjoyment, avoiding any unforeseen accidents. As for Zhao Yuanxuan, he possessed nothing. Stepping forward meant he must meet his end immediately. Master Lu, save me, he called out desperately. Before Lu Yuan could act, Xiao Junce had already moved. Patriarch Zhao, I shall lend you my strength. As Xiao Junce and another sage from the Xiao family prepared to strike, they were intercepted by Fang Xing and Jiang Tao. Your opponents are us. The battle grew fierce, with Zhao Yuanxuan barely clinging to life, while the two sages from the Xiao family managed to hold their ground. Meanwhile, Qin Luo had only one sage left at his side. Patriarch, capture the ringleader first. Yi Chen shouted from behind Lu Yuan. Without hesitation, Lu Yuan dashed towards Qin Luo, accompanied by a powerful sage from the Danding sect. Elder Yang, Shen Wanqing cried out anxiously. Yang Shan remained still, her gaze fixed on Zhou Hongyu's silhouette, her expression grave as she struggled to see through him. Your senior brother may not encounter misfortune, she remarked. As her words fell, Zhou Hongyu's aura erupted. Boom! His power surged skyward, startling many, particularly Lu Yuan and his companions. Sage King, Lu Yuan's expression hardened. Zhou Hongyu swung a hammer with tremendous force, and Lu Yuan felt a jolt of fear, especially when he heard a piercing scream. Ah, no! Zhao Yuanxuan, weaker than both Zheng Tuo and Zhou Li, fell victim to their relentless assault, meeting his demise. The death of a sage was a significant event, one that would send shockwaves through the realm. With the head of the Wanjian mountain manor slain, a storm was brewing. Everyone block him! Lu Yuan bellowed in rage. He and another sage joined forces, activating a great cauldron to barely withstand Zhou Hongyu's strike. Bang! The hammer struck the cauldron, driving both men into the earth, leaving only their heads protruding. In the end, they managed to block the attack, unlike Zhao Yuanxuan, who lay lifeless. Ha! Zhou Hongyu chuckled coldly beneath his mask. You may withstand this moment, but do you truly believe you can endure for eternity? Today, neither of you shall escape. No, father. Zhao Lingyin's heart shattered at the sight. Her beloved father lay dead before her, a reality she could scarcely accept. Zhao Lingyin staggered to Zhao Yuanxuan's lifeless body, screaming in anguish, Father, I do not want you to die. I cannot bear this. She attempted to lift his corpse, but in the next moment, it was brutally stomped into the ground. Such a fresh kill should not go to waste, Qin Luo commanded, gesturing for the emperor's banner to collect Zhao Yuanxuan's body. Zhao Lingyin looked up at Qin Luo, her eyes ablaze with hatred. Qin Luo, I swear, I will kill you one day. Kill me? Ha! Little girl, you clearly do not understand your current predicament. With a swift motion, Qin Luo's sword pressed against Zhao Lingyin's throat. Your life is now in my hands. You have no future. Qin Luo, let Lingyin go. Yi Chen's furious voice echoed from behind Qin Luo. You seek me. If you wish for vengeance, come at me. Do not involve the innocent. At that moment, Yi Chen radiated a brilliant light, garnering the attention of many. Zhao Lingyin gazed at him, her expression filled with deep emotion. Qin Luo cast a scornful glance at Yi Chen. You dare speak of involving the innocent? Had it not been for you, do you think her father would have perished? Now, kneel before me immediately. I may consider sparing her life. Otherwise, I shall not hesitate to extinguish her. Brother Chen, do not mind me. Flee quickly. Zhao Lingyin, lost in her love, was willing to sacrifice herself for her beloved. Yi Chen, resolute, declared, Lingyin, I will never abandon you. For you, I would gladly face death. His gaze returned to Qin Luo, and he spoke with conviction. Qin Luo, release Lingyin, and I will fight you. If you prevail, I shall willingly submit to your will. Qin Luo shook his head slightly, then his sword sliced through the air. Swish! A crimson line appeared on Zhao Lingyin's neck, blood spilling forth. Qin Luo's cold voice resonated. I have already stated, kneel, and I may spare her life. I do not repeat myself. It appears you do not love her. You merely seek to exploit her. Remember, it was you, Yi Chen, who took her life. Bang! Zhao Lingyin collapsed to the ground, convulsing twice before succumbing to death. Yi Chen felt as though his heart had been struck with immense force, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Yi Chen, having lost his beloved, suffers a loss of 10,000 luck points. The host gains 10,000 luck points. Is love truly so worthless? Merely 10,000? Chapter 69. The Collapse of Yi Chun. The ruined son of destiny sees Yi Chun. With a commanding shout from Qin Luo, Li Yi and his companions swiftly encircled Yi Chun. In Qin Luo's grip was the emperor's banner, charged and ready. He would not allow Yi Chun an escape. Next, you must confront your beloved disciple. Do you feel a twinge of complexity in your emotions? Qin Luo's voice echoed in Shi Huang's ears. Indeed, Shi Huang was beset by conflicting feelings. Yi Chun had been a part of her life since childhood. To claim she felt nothing would be disingenuous. However, that affection had dissipated entirely after Yi Chun abandoned her in Qin Luo's relentless torment. He was now but a familiar stranger, easily disposed of. She cast aside her lingering complexity and regarded Yi Chun as merely an unknown. Yi Chun glared at Qin Luo, his expression twisted with rage. The words Qin Luo had just uttered pierced his heart, leaving him in anguish. Qin Luo, today it shall be either your demise or mine. You dare to challenge me one-on-one? Hiding behind others is hardly a display of prowess. Qin Luo shook his head with a derisive smile. Yi Chun, are you truly this foolish? I am the leader of the great Qin Demon Suppression Division. We did not come here for personal vendetta, but to bring you to justice. He gestured towards a direction where a wretched scream pierced the air. A saint from the Shao family had fallen. Another life extinguished because of you. Why can't you simply kneel down and allow us to take you in? How selfish can you be, forcing others to die for your sake? Since you wish for this, I shall oblige. Leave no one who obstructs the law. Qin Luo ordered coldly. Zhou Hongyu roared, bringing his massive hammer crashing down. With a resounding boom, the great cauldron was sent flying, and a saint from the Danding sect widened his eyes in horror, exclaiming, "My life is forfeit." He was shattered into pieces beyond resurrection. Lu Yuan seized this opportunity to hastily retreat from the battlefield, narrowly escaping disaster. The battle had concluded far too swiftly. Of the 5 saints, 3 had perished, leaving only Xiao Jun's and Lu Yuan struggling to hold on. Lu Changhe had remained uninvolved throughout, expertly concealing himself. Yi Chun continued to roar helplessly. Qin Luo, if you possess the courage, face me in battle. What merit is there in bullying me with your numbers? From a distance, Song Poyan scoffed, the cycle of heaven is just. His gaze then fell once more upon Lu Ruyan, his eyes filled with infatuation. Once Yi Chun was dead, he would seize his opportunity. What makes you worthy of her? Qin Luo emerged slowly, his green sword glinting ominously. A fierce sword intent rose from him, exuding overwhelming pressure upon Yi Chun. Transformation. Yi Chun's eyes widened in realization. This is sword intent. Yi Chun felt a surge of madness. Had his sword bone not been extracted, he too might have been able to condense sword intent. Desire death? I shall grant it. Qin Luo swung his sword, and with that single stroke, Yi Chun felt an insurmountable force. Do I fear you, or disdain to engage? Now you comprehend? The taunting tone rendered Yi Chun utterly humiliated, as though he were a mere clown in the eyes of others. Pitiful, infernal lava fire. Explode. Yi Chun bellowed. Qin Luo, even in death, I will drag you down with me. Qin Luo merely shook his head, disdain evident in his voice. You are unworthy. Boom. A surge of formidable spiritual power instantly locked onto Yi Chun, halting his movements. To onlookers, it appeared as though the emperor's banner had shrouded both Qin Luo and Yi Chun, obscuring the unfolding events. The familiar aura allowed Yi Chun to discern the identity of the figure before him, and he gasped, Master. Shi Huang's silhouette materialized before Yi Chun, leaving him incredulous. He had believed Shi Huang to be long dead at Qin Luo's hands, yet here she stood before him. This revelation threw him into disarray. After all, he had abandoned his master to save his own life. Qin Luo approached Shi Huang, casting a playful glance at Yi Chun before inquiring, What should you call me now? A wave of shame washed over Shi Huang as she rolled her eyes at Qin Luo, embodying an allure that left Yi Chun awestruck. He had never witnessed his master in such a light. In his memories, Shi Huang had always been an aloof goddess, The transformation was too overwhelming for him to accept, especially her address of Qin Luo. Master. Yi Chen spat blood. He had regarded Shi Huang as an untouchable goddess, while Qin Luo treated her as a mere slave. Yi Chen's mental state collapses, losing 50,000 points of luck. Host gains 50,000 points of villainy. Ah, master, how could you sink so low? Yi Chen roared. In truth, his feelings for Shi Huang were deeply complex, intertwining the bonds of teacher and disciple with something indescribable. But now, Shi Huang had brutally shattered his idealized fantasies. Why don't you die? Why are you still alive? What gives you the right? You are despicable. Yi Chen's mental state continues to collapse, losing 50,000 points of luck. Host gains 50,000 points of villainy. Shi Huang regarded the hysterical Yi Chen with an icy gaze. Master? I have no disciple like you. I taught you for over a decade, nearly perishing for your sake, and yet you merely stood by as I fell into the hands of the enemy, enduring torment. The moment you betrayed me, your master ceased to exist. Shi Huang's greatest hatred was betrayal. Her descent into a soul entity stemmed from it, and becoming the primary soul of the Emperor's banner was a consequence of the same treachery. Indeed, I am despicable. I am now the slave of your enemy. And all of this is your doing. Shi Huang knew how to strike at the heart, and Yi Chen coughed up another mouthful of blood. Yi Chen roared. Warning, the son of destiny is trending towards corruption. Qin Luo grasped the situation, muttering, You wretched creature, you violate all moral conventions. Even your mentor bears evil thoughts. Truly a beast. Bang! With a wave of Shi Huang's hand, immense force struck Yi Chen, shattering his energy sea and rendering him a cripple. Yi Chen is incapacitated, losing 50,000 points of luck. Host gains 50,000 points of villainy. Come, let us see if your women will sacrifice their lives for you. Especially that one with extraordinary luck, Xiaoya. She is worth more than you, the true final boss of the day. Chapter 70. The Awakening of Humanity, Lu Ruyan. Kill Yi Chen. Outside, Xiaoya was in a state of frantic anxiety, yet her cultivation could not intervene in the current battle. She witnessed the murder of the sage within her family, saw Xiao Jun's heavily injured, and was uncertain of Yi Chen's fate. Her heart brimmed with an intense hatred for Qin Luo. Brother Yi Chen, she gasped, as she caught sight of Yi Chen's appearance once more. At that moment, Yi Chen lay beneath Qin Luo's foot, resembling a lifeless dog. This sight pierced Xiaoya's heart, filling her with a suffocating despair. Bang! Xiao Jun's, gravely wounded, collapsed beside her, wiping the blood from his lips as he shouted, We must leave. We have to go. Surrounded by 4 saints attacking him alone. He was merely a saint himself. If not for his life-saving sacred artifact, he would have already knelt before them. All of this turmoil for the sake of one insignificant Yi Chen would bring ruin to the Xiao family. He bore no resentment towards Xiaoya, for the Xiao family still depended on her for revival. No, I won't leave. I must save brother Yi Chen, Xiaoya declared stubbornly. Moreover, my master has arrived. Just as Xiao Jun's intended to forcibly drag her away, he was struck by her words, his eyes suddenly brightening. With the presence of that esteemed individual, perhaps today would not end in death. As Xiaoya's words fell, a terrifying figure descended from the heavens, landing beside her. In a hoarse voice, the figure grasped Xiaoya and prepared to depart. We are leaving. Master, I won't go. You must help me kill that man and rescue brother Yi Chen. Xiaoya pointed at Qin Luo, her expression fierce. Today you are doomed. Qin Luo regarded her with amusement. Whether I live or die is not your concern, but you will not escape. Boom! A terrifying aura enveloped the entire divine weapon valley. An ancient yet powerful voice rang out, Since you wish to enter, do not think of leaving. This voice turned many faces pale. Yang Shan looked up at the sky, her eyes filled with gravity. This aura felt reminiscent of the Holy Lord. The cultivation of the ethereal Holy Lord was at the great saint level. This man's presence was akin to that of the Holy Lord, was he not? Xiaoya's master glanced skyward, then threw a small object to Xiao Jun's. Take Xiaoya and flee. I will hold him off. As soon as he spoke, he leaped into the air, charging towards Su Qianchen. Previously, He had only managed to break through Su Qianqian's obstruction with great difficulty using a secret treasure. Engaging Su Qianqian now, he feared for his life. Xiaoya's expression froze. Had she been so arrogant only to be slapped in the face so quickly? Go! Xiao Junce pulled Xiaoya, the small boat in his hand, resembling white jade, began to enlarge, enveloping them both as they crashed into the void. Qin Luo's languid voice echoed behind them. If you run, I will have Yi Chen executed on the spot. He will scream in agony for 49 days before dying. No, Xiaoya attempted to look back, but Xiao Junce would not allow it, pulling her as they vanished into the void. Gazing at the spot where they had disappeared, Qin Luo looked down at Yi Chen, a mocking tone in his voice. Yi Chen, it seems your woman does not love you that much after all. Look, she has abandoned you. How pathetic. Yi Chen gritted his teeth. Qin Luo, do not revel just yet. Xiaoya will avenge me. In the future, you will live in fear. Forever live in fear. Is that so? Qin Luo's tone dripped with disdain. But do you think she can escape? As Qin Luo's words fell, a scream echoed through the void, and the previously vanished white jade boat returned. Bang! It was heavily stomped into the ground. 2 holy kings. 1 great saint. Yang Shan's tone was exceptionally grave. Could it be that the great Qin Empire intends to strike against the 10,000 great mountains? This matter must be reported to the Holy Lord immediately. Without hesitation, Yang Shan took out a transmission jade talisman, relaying the events of the day to the ethereal Holy Lord. Xiaoya tumbled out, no longer resembling the goddess she once was. Yi Chen stared blankly at the scene, once again being trodden upon by Qin Luo. It seems your little lover has fled. Alas, they are all implicated because of you. One must wonder if you're a calamity? Qin Luo taunted as he struck Yi Chen's face with the Qingfeng sword, then turned his gaze to Lu Ruyan. How about an opportunity for you? If you are willing to confess on Yi Chen's behalf, I can spare his life. Lu Ruyan regarded Yi Chen with a complex expression, knowing he was doomed today. No matter what she said, he could not survive. She needed to live for herself. She looked up at Qin Luo, a gentle smile gracing her face. Brother, you yist. Yi Chen stole the supreme treasure of the Tai Xu Holy Land and slandered you. My relationship with him has merely been a fade. Yi Chen was taken aback. The words I am willing still echoed in his ears. Was love truly so fragile? Oh, Qin Luo raised an eyebrow, surprised by Lu Ruyan's rationality. Just now, Sister Shun said, I, Lu Ruyan, am yours in life and also yours in death. I believe Sister Shun is correct. Brother, I am willing to serve you. I would like to know if your previous words still hold true. Qin Luo was momentarily stunned, failing to recall what he had said. Lu Ruyan prompted, you once stated in front of everyone from the Tai Xu Holy Land that you would make me your concubine. I can now clearly tell you, I am willing. Lu Chanhe suddenly appeared, looking at Qin Luo with a benevolent expression. I also agree. Ruyan could be your concubine, and you can become the Holy Lord of our Tai Xu Holy Land. We will prepare a wedding for you upon our return, along with a grand ceremony for your inauguration as Holy Lord. Wow. Qin Luo was shocked by the shamelessness and self-satisfaction of this father-daughter duo. Look, this is the woman you, Yi Chen, admire. I truly feel sorry for you. Qin Luo tapped Yi Chen with his sword, then turned to Lu Ruyan, his face filled with disgust. To want to marry 3 families in a single day? How shameless you are, Lu Ruyan. What's my status? What is yours? To become my concubine? You think you're worthy? Lu Ruyan's face turned as pale as paper, not expecting Qin Luo to break his previous promise. At that moment, Song Poyan sprang forth, smiling at Qin Luo. Qin Luo, no, I want Lu Ruyan for myself. I owe you a favor. Qin Luo turned and succinctly replied, Scram. Song Ritian rushed over, delivering a resounding slap to Song Poyan, angrily exclaiming, how could I have given birth to such a scoundrel? Qin Luo shifted his gaze to Xia Yue. Now it's your turn. Do you think Yi Chen should be killed? Xia Yue glanced at Yi Chen, her forehead furrowed in confusion. Why are you asking me? However, being a clever person, she quickly grasped the situation and responded, he should be killed. Hint, Yi Chen is about to succumb to demonic influence, losing all fortune points. If he successfully avenges himself, he will regain the title of Fortune's Child. Swish! Qin Luo did not allow the system to finish its warning. With a single stroke of his sword, Yi Chen's head flew high, rolling to land at Xiaoya's feet, their eyes meeting perfectly. Chapter 71 Farewell to Slander, as she wishes. Ah, brother Yi Chen. Xiaoya was on the verge of madness. She cradled Yi Chen's head, tears streaming down her face, her heart twisted in agony. Due to Yi Chen's death, Xiaoya suffered a loss of 50,000 fortune points, and the host gained 50,000 fortune points. Hasn't he died? Qin Luo inquired. The head of Yi Chen, now merely a severed entity, whispered into Xiaoya's ear. Qin Luo is the demon child. He is, without a doubt. Then he perished. System, can you allow me to finish speaking? Wasn't it merely that he achieved revenge, then attained enlightenment, becoming a demon, and subsequently redeeming himself, reclaiming his status as the child of fortune, rising anew? The old trope, the child of fortune, consumed by sorrow, successfully succumbs to demonic influence, wreaking havoc, and, after avenging himself, is no longer deemed a demon, as all prior misdeeds can be absolved under the pretext of being possessed and deranged. By slaying the child of fortune Yi Chen, all his fortune points are acquired, automatically converted into villain points. Reward obtained, minor mastery of sword intent. Congratulations, you have now become a true sword cultivator. Reward obtained, Soul Crystal X1, a pure essence of the soul, capable of refining and absorbing formidable soul power. Extract his physical essence and his extraordinary fire for me. With a wave of his hand, Qin Luo sent Yi Chen's corpse into the imperial banner. No, brother Yi Chen. Xiaoya's anguished scream pierced the air, and suddenly, a figure fell from the sky, the mask shattering, revealing a woman's pale face, marked by a sickly hue. She wiped the blood from her lips and addressed Su Qianqian. Shall we conclude today's affair here? This is unfavorable, Su Qianqian replied coolly. The woman gritted her teeth and stomped her foot, producing a token. I am Elder Morong Shui of the Xintian Dao sect. Does the great Qin Empire truly wish to oppose my Xintian Dao sect? Xiaoya is a person of great significance to our sect, one of the preordained candidates for the Dao child, the Xintian Dao sect. She is indeed a Dao child of the Xintian Dao sect. This is a force said to rival the great Qin Empire. They have certainly kicked a stone on their path. Qin Luo furrowed his brow slightly. Although the Holy Land is indeed powerful, above it lies the Dao sect, most of whom remain hidden from the world, indifferent to the disputes of mortals. Their sole purpose is the pursuit of the Dao, seeking the highest realm. While the overall strength of the Xintian Dao sect may not match that of the great Qin Empire, they could potentially possess quasi-emperor level experts, or have had them in the past. Do you still desire that body? Qin Luo queried. Shi Huang pondered for a moment. I possess a secret method that can allow a fragment of soul to inhabit her body, gradually influencing and encroaching upon her spirit. However, it bears certain drawbacks for me. It no longer matters. She cannot escape my grasp. She must be subdued, Qin Luo asserted with undeniable authority. This was the first time Xiaoya learned that her master hailed from the Xintian Dao sect. She felt a surge of strength within her. She rose, gazing at Qin Luo, her eyes ablaze with hatred. The words Yi Chen had uttered lingered in her ears. Qin Luo is the demon child. She pointed accusingly at Qin Luo. This man is the demon child. Is that true? Morong Shui asked Xiaoya, astonished. This demon child is not merely a saint or a maiden of the heavenly demon sect. This demon is an otherworldly evil. Previously, to eradicate the evil, the human race united to form an organization called the Heavenly Dao Alliance. The Xintian Dao sect is one of its founders. Indeed, this is what my brother Yi Chen revealed to me before his death. This individual has cultivated the devouring demon art. He can freely consume the flesh and essence of our kind. The corpses of brother Yi Chen, as well as those of Lord Lu and my great-uncle, now lie in his possession. His intentions are clear. I possess intelligence regarding him. He has slain Lin Xian, a genius of the Wuxiang Holy Land, as well as Xiao Tong, a talent of my Xiao family, and has also murdered brother Yi Chen. All three were top-tier geniuses, though the otherworldly demons resemble our kind. They are not of this realm. Their purpose here is to hunt our talented individuals. The devouring demon art is not a technique of the heavenly demon sect, but one left by the otherworldly demons. Qin Luo previously acknowledged his cultivation of the devouring demon art at the Tai Xu Holy Land. Is this not true? Xiaoyu demanded through gritted teeth. Glaring at Qin Luo, Qin Luo shook his head with a smile, encouraging her to continue. Xiaoyu was convinced that Yi Qin's final words were not a deception. Qin Luo was undoubtedly the demon child. Little did she know, Yi Qin merely wished to incite her vengeance, understanding her familiarity with that history, particularly her deep-seated hatred for the otherworldly demons. You must possess the bloodline of the otherworldly demons. Xiaoyu accused Qin Luo. If I am not mistaken, the object in your possession should be the banner of 10,000 souls, correct? At this, Xiaoyu's hatred surged uncontrollably. You may not know what the banner of 10,000 souls is forged from. The banner contains the souls and blood of our powerful beings. The banner pole is crafted from the bones of our strong, while the fabric is stained with the blood of countless talents, strong individuals, and even emperors of our race. Furthermore, the banner of 10,000 souls is filled with the souls of those they slaughtered, forcibly suppressing them, transforming them into vengeful spirits. This is the method of the otherworldly demons. Qin Luo, do you dare allow us to inspect the banner of 10,000 souls in your possession? By the heavens! If Qin Luo were not meeting Xiaoyu for the first time, he would think she had been lying in wait beside him, unraveling all his secrets. Senior brother, so you are an otherworldly demon. Lu Rian's astonished voice rang out. I thought something was amiss with my beloved senior brother-esque character. It turns out that you are no longer the brother I once knew, but have instead become an otherworldly demon. No wonder you are so cruel. No wonder you are so heartless. No wonder you were so concerned for my well-being before, yet now show no interest in me at all. It appears you have awakened the bloodline of the demon, and you are no longer human. What? Just as Qin Luo was prepared to bring this farce to a close, a voice echoed in his mind. Admitting her accusations will consume all villain points as she desires. That amounts to over 300,000. Qin Luo could not help but exclaim. The return exceeds the investment. There is but one opportunity. Choice outweighs effort. The child of fortune has slain too many. The heavenly Tao has grown wary. The child of destiny may soon emerge. The host must make your decision. The system will count to 3. Chapter 72. Ascension to a half-step emperor weapon. Corrupting Xiaoyu's soul during the grand opening celebration. The thrill of acquiring something for nothing was palpable. However, depleting over 300,000 fortune points at once left Qin Luo feeling a pang of regret. Nevertheless, the system had never deceived him, prompting a decisive choice. Excellent. Since the system offers rewards, I have no reason to refuse, do I? He gazed at Xiaoyu, laughing heartily. What an exquisite performance! With spirited applause, he advanced towards her. Indeed, you speak the truth. I am an otherworldly demon, and this, no, this 10,000 souls banner is precisely as you described. The banner's pole is forged from the bones of 999 Saint-tier powerhouses. The banner itself is crafted from a shroud, stained with the essence of several mighty emperors, having enveloped their remains. Within the banner resides an innumerable collection of souls, gathered from the slaughter of billions of humanity. Boom! The crowd fell into stunned silence. Xiaoyu's accusation seemed almost fantastical, but what shocked them more was Qin Luo's admission. Is that true? Is it truly the 10,000 souls banner? Is Qin Luo really an otherworldly demon? What nonsense is this? How could he, the prince of the great Qin Empire, be an otherworldly demon? Surely, the great Qin Empire would know. Moreover, the radiance of the 10,000 souls banner acquired true demon bloodline one. Regardless of whether one is a true demon or an evil spirit, at the core, they remain human, merely possessing a stronger bloodline than those of this realm. Enhanced Human Emperor Banner. The pole of the Human Emperor Banner is crafted from the bones of 81 human emperors, and the fabric is refined with the essence of great emperors, now containing tens of millions of souls, undergoing a rank enhancement. High-grade Saint Tier, Peak Saint Tier, Half-Step Emperor Weapon. With a thunderous roar, the human emperor banner soared into the sky, captivating all eyes. At that moment, its golden radiance flickered like the dawn, a torrent of righteousness converging, overwhelming and shaking the heavens and earth. The crowd held their breath, gazing at the banner, which radiated an air of majesty befitting a ruler. Awe filled their hearts, as if beholding the revered ancestors and monarchs of their kind. Nearly everyone rose to their feet, their gazes filled with reverence towards the human emperor banner. Is this truly the 10,000 souls banner? This can't be. How can a human emperor banner exude golden light and righteousness? Inwardly, Qin Luo couldn't help but exclaim thrice in disbelief. A half-step emperor weapon? This was utterly astonishing. While it may not be an emperor weapon, a half-step emperor weapon was still terrifying enough to suppress the foundations of the great Qin Empire. With a faint smile still gracing his lips, he turned his gaze to Lu Ruyin, barely concealing his disdain. And you, with your venomous heart and sordid intentions, dare to slander me for the sake of a pretty face? Do you think I hold any desire for you? Am I so base? You, with your seemingly appealing exterior, are repulsive within. Who would wish to share a bed with someone like you? Only a fool would. His relentless mockery and venomous words caused Lu Ruyin to stagger. Nearby, Song Piyin was about to speak. I wouldn't mind her, but upon meeting Song Ritian's warning gaze, he instantly wilted. Whether she is malicious or not is irrelevant. As long as she is beautiful with a pleasing figure, that suffices, he muttered to himself. Is this truly the 10,000 souls banner? Murong Shue's puzzled gaze fell upon Xiaoya. Just moments ago, Xiaoya's fervent declarations had almost convinced her. Yet, from this 10,000 souls banner, she sensed the majesty of a ruler and the righteousness, but not a trace of evil. It was entirely unlike Xiaoya's description of the 10,000 souls banner. This must be. Xiaoya gritted her teeth, resolute in her path. Qin Luo, do you dare to unveil the 10,000 souls banner so we may see if it contains the souls of our deceased kin? Qin Luo smiled. He had just acknowledged the banner due to the system. Now why should he comply? What do you think you are? You command me to open it? That is the height of absurdity. With a casual gesture, he stowed the human emperor banner and approached Xiaoya. Previously, Yi Chun had tried every means to slander him in the Tai Xu Holy Land, only to find that he had merely shot himself in the foot. Having expelled him from Tai Xu, their feud was settled. However, he never anticipated Yi Chen's involvement in the massacre at Wu Yuanho's residence. As the prince of the great Qin Empire and the commander of its demon suppression division, Qin Luo was bound to bring him to justice. Though not one to seek personal revenge, it did not imply he lacked temper. You openly accuse me, a prince of the great Qin Empire, of being an otherworldly demon. What is your true intent? Do you wish to overthrow the great Qin Empire? No matter if you are the Daozi of Zhuangtiando, even if you were its sect master. It matters not. Today, I, Qin Luo, shall seek an explanation for the great Qin Empire. With a flourish, Qin Luo drew forth his Qingfeng sword, pointing it at Xiaoya. Xiaoya was provoked. How could the prince of the great Qin Empire be an otherworldly demon? Indeed, in her quest for vengeance, she had resorted to any means necessary, even doubting the authenticity of the so-called 10,000 souls banner, which she had described with such detail. Yet, even if her slander were true, what of it? In this world, strength reigns supreme. Could she not perceive the situation? Gritting her teeth, Xiaoya glared at Qin Luo, her cultivation having reached the 5th level of the transformation realm, confident she could contend with him. Very well, I shall engage you in battle. Stepping forward, her aura began to rise, as if a divine phoenix flickered behind her. Prepare yourself. The worst-case scenario is your method. With a wave of his hand, the human emperor banner fell into his grasp, his voice resonating in Shi Huan's ears. Excellent. Shi Huan has begun to activate her secret technique, forcibly extracting a fragment of her current soul, ready to merge with Xiaoya. Murong Shui observed the scene, silently crushing a jade talisman in her hand. As a potential candidate for the Daozi of Zhuangtiando, the sect would not allow her to perish here. Qin Luo struck with lethal intent. The swords will soaring to the heavens. With a single stroke, the 4 symbols united, the powers of metal, wood, water, and fire intertwined. enveloping her in an endless torrent of sword energy, relentless and unyielding. How formidable! How terrifying! This is sword intent. By heavens! Qin Luo is a sword cultivator, a master of sword intent. Though he was in the transformation realm, he could even cleave through the cave heaven realm. Xiao Ya's expression shifted. She had not anticipated Qin Luo mastering the sword intent. Fiery flames erupted around her, and a sacred weapon manifested in her grasp as she charged at Qin Luo. Bind her with the soul binding rope. Qin Luo summoned the rope, swiftly ensnaring Xiao Ya's limbs. Her soul was firmly restrained, rendering her body uncontrollable. In that fleeting moment, it was sufficient. Qin Luo's sword energy swiftly enveloped her. Seems the unexpected has not arisen. Qin Luo chuckled softly, prepared to greet the arrival of death. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the sky darkened. A terrifying specter gradually emerging. Not good. A powerful being has descended. Shi Huan's warning echoed. Execute Plan B. Qin Luo did not hesitate in the slightest. A diminutive Shi Huang, reduced countless times, swiftly erupted from the Emperor's banner, directly embedding itself within Xiao Ya's being. In less than a second, Shi Huang took root within Xiao Ya's soul. Xiao Ya's soul was eroded, resulting in a loss of 20,000 fortune points, while the host gained 20,000 villain points. Chapter 73. The Saint-Tier Assassin. The end of the Tai Xu Sacred Land boom. Everyone looked up at the sky, including Qin Luo, who had just sent Xiao Ya flying with a single sword strike. A vague shadow materialized, and a voice of authority resonated in everyone's ears. As disciples of the Xintian Dao sect, we shall deal with our own transgressions. There is no need for the esteemed members of the great Qin Empire to concern themselves today. Is that agreeable? The shadow's gaze fell upon Su Qianqian. Though merely an apparition, it imposed tremendous pressure on him. Very well, Qin Luo replied in a deep tone. Su Qianqian nodded without hesitation, agreeing to let the matter pass for today and urged the Xintian Dao sect to manage its disciples properly. The prince of the great Qin Empire, my grandson Su Qianqian, cannot be slandered by anyone at will. Should I hear further words from the demon child, I shall not let it rest lightly. If Qin Luo is referred to as the demon child, from whom does this bloodline originate? Is it from the great Qin Empire or from Su Qianqian himself? This not only tarnishes Qin Luo's reputation, but also casts aspersions on him and the great Qin Empire. The Xintian Dao sect shall provide an explanation to the great Qin Empire regarding this matter. The shadow turned to reprimand Murong Shui and the others. Do not linger any longer. Without hesitation, Murong Shui took Xiao Ya and fled from the Divine Weapon Valley. Xiao Ya, somewhat dazed, felt severely injured by Qin Luo's blow. Before departing, her gaze lingered on Qin Luo, a hatred etched deep in her eyes. Qin Luo smiled faintly at her and said, "We shall meet again." The seed has been sown, waiting for its roots to take hold. In due time, Xiao Ya would still be at his mercy. With over 300,000 points of fortune, it would be unwise to squander them. Farewell, and that shall be your demise. Xiao Ya spat bitterly, vowing to cultivate diligently within the Xintian Dao sect to avenge today's grievances. Severely wounded, Xiao Jun's observed as Murong Shui led Xiao Ya away, a bitter expression crossing his face. They had come here at Xiao Ya's behest to assist Yi Chun in seizing a bride, yet the outcome had been so dire. Death and obliteration. Qin Luo cast a cold glance at Xiao Jun's and Lu Yuan, stating, as I previously declared, those who dare obstruct the enforcement of the Demon Suppression Division shall be executed. Thus you both deserve to die. And so, two more Chapter 74. Breakthrough to the cave heaven. Favored by the heavenly Tao, the toxin inflicted irreversible damage, not only to the body but also to the soul. As Qin Luo absorbed and refined the true demonic bloodline, he simultaneously refined the soul crystal, suppressing the poison and converting it into nourishment for the 9 transformations golden body technique. At this moment, the swallowing heaven demonic art finally revealed its divine prowess. During the process of devouring, many impurities within the poison were eradicated. Coupled with the assistance of the 9 transformations golden body technique and the soul refining melting furnace method, The harm became negligible. His cultivation soared to the 8th layer of spirit transformation, then the 9th layer, reaching the pinnacle of spirit transformation. The strength of his soul reached a critical point, and at last he glimpsed another realm, the cave heaven realm. A practitioner of the cave heaven realm could open a small world within themselves, and those who cultivated to the utmost could transform this small world into a true world, akin to a creator. The opening of a cave heaven is a hallmark of this realm. Those with innate talent could establish one cave heaven. Those with slightly stronger talent could create 3, while those with exceptional talent could manifest 4 or 5. Genius could open 7 or 8 cave heavens, and top-tier prodigies could establish 9. The energy contained within a true demonic bloodline far exceeded Qin Luo's imagination. Cave heaven, arise. Extract the essence from those other saints and prepare it for me. Today, I shall defy the heavens. Qin Luo called out to Shi Huang. Without hesitation, Shi Huang glanced at the subdued saint and, with a wave of her hand, extracted the essence power from the deceased Shao, Junce, and others, including Yi Chen's essence, the burning heaven fire body, and a lava core fire. All of these would serve as nourishment for Qin Luo. The saint was utterly bewildered. Witnessing such a terrifying scene of cultivation for the first time, it was truly defying the heavens. He could hardly believe that his assassination attempt had not only failed, but had instead spurred the other party's cultivation. He felt as if he had been humiliated. Fear not, your turn will come. A sinister voice echoed in his ear, causing him to shudder. Indeed, he was also a saint. Perhaps the other party would use his essence for cultivation as well. Grandfather, I am about to enter seclusion for my breakthrough to the cave heaven. Qin Luo's voice resonated outward. Su Qinchen's expression grew stern as he immediately sealed off the divine weapon valley. Protective law. With an abundance of energy at his disposal, Qin Luo effortlessly opened his first cave heaven. 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th. He successfully opened 7 cave heavens. This was already impressive, without a special physique. Being able to establish 7 cave heavens was sufficient proof of his top-tier talent, Shi Huang remarked. Not enough. Qin Luo roared. Swallowing heaven demonic art, manifest, he bellowed, determined to use the swallowing heaven demonic art as the foundation to open another cave heaven. Shi Huang was taken aback. Could be done this way? Yet, it appeared indeed feasible. Divine techniques transcended this world, and using a technique as a foundation to open a cave heaven was sufficient. If talent fell short, let the technique compensate. With the 9 transformations golden body technique, open the cave heaven. 9 cave heavens. Shi Huang was truly astonished, but this was not the end. The soul refining melting furnace method was merely an incomplete fragment. It shouldn't be possible, she wondered out loud, yet her eyes sparkled with a hint of anticipation. For Qin Luo, this was certainly insufficient. Using the soul refining melting furnace method combined with the human emperor banner as a foundation, a half-step emperor weapon combined with the soul refining melting furnace method is comparable to a divine technique. Open. Qin Luo's roar echoed, and the heavens and earth trembled. Thunderous power coalesced, drawing the astonished gazes of many towards Qin Luo's cultivation site. Su Qinchen's expression grew exceptionally grave. Without hesitation, he obscured the area where Qin Luo was cultivating to prevent prying eyes. 10 cave heavens. Shi Huang stared at Qin Luo in astonishment. To dare open 10 cave heavens, Qin Luo would require resources vastly exceeding those needed for a single cave heaven, by a factor of 81. This was merely the literal meaning. In reality, the resources required would surpass this quantity manifold. Wait, for him, it shouldn't pose any difficulty, Shi Huang chuckled lightly. Recently, the resources Qin Luo had consumed during his cultivation of the 9 transformations golden body technique had already far surpassed those of some cave heaven realm practitioners, even ordinary saints. A lack of resources could merely be resolved with one word: seize. Some distance from the divine weapon valley, a man and a woman rode on a flying beast heading toward the valley. The man, looking youthful and handsome, appeared to be in his 20s, while the woman, possessing extraordinary beauty, exuded a formidable aura. Younger disciple brother does not waste even this little time. His future achievements will surely surpass ours. The woman mused with a smile directed at the man. The man, engrossed in his cultivation, seemed to sense something in an inexplicable manner. He abruptly opened his eyes, a fleeting brilliance flashing within, and his aura instantly transformed. The woman's eyes widened in surprise as she sensed the enigmatic shift in her younger disciple brother's presence. "Sister, I have a vague feeling that this place holds some opportunity for me," Chu Feng remarked, pointing at a location they had just passed. Initially, he had not sensed it, but after leaving, he became acutely aware of it, and the feeling grew stronger, nurturing a burgeoning desire within him. This feeling arose precisely as Yi Chun was slain by Qin Luo. "Are we not heading to the Divine Weapon Valley?" The woman frowned. "This opportunity is of great significance to me. Zhu Feng in sit vi soleti. As for revenge, gentleman takes his time. I've already waited for several years. A few more days won't matter." Unbeknownst to him, his beloved had fallen into the hands of his enemies. If he knew, perhaps human nature cannot withstand the test of adversity. "All right, let us go." The woman did not hesitate, steering the beast back toward the place they had just departed. Chu Feng's intuition was not mistaken. In that location, a spirit fruit was on the verge of ripening, the immortal spirit fruit. Its grade had reached the saint level, making it a treasure of heaven and earth. "Younger disciple brother, it seems you are favored by the heavens." The woman smiled at Chu Feng. "I read in ancient texts that those with great fortune are referred to as children of destiny. I believe, younger disciple brother, you may be called a child of destiny." Chu Feng smiled faintly, gazing at the immortal spirit fruit, his excitement palpable. "Sister, the immortal spirit fruit holds great significance for me. I shall not share it. It was you who discovered it, so it rightfully belongs to you. I will protect you. You need only wait for the immortal spirit fruit to mature and harvest it." However, when spirit fruits and medicines mature, they often attract powerful beasts or formidable practitioners. The woman emanated an aura nearing the Saint King level, intimidating many powerful beasts. This was also the reason Chu Feng dared to confront Song Buiyun and seek revenge at the Divine Weapon Valley. Looking at the immortal spirit fruit, Chu Feng lamented, "What a pity it cannot transform Song Buiyun's wedding into a funeral." Chapter 75. To spare or not to spare. "You are unworthy." Qin Luo successfully opened the celestial domain, with the energy from the true demon bloodline surpassing his wildest expectations. Not only did it support the establishment of the 10 celestial realms, but it also propelled significant advancements in his 9 revolutions golden body technique. Remarkably, the remaining essence of the saint and Yi Chen's source remained largely intact. It is unfathomable to conceive the terrifying existence that possesses such a true demon bloodline. Feeling the surging power within him, he realized that, relying solely on his physical form, he had virtually no rivals within the celestial domain. The power of the true demon bloodline still coursed through his veins, with the 9 revolutions golden body technique continuously absorbing its essence. Soon, he believed it might reach the critical threshold of the 3rd revolution. Qin Luo licked his lips. Just 2 more drops of dragon's essence blood might elevate his technique to the 3rd revolution. If he achieved the 3rd revolution, would the assassin before him pose any threat? That would be an outrageous jest. He glanced at the bound saint assassin and inquired, "Speak, who sent you to kill me?" After a moment's contemplation, he realized that while he had many enemies, the number of those capable of dispatching a saint-level assassin was significantly limited. "Do not expect to extract anything from me," the assassin retorted defiantly, displaying a demeanor of indifference despite being in Qin Luo's grasp. "Qin Luo, so you are indeed the demon child. If this information is leaked, you are doomed." Qin Luo let out a cold laugh. "Demon child? Ha! Call me what you will. It changes nothing." He turned to Shi Huang and commanded, "Extract everything I wish to know from him." With that, Qin Luo stepped out of the human sovereign flag, wielding its powers with even greater mastery. He had nearly become one with it, albeit at an increased resource cost. It seemed he would have to solicit assistance from his 5th brother. Qin Luo licked his lips, feeling a surge of motivation. However, there was another source of extraordinary fortune, the one possessing the Xianxia body, Shun Wanning. Senior brother, are you all right? Shen Wanning rushed over with a concerned expression. Little girl has been waiting here for you for over 10 days without leaving. Su Qian remarked lightly from the side. A warmth spread through Qin Luo's heart. Despite Shen Wanning being the younger sister of his predecessor, her concern was for him, Qin Luo. He reached out, instinctively patting her head. I'm perfectly fine now. Not only am I safe, but I have also made a breakthrough in my cultivation. Simultaneously, a puzzling voice echoed in his mind. System, why does my villainous junior sister not grant me fortune points? Subdue her, suppress her, eliminate her, consume her entirely to gain her fortune points. Suppress? Eliminate? Are you jesting? I am merely a villain, not devoid of humanity. Unless the fortune girl opposes the heavenly will of this realm for the villain, she will retain her identity. Otherwise, you must comply with the system's requirements. As for consuming Shen Wanning, now was not the time. The true power of the Xianxia body could only be fully realized as her cultivation increased. As Shi Huang had said, when he reached the pinnacle of the celestial domain, he could help Shen Wanning break through to the saint level. Senior brother, you seem different. Shen Wanning looked up at Qin Luo, a hint of confusion in her eyes. Is that so? Qin Luo maintained a calm demeanor, but internally mused. Indeed, I have returned from the dead. Your senior brother has perished. He sighed deeply and explained. When Lu Rian conspired with Yi Chun to slander me, the former me truly died then. It was at that moment I realized who truly deserved my affection. Lu Rian does not. Shen Wanning exchanged glances with Qin Luo. Her cheeks flushed as she successfully diverted the topic. Indeed, Lu Ruyan is a fickle woman. You should have realized this long ago, senior brother. She is unworthy of you. Yes, indeed. Qin Luo affectionately touched Shen Wanning's cheek. She cannot compare to our Wanning. She is unworthy. In the future, senior brother will cherish those present. Boom. Shen Wanning felt a rush of dizziness as she locked eyes with Qin Luo, her face turning even redder. She was no fool. She understood the implications of his words, and her youthful heart fluttered. By the way, senior brother, how do you intend to deal with Lu Ruyan? Shen Wanning quickly pressed on, knowing how much her senior brother cherished Lu Ruyan, treating her with the utmost care. She had previously warned Qin Luo about Lu Ruyan's closeness with Yi Chun, but he had ignored her, blindly trusting Lu Ruyan. She feared that Qin Luo had merely been speaking whimsically and that a mere display of affection from Lu Ruyan would cause him to fall back under her spell. Her? Qin Luo sneered, a hint of frost in his tone. Just after crossing over, he had nearly lost his life. He held a deep grudge against Lu Ruyan. To spare or not to spare, shall we keep her for the new year? Come, accompany your senior brother to enact vengeance. He grasped Shen Wanning's small hand, leading her toward the place where Lu Ruyan and the others were held captive. Shen Wanning's heart raced wildly as she gazed at Qin Luo's profile. Finding his earlier words intoxicatingly domineering, she liked it. She felt herself succumbing to a trend of becoming a mindless little admirer. Lu Changhe and the people of the Divine Weapon Valley remained trapped in the square from the previous wedding of Songbuin. The people of the Divine Weapon Valley were effectively imprisoned. Qin Luo glanced at Lu Ruyan and Lu Changhe before striding toward Song Ritian and the others of the Divine Weapon Valley. The Divine Weapon Valley's intention to collude with the Tai Xu Holy Land to harm this prince is a grave offense. His proclamation left Song Ritian and the others in utter disbelief. What? They conspired with the Tai Xu Holy Land? Slander. Song Ritian retorted angrily. Qin Luo chuckled coldly. How so? I was nearly assassinated in the Divine Weapon Valley. Do you dare claim this matter does not concern you? Enough said. Today, you shall acknowledge your crimes. Whether you admit it or not, we of the Divine Weapon Valley do not acknowledge it. Song Ritian glared icily at Qin Luo. Whether you acknowledge your guilt is inconsequential to me. I declare you guilty, and thus you are guilty, to conspire against the prince of the great Qin Empire. Even if you flee to the ends of the earth, the great Qin Empire will not relent in its pursuit of you. And today, you shall not escape. The formidable aura of two powerful saint kings locked on Song Ritian and the others, while another formidable saint hovered nearby, eyeing them menacingly. There was no way they could escape from this place. The prince am not one to indiscriminately spill blood. Though you intended to harm me, I am willing to offer you an opportunity for survival. Submit to me, and I may pardon your transgressions." Qin Luo's words revealed his true nature to Song Ritian and the others, exposing his shamelessness, slandering them, coercing them, and now offering them a chance at life, expecting gratitude in return. How could one find such shamelessness in the world? Lu Ruyan stared blankly at Qin Luo, murmuring to herself, "Senior brother, you have indeed changed. If you had been like this before, how could I have ever been infatuated with Yichun? Qin Luo, it is all your fault. You have forced me to this point." Thud. Song Ritian, taken aback, was the first to kneel. "Your Highness, I am willing to submit. I am willing. I am willing." Song Ritian's lips twitched slightly. His son, born of his own flesh and blood, was utterly useless. If he was unwilling, then he might as well embrace death. The opportunity to choose was but a singular one. As Su Qinchen's voice echoed, an overwhelming aura enveloped Song Ritian, instilling within him the profound realization that should Su Qinchen strike, he would be incapable of withstanding even a single blow. The circumstances were more formidable than the individual. Submission was far preferable to being slaughtered. Thus, he could only bow his head in acquiescence, uttering, "I am willing." Beside him, Lu Changhe observed this scene, his gaze gradually solidifying with resolve. He bellowed in a deep voice, "Our Tai Xu sacred land is also willing to submit to your highness." This proclamation nearly elicited a laugh from Qin Luo, who turned to Lu Changhe with a mocking expression, taunting, "Do you believe you are worthy?" Chapter 76. The demise of Lu Ruoyan with a single sentence. Lu Changhe's path to survival was severed. "Kill him," Qin Luo stated indifferently, pointing at Lu Changhe. A sinister smile crept across Zheng Tuo's lips as he swung an axe towards Lu Changhe. "No!" Lu Changhe roared, attempting to resist, yet the other saints restrained him, rendering his struggle futile. Meanwhile, Lu Ruoyan, in a state of panic, shouted at Qin Luo, "Qin Luo, you are the son of the Tai Xu sacred land. They nurtured you, and yet you repay them with such ingratitude." Killing Lu Changhe would undoubtedly place her next in line. She could not permit that. "Huh? Ingratitude?" Qin Luo shook his head. "I was on the brink of death at your Tai Xu sacred land. Our relationship is one of enmity, not gratitude. Any debt of gratitude pertains to my predecessor, not to me. I only remember that when I traversed into this world, you were judging me, and many wished for my immediate demise." In a swift motion, Lu Changhe's head rolled to the ground, his eyes reflecting a glimmer of unwillingness as he succumbed to his fate so effortlessly. Witnessing Lu Changhe's death, the expressions of several saints within the Divine Weapon Valley grew somber. Was this a warning to others? Qin Luo had succeeded in instilling fear within them. They felt a profound relief in simply being alive. Lu Ruoyan stared vacantly at Lu Changhe's lifeless body until Qin Luo approached her, at which point she jolted back to reality. Raising her tear-streaked face to Qin Luo, she pleaded, "Senior brother Qin, please do not kill me. As long as you spare my life, I shall do anything you desire. I would be your concubine, or even your servant. Just please grant me mercy." Qin Luo kicked Lu Ruoyan away. "What? Do you wish to feign humility before me? I just had your father killed. Am I to keep you by my side as well?" Lu Ruoyan wiped the blood from her lips, crawling toward Qin Luo. "Senior brother Qin, I do not hate you. Truly, I have realized that I have always loved you. You still love me, don't you? You must still love me." Qin Luo gently shook his head. "I'm sorry, but I have never loved you." A sword stroke left a crimson mark across Lu Ruoyan's alabaster neck, her face still bearing a look of yearning as she reached out for Qin Luo. Alas, it was a futile endeavor, as Shun Wanning delivered a kick that sent Lu Ruoyan flying, depriving her of even the chance to grasp Qin Luo one last time. "Vile woman, you deserve to die." Shun Wanning spat, not forgetting to curse her. Qin Luo smiled faintly, patting Shun Wanning's head. "Enough. Do not waste your anger on those who do not matter. By slaying the daughter of destiny, Lu Ruoyan, all fortune points have been acquired and automatically converted into villain points. 18,000 fortune points represented a substantial gain. Nearby, Song Poyan observed this scene, his heart twisting in pain. That was his goddess, and yet she had been slain by Qin Luo. Noticing Song Poyan's expression, Qin Luo chuckled, pointing his sword at Lu Ruoyan. "What say you? Would you like to take her?" Song Poyan indeed contemplated this, but as he opened his mouth to speak, Song Ritian's hand came crashing down upon the back of his head. "Don't embarrass yourself here. If you act out of line again, I will end you." Song Ritian was seething with anger, having realized that the calamity befalling the Divine Weapon Valley stemmed from Song Poyan's insistence on marrying Lu Ruoyan. Their valley had not only lost a sacred artifact, but had nearly faced annihilation. He resolved that if his son could not control himself, he would ensure his lineage was severed completely. He thought himself still young enough to have another child. As long as he had a second, Song Poyan's days would be numbered. Qin Luo had not anticipated that Song Poyan truly harbored such thoughts. It was quite the perverse notion. His gaze shifted from Song Poyan to Xia Yue. "Are you not acquainted with Yi Qin?" Previously, when he had sought her opinion, she had not hesitated, making it hard to believe she was not familiar with Yi Qin. Xia Yue shook her head. "Before this, I did not know Yi Qin, but I once read a novel that mentioned his name, and it also had yours." This was absurd. Qin Luo's attention returned to Song Poyan. What was the situation with this woman? It seemed she was not linked to Yi Qin, but rather another child of destiny. Song Poyan replied honestly, "I took her." "What? A classic plot twist?" Qin Luo was momentarily taken aback. "You took the woman of a child of destiny? Elaborate on this storyline." His interest was piqued immediately. Song Poyan had yet to gather his thoughts when Song Ritian delivered another kick to him. "The prince is asking you a question. Respond quickly. Take your time. No need to rush. Share every detail." Qin Luo mused internally. Heavenly Tao would not place all its eggs in one basket. Some even take pleasure in nurturing Gu. Despite differing nurturing methods, the ultimate goal remained the same: to cultivate the finest children of destiny, or those fated to rise above this realm, thus enhancing the world itself. The more transcendent beings a world possessed, the stronger the heavenly Tao would become, allowing its human populace to qualify as formidable entities in the eyes of other realms. Song Poyan recounted his grievances with Chu Feng, detailing how an act of heroism led to their clash, resulting in him annihilating Chu Feng's entire family. To his surprise, Chu Feng had managed to escape using a secret treasure. Just prior to his wedding, news of Chu Feng surfaced again, accompanied by a threatening letter. Upon discovering his childhood sweetheart's whereabouts, Song Poyan seized her, intending to take her as a concubine. "Oh, I see. But why has this Chu Feng not yet appeared?" Qin Luo inquired, puzzled. According to the typical narrative, having been threatened, the protagonist would inevitably appear at a critical moment, vanquishing the antagonist and rescuing his beloved from peril. However, considerable time had passed, and if not for Qin Luo's unexpected arrival, Chu Feng's sweetheart would have been thoroughly compromised, possibly even bearing his child. Protagonists typically did not accept such scenarios. They could not be expected to raise the offspring of their rivals, could they? At that moment, Chu Feng and his companions arrived outside the Divine Weapon Valley, his eyes brimming with hatred as he gazed upon the valley. "Father, mother, sister, brother, little brother, today I shall avenge you. Song Poyan, come forth and meet your demise." His voice echoed through the mountain gates of the Divine Weapon Valley, reaching Qin Luo's ears. This child of destiny had arrived rather late. He turned to Xia Yue, raising her chin with his sword. "Your beloved has come, but sadly, he is too late. You are now Song Poyan's concubine. By the way, Song Poyan." Qin Luo's gaze settled on him. The latter, being quite astute, quickly took control of Xia Yue, preparing to flaunt his prize before Chu Feng. Striking at the child of destiny required a multifaceted approach. Had Shen Wanning not been present, Qin Luo would have taken action without hesitation. As an antagonist, he is exceptionally skilled, possessing an acute understanding of how to provoke the protagonist. Chapter 77. The Indestructible Sword Body. The word love is the most hurtful a man and a woman appeared before Qin Luo's eyes. The man possessed a strikingly handsome visage, perfectly embodying the image of a protagonist from a novel. The woman was beautiful and exuded a captivating aura, also fitting the archetype of a leading lady. At that moment, information materialized in Qin Luo's mind. Discovering the child of fate, Chu Feng, name, Chu Feng, age, 24. Fortune level, tier 5, fortune points, 789. 800. Physique, indestructible sword body. Having a shattered dantian, he substitutes the sword for his dantian, condensing the indestructible sword body. A natural prodigy of swordsmanship. Cultivation. 7th layer of divine transformation. Description. A swordsmanship genius, nurturing a divine sword within his dantian. Fated to be a nemesis of a certain child of fortune, whose premature demise has granted him a portion of that fortune, with 7 enchanting senior sisters. He is deemed a winner in life, having long comprehended the essence of swordsmanship, effortlessly battling above his rank. Song Poyin, I, Chu Feng, have arrived. Today marks your demise. Even before his arrival, his voice had already echoed. Under Qin Luo's encouraging gaze, Song Poyin forcibly dragged Xia Yue out. A sinister grin plastered across his face as he proclaimed, Chu Feng, you have arrived too late. Ha ha ha. Xia Yue is now my concubine. Upon hearing those words and seeing familiar faces, Chu Feng's mind momentarily froze. Brother Feng, Xia Yue barely managed to utter, only to have her voice silenced by Song Ritian, unable to speak another word, merely shaking her head frantically in Chu Feng's direction. Yue. Witnessing this scene, Chu Feng's heart felt as if it were about to shatter. He had come seeking vengeance for his family's annihilation, not to witness his beloved being taken as another's concubine. At that moment, his heart blazed with fury, especially as Song Poyin taunted, if you had arrived a few days earlier. Yes, on the day of my wedding, perhaps she would not have fallen into my grasp. Alas, you have come too late. Tell me, do you now detest yourself for breaking your promise? True to Qin Luo's expectations, Song Poyin followed his instructions, ultimately allowing him to accrue villain points. The misdeeds of the villain's subordinates would invariably be attributed to the villain, justifying the gain of fortune points. Junior brother, Ling Yu sensed something amiss with Chu Feng, her voice resounding in his ears. You must rescue that girl from the abyss. You need to regain your composure. Chu Feng spat out another mouthful of blood, wiping the corner of his mouth as he glared at Song Poyin with a twisted expression. Song Poyin, I will kill you. In an instant, Song Poyin brandished a dagger, pressing it against Xia Yue's throat. Chu Feng, kneel before me, or I shall force you to witness your beloved perish before your very eyes. This scene felt eerily familiar, as if it were a grim reenactment of a previous encounter orchestrated by Qin Luo. Regrettably, he found her alluring and was reluctant to part with her. Shall I describe the exquisite form beneath her garments? Chu Feng felt his sanity fraying. This taunt pierced his heart like a thorn, an inescapable torment. I will kill you. I swear I will. As Chu Feng's mental state continued to deteriorate, he lost another 20,000 fortune points, while the host gained an equivalent amount in villain points. It was undeniable that fortune points from a child of fate were easier to accumulate, totaling a swift 70,000. Yet, for Chu Feng, it amounted to mere trifles, a fraction of what he had lost. This signified the profound significance of the destined beloved in his heart. Humph, Ling Yu scoffed, unleashing a powerful aura directed at Song Poyin. She had discerned his intentions, to incessantly provoke Chu Feng, thereby destabilizing his mindset and creating inner demons that would limit his future achievements. This man was a master of psychological warfare. He deserved to perish. Song Ritian swiftly stepped forward to shield Song Poyin from Ling Yu's onslaught, but even so, he was caught in the aftermath, coughing up blood. Who are you, and why do you cause trouble in my divine weapon valley? Song Ritian glared at Ling Yu with hostility. He, too, was seething with unvented fury and resolved to teach this woman a lesson. Jianjuya, Ling Yu declared proudly, a sharp sword intent radiating from her being. Qin Luo narrowed his eyes. The nascent form of sword intent? Impressive, very impressive. The flavor should be exquisite. Song Ritian was instantly cowed. The younger generation might be unaware of Jianjuya, but as a long-established sage, he recognized its significance. The sect had long since withdrawn from worldly affairs. And though it was not a powerful sect, its disciples were few. They were not to be trifled with. Over a century ago, a formidable Holy Land nearly annihilated a disciple of Jianjuya, only to find their entire sect eradicated by a single female disciple within a month. Chu Feng is my junior brother from Jianjuya. We have come seeking vengeance for the massacre of my junior brother's family at the hands of Song Poyan. Hand over Song Poyan, and all sages of your divine weapon valley shall disarm themselves, sealing your gates for 3 centuries without a single soul leaving. Ling Yu proclaimed her judgment like a queen from on high. And if not, Qin Luo interjected, observing Song Ritian's growing trepidation. If not, Ling Yu's voice chilled the air. Should your divine weapon valley choose defiance, it shall cease to exist. You must understand, we of Jianjuya possess the ability to erase your existence from this world. Let the performance commence. Qin Luo stepped forward, smiling at her. At that moment, Ling Yu finally regarded Qin Luo, her eyes flashing with ire. You, a mere insect, have no place to speak here. Begone. Qin Luo shook his head slightly. Why rely solely on words? If you dare to be genuine, are you not capable? Must you silence those who threaten you? Is this the attitude of your divine weapon valley, Master Song? Ling Yu disregarded Qin Luo, her gaze once more fixed on Song Ritian. Song Ritian's subsequent actions utterly surprised Ling Yu. Do you think I can make decisions? Qin Luo asked. Song Ritian immediately bowed before Qin Luo. Everything is at your discretion. The divine weapon valley looks to you for guidance. A sage, in such a subservient posture, left Ling Yu momentarily stunned. Qin Luo turned to her, stating, I do not concern myself with past grievances. But should you dare to threaten my people and intrude upon my territory, neither of you shall leave today. Chapter 78. The Aura of True Demons. The source of assassins, the prey delivered to him on a silver platter, was simply too precious for Qin Luo to refuse. As his words echoed, 3 saints from the divine weapon valley stepped forth. Alongside the 3 saints from the heavenly tribulation palace, a total of 6 saints advanced menacingly towards Ling Yu, causing her complexion to falter. At this moment, Chu Feng regained his composure, urgently interjecting, Senior sister, the situation appears dire. I may forego my vendetta today, but you must not come to harm. A warmth enveloped Ling Yu's heart. Knowing her junior brother cared for her so deeply, she resolved not to disappoint him. Fear not, regardless of their numbers. Unless a Saint King is present, they shall not impede my departure. However, as soon as she boasted, an overwhelming pressure surged towards her. Boom! A flash of lightning erupted as Zhou Hongyu tightened his grip on a massive hammer, locking onto Ling Yu, which caused her expression to shift dramatically. Having already coalesced her sword intent and possessing late-stage saint-level prowess, she believed she could contend with a Saint King. Yet, facing a Saint King alongside 5 other saints, she felt a wave of despair. The odds were stacked against her. Do you truly wish to oppose my sword cliff? Do you comprehend the consequences? Ling Yu declared in a low voice. Are you jesting? You come here to cause trouble, and you accuse us of opposing your sword cliff? Well, ludicrous joke. You will not leave today. Seize them, regardless of their fates. Qin Luo coldly commanded. Junior brother, flee. Ling Yu realized that the day's events would not conclude favorably. With her sword intent soaring, she charged toward Zhou Hongyu and the others, prepared to take on 6 adversaries alone. At that moment, a voice resonated in Chu Feng's ear. Do you require assistance? Help me eliminate them. I honored your previous request. A derisive laugh followed. Child, when I spoke of assistance, I merely meant aiding your escape. To slay them? You overestimate your conditions. Unless you release me, I might reluctantly oblige. Impossible. Chu Feng immediately refused, fully aware of what lay behind that proposition. Should he free them, they would be the first to turn against him. Chu Feng, hurry! Ling Yu activated a small sword, shattering the void. Attempting to escape? Have you sought my permission? Qin Luo chuckled coldly. Grandfather. Su Qianshun nodded slightly, effortlessly erasing the ruptured void with a wave of his hand. Witnessing this unfold, despair gripped Ling Yu. She bellowed, Dare you lay a hand on us? Our master will not let you go. Despite her multitude of tactics, under the combined assault of a Saint King and 6 saints, she was rendered as helpless as a fledgling chick. Tears threatened to spill. It felt like sheer bullying. How shameless to gang up on a lone woman. With a resounding crash, Ling Yu fell to the ground, her eyes clenching shut in despair. Seeing this, an alarm rang in Chu Feng's mind. He knew that if he did not flee now, he might never escape. Very well, I agree. Take me away. Am I seeing your sister as well? As you wish, but your sister cannot be taken. At that moment, an unusual aura manifested, emanating from a dark pendant upon Chu Feng's chest, radiating a piercing sword intent that soared skyward. Instantly, the void shattered, and a familiar energy enveloped Chu Feng, drawing him into the abyss. Su Qianshan acted swiftly, reaching out with a colossal hand to grasp Chu Feng. A fierce sword chi erupted, shredding the hand and allowing Chu Feng to escape into the void. Outsider demons? Qin Luo finally recalled the source of that familiar aura. It bore a striking resemblance to the true demon bloodline. Perhaps they hailed from the same realm? Within the void, Chu Feng's visage appeared before Qin Luo, his gaze penetrating as though he sought to imprint Qin Luo's image in his memory. I shall remember you. From this day forth, you are my greatest foe. Across the void, Su Qianshan attempted to grasp Qin Luo, shaking his head in frustration. He could not seize him. Qin Luo felt a twinge of disappointment, yet rationality prevailed. It was only natural for a figure of such fortune to possess some means of survival. He addressed Chu Feng. What? You would forsake your sister and beloved? Let me be candid. Your beloved is yet to be touched by Song Buiyun. By the way, your sister has also never known a man, has she? You have 3 days to reach the Tai Xu Holy Land, or I cannot guarantee their purity. Once the 3 days pass, they shall not only be defiled, but you may also lose your life. Remember, only 3 days. Though a crude tactic, threats proved effective. Qin Luo was certain they would come, and with allies in tow. The events at the Divine Weapon Valley would undoubtedly reach the ears of the great Qin Empire. If he did not devise a plan to extract some villainous merit, how could he dare venture into the den of dragons and tigers? Without needing to think, he knew many had already begun to view him as a hypothetical enemy. You shall pay. Chu Feng's figure began to dissolve as he roared. I will personally slay you. I swear it. As his voice faded, so did his presence in the void. Qin Luo's gaze shifted to Lingyu. Let us converse within my human, sovereign banner. With a wave, he summoned the banner, drawing Lingyu inside, allowing Shi Huang to engage her in conversation. Knowing oneself and one's enemy ensures victory in every battle. How could one grasp their opponent without understanding their depths? Next, to the saints of the Divine Weapon Valley, it is time for you to pledge your loyalty. Qin Luo stated coldly. To exert control through force, one must employ extraordinary methods. As for Fang Xing, others were present to assist. Qin Luo was not so deranged as to suppress him entirely. Gifts must be adequate, and Qin Luo also proposed that Fang Xing join his faction. Having already displayed his prowess, his ambitions were equally evident, and Fang Xing was acutely aware of this. After contemplating Qin Luo's offer, Fang Xing replied, Your Highness, the 9th Prince, I must deliberate on this matter, for I have a vast family to consider regarding their future. Unlike Zheng Tuo, he possessed alternative choices. Becoming prematurely embroiled in the power struggle among princes posed great risks. He could support Qin Luo in targeting the sects within the 10,000 mountain range, thereby gaining renown on behalf of the martial Yuan Marquisate. However, engaging in the princely conflict would mean openly clashing with other princes, a perilous endeavor. Very well, Lord Fang, please contemplate this seriously. I have heard you have stagnated in the Saint realm for many years. Perhaps this choice represents an opportunity for you, Qin Luo suggested, unperturbed by the bait he had cast. After Fang Xing departed, Qin Luo proceeded to assert control over the 3 saints of the Divine Weapon Valley. Concurrently, the interrogation of Shi Huang yielded results. He divulged his origins from the Bloodkill Tower, revealing that a task had been issued to eliminate Chu Feng. Remarkable. A mere transformation stage, Cultivator commanded a bounty equivalent to 2 sacred artifacts for your life. You are indeed a valuable target. Chapter 79, The Outgoing Girl. Qin Luo does not rescue the beauty upon entering the Human Emperor banner. Qin Luo found that the sage had already been tortured beyond recognition, his soul extracted, bearing marks of gnawing. One would think death to be the harshest punishment, yet beyond it lay such a horrifying sight. You are an assassin of the Bloodkill Tower? Qin Luo inquired. Yes, I am an assassin of the Bloodkill Tower. I admit my defeat, the man replied. Tell me about your Bloodkill Tower. Qin Luo's understanding of this organization was rather superficial, merely recognizing it as a guild of assassins. Through this man's revelations, he learned that the Bloodkill Tower was an ancient assassin organization, having remained dormant for over a millennium. It had only begun to rise again a decade ago. He was one of the elite assassins nurtured by the Bloodkill Tower, considered a gold-tier assassin, with silver and bronze-tier assassins beneath him and elite assassins above. Their numbers unspecified. Who is the master behind the Bloodkill Tower? Have you ever seen him? Qin Luo asked. The man shook his head. I have not seen him, but I have heard from others that our master possesses eyes that can see into the hearts of men, able to discern your innermost thoughts, which is indeed terrifying. The Bloodkill Tower also has means of control. If one betrays it, their soul will be swiftly obliterated. Obliteration? Within my human emperor banner. Your Bloodkill Tower's methods shall likely have no bearing, Qin Luo retorted. The assassin was aware that someone within the Bloodkill Tower had issued a contract to kill Qin Luo, yet he did not know who had given the order. As for the true strength of this enigmatic assassin organization, he had only a vague understanding, noting that there were a few strong individuals at the Saint King level, and some at the Saint level, but he was uncertain about the existence of great saints. Is it the Bloodkill Tower? Since you dare to attempt my assassination, do not blame me for seeking recompense, Qin Luo declared, his gaze suddenly falling upon Lingyu, causing her to shiver involuntarily. What do you dare to do to me? Where is this place? I am a disciple of the sword Absolute Cliff. If you lay a hand on me, my master will not let you go, she exclaimed. Do not concern yourself with such trifles. Whether your master will spare me, I do not know, but I assure you, I will not spare you, Qin Luo warned. You would do well to cooperate, or else cackling. Cackling. Her flesh must be delectable. Devour her, devour her. Join me, for I am so empty, so lonely. Chilling voices echoed in Ling Yu's ears, making her feel as though she had entered an evil lair. After Qin Luo exited, Shen Wanning took her leave. Feeling somewhat reluctant. Saintess, we have been away for quite some time. You are delaying your acceptance of the inheritance. The Lord has ordered that we must return. Yang Shan reminded her. Very well, Elder Yang, Shen Wanning replied, bidding farewell with reluctance. Senior brother, I shall return to cultivate diligently. They say my talent is exceptional. Once I succeed in my cultivation, I will come out to assist you, to help you become the emperor of the great Qin Empire. Senior brother, you must wait for me. Goodness, this little girl has quite the ambition, while others believe Qin Luo is vying for the title of the crown prince. She boldly proclaims her intention to usurp the current emperor. All right, cultivate well. I will visit you when I have the time, Qin Luo responded. As Shen Wanning and Yang Shan departed for the mysterious Holy Land, Yang Shan offered piece of advice. As the saintess of the mysterious Holy Land, I suggest you refrain from mingling with the princes of the great Qin Empire. Elder Yang, are you suggesting I sever ties with my senior brother? Shen Wanning asked, her tone sharp. I grew up alongside him. After my father's death, he became my closest kin. If, as the saintess of the mysterious Holy Land, I cannot interact with the princes of the great Qin Empire, then I would rather not be a saintess at all. Her words rendered Yang Shan momentarily taken aback, a hint of anger flashing in her eyes as she perceived Shen Wanning's resolute determination. The affairs of the great Qin Empire are exceedingly complex. The conflicts among the princes are brutally fierce. I only wish to protect the saintess, she replied, her tone softening slightly. Thank you, Elder Yang. I understand my own position, Shen Wanning said distantly. A fleeting coldness crossed Yang Shan's eyes. She resolved to report Shen Wanning's attitude to the Lord upon her return. The saintess nurtured by the mysterious Holy Land was not meant to serve as a mere companion to the princes of the great Qin Empire. Such a losing proposition was not to be entertained. Let us first visit the Pill Cauldron sect, then proceed to the 10,000 Sword Manor, and finally the Tai Xu Holy Land. 3 days should suffice. We shall collect the spoils along the way. The criminals have been dealt with, yet their assets still require confiscation. Not long after leaving the Divine Weapon Valley, Qin Luo encountered a rather intriguing situation. Help! Save me! Please save me! A beautiful woman clad in palace attire rushed toward Qin Luo and his companions, her light veil billowing, revealing numerous wounds and hints of vulnerability. Upon spotting Qin Luo, her eyes sparkled with surprise and desperation. "Young master, please save me. Help me." Her delicate visage captivated Qin Luo. Her eyes were as deep as the stars, enchanting like silk, tugging at his heartstrings. For a fleeting moment, Qin Luo found himself momentarily entranced. Born with a bewitching charm, Su Qianshan remarked beside him. Those endowed with such a charm were invariably breathtakingly beautiful. Their every move exuded an alluring grace. Young master, I implore you, save me." She dashed toward Qin Luo, her inherent allure compelling him to steal another glance. This woman is exquisite. Capturing her would ensure a life devoid of early morning court sessions. Alas, Qin Luo was not a favored son of fortune. He suspected that such fortuitous encounters were often fraught with peril. Behind the woman, several men appeared, their expressions twisted with malice as they pursued her. "Run, and we'll make sure to have our way with you today. Kid, get lost, or you'll be in trouble too." The woman cast a pitiful glance at Qin Luo, igniting within him a flicker of protectiveness. Though Qin Luo's heart was sincere, his words remained aloof. "We are merely passing through. Do carry on." Her incredulity was palpable. Was he not a hero come to her rescue? The next words shattered her expectations. "If you do not mind, I would like to observe from the sidelines, if that is acceptable." Chapter 80. I want it all. Forcibly suppressing the soul of the saint, the woman was momentarily stunned, gazing at Qin Luo in disbelief. Here she was, a striking beauty, and yet Qin Luo did not come to her rescue as a hero would. Instead, he seemed more interested in spectating. A loud, boisterous laugh erupted from one of the men present. Well, young lad, I didn't know you had such peculiar tastes. Quite intriguing." One man, marked by scars, eyed Qin Luo with a hint of peculiarity. He generously remarked, "When I take care of her shortly, you can observe closely. After we are done, perhaps you might even enjoy a taste yourself. Such a rare gem is hard to find." They began to encircle the woman, who looked at Qin Luo with a pitiful gaze once more. Yet, Qin Luo remained unmoved, appearing to relish the unfolding drama. No, he was waiting for the opportune moment to act. The woman consoled herself with this thought. If that were the case, she would adopt an even more pitiable demeanor. Rip. Her clothing was torn, revealing glimpses of her form, which only heightened the men's lustful desires. Qin Luo commented on her beauty, quite fair indeed. Rip. Another piece was shredded, and it was clear that her critical areas were about to be exposed. Yet Qin Luo remained indifferent. The woman realized then that this ninth prince was not a man of action. He was incapable. Her gaze turned cold, imbued with a chilling, murderous intent directed at the man. Since Qin Luo was unwilling to intervene, she would have to save herself. Her purity could not be sullied by these vile creatures. Boom! The deep-seated power within her erupted. Su Qianshan was slightly taken aback. The sealing technique was rather unique, and he had not discerned the woman's true strength until now. Just moments ago, he had briefly believed that Qin Luo had a peculiar interest in her. No longer able to conceal it, Qin Luo sneered. "I knew it. A plot befitting a child of fortune like you could not possibly involve me. Opportunities that fall from the sky, a beauty offering herself, such a stroke of luck. As a villain, one must always harbor the utmost suspicion regarding the intentions of others." Her cultivation was formidable at the late stage of the transformation god realm. As she made her move, fear flashed across the faces of the men, but they were mere trifles of the sea-breaking realm, easily torn apart in her grasp. Clap, clap, clap. Qin Luo applauded, thoroughly entertained by the spectacle. However, he mused, your director must be a fool. Who would believe such a routine? Or perhaps they are overly confident in your abilities. The murderous intent on the woman's face began to dissipate as she flashed Qin Luo a seductive smile. Ah, it seems the prince has seen through me. I thought you looked down upon a humble servant. She exuded an aura of allure, attempting to sway Qin Luo, but he remained impervious to her charms. Speak. What is your purpose? Who sent you? Qin Luo inquired. Your Highness, did you not receive something from Lin Xian? The woman fixed her gaze on Qin Luo. her charm in full effect, causing a fleeting moment of distraction in his eyes. Qin Luo furrowed his brow, unleashing his full aura as he charged toward her. Boom! The powerful force struck the woman. Cavern! She exclaimed in shock, her eyes reflecting astonishment. What was Qin Luo's cultivation level before? At most the transformation god realm, and now? How long had it been? He had already ascended to the cavern realm. This was beyond terrifying. She was certain that the item must be in Qin Luo's possession. It had granted him such unfathomable growth. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, she staggered back 7 steps before managing to stabilize herself. What are you? You send such a seductive creature to lure me? You must think very little of me. Qin Luo's words left the woman astonished. She had not anticipated him to unveil her backing. The Hidden Dragon Society. How could you know? She stammered. I know far more than you can imagine. Qin Luo said as he stepped closer. He lifted her chin with his Qing Feng sword, admiring her exquisite features. What a beautiful visage. The woman's seductive charm blossomed as she smiled. Your Highness, if you are willing to return the item, I could be yours. I am still a maiden, and I excel in serving. Become my woman? Huh. You, a trained courtesan, dare to presume? Qin Luo's tone dripped with disdain. I presume there are powerful beings of the Saint realm lurking nearby. Su Qianshun sensed something amiss and expanded his perception, soon detecting a slight disturbance in the distance. In an instant, he vanished from his spot, and moments later, he returned, dragging a saint with him. Upon landing, the saint quickly spoke, Ninth Prince, we harbor no ill intentions. We merely wish to negotiate. Return to us what you obtained from Lin Xian, and we are open to any terms. Qin Luo chuckled coldly. If I say I desire the blood of a divine dragon, would you provide it? The saint hesitated briefly before nodding. We possess but a single drop. If you agree to the trade, we will deliver it to you with both hands. But first, we must confirm that the item is indeed in your possession. This surprised Qin Luo. They seemed quite generous, and they possessed some valuable items. After a moment of contemplation, he slowly shook his head. I do not trust you. Your Highness, we are sincere. If you doubt us, I can swear an oath. Qin Luo laughed. I do not trust oaths either. How about this? You become my subordinates. To be honest, he desired everything the Hidden Dragon Society had to offer. With a wave of his hand, he summoned the Imperial Sovereign banner, intending to plant a few spies within the Hidden Dragon Society. Were these two not ideal candidates? Shi Huang, I want to etch a mark upon their souls. Qin Luo's commanding voice rang out. Assist me. The Imperial Sovereign banner had been refined by Qin Luo into the 10th cavern. With his soul refining furnace technique combined with the Imperial Sovereign banner and Shi Huang, could he not suppress a mere early-stage saint? Forcibly suppress. Mark of life and death. As for the woman, she was but a minor transformation god, easily managed. Boom! A massive wave of spiritual energy surged toward the saint's sea of consciousness. Madman, you dare to assault my soul? The saint scoffed. Today, I shall entertain you, Ninth Prince. This is a death you have sought for yourself. Chapter 81. The scapegoat Qin Luo and Chu Feng senior sisters far away in the western desert of the great Qin Empire. A man exuding an air of nobility gazed at the intelligence in his hands, a glint of sharpness flashing in his eyes. With 2 in the Holy King realm, several in the Saint realm, and that formidable Su Qianshun in the Great Saint realm, my 9th brother's strength far surpasses that of the useless Old 8 and Old 6. Relay a message to the divine Martial Marquis. Su Qianshun, the remnant of the Su family, must be eradicated at all costs. I have a premonition that if we do not eliminate Su Qianshun now, he will inevitably become a source of trouble for us in the future. For we share a blood-soaked enmity. Investigate the identities of those 2 holy kings. They cannot possibly be nameless. Seek out the heroic Marquis and inform him that I know who killed his grandson. I require his assistance for a task. He must obliterate the Qin sect and disseminate the news that the Qin sect was involved in the massacre of the Marquis of Wei Yuan's household. A smirk played on his lips. Old 9 wishes to leverage this case for grander schemes. Does he? Then I shall stoke the flames for him. One of his subordinates hesitantly inquired, Your Highness, but Tian Mo was killed by our men. Are we to fabricate a narrative? I will claim it was Old 2's men who did the deed. What of it? in the imperial capital of the Great Qin, within the estate of the fifth prince. Your Highness, the assassins we dispatched have perished. Qin Fan furrowed his brow, but did not dwell on it too much. Death was merely a part of the game. Continue to keep the task open. If someone else takes it up, let them. Elevate the task's rank to royal level and request an additional bounty. Understood, Your Highness. The man was about to leave when Qin Fan called him back. Have we dispatched anyone to obliterate the Starry Sky Palace? Yes, Your Highness. They should be nearing their destination. Then let us abandon stealth. Announce Qin Luo's name and assert that the Starry Sky Palace is implicated in the massacre of the Marquis of Weiyuan. His subordinate was taken aback, Your Highness. Who would believe such a claim? Qin Fan scoffed, the truth matters not. Since he dared to use this pretext to annihilate the Blood Moon Holy Land and the Divine Weapon Valley, not to mention the Tai Xu Holy Land, the Pill Cauldron sect, and the 10,000 Sword Manor, why should the Starry Sky Palace be exempt from destruction at my hands? If someone must take the fall, why not relish the opportunity? I shall not be the first, nor will I be the last. Those who dare to stand out must be prepared for suppression. My ninth brother is far too restless. In the Qin Feng residence, after hearing his subordinate's analysis, he exclaimed with excitement, quickly, find someone to annihilate the Li family of Jiangzhou. I want their eldest daughter to become my female slave. The charge? Accusations of colluding with the Blood Moon Holy Land in the downfall of the Marquis of Weiyuan. Let my ninth brother bear the blame. I trust he will not mind. Ha ha ha. Qin Feng felt he had successfully ensnared Qin Luo, and he reveled in the thrill. When the leader of the 10 guards of the Demon Suppression Division received the detailed intelligence, he was utterly bewildered. The massacre of the Marquis of Weiyuan's household entangled so many? The Blood Moon Holy Land was the mastermind, with the Heavenly Calamity Palace participating, and the Divine Weapon Valley also under suspicion, along with the 10,000 Sword Manor, the Pill Cauldron sect, and the Yinshan Shao family? He was at a loss. The Marquis of Weiyuan was merely a nascent saint-level cultivator, barely qualifying even with the most basic of skills. Among the many marquises in the Great Qin Empire, he was undeniably a minor figure. To think he had offended so many, was this not sheer folly? Immediately inform the ninth prince to refrain from escalating the situation. I believe we can close this case now. If this continues, he might end up annihilating the entire 10,000 Great Mountains. It is madness, utter madness. This is not a prince without prospects. He is akin to an ancestor returning. At the Sword Absolute Cliff, resembling a colossal sword piercing the heavens, a figure plummeted from the sky, rare to see in ordinary times. It's the junior brother. A startled cry erupted as a woman leaped forward, catching the falling Chu Feng. Seeing Chu Feng covered in blood, the woman spoke in a panic, Junior brother, Xiao Feng. Wake up, wake up. The familiar warmth of her embrace reassured Chu Feng that he had returned to the Sword Absolute Cliff. He opened his eyes to behold his stunning senior sister, his voice laden with sorrow. Third sister, she is in trouble. Boom! A terrifying aura descended upon them at that moment. What has happened to third sister? What about the junior sister? Junior brother, what transpired? Did not third sister go to the Divine Weapon Valley with you? 5 breathtaking beauties surrounded Chu Feng, each face etched with concern. First, let junior brother recover. He is gravely injured. The second senior sister gazed at Chu Feng with compassion, producing a pill and extending it to him. Junior brother, take this. Chu Feng shook his head slightly, retrieving a celestial spirit fruit from his spatial ring and consuming it in one bite. The celestial spirit fruit is far superior to the pill. It not only mends internal injuries, but also enhances cultivation. Is that the celestial spirit fruit? The second senior sister exclaimed in surprise. Junior brother, your fortune is indeed remarkable. As Chu Feng ingested the fruit, a warm flow began to circulate through his body, visibly healing his wounds. He stood up, sorrowfully stating, "It is all my fault. Had I not insisted on seeking vengeance at the Divine Weapon Valley, third sister would not have been captured." The second senior sister's expression turned grave. Junior brother, clarify, does the Divine Weapon Valley possess the strength to detain third sister? Ling Yu's cultivation had long reached the late Saint realm. To her knowledge, the Divine Weapon Valley lacked even late Saint realm experts, let alone holy kings. How could they possibly detain third sister? It was another individual. He had several experts in the saint realm by his side, as well as a holy king. I do not understand why he targeted me. In any case, third sister has been taken because of me. Oomph. The second senior sister snorted. The Divine Weapon Valley is audacious. Come, we shall head to the Divine Weapon Valley. Second sister, he left word that in 3 days, I must go to the Tai Xu Holy Land, or else I shall collect third sister's remains. Arrogant. The second senior sister roared. Send word to the master. I wonder if she and the eldest senior sister have completed their tasks. Soon, a reply came from across the way. The second senior sister, Lu Jingjing, addressed the others. Master and the others will return shortly. 3 days' time should not be too far off. Master has instructed us to proceed to the Tai Xu Holy Land, where we shall meet up later. Whoever dares to harm our disciples of the sword absolute cliff shall pay a bloody price. Boom! A powerful sword intent surged from Lu Jingjing, soaring into the sky. Second sister, you have broken through to the Holy King realm. The other senior sisters exclaimed in astonishment. Lu Jingjing proudly nodded, indeed. And my sword intent has also progressed. It has reached minor perfection. Even against seasoned holy kings, I can emerge victorious. Come, junior brother, we shall accompany you to vent your frustrations. Chapter 82. Insufficient villain points. Compensated with resources with the assistance of Shi Huang, Qin Luo swiftly triumphed in the Battle of Souls. Alas, the sage let out a furious roar, yet it could not alter the inevitable outcome. The mark of life and death was imprinted upon his soul by Qin Luo. He gazed despondently at Qin Luo, a glimmer of unwillingness flickering in his eyes. Qin Luo smiled faintly, remarking, You may now experience the sensation of being unable to live or die. The mark of life and death activated instantaneously. The sage's countenance shifted drastically, the torment exceeding that of the previous soul battle by 10-fold, 100-fold, 1,000-fold. No, he emitted a frantic howl. His expression contorted in agony as he writhed upon the ground. Kill me. I beg you in my life. No, kill me, kill me. Ah, spare me, master. Spare me. This scene instilled significant fear in a nearby woman. The once mighty sage was reduced to such a pitiful state. What then of her? The thought of such a fate sent a shiver down her spine, leading her to ponder that it might be better to die. Yet she was unwilling to concede. Noticing Qin Luo's gaze, she resolutely knelt before him. Your servant, Yu Yao, pays her respects to you, master. I'm willing to submit to you. Qin Luo, observing her graceful demeanor, marveled. What a magnificent woman, so intelligent as well. She has certainly saved me much effort. Release your soul. I wish to leave a small mark upon it. Lin Yu Yao, lacking the courage to resist, allowed Qin Luo to inscribe the mark of life and death upon her. Once it was done, she felt as though her soul had been entirely seized by Qin Luo, with but a thought from him. She could be reduced to a state akin to that of the sage beside her, neither human nor ghost. With a wave of his hand, Qin Luo halted the sage's torment. The sage looked at him with profound fear. Sun Zhoma has met the master. You two may return and inform them that I am willing to trade for Lin Xian's possessions. I desire that drop of divine dragon's blood. Do you both know the whereabouts of the living divine dragon and the exact purpose of its scales? A flicker of confusion crossed their eyes. They only had a vague understanding, much like the previous female sage. It seems you are but small fry within the hidden dragon society, Qin Luo remarked, disappointment tinging his tone. The two shivered in response. Master, we shall return and inquire immediately. We will provide you with a satisfactory answer. They hastily promised. Qin Luo lifted Lin Yu Yao's delicate chin, admiring her enchanting features, and said, a true masterpiece of creation. How clever of the Hidden Dragon Society to utilize such a beautiful woman for their schemes. A hint of daze flickered in Lin Yu Yao's eyes as she bit her lip, exuding allure. Should Qin Luo wish to claim her, she would gladly acquiesce. Today, she had witnessed his prowess, realizing he was indeed worthy of competing for the title of the most favored son of the great Qin Empire. To become Qin Luo's woman would not be a loss for her. Qin Luo gently patted Lin Yu Yao's exquisite face and said, cease your beguiling antics. I harbor no intentions of possessing you. You are merely a vessel, and I will not jeopardize my future for fleeting pleasures. Have you ever heard the saying, an eye for an eye? A look of confusion crossed Lin Yuyao's face. She did not quite comprehend. But I shall explain. Utilize your methods upon those in the Hidden Dragon Society. I wish to uncover all their secrets, everything, especially the secrets concerning the Divine Dragon. Very well, you two may proceed with your tasks. After dismissing them, Shi Huang emerged from behind Qin Luo. What? You do not desire that naturally alluring woman? Qin Luo chuckled. Men naturally favor beauty, and I am no exception. However, I can discern between momentary pleasure and lasting satisfaction. Now, what is the status of the woman from Sword Absolute Cliff? Upon hearing Qin Luo's inquiry, Shi Huang's expression shifted. That woman is indeed a sword cultivator, her mind exceptionally resolute. Extracting information regarding Sword Absolute Cliff from her will be an arduous task. I have resolved to delve into the depths of her soul. Is there a risk involved? Qin Luo detected the seriousness in Shi Huang's tone. Some risk exists, yet it is within the Emperor of Humanity's banner, so no fatal dangers should arise. Then proceed. Shi Huang nodded and enacted a secret technique, not possession per se, but akin to it, as she plunged into Ling Yu's soul. Ling Yu lay on the ground, her body convulsing as if enduring immense suffering. As time ticked by, Qin Luo grew increasingly impatient, until finally Shi Huang emerged. The situation is somewhat dire. This woman's master is also a sword cultivator. Of course, Qin Luo rolled his eyes, recognizing the obvious connection between their names and their shared cultivation of the sword. Moreover, her master is a great sage. Shi Huang's revelation left Qin Luo momentarily speechless. Su Qianshun is indeed a great sage, yet in a confrontation with another of equal standing, the outcome is uncertain. With a heavy heart, Qin Luo exited the Emperor of Humanity's banner and began to consult the system. How can a great sage enhance their strength? You may expend 130,000 villain points to exchange with a madness reduction elixir, high-grade saint level. Consumption results in diminished lifespan, but a significant boost in power. Choose another. Qin Luo rejected. You wish to drain me dry and then offer me such a self-destructive elixir? Not a chance. You may expend 100,000 villain points along with a vast array of medicinal materials for the system to concoct the 9 turns Thunder Tribulation Pill, top-grade saint level. Utilizing the power of the Thunder Tribulation to refine the body, it can elevate the cultivation of great sages, improve physical constitution, and extend lifespan. Are you suggesting I provide all the resources of the Pill Cauldron sect to you? Qin Luo instantly grasped the system's intentions. System, villain points are insufficient. Resources are needed. Exchanging 100,000 villain points for a single action from the system is quite a bargain. Your calculations are painfully transparent. Very well. To the Pill Cauldron sect at once. At this moment, the protective formation of the Pill Cauldron sect had long been dismantled, with many lurking in the shadows, observing. Should we act? Wait. The Pill Cauldron sect has a long-standing heritage and abundant wealth. The first to take action may well be the first to perish. I am merely here to watch. The connections of the Pill Cauldron sect are formidable, and a powerful figure may intervene. A terrifying aura descended upon the Pill Cauldron sect, and many shifted their gaze toward the individual. The Saint King, is he about to strike at the Pill Cauldron sect? However, the Saint King did not assault the Pill Cauldron sect, but instead focused on those hiding in the shadows. I, Feng Tianqua, owe the Pill Cauldron sect a favor. Should anyone dare to harm them, do not blame me for being ungracious. Feng Tianqua of the Wind and Cloud Pavilion had made an appearance. It seemed the Pill Cauldron sect would evade this calamity. Ah, but have you all forgotten someone? Qin Luo of the Great Qin Empire. As soon as Feng Tianqua's voice fell, Qin Luo's voice resonated. The holy son of the Pill Cauldron sect, Yi Chun, participated in the massacre of the Wu Yuan Marquis family, a heinous crime deserving of death. The sect master of the Pill Cauldron sect, Lu Yuan, is implicated in the assassination of a prince of the Great Qin Empire. His crimes warrant the annihilation of the entire sect. Today, within the Danding sect, no one can be spared. This is the proclamation of Qin Luo. Chapter 83. For the sake of reputation. Losing one's life, Feng Tianqua was already aware of the conflict between the Danding sect and Qin Luo. After waiting for many days, he had come to repay the favor owed to the Danding sect, believing that Qin Luo might refrain from taking action against them. However, immediately after he had boasted, Qin Luo and his party arrived. If he were to back down now, it would not merely be a slap in the face, but a complete humiliation, as if his very skin had been stripped away and trampled underfoot. I dare say, Feng Tianqua now found himself in a precarious position. It was not merely a matter of bravado. To retract his bold claims now would utterly ruin his reputation. Everyone was aware that he owed a debt of gratitude to the Danding sect. Should he choose to retreat, his credibility would be forever tarnished. The fearful gazes that once regarded him had now transformed into expressions of mockery. They were all eager to witness the unfolding drama. As Qin Luo and his companions approached, he cast a glance at Feng Tianqua. What? Are you intending to protect the Danding sect? Feng Tianqua moved his lips at a loss for words. At that moment, a voice emerged from within the Danding sect. Lord Feng, we are all immensely grateful for your assistance today. After this day, the favor you owe for our sect master aiding your breakthrough to the Saint King realm is considered repaid. Moreover, we shall owe you yet another favor. And in the future, recompense will surely come. This statement only further entrenched Feng Tianqua in his dilemma. So was the Danding sect that had aided his ascension to the Saint King realm. What a significant debt of gratitude. Who would dare to disregard such a monumental favor? If anyone were to assist me in achieving the Saint King realm, I would surely stake my life to repay that debt. Within the realm of saints, each breakthrough is akin to traversing an insurmountable chasm. While ascending to the realm of saints may be relatively simple, breaking through to the Saint King realm is a feat accomplished by only a rare few. For the sake of this elevation, many in the saint realm are willing to risk everything. Today, Feng Tianqua's true circumstances had been exposed, filling him with intense rage as he cursed the saint from the Danding sect who had spoken. To his dismay, the opponent continued to stoke the flames of his predicament. Lord Feng, should you truly wish to refrain from assisting the Danding sect, we shall not hold it against you. However, we, the Danding sect, shall fight to the death to protect our legacy that has endured for thousands of years. I implore you, for the sake of our past connections, to aid us in collecting the fallen. Damn it, was this not a challenge thrown at me? I find myself in a position where I am neither here nor there. You wish to stop me? Qin Luo inquired, his gaze fixed upon Feng Tianqua. Allow me to offer you a piece of advice. Those who recognize the times are the true wise ones. Do not seek to save face at the expense of your life. Feng Tianqua sensed the derision in the eyes of those around him. He replied in a low voice, Sect Master Lu Yuan has bestowed great kindness upon me. Might I ask you all to grant me a moment of grace and withdraw for now? He had taken a step back, believing that if he could safeguard the Danding sect for even a day, it would be sufficient to repay the favor. If you withdraw today, my Fengyan Pavilion will owe you a favor in return. What do you say? Qin Luo scoffed. I'm afraid you have no standing before me. And as for favors, huh? Do you truly believe you can repay such a trivial matter? He discerned Feng Tianqua's intentions. This so-called favor was, in his eyes, utterly worthless. Once again, Feng Tianqua's pride was being trampled. Even a clay figurine possesses its temper, let alone a powerful being of the Saint King realm. Boom! A tremendous aura erupted from him, soaring toward the heavens and altering the atmosphere. He spoke in a grave tone. The Danding sect has been kind to me, and today I must accept this challenge. Eliminate him, Qin Luo commanded tersely. With that, Su Qianxin sprang into action, employing several sacred artifacts. At this moment, Su Qianxin was extravagant, unleashing lethal techniques without affording Feng Tianqua a single opportunity to escape. Feng Tianqua had initially believed that even if he could not defeat Qin Luo and his party, he could retreat in defeat, thus preserving his face and repaying the favor. However, upon sensing the overwhelming aura, he was paralyzed with fear. Who among them could wield such power, a mere strike from a great saint? His mind raced with a singular thought: flee. Yet it was too late. Su Qianxin hurled several sacred artifacts, and a massive handprint blotted out the sun as it thundered toward Feng Tianque. How terrifying! Is this the strength of a great saint? It is simply unfathomable. The hidden saints in the shadows were all pale, feeling an oppressive weight that left them breathless. They sensed that Su Qianshan could easily crush them with a mere thought. Feng Tianque unleashed all his techniques in a desperate attempt to resist Su Qianshan, but under the latter's assault, all his efforts crumbled to dust. The sensation of impending death washed over him, and he immediately begged for mercy. "No, spare my life." A powerful palm struck Feng Tianque, and he felt as if his very being was about to disintegrate. The might of the great saint was indeed fearsome. Bang! He crashed heavily onto the Dan-Ding sect's grand formation, sending ripples across the entire array. An array reputed to withstand the full force of a Saint King's attack had collapsed. Feng Tianque plummeted without diminishing speed, and in the terrified gazes of the Dan-Ding sect disciples, he crashed into their highest peak, obliterating the sect master's hall into ruins. Spitting blood mixed with clots, he resembled a crimson waterfall cascading from the sky. Su Qianshan hovered in midair, surveying the chaos within the Dan-Ding sect as Feng Tianque struggled to emerge from the wreckage, teetering on the brink of death. Regret flooded him. He lamented that he should never have come here. Being criticized on a moral level was far preferable to losing one's life. Then, an even more regretful scene unfolded before him. The acting sect master of the Dan-Ding sect, the last remaining saint, along with all the elders, bowed towards Su Qianshan in the sky. "We, the Dan-Ding sect, wish to submit. Please, esteemed elder, show mercy and preserve our legacy." With that, Feng Tianque coughed up another mouthful of blood, glaring at the members of the Dan-Ding sect with a look that could kill. What was he? He was on the verge of being beaten to death for the Dan-Ding sect, and now they were kneeling? My regret. Feng Tianque let out a furious roar, and the dignified Saint King met his end in that moment. Qin Luo glanced at the lifeless Feng Tianque and sighed in regret. Is it truly worth sacrificing one's life for a mere semblance of pride? He soared to Feng Tianque's side, summoning the imperial flag. The life of a Saint King should not be wasted. He then turned to the high-ranking members of the Dan-Ding sect and commanded, "Surrender all your resources to me. Remember, I mean all, including everything in your spatial rings. Otherwise, I shall not hesitate to sever your sect's legacy." Chapter 84. Su Qianshan's Breakthrough. Has the Tai Xu Sacred Land perished? The Dan-Ding sect lay in ruins, its disciples staring blankly at the desolate herb garden. What difference is there between this Dan-Ding sect and a complete extermination? Someone murmured, "But we are still alive, and isn't that what truly matters?" Regardless of their thoughts, Qin Luo connected with the system, expending 100,000 villain points, and commanded, "Refine for me." As you wish, consumed 100,000 villain points, accrued resources of the Dan-Ding sect over 5 millennia to obtain the elixir. 9 transformation thunder calamity pill, supreme sacred grade. An elixir materialized before Qin Luo, drawing the tumultuous clouds of thunder above, soaring into the stormy skies. Boom, boom. A series of deep thunderclaps resonated, and in the next moment, the skies darkened with impending storms. What is this? Su Qianshan swiftly approached Qin Luo, filled with curiosity. Qin Luo's gaze remained fixed on the thunderclouds. "It is an elixir, a supreme sacred grade elixir, prepared for my grandfather." Before Su Qianshan could inquire about the source of such a remarkable elixir, she pondered aloud. A supreme sacred grade is already among the pinnacle of elixirs in this world. The Master of Sword, Absolute Cliff, possesses formidable strength, having reached the Great Sage realm. And as a sword cultivator, your grandfather should enhance his power. Qin Luo deftly shifted the topic, and Su Qianshan's expression grew serious. A sword cultivator at the Great Sage level far exceeded ordinary Great Sage powerhouses, presenting a considerable challenge. His gaze drifted back to the thunderclouds, his heart stirred. Who wouldn't desire to enhance their strength? As a Great Sage himself, he was no exception. As time passed, the 9 transformation thunder calamity pill descended from the heavens after enduring 81 lightning tribulations, landing in Qin Luo's hands. He smiled and handed it to Su Qianshan. "Grandfather, How long do you think it will take to refine this elixir? Su Qianshan took it, feeling the rich energy within, and after a moment's contemplation, she mused, typically, refining a supreme sacred great elixir would take a significant amount of time. Yet, I have a feeling this particular elixir may not require long for complete refinement. Products from a system are guaranteed to be premium, with short refinement time, rapid effects, and excellent results. Grandfather, you should refine it first. We will proceed to the Tai Xu Sacred Land afterward. If Su Qianshan fails to refine it within 3 days, we might as well wait for an opportune moment. As a hunter, he had to exercise patience. All right, while Su Qianshan refined the elixir, Qin Luo began to scrutinize the Danding sect, simultaneously subduing the sect's lone sage. He received a letter from the leader of the 10 guards of the Demon Suppression Division. A case closure? Impossible. This case has only just begun. The storm was brewing, and he sensed an impending crisis. How could he not leverage this case to further elevate his power? When he first arrived in the 10,000 Great Mountains, he was practically destitute. Now, he commanded 7 sages and 2 sage kings, and with his human emperor banner, he could be considered a sage king himself. Having tasted the sweetness of power, such a splendid opportunity must not be squandered. He promptly instructed Li Yi to respond to the leader's message, stating that the case regarding the extermination of the Wuyuan Marquis family had significant breakthroughs, and the forces behind it were exceedingly formidable. As the deputy commander of the Demon Suppression Division of the Great Qin Empire, I shall ensure the true culprit is brought to justice. Upon receiving this news, the leader of the 10 guards was left in shock. And the mastermind, how many enemies has Wuyuan Marquis made in his lifetime? To have survived to old age is indeed a miracle. Aside from a slain lord of the Blood Moon's sacred land, which force could not easily crush the Wuyuan Marquis, waiting until he dies to take action? That was sheer nonsense. He thought, I want to concern myself with this. Let me report this matter to the commander. I do not wish to bear the burden. Just as his message was dispatched, he received another piece of information. The Star Palace had been exterminated, accused of colluding with the Blood Moon's sacred land and other forces in the massacre of the Wuyuan Marquis family. Is this never-ending? The Star Palace has also been destroyed. Little did they know, this was merely the beginning. After all, those who needed to be eradicated must be eliminated. And if it meant slandering Qin Luo to make him a scapegoat, so be it. In just 2 days, Su Qianshan's cultivation broke through, advancing to the mid-great sage realm, mere moments from reaching the late stage. Indeed, the system's offerings were exceptional. Not only had her strength increased, but she also manifested the power of the thunder origin within her. Does this mean you can wield this weapon now, grandfather? The purple cloud divine thunder hammer perfectly suited Su Qianshan as a high-quality sacred grade weapon, combined with Su Qianshan's abilities. It could already reach the combat prowess of the late great sage realm. That suffices. The voice of Shi Huang echoed in Qin Luo's ear, reaching the great sage realm. Each minute enhancement in subtle realms creates a substantial gap from the opponent. Previously, your grandfather could only manage a stalemate against that great sage sword cultivator to protect you. Now, he should be able to triumph. And capturing the opponent? Qin Luo inquired. It's not so simple. Victory is easy. Killing is difficult. Capturing is the most challenging. If a great sage powerhouse is determined to flee, it is exceedingly hard to stop them. Qin Luo shrugged. No matter. Even if I cannot capture that so-called master, taking her disciples would still be deemed a success. 7 beautiful senior sisters. This fellow named Chu Feng is truly fortunate. I wonder how deep their bonds are. Qin Luo was unbothered about using the disciples to pressure the master. After all, as a villain, one should employ any means necessary. Results are paramount, and the process. Isn't history written by the victors? Let us depart. The goal is the Tai Xu Sacred Land. I imagine the Tai Xu ancestor must be in a state of panic by now. Perhaps he has already disbanded his disciples and fled? The events at the Divine Weapon Valley have been brewing for so long. It would make no sense for the old man to remain on his territory, awaiting his fate. What Qin Luo had proclaimed previously was a promise. He would annihilate the Tai Xu Sacred Land, and he intended to fulfill it. With Su Qianshan delayed, Qin Luo bypassed the Wanjian Villa and headed straight for the Tai Xu Sacred Land. Familiar sights flooded his vision, and a fleeting look of nostalgia crossed Qin Luo's face. Influenced by his memories, this was, after all, the place where he had lived for 18 years, yet now was irrevocably changed. Observing the desolate exterior of the Tai Xu sacred land, Qin Luo speculated that it might already be devoid of life. No one. Qin Luo furrowed his brow. If the Tai Xu sacred land had disbanded, the individuals who once slandered him, laughed at him, and even wished to kill him would be hard to find now. There is still someone, Su Qinshan remarked, her gaze fixed within the Tai Xu sacred land. As her words fell, a voice echoed from within the sacred land. The Tai Xu sacred land has perished. Chapter 85. The grievances of Tai Xu. Chu Feng arrives with his senior sisters. Before him appeared a pair of extraordinarily long legs. And Qin Luo felt as though these legs were longer than his very life. With a devilish figure and an angelic face, her long hair danced in the wind, instantly unlocking memories in his mind. Knight Lingxian? The former master had once believed that beauty equated to righteousness, saving Knight Lingxian from peril. Now, upon encountering her in the flesh, Qin Luo finally comprehended why the former master held such beliefs. For indeed, this woman was stunningly beautiful, almost unreal, like a succubus. She required no charm techniques as Lin Yueyao had. The moment she emerged, Qin Luo found himself momentarily entranced. Well, it was not her face that captivated him, but rather her legs. So long, unbelievable. Long time no see, Knight Lingxian spoke nonchalantly. I've been waiting for you here for 10 days. You finally arrived. You waited here specifically for me? Qin Luo questioned in confusion. His connection with this woman was not particularly deep. They had previously belonged to opposing factions. The members of the demon sect had made enemies with many sects within the 10,000 Great Mountains due to their erratic behavior. Although the Heavenly Tao Alliance no longer existed, the Tai Xu Sacred Land still held defensive alliances with several sects, with the demon sect as their enemy. Their only interaction had been when Qin Luo saved Knight Lingxian's life. Previously, you saved my life. Now I come to repay that debt, she stated. Qin Luo was taken aback, surveying Knight Lingxian. The former master was not one to exploit favors. As for him, he examined Knight Lingxian from head to toe. If she had such a request, he might consider it. However, it soon dawned on Qin Luo that he had misinterpreted her intentions. Knight Lingxian continued. The people of Tai Xu Sacred Land wish to see you dead. I originally intended to save you, but I did not expect you to have a concealed identity. Since you do not require my rescue, I still owe you a debt of gratitude for saving my life. Therefore, I will help you destroy Tai Xu Sacred Land. However, it will not be complete annihilation. Those who survive have been imprisoned, awaiting your arrival. You may deal with them as you see fit. Qin Luo suddenly understood the situation. However, he noticed a playful smile at the corner of Knight Lingxian's lips. But Knight Lingxian, I can also destroy Tai Xu Sacred Land. And I came here precisely to do so. Is it not inappropriate for you to repay my life-saving grace in this manner? Knight Lingxian replied earnestly. You are now a prince of the great Qin Empire, and your enemies will undoubtedly possess formidable strength. Our demon sect's power is limited. I cannot jeopardize the demon sect in repaying your life-saving grace, and confronting Tai Xu Sacred Land exceeds my capabilities. This left Qin Luo speechless. He had to admit, this woman was remarkably perceptive. He was astonished to find that someone like her was not the fated daughter of fortune. According to the usual narrative, such a woman would greatly assist the protagonist, even betraying her own sect in the end. Qin Luo smirked slightly and turned to Knight Lingxian, saying, I feel that is insufficient. Why don't you assist me in dealing with someone here? Who? Knight Lingxian inquired. Jian Juya, he replied. Knight Lingxian's eyes narrowed. Clearly aware of Jian Juya, she immediately shook her head. No, we cannot afford to offend her. She is a great sage and a sword cultivator. Even before she became a great sage, she could fight against one without losing. Consider how terrifying her strength is now. I advise you not to confront her. Retreat to your great Qin Empire. Otherwise, you may meet your demise. Even if your grandfather is a great sage, he may not be able to protect you. Seemingly realizing that her refusal might appear too harsh, or perhaps acknowledging Qin Luo's point that taking down Tai Xu's sacred land did not adequately repay her debt, she contemplated for a moment before tossing an object toward him. Whoosh! The item flew towards Qin Luo. She explained, "This is a void-piercing nail. It may save your life in a critical moment. The debt of saving your life has been repaid. From now on, we owe each other nothing." After saying this, Knight Lingxian turned and walked into Tai Xu's sacred land. Before long, the members of the demon sect summoned beasts to depart from Tai Xu's sacred land. "This woman is quite intriguing," Qin Luo mused as he toyed with the void-piercing nail, watching Knight Lingxian and her companions leave. "I appreciate principled individuals. I have a premonition that we shall meet again. Let us go and see the former inhabitants of Tai Xu's sacred land." They were all imprisoned in the dungeons. The elder of Tai Xu was bound by massive iron chains, sealing his cultivation. Upon seeing Qin Luo, he opened his eyes and cursed, "You little beast! Tai Xu's sacred land raised you, and this is how you repay us? I hate you, you ungrateful wolf. You will face retribution." Qin Luo shook his head and chuckled. "Old man, the resources that Tai Xu's sacred land provided me were given by my master, who sacrificed much for Tai Xu's sacred land. You ought to know this well. Yet, when my master faced peril and sought help from the sacred land, you did not come to his aid. In the end, his body was delivered by a friend. Though I am the holy son of Tai Xu's sacred land, I owe it no gratitude, especially since you sought to judge me and intended for me to perish here." In his heart, he silently reflected, "That version of me was truly me. Between us, there was only hatred, no kindness. I am a person who distinguishes between gratitude and resentment. Therefore, I feel no burden in destroying Tai Xu's sacred land. You probably do not know, but Lu Changhe has already departed before you. You should hurry and chase after him. Perhaps you can still catch up. No, wait, I misspoke. You need not pursue him. I will soon send you to meet him. This time, you can truly be brothers. Within the human emperor's banner, all souls are equal. There are no elders or holy lords. Within Tai Xu's sacred land, Qin Luo released the only individual he deemed worthy, Lin Ruoxuan. She was the sole elder who had spoken on his behalf during his trial, whether out of admiration for his talent or other motives. She had intervened to halt those who wished to see him dead. Qin Luo. Lin Ruoxuan gazed at him, hesitant to speak. "Elder Lin, no need for further words. They must die," Qin Luo asserted. Lin Ruoxuan cast one last, sorrowful glance at Tai Xu's sacred land, tears welling in her eyes. Before turning to leave, the disciples of Tai Xu's sacred land had already been reduced by 2/3 at the hands of the demon sect. Only a third remained. With a single command from Qin Luo, the remaining third were exterminated. He recalled the scene of those who had once beaten a drowning dog, listening to their pleas for mercy, and coldly remarked, "Slandering and spreading rumors come at a cost, and that cost is your lives." Aside from the elder of Tai Xu, the rest were annihilated. Upon witnessing this scene, the elder of Tai Xu instantly went mad, shouting, "Qin Luo, beast! Beast! I will kill you. I swear I will." In his frenzy, a sharp sword aura burst forth from beyond Tai Xu's sacred land, instantly shredding a building. A chilling voice echoed, "Whoever dares to harm my disciples of Jian Jia shall face certain death today, regardless of their identity." The elder of Tai Xu was momentarily stunned, then burst into wild laughter. "Qin Luo, you have offended Jian Jia? Ha ha ha! You have offended the sword cliff. Your demise is inevitable. I yearn to witness your downfall with my own eyes. Ha ha ha!" Qin Luo cast him a fleeting glance, finding his chattering tiresome. "Kill him." Zheng Tuo swung his axe with ferocity, slicing through the air. The head of the ancient ancestor of Tai Xu fell to the ground. "I shall not permit you to witness the spectacle. It would be unbearable for you." The ancient ancestor of Tai Xu, filled with regret, closed his eyes as his soul and flesh were taken by the imperial banner. Qin Luo's gaze shifted towards the entrance of the sacred land of Tai Xu, where 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 figures slowly approached. 5 women and 1 man. Each woman possessed her own unique charm. Some were adorable, others had long legs, some boasted ample bosoms. while others exuded purity or allure. One must admit, Chu Feng's fortune was astonishing, with every senior sister being exceptionally beautiful. Lu Jingjing looked at Qin Luo and the others, speaking in a solemn tone. Release my junior sister at once. Otherwise, the Sword Cliff and your group shall be locked in a relentless feud. There is no aura of a great sage here, Su Qianxian remarked after a glance. The strongest among them is merely that leading girl at the Saint King level. Qin Luo chuckled, turning to Chu Feng. Brother, did you not gather any intelligence before your arrival? You truly excel at putting your senior sister in a predicament. Are you here to play the role of the Calabash brothers rescuing their grandfather? Chapter 86. The frenzied accumulation of fortune points and the deal with the evil beings, though he did not comprehend the meaning behind Qin Luo's reference to the Holua saving Grandpa. A sense of foreboding began to stir within Chu Feng. The sword Absolute Cliff had long since withdrawn from the world, severing ties with external sects. Only gaining insight into the strength of the Divine Weapon Valley when Chu Feng sought vengeance against them. He remained oblivious to the events transpiring within the Divine Weapon Valley. The fate of his predecessor, the Chosen One, who had perished at Qin Luo's hands, or the existence of Yichun. Junior brother, something feels amiss, Lu Jingjing remarked. Her gaze fixated on Su Qianxian beside Qin Luo. An inscrutable aura emanated from Su Qianxian, reminiscent of her master. Could it be that she was also a great sage? Lu Jingjing pondered, though she aspired to confront a great sage like her master. She had only just broken through to the initial stage of the Sage King realm and was not foolish enough to act rashly. Her tone became more measured as she recognized Qin Luo as one of the central figures here, the man spoken of by Chu Feng. We at Sword Absolute Cliff bear no grievance against you. Do you truly believe that you can detain our disciple without consequence? My master is already on the way, and I trust you are aware of our faction's reputation. While they had not gathered intelligence on Qin Luo, she was certain he had acquired knowledge about Sword Absolute Cliff. With a flick of his wrist, Qin Luo summoned Ling Yu and Xia Yue from the Human Emperor banner. Ling Yu emerged, utterly ravaged by torment, immediately recognized by her concerned seniors and juniors. Sister, junior sister, a chorus of exclamations erupted. Ling Yu looked up in terror at her elder sister and junior sisters, urgently imploring, Second sister, take them away, quickly. During her time within the Human Emperor banner, she had truly felt the terrifying power of Shi Huang, a force that seemed beyond human capability. Lu Jingjing's apprehension intensified. We must go wait for master. Regret washed over her. Why had she been so impatient to rescue her junior sister instead of waiting for her master to arrive? Yet, there was no remedy for regret, and it was too late for her now. Planning to escape? That is impossible. Qin Luo shook his head, astonished by their arrogance. Daring to act so brazenly without understanding his faction's true strength. How could he possibly let them leave unscathed? Boom! Boom! Two formidable auras surged to block their escape. Those who obstruct me shall perish. Lu Jingjing roared, her sword intent soaring into the heavens as she unleashed a strike filled with an indomitable spirit, charging towards Zhou Hongyu and Chen Zhanshan. Faced with two formidable sage kings, she remained undaunted, burning her original power to unleash an unprecedented level of strength. What a terrifying swordsman! Both Chen Zhanshan and Zhou Hongyu, having recently ascended to the Sage King realm, felt the oppressive sword intent, and their expressions turned grave. If either of them were to block this strike alone, they would likely suffer severe injury. However, their combined strength was more than the sum of its parts. They were formidable together. Indeed, a prodigy. Sword Absolute Cliff lives up to its reputation, Qin Luo mused, a tinge of admiration in his voice. Fourth junior sister, take the junior brother and flee. I will hold them off. Lu Jingjing commanded while engaging in battle, urging her junior sister to escape with Chu Feng. Understood. They attempted to lead Chu Feng away, but Song Ritian of the Divine Weapon Valley and Zhou Li of the Heavenly Calamity Palace were not to be underestimated. You shall not escape today. The battle erupted instantaneously, a clash of saints that shook the heavens, invoking a sense of envy in Qin Luo. Only saints possess such status. He reflected, this cannot stand. I must enhance my power swiftly. The case involving the Marshal Yuan Marquis' estate may escalate tenfold. His divine technique was incredibly formidable, yet it demanded immense resources. The 100,000 Great Mountains must become his personal playground. Lu Jingjing proved her might, successfully repelling the combined assault of Chun Zhanshan and Zhou Hongyu. Yet, before she could revel in her victory, a terrifying aura locked onto her. Su Qianqian had made her move. Just as I suspected, a great sage. Lu Jingjing's heart raced with dread. At this moment, Chu Feng was inwardly cursing. Didn't you tell me there were no great sages among them? He fumed internally. The opponent sneered. If I hadn't concealed that information, would you have rushed in so eagerly? Release me, and I shall ensure your beautiful senior sisters are rescued. This individual was no benevolent soul. He taunted Chu Feng, knowing that if his cherished women fell into the hands of such a man, it would be more agonizing than death. Chu Feng's mental state shattered, losing 50,000 fortune points, while the host gained 50,000 villain points. What a preposterous situation. You cannot withstand such minor provocations? Qin Luo mused, unaware that a hidden player was continuously provoking Chu Feng. Visualize the scenes you once fantasized about. Yet alas, that man is not you. He taunted. Chu Feng roared, stop speaking. This outburst echoed in Qin Luo's ears, leaving him bewildered. What do you mean, stop speaking? I haven't even begun. Yet he was determined to press on. He drew Xia Yue closer, caressing her face, and looked at Chu Feng. You cannot even protect your own woman. To be with you is to endure suffering, not just emotionally, but physically as well. Qin Luo's hand hovered over a sensitive area, causing Xia Yue to tremble, her face flushed with embarrassment. Unable to speak due to the seal on her lips, her eyes filled with tears as she gazed at Chu Feng. Nearby, Song Guiyun was consumed with jealousy, having only indulged in verbal teasing without any opportunity to act on his desires. Yet, someone else was suffering even more as he cast a sympathetic glance at Chu Feng, seemingly sharing in his plight. What had begun as verbal provocation now manifested into vivid imagery in Chu Feng's mind, a torment worse than death. He felt the weight of a green hat firmly upon his head. I will kill you. I will kill you. Chu Feng's mental state deteriorated, leaning towards madness, losing 50,000 fortune points, while the host gained 50,000 villain points. He urgently thought, help me kill him. Let me out. Chu Feng began to acquiesce, but was suddenly jolted awake by an instinctual warning that agreeing would cost him something far more valuable than a woman. No, I can agree to your previous request. Ah, so you remain selfish, came a mocking response. I have agreed. You can relax, as I take control of your body to assist you in eliminating him. Very well. Chu Feng engages in a transaction with a malevolent entity, momentarily succumbing to darkness, losing 50,000 luck points, while the host gains 50,000 villain points. Chapter 87. The betrayal of the beloved Qin Luo was somewhat taken aback as he lifted his gaze towards Chu Feng, sensing a distinct shift in his aura. Having absorbed the essence of a true demon's bloodline, he was certain that the energy emanating from Chu Feng had a profound connection to the bloodline he had previously consumed, likely originating from the same realm. Chu Feng looked up at Qin Luo, a sinister smile playing on his lips, causing Qin Luo to nearly freeze in disbelief. Imitating him, the villain? Absurd. In a flash, a sound of slicing air echoed as Chu Feng vanished from his position, reappearing right before Qin Luo with an eerie swiftness that even the saints could not perceive. A sword was summoned, its intent swirling around him, as Chu Feng had long since mastered the essence of the blade. You shall perish, he bellowed, his expression twisted with fury, as if two faces were battling for dominance on his features. His body was no longer solely his own. Shi Huang's voice broke through. Qin Luo nodded in understanding. Without hesitation, he summoned Xia Yue to shield himself. Chu Feng's eyes widened in rage, his movements suddenly stilled. No, that is Yue. She is merely an obstacle to your ascent. She is tainted. She deserves to die. No, Chu Feng roared, desperately trying to resist, yet his conviction wavered. In a brief moment of lost control, a sword pierced Xia Yue's body. Xia Yue looked at Chu Feng in disbelief, reaching out to him, but it was futile. Qin Luo kicked forward, propelling Xia Yue into Chu Feng's embrace, where she was met with the chilling steel of his sword. At the same moment, Qin Luo waved his hand to lift the seal on Xia Yue. Brother Feng. Xia Yue's whisper allowed Chu Feng to reclaim his body. Yue, I have done you no wrong. Her words struck Chu Feng like a thunderbolt. Dying by your hands, Brother Feng, I bear no grudge. Clap, clap, clap. Qin Luo applauded mockingly. You truly are ruthless, willing to strike down your own woman? To be frank, I merely brushed against her. A touch does not strip her of her virtue. You, however, are merciless. Ah, Chu Feng howled, cradling Xia Yue as he gazed skyward, tears of blood streaming down his face. The sight was heart-wrenching, evoking sorrow in all who beheld it. Alas, we are merely on opposing sides, Qin Luo mused himself. The betrayal of a beloved is indeed cruel. Chu Feng has collapsed, losing 100,000 fortune points. The host gains 100,000 villain points. The fortune bearer, Xia Yue, has been slain, losing all fortune points, automatically converting to villain points. This turn of events proved remarkably lucrative for Qin Luo, who amassed over 200,000 villain points. She is dead. Do you wish to avenge her? Release me, and I shall slay them all. The voice echoed in Chu Feng's mind once more, igniting his fury. It is you, all because of you. You killed Yue. No, it was you. You deemed her unworthy. You believe she is tainted. The words pierced Chu Feng's heart like daggers. Damn it, everyone must die. In a fit of rage, Chu Feng charged at Qin Luo, declaring, I will kill you. I swear I will. Flowing light cut through. His body vanished, reappearing before Qin Luo with astonishing speed. So swift, Qin Luo thought in astonishment. Brother, let us converse within my human sovereign banner. I can reunite you with your beloved. Boom! Qin Luo summoned the human sovereign banner, enveloping Chu Feng instantly. Do not enter. You cannot escape. Run. A warning rang in Chu Feng's mind. Meanwhile, the voice's owner forcefully took control of Chu Feng's body, though it was a willing surrender. Celestial Rift. A sword cleaved through the heavens, creating a rift into which Chu Feng plunged, while the dark pendant at his chest emitted a shadowy glow, effectively blocking Qin Luo's banner. As he departed, Chu Feng left behind a resolute declaration, I shall return. Just as he vanished, Zhang Tuo struck the ground with an axe, preventing Qin Luo's human sovereign banner from ensnaring him. Slippery as an eel. Return? Huh. Do you think you're the wolf in sheep's clothing? Some regrets lingered, but they were minimal. With Chu Feng's exit, anguished cries filled the air as his sisters fell into the trap. Lu Jingjing, a talented sword practitioner, managed to withstand 3 strikes at the hands of Su Qianqian before succumbing. Several beautiful sword practitioners, each unique in appearance, were cast down at Qin Luo's feet, their defiant gazes fixed upon him. Lu Jingjing, gritting her teeth, warned, I advise you to release us. Otherwise, when our master arrives, you will all face death. Qin Luo examined Lu Jingjing with a sly grin, his Qin Feng sword lifting her chin before trailing down to her collarbone, brushing against her garments, eliciting a flicker of panic in her eyes. What do you intend to do? What do you think? You are now my captive. Do you truly believe you can intimidate me? As the fabric tore, the others instinctively averted their gazes. Lu Jingjing trembled, her meridian sealed, leaving her powerless before Qin Luo, a mere shadow of her former self. Tears of humiliation streamed down her face, her eyes burning with hatred for Qin Luo, wishing to see him torn apart. As her fellow disciples witnessed this, they cried out in unison, Do not lay a hand on our sister. Take us instead. Qin Luo chuckled derisively. Ah? The bond of sisterhood. Very well, I shall not be unfair. What do you think your master would feel if I stripped you bare and tethered you like dogs? Lu Jingjing quaked at the thought, knowing her master regarded them as daughters, cherishing them dearly. If she were to witness such an indignity, her master would surely go mad. Kill us if you dare, Lu Jingjing declared defiantly. Oh, but why would I ever kill you? Let us strike a deal, become my sword slaves, and I shall ensure your survival and prosperity. Otherwise, a cruel smile spread across Qin Luo's face. I will see to it that your beloved master meets her end. Trust me, I possess the means. Chapter 88. The immaculate sword array utilizing what others hold dear as leverage proves to be remarkably effective. As Qin Luo threatened, he simultaneously communicated with the system. At last, his villainous points had accumulated substantially. How could a sword cultivator of the great sage realm be easily subdued? System suggestion 1. Continue to enhance the combat effectiveness of those around you, though it may take some time. 2. Exchange the celestial sword array diagram, a supreme holy grade item, which, when paired with a mid-level great sage, can utterly dominate. Item: celestial sword array diagram, supreme holy grade. Description: encompasses the sword energies of 36,000 formidable sword cultivators, rendering it capable of countering, if not overwhelming, great sage sword cultivators. Price: 300,000 villain points. Qin Luo's lips twitched slightly. His villain points were now just over 330,000, and the system had swiftly deducted 300,000. System, I must say, you are quite cunning. With 300,000 villain points, you can secure an infallible safeguard. It is worth it. The Chosen One possesses an important treasure. Acquiring it would yield great benefits. Qin Luo recalled the dark light he had previously encountered. If all went as anticipated, that object should belong to the extraterrestrial demon that had invaded this realm. Furthermore, there was still a living extraterrestrial demon present. Very well, I shall exchange. Without hesitation, Qin Luo opted for certainty rather than risk. At first, Lu Jingjing was genuinely intimidated by Qin Luo's threats. However, upon reflection, she remembered her master was a sword cultivator of the great sage realm, having already mastered the essence of sword intent. Although merely at the early stage of the great sage realm, few mid-level great sages could contend with her master. Even if they were to clash, capturing her master would be an arduous task. She believed that Qin Luo and his companions lacked the ability to accomplish such a feat. Heh! Lu Jingjing sneered at Qin Luo. Do you truly think you can kill my master? That is utterly ludicrous. You have never seen my master and cannot fathom her true terror. You stand no chance. Is that so? Qin Luo waved his hand, and the celestial sword array materialized, enveloping the entire Tai Xu sacred ground. The 36,000 sword energies intertwined, creating an atmosphere of suffocation, even eliciting a look of shock from Su Qianqian. This sword array was indeed formidable enough to instill a sense of threat. I can wield this array to engage a great sage. What do you think would happen if a great sage were to activate it? Qin Luo's words struck Lu Jingjing like a heavy hammer, leaving her breathless and filled with dread. Grandfather, if I give you this sword array, what are the odds of subduing that sword cultivator at the early stage of the great sage? Qin Luo had articulated her master's realm with clarity, prompting Lu Jingjing to turn towards Lingyu, who wore a mournful expression, unable to meet Lu Jingjing's gaze. Ultimately, this intelligence had originated from her. Fear gripped Lu Jingjing's heart, for Qin Luo and his companions had discerned her master's realm and remained undaunted. This indicated that they were well prepared for her master's impending arrival, and she recognized her impulsiveness. Su Qianqian pondered before speaking. Previously, I would have had at most a 30% chance of retaining her, but now it should be 100%. His confident tone sent a shiver down Lu Jingjing's spine. Her master's combat prowess was indeed fearsome, having mastered the essence of sword intent. Yet in the realm of the great sage, who was not exceptionally gifted, her master's ability to fight above her level was already remarkable. If the opposing party wielded such a terrifying weapon, Lu Jingjing, despite her reluctance to believe it, could not deny that this individual might possess the power to defeat her master and could even inflict harm upon her. Because one knows their own family best, Lu Jingjing understood her master's equipment was rather lacking, with even her life-bound sword being merely of low-grade holy quality. You wouldn't want to witness your master perish before your eyes, would you? Qin Luo inquired, lifting Lu Jingjing's chin with his Qin Feng sword. I have heard your master is also a beauty. I wonder. Qin Luo's gaze lingered on her exposed form. I wonder if she would find it more unbearable than to be killed. Trust me, I can make her experience a humiliation she will never forget. You dare! Lu Jingjing and the others cried out in anger towards Qin Luo. My actions depend on you. To be frank, I have taken a liking to your talents and abilities. Hence, you possess the leverage to negotiate with me. Otherwise, I would subdue you all without hesitation. Even the dead can prove useful to me. Think carefully before responding. Your opportunities are limited. Qin Luo playfully patted Lu Jingjing's cheek, and at that moment, his image loomed in her mind, more fearsome than a demon. Despair enveloped her, leaving her utterly bewildered. Rarely venturing outside, she was unprepared for the cruelty of the outside world. Meanwhile, over 1,000 miles away from the Tai Xu sacred ground, Chu Feng fell from the void. Bang! He crashed to the ground, creating a deep crater and spat a mouthful of blood. His expressio, she contemplated that only by staying alive could she remind her master, granting him the opportunity to escape. If they perished, her master would undoubtedly seek vengeance without regard for their fates. The consequences for him would be unimaginable. A wise choice indeed. Qin Luo remained oblivious to the thoughts occupying her mind. All he required were the results. Naturally, if their submission was insincere, the death of a few would be of little consequence, would it not? After all, they were merely sword slaves, not indispensable entities. Just as Qin Luo was poised to act against the women, he was interrupted by Chun Shan. Your Highness, there is a matter of great importance that requires your attention. What is it? Qin Luo inquired. The third prince has proposed that, in exchange for revealing the identity of the assassin who killed my grandson, I should eliminate the Qinyan sect. Furthermore, he intends to implicate your highness in the destruction of the Qinyan sect. Chapter 89. Frantic Ascension. Standing shoulder to shoulder with the saints. Qin Luo was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter at the appearance of yet another third prince. He mused, is he not the very one who threatens you with the life of your grandson? Could he perhaps be the one responsible for your grandson's demise? Chun Shan paused, contemplating the implications of Qin Luo's words. He could not entirely dismiss the possibility. Beside them, Su Qianshun furrowed his brow and remarked, isn't the mother clan of this third prince of the great Qin Empire the Shinyu Marquis family? Qin Fansam promptly responded, indeed, Su Sing. The third Prince Qin Ming is indeed the grandson of Marquis Wei Xiaolin. At the mention of Wei Xiaolin, a flicker of coldness passed through Su Qianshun's eyes. The annihilation of my Su family may be closely tied to the Wei family. It is entirely plausible that they would resort to eliminating your grandson and framing Qin Luo for the act. Chun Shan was taken aback. The likelihood of such a scenario appeared to increase. To murder his grandson and then use that as leverage to coerce him into servitude? If this were true, then the third Prince Qin Ming was utterly devoid of humanity. You may assist him in accomplishing that task, regardless of whether the truth he imparts is genuine or not. He is bound to reveal something to you, is he not? The Qinyan sect, possessing but a single saint, had seemingly offended Qin Ming in some manner. Or perhaps there was something within the sect that caught his attention. For Qin Luo, it mattered little. If Chun Shan chose not to annihilate the Qinyan sect, Qin Ming could easily enlist others to do so. He surmised that Qin Ming's ambitions would not be limited to the destruction of the Qinyan sect. If, as Su Qianshun suggested, the Wei family was responsible for the downfall of the Su family, there were likely further schemes in play. Go now. This place no longer requires your presence. Your subordinate takes his leave. Chun Shan bid farewell to Qin Luo and departed. Qin Luo then turned his attention to Lu Jingjing and her companions. Among the 6 sisters, 1 was a saint king, 2 were saints, and the remaining 3 had reached the pinnacle of the cave heaven realm, qualifying as semi-saints. Though the Sword Absolute Cliff seemed to have a sparse population, its high-end combat prowess was formidable. Each individual was a powerful sword cultivator, ideal for becoming Qin Luo's sword slaves. After branding the life and death seal upon them, Qin Luo entered a state of seclusion, for within his human sovereign banner lay a wealth of resources. He had previously consumed some resources to break through the cave heaven realm, yet a portion remained, supplemented by the newly acquired Tai Xu ancestor and the master of Fengyan Pavilion, along with various seniors from the Tai Xu sacred land. The source of power was ample. Absorb, refine, devour. Advancing from the first to the second layer of the cave heaven realm required a qualitative enhancement of the internal cave heavens. The resources needed for the other 7 were not excessively demanding, being ordinary cave heavens. However, the final 3 cave heavens demanded vast quantities of resources. A single saintly powerhouse could barely fill 1 cave heaven, requiring the essence of 4 saintly realms to completely saturate the last 3. Boom! Within Qin Luo, a tempest raged as the cave heaven began its evolution. Cave heaven, second layer. Continue. Qin Luo commanded without hesitation. Do you not wish to consolidate your gains? Shi Huang reminded him. With resources in abundance, there is no need to squander time. Time is even more precious than resources. Do you not understand? Yi Chen source of power, the burning heaven fire body, along with Lu Rian source of power, the Xinmei body, could be disregarded. It merely enhanced her beauty without any significant utility. Yet Yi Chen was different. Beyond the burning heaven fire body, he possessed the lava core fire, both being invaluable assets. Refine and absorb them all. Today, I shall ascend to the 3rd layer of the cave heaven realm, truly worthy of being the child of fate. His burning heaven fire body source of power rectified the flaws and risks of Qin Luo's rapid breakthrough. The absorption of the lava core fire source of power, rich in fiery essence, significantly elevated Qin Luo's cultivation, filling 3 of the 7 cave heavens. Delightful. Continue. Next, it was time to exhaust Feng Tianqua's source. A Saint King possessed an enormous reservoir of source power. The 6th cave heaven filled rapidly, followed shortly by the 7th. The 8th was completed. The 9th, however, proved somewhat taxing, while the 10th fell just short, not quite reaching the 3rd layer of the cave heaven realm. Just a fraction short, Qin Luo lamented. Shi Huang rolled her eyes at him. You currently possess combat strength comparable to a late-stage cave heaven expert, and with the treasures in your possession, you are more than capable of slaying them. Are you not satisfied? My aspirations are rather grand. Fulfilling them is no simple task. Zongzi, can you exchange for some resources to elevate me to the 3rd layer of the cave heaven realm? Qin Luo inquired. It is recommended to expend all villain points to exchange for an 8 treasure pill, 8 whip pill, crafted from treasures of 8 beast types equivalent to the cave heaven realm. Forcibly extracted while the essence was being condensed, it contains a rich essence that strengthens the body, nourishes the yin, replenishes the kidneys, and enhances cultivation. It is precisely suitable for elevating the host's cultivation and realm. Qin Luo's eyes widened in surprise. For a moment, he found himself at a loss for words. Previously, he had tasted the 3-whip wine, which was sweet, yet whose effects varied by individual perception. And now there were 8? The system was indeed considerate. After a brief pause, he instinctively asked, Is that thing not lewd? Exchange recommended. Will you proceed with the exchange? Irrelevant questions will not be answered. Qin Luo's lips twitched. Exchange. His villain points, totaling 35,008, were entirely expended. The system must have been watching his scant villain points closely, ensuring it drained him completely. Exchange successful, 8 treasure pill acquired. The pill materialized, exuding not a garish scent, but rather a refreshing aroma. Qin Luo wasted no time and swallowed it whole. Boom! A torrent of potent energy surged from his dantian, flooding into his limbs and bones, most of which naturally entered the 10th cave heaven. Soon, it was filled to the brim, almost overflowing. Cultivation breakthrough. Cave heaven, 3rd layer. Boom! Within Qin Luo, chaos ensued, his body crackling with sounds. The rapid rise in cultivation caused a slight discomfort, one that would likely have shattered the bodies of others under such overwhelming energy. Yet Qin Luo was different. His 9 transformations golden body technique activated automatically, granting him a physical strength that was leagues above an ordinary cave heaven expert. Even so, he sensed a slight discomfort, as though nearing a critical point. Qin Luo was both astonished and delighted. This indicated that to continue enhancing his cultivation, he must first elevate his 9 transformations golden body technique. Otherwise, his body would not endure. However, it also suggested that his strength might be formidable enough to contend with a saint. Emerging from his meditative state, Qin Luo summoned his weakest saintly subordinate, an elderly man known as Li Tan from the Danding sect. Old man, let us have a spar. 3 exchanges. If you can bring me down within those 3 moves, I shall grant you your freedom. Upon hearing this, Li Tan's eyes brightened. Your Highness, do you speak true? Of course. Kulme. Qin Luo beckoned. The battle commenced, and moments later, Qin Luo stood bloodied yet exhilarated. He cast a glance at Li Tan. You are lacking. You squander the opportunity given to you. A saint who cannot best a mere cave heaven expert in 3 moves is truly a waste. Li Tan felt a deep shame, as though he had wasted the past several centuries of his life. Most others gaped in astonishment, particularly the few women from the Sword's Edge Cliff, who were utterly horrified. In her heart, Lu Jingjing exclaimed, "This is a calamity, a calamity. My junior brother has offended this individual. It is the greatest misfortune of his life." Chapter 90. The Enlightenment Tea Gathering in the Spiritual Realm. Inviting wolves into the house. Qin Luo did not wait for Chu Feng and the others. Instead, he was greeted by another individual, a representative from one of the most powerful holy lands in the 10,000 Great Mountains, the Qin Luo Holy Land. I am Elder Shi Yuanjin of Qin Luo Holy Land. Today, at the behest of our Holy Son, I extend an invitation to you, Holy Sun Qin Luo of Tai Xu Holy Land, to attend the Enlightenment Tea Gathering in the Spiritual Realm. As Shi Yuanjin spoke, he presented an invitation letter. The Enlightenment Tea Gathering, held once every 100 years, serves as a grand assembly for the holy sons and daughters of various holy lands within the 10,000 Great Mountains to engage in profound exchanges. The spiritual realm is a unique secret domain, said to be a celestial world created by ancient mighty beings, preserved for reasons unknown after their demise. The gathering is aptly named for the ancient, now dead Enlightenment tea tree that once flourished there. Although the tree itself has withered, the tea trees planted nearby have inherited some of its extraordinary characteristics. It is rumored that the leaves from these trees can aid one in comprehending the laws and principles of the universe, making them sacred relics for cultivation. Legends tell of individuals who, under the tree's shade, have transcended from mortal to saintly realms. The allure of this once-in-a-century event, enriched by its mystical aura, has captivated many holy sons and daughters of the 10,000 Great Mountains. Since the spiritual realm is not exclusively claimed by Qin Luo Holy Land, containing numerous palaces and legacies coveted by other holy lands, Qin Luo only nominally oversees it. According to agreements with other holy lands, they invite qualified individuals every 100 years to enter the realm, savor tea, discuss philosophies, and engage in martial contests. Given the status of Tai Xu Holy Land and his previous cultivation level, it was highly improbable that Qin Luo would receive an invitation to the Enlightenment Tea Gathering. Now, with his current identity as a prince of the Qin Empire, the likelihood diminished further. Although he and the 10,000 Great Mountains were not outright adversaries, they were hardly allies either. An invitation for me? Qin Luo regarded Shi Yuanjin with a knowing expression, intuitively sensing the ulterior motives behind the offer. Due to certain restrictions within the spiritual realm, holy artifacts could not be utilized, and powerful beings were unable to enter. Thus, the combat prowess surrounding him would be rendered useless, making it all too easy for them to lure him into the realm and plot against him. Shi Yuanjin smiled and continued, "The Enlightenment tea tree, which was planted first, should have matured by now. It is estimated that the tea it produces will possess at least saint-tier quality. In each gathering, apart from those who have already participated, all holy sons and daughters listed on the 10,000 Great Mountains renowned Flying Phoenix list are invited, and you, Holy Son of Tai Xu, are no exception. The Flying Phoenix list comprises 100 individuals destined for greatness, with those who qualify assuredly on the path to saintly realms. Logically, as a prince of the Qin Empire, Qin Luo would not be included, yet unexpectedly, he found himself ranked 99th on the list. The reasoning behind this ranking was unknown to him, as none of those he had slain were listed, and his true strength remained a mystery to the outside world. This gathering was poised to be the grandest in millennia. According to conjecture, a palace within the spiritual realm, named the Qilin Hall, would be opened, rumored to contain sealed Qilin blood. Anyone entering the realm would have the opportunity to obtain this precious blood. Additionally, another palace known as the Sword Pavilion might also be unlocked. having remained closed for 3,000 years. 3,000 years ago, the Holy Son of the Heavenly Sword Gate acquired a miraculous inheritance from the Sword Pavilion, and it is said he has since ascended to the realm of the great saint. Qin Luo's heart raced at the mention of these treasures, but above all, he was drawn solely to the Qilin blood. The Qilin, a divine beast, possesses blood that rivals that of the divine dragon. With the invitation now extended, Shi Yuanjin urged, "Consider it carefully, holy son of Tai Xu. If you wish to attend, you may follow the instructions on the invitation to proceed with the token." With that, Shi Yuanjin turned to leave. In a nearby tavern adjacent to the Qin Empire, a remarkably beautiful woman gazed absent-mindedly towards a distant forest. Her thoughts drifted back 7 years. Severely injured and on the brink of death, she had been rescued by a wandering youth who carried her over rugged terrain to a small village, where he procured rice from villagers and prepared a bowl of porridge. Feeding it to her bite by bite, she swore it was the most delicious food she had ever tasted in her life. Initially intending to revisit that village, she hesitated upon arrival, gripped by fear. "Xiao Xian, rest assured, I will avenge you. I will personally slay that beast and bring his head to your grave as an offering." A chilling aura enveloped the tavern, causing patrons to shudder. Fortunately, a young man entered, dispersing the oppressive atmosphere. "Qin Yin, why go through so much trouble to involve that man in the Enlightenment tea gathering? In my view, he won't last long in the Qin Empire. He has just become a prince and already dares to show himself. The other princes are not to be trifled with and may already be plotting his demise," remarked a laid-back man as he approached from downstairs, glancing at Shun Qingyin with a hint of exasperation. "I will personally kill him." "Shun Qing," Yin replied firmly. "Has the invitation been delivered?" She inquired. "News has come in. The people of Qin Luo Holy Land have already sent the invitation." "Are you certain he will attend?" the man asked curiously. "He will definitely go," Shun Qing, Yin asserted confidently. "From the intelligence I've gathered, he is arrogant, conceited, and utterly oblivious to the world around him. He believes that with his identity as a prince of the Qin Empire and a great saint as his backing, he can act with impunity. This is a prime opportunity for him to flaunt his SD Chapter 91, the reconstruction of the Tai Xu Sacred Land and the declaration of war against the demon sect. Since they wish for me to become the son of the Tai Xu Sacred Land, I shall resolutely restore its mountain gates." Qin Luo gazed upon the familiar Tai Xu Sacred Land and spoke solemnly. "From this day forth, the Tai Xu Bell remains the most treasured artifact of the Tai Xu Sacred Land." With a wave of his hand, the Tai Xu Bell soared into the air, ringing out with a resounding echo. Bong, bong, bong. The 3 chimes pierced the heavens and began to spread in all directions. Many vassal forces, families, and sects affiliated with the Tai Xu Sacred Land heard the tolling of the bell. Was this the Tai Xu Bell? The 3 tolls of the Tai Xu Bell. Are they summoning us to the Tai Xu Sacred Land? Many hesitated. Just 10 days prior, the Tai Xu Sacred Land had issued a distress signal. Some had ventured there, but they had never returned. Subsequently, reports emerged that the former son of the Tai Xu Sacred Land, Qin Luo, now a prince of the great Qin Empire, had come for revenge, obliterating the Tai Xu Sacred Land. Not a living creature remained within its confines. Now that the Tai Xu Bell tolls again, if we do not respond, the Tai Xu Sacred Land may hold us accountable, leaving us with no escape. But could it be that the inhabitants of the Tai Xu Sacred Land have now been replaced by those of the great Qin Empire? Wouldn't he that seal our fate? Not necessarily. We are merely insignificant figures. When the Tai Xu Sacred Land targeted Qin Luo before, we did not participate, and there is no reason for him to eliminate us. Perhaps he merely wishes to display his might. Let us go, accompanied by the most outstanding women of our families. After all, he is a prince of the great Qin Empire. If we could catch his eye, our families would soar to greatness. Moreover, this notion was not unique to a single individual. The Tai Xu Sacred Land governed 13 cities, home to nearly 1 million souls. Among them, only about 20 families and sects were qualified to pay homage to the Tai Xu Sacred Land. When they finally arrived at the Tai Xu Sacred Land, they were met with an eerie silence, devoid of the rivers of blood they had anticipated, and not a single corpse in sight. The tranquility was almost terrifying, and only upon reaching the Grand Plaza did they finally see a figure. A familiar silhouette sat upon the throne of the former sacred master, flanked by 6 stunning women of exceptional beauty. Upon seeing these women, those who had brought their own family members felt a chill. If Qin Luo had such high-caliber companions, would he even glance at the women from their families? "We have met His Highness, the 9th Prince." All knelt in reverence before Qin Luo. He surveyed the crowd with indifference and spoke. "Here, there is no Prince Qin Luo, only Qin Luo, the son of the Tai Xu Sacred Land." This statement left many bewildered. What did it mean? Qin Luo had long since resolved that if others wished for him to be the son of the Tai Xu Sacred Land, then he would embrace that role. He would become one with them, transcending all others. Having acknowledged his identity, they could never hope to expel him. While the title of prince was indeed advantageous, facilitating the actions of the Demon Suppression Division, the case of the martial origin Marquis would ultimately reach a conclusion. If he attempted to forcefully intervene in the affairs of the 10,000 Mountains, he would surely face opposition from other sacred lands and sections. But what if he were a member of the 10,000 Mountains? That would render it an internal matter. He could leverage the rules of the 10,000 Mountains. The others had invited him to enter the Phoenix ranking and participate in the Spirit Realm Enlightenment Tea Gathering, which undeniably affirmed Qin Luo's identity, leaving no reason for him to decline. Esteemed guests, I have summoned you today to announce some grim news. A shadow of sorrow crossed Qin Luo's face. Everyone was taken aback, looking up at him, uncertain of his intentions. Qin Luo's voice grew solemn. "You may not be aware, but several days ago, the demon sect launched an assault on the Tai Xu Sacred Land." The demon sect? So it was the demon sect that attacked the Tai Xu Sacred Land. They had sensed discrepancies in the information. When the Tai Xu Sacred Land sent out a distress signal, it seemed Qin Luo was in the Divine Weapon Valley. How could he have split himself to annihilate the Tai Xu Sacred Land? Now, with Qin Luo's explanation, it all made sense. The demon sect and the Tai Xu Sacred Land were sworn enemies, and it was entirely plausible that the demon sect seized the opportunity to strike. All disciples of the Tai Xu Sacred Land fought valiantly, only to be ultimately vanquished by the demon sect. The legacy of the Tai Xu Sacred Land nearly faced annihilation, with only Elder Lin Ruoxuan rescued from the clutches of the demon sect. After forming this plan, Qin Luo instructed to summon Lin Ruoxuan back. This woman had not strayed far. She had awaited their departure to return to the Tai Xu Sacred Land, wishing to preserve its legacy or end her days in solitude there. Lin Ruoxuan emerged, her expression notably complex, and many recognized her. "It is Elder Lin." Qin Luo's gaze fell upon Lin Ruoxuan, and he inquired, "Elder Lin, please tell them who attacked the Tai Xu Sacred Land several days ago." Standing there, Lin Ruoxuan felt the absurdity of the situation. The very individual who had obliterated the Tai Xu Sacred Land was now speaking of its reconstruction and expansion. Qin Luo's voice echoed in her ears, "Elder Lin, surely you do not wish to see the legacy of the Tai Xu Sacred Land extinguished, do you?" Taking a deep breath, Lin Ruoxuan addressed the crowd solemnly. "Several days ago, the holy maiden of the demon sect, Lung Lingxian, and 3 saints descended upon our Tai Xu Sacred Land. We were unable to withstand their might. Our ancestors were grievously injured, and the other disciples. Enough, assist Elder Lin to rest." Qin Luo interrupted her, turning to the others as the son of the Tai Xu Sacred Land. "Since the Sacred Land has not revoked my title, I shall shoulder the responsibility of rebuilding it. Today, I declare war against the demon sect." The news of the declaration of war swiftly reached the demon sect. Upon receiving the message, Yiling Xian was initially taken aback, then smiled. "Very well, since he declares war, the demon sect has no reason to shy away, do we? The demon sect takes full responsibility for the annihilation of the Tai Xu Sacred Land. If the Tai Xu Sacred Land wishes to fight, then let there be war." With the reconstruction of the Tai Xu Sacred Land and Qin Luo temporarily assuming the role of Sacred Master, the forces, families, and sects beneath the Tai Xu Sacred Land responded unanimously. Those who did not comply had already faced destruction. Others from different sacred lands found it absurd. Qin Luo was a prince of the great Qin Empire. How could he assume the role of the son of the Tai Xu sacred land? However, after Qin Luo announced his intention to participate in the Spirit Realm Enlightenment Tea Gathering, many influential figures tacitly accepted his identity, allowing him to continue as the son of the Tai Xu sacred land. With this matter settled, the people of Swordless Cliff waited for Qin Luo, as if the flowers were about to wither. Tell me, your master will not come to rescue you, will she? He gazed down at the kneeling Lu Jingjing. In her heart, Lu Jingjing hoped that her master would never come. This place was akin to a den of dragons and tigers, and entering could mean never escaping. Yet in reality, she knew her master would indeed come. Her master would never abandon the six of them. Not only her master, but her senior sister would also arrive. And by then, Swordless Cliff might be truly ensnared. Yet dreams are beautiful, while reality is often cruel. A terrifying aura of sword intent surged into the sky, accompanied by a familiar voice. Where is Su Qianxian? Yilan of Swordless Cliff stands here. Come forth for battle. A ferocious sword energy descended from the heavens, cleaving a mountain peak in the Tai Xu sacred land in twain. The might of the sword saint is indeed formidable. It seems your master lacks the brawn, yet possesses the wit that you all seem to lack, Qin Luo remarked, casting a glance at Lu Jingjing's bosom. This remark filled Lu Jingjing with both embarrassment and rage. She attempted to ward her master, but found herself utterly speechless. Qin Luo offered her a sinister smile. Do you truly believe I am unaware of your thoughts? You ought to pray that your master possesses a modicum of discernment. Otherwise, you shall find yourselves as sisters within my human sovereign banner. Chapter 92. A cornered beast fights back. Is it feasible to enslave a great saint with the life and death seal? It is exceedingly difficult. Even if the opponent's soul is gravely wounded, inscribing the seal remains a formidable challenge. Moreover, even with the seal, absolute control is not guaranteed, and the risk of backlash is ever present. Qin Luo could only suggest that they conduct an experiment to gauge the situation. With tears glistening in her eyes, Lu Jingjing shook her head at Qin Luo, seemingly questioning him. Did you not swear not to kill my master? Qin Luo gently patted her cheek and replied, I can spare your master's life, but this is contingent upon a condition. She must submit to me, groveling at my feet. Otherwise, there is no room for negotiation. Do you think our grievances can simply be resolved? I am no fool, and fate does not favor me. How could I allow someone who wishes to kill me to escape unscathed, even if she were willing to abandon her hatred and cease her attacks against me? Would I then let you go? That would render me utterly foolish, laboring in vain. What would I gain from that? If I were the protagonist, it would be a typical maneuver to release Lu Jingjing and establish some form of agreement, turning conflict into harmony. In the end, we might even encounter each other again, perhaps rekindling old ties due to some unforeseen circumstance, and I could take in all 8 of them. But this scenario hinges upon me being the favored child of fortune. Yet now, the favored child is Chu Feng, and these women are destined for his harem, while I, Qin Luo, play the role of the antagonist. No matter what I do, the animosity cannot be dissolved. There remains but one option, to exert overwhelming suppression. Rest assured, Qin Luo reassured Lu Jingjing with a pat on her cheek. My previous promise still holds. Your master will not die before your eyes. I'm a man of my word. Lu Jingjing's eyes widened in disbelief. She never anticipated Qin Luo would be so pedantic. She felt an urge to spit blood. But under Qin Luo's control, she could not part her lips and was forced to swallow it back, a trickle of blood escaping the corner of her mouth. Su Qianxian stepped into the air, confronting a woman clad in blue, who stood firm with her sword. This was Yilan of the Sword Cliff, a sword saint who had once stood her ground against great saints in the sacred king realm. Behind her stood a man and a woman. The man was Chu Feng, and the woman was Fang Qing, Yilan's eldest disciple, whose cultivation had long reached the sacred king realm. Fang Qing, go rescue your junior sisters. I will hold off that old man. Yes, master. Fang Qing leaped forward, intent on racing towards the Tai Xu Holy Land. Su Qianxian stepped forward, blocking her path. Your opponent is me. Yilan swiftly dashed towards Su Qianxian. Su Qianxian shook his head slightly, without uttering many words, and summoned the celestial sword formation he had refined. Boom! In an instant, it enveloped the three of them. Since you have arrived, none of you shall leave. 36,000 sword energies crisscrossed, and the terrifying aura caused Yi Lan's expression to change dramatically. Before coming, she had gathered intelligence on Qin Luo and was aware of Su Qianxun's existence. Su Qianxun had only recently broken through to the great saint realm. No more than 2 or 3 decades had passed. She believed she could defeat him. However, she never expected Su Qianxun to wield such a fearsome weapon. At this moment, Yi Lan felt a sense of dread. Master, this formation is too terrifying. Perhaps we should retreat for now, Fang Qing suggested. Yi Lan remained silent, gripping her sword tightly, her expression grave as she spoke to Su Qianxun. Su Qianxun, I hold no enmity with you. Why do you insist on targeting my sword cliff? From her tone, it was clear she was feeling intimidated. Su Qianxun was equally uncertain about why Qin Luo targeted sword cliff. Frankly, he could not fathom his own grandson's motives. Presumably, Qin Luo had his reasons for his actions. All Su Qianxun needed to do was take action. There is no use in excessive words. You may proceed, he said, adopting a stance of detachment. Yi Lan's face darkened as she replied, Very well. Today, I, Yi Lan, shall thoroughly assess your strength. A mere formation cannot hope to confine me. That is but a foolish dream. Let us see. Su Qianxun waved his hand, sending thousands of sword energies whistling toward Yi Lan, their terrifying might rivaling that of some great saints. Qin Luo soared into the air, observing the battle from above in the Tai Xu Holy Land. Discovering the fortune-bearing maiden, name, Fang Qing, age, 137 years, fortune level, 2nd tier, fortune value, 20,000 points, cultivation, early, sacred king realm. Description, this woman is not currently a fortune-bearing maiden, possessing a second soul within her upon the annihilation of the main soul. The second will take over the body, subsequently developing into a fortune-bearing maiden. Qin Luo paused momentarily, saying, if nothing unexpected occurs, the girl named Fang Qing will undoubtedly refuse to yield, leaving her with only one path, death. How intriguing. Is this the celestial order laying its plans? Even before becoming a fortune-bearing maiden, she possesses 2,000 points of fortune value. Insightful. The celestial order has detected a crisis and will utilize its power to intervene. Now that the cards are laid bare, and you hold only minor cards in hand, no unexpected outcome shall arise. Qin Luo's gaze seemed capable of piercing through the formation to see Fang Qing within. At this moment, Chu Feng, who was shielded by Fang Qing, felt utterly distraught. How could he suppress his master? How could he possibly suppress her? Duan Mulin, did you not say his combat strength pales in comparison to my master? Have you been deceiving me? Do you know the price of deceiving me? My patience has its limits. Chu Feng raged internally, his expression twisted in fury. Truth be told, I did not deceive you this time. This is the one instance I have not lied to you. I had no knowledge of such a terrifying weapon in their possession. Had I known, I would not have allowed you to come here. The voice reaching Chu Feng's ears was filled with innocence. We are bound together in glory and disaster. If you perish, I too shall face a dire fate. I can see your master is at a disadvantage. We have but one chance. Duan Mulin conveyed his thoughts to Chu Feng, leaving him in shock. Impossible. She is my senior sister, akin to my own sister. How could I sacrifice her for my own survival? One must prioritize oneself. Otherwise, heaven will bring about doom. Moreover, if you all perish here, who will avenge them in the future? Perhaps one day, when you achieve great heights, you might even resurrect them. There exists but a single opportunity. Do you wish to live or die? If you perish, how will you avenge the slaughter of your family, the murder of your wife, the enmity of your sister? Chu Feng clenched his fists, veins bulging, and with a roar, he cried, Do not say another word. A surge of black energy enveloped the pendant on his chest. And Fang Qing turned to see Chu Feng's visage undergoing a drastic transformation. The swirling black energy rendered Chu Feng akin to a villain from cinematic drama. Chapter 93. Chu Feng enters the abyss, slaying the senior sister. The black pendant hanging on Chu Feng's chest transformed into a blood-red small sword, materializing in his hand and capturing Fang Qing's attention. From a blood sword emanated a nauseating scent of blood. "What is this, junior brother?" Fang Qing inquired. Chu Feng's grip on the sword trembled, his expression contorting into a grimace. "Give it to her." A low voice echoed in Chu Feng's mind. Suddenly, he lifted his gaze to Fang Qing. "Sister, this sword might be able to break this formation. Give it to me." Fang Qing immediately reached out her hand. "But you might die." Chu Feng stuttered. "You could survive, right?" Fang Qing asked. Chu Feng remained silent, but Fang Qing already had her answer. "That is sufficient. One of us must live to take vengeance for our grievances. Otherwise, who will avenge us?" "Give it to me," Fang Qing asserted, forcibly taking the blood-red small sword from Chu Feng. Her complexion changed instantly as she discerned a method to unleash its power. By consuming her flesh and soul, she could temporarily wield the strength of a great sage. With a blood sword in hand, she could create a rift in the formation, allowing Chu Feng to escape. "Junior brother, when I make my move, you must escape immediately. Remember, the farther, the better. Do not seek revenge until your cultivation reaches the great sage realm. Absolutely remember that." Fang Qing solemnly cautioned Chu Feng, causing his heart to twist in agony. He parted his lips, but could not utter a single word. Meanwhile, the battle between Su Qianshen and Yi Lan had escalated to a fervent climax. Yi Lan's strength was formidable. Her swordsmanship was extraordinary, her sword intent fully developed, enabling her to surpass Su Qianshen, who was in the mid-stage of the Great Sage Realm. Su Qianshen could only rely on the Zixiao Divine Thunderhammer to maintain a stalemate against Yi Lan. Indeed, the combat prowess of sword cultivators was truly terrifying. Su Qianshen gused. Without the Tiangang 10,000 sword formation, the outcome of the battle remained uncertain. But now, Yi Lan had no opportunity. "Tiangang 10,000 sword formation, obey my command." Su Qianshan shouted, unleashing a torrent of sword chi towards Yi Lan, encircling her completely. Yi Lan's expression turned grave as she transmitted a message to Fang Qing. "Shao Qing, I will create an opportunity. You must unleash your full strength. It may give you both a glimmer of hope." Fang Qing nodded silently, gripping the blood-red small sword and slicing her palm. Boom! Blood surged within her body, racing towards the small sword. Her complexion turned as pale as paper in an instant. The small sword transformed into a long sword, and sensing this, Chu Feng finally found the strength to protest. "Sister, don't. Ha ha ha. You truly wish to have your cake and eat it too. You must know that such actions are irreversible. Why did you not stop her before she began, but instead choose to intervene now? I truly look down on you." Chu Feng, whether due to the revelation of his hidden thoughts or genuine heartbreak, let out an anguished roar. "Get lost. Today I, Chu Feng, shall not leave. Fool, you have no choice in the matter." Boom! As the blood sword expanded, a wave of black mist surged forth, targeting Chu Feng's mind. Chu Feng is invaded by evil forces, losing 50,000 luck points. The host gains 50,000 villain points. Chu Feng's Dao heart collapses, losing 50,000 luck points. The host gains 50,000 villain points. Qin Luo was taken aback. "I have yet to make my entrance. And you tell me Chu Feng is on the brink of disaster?" This was no evil force. It was clearly my dear teammate. Boom! The blood-red longsword in Fang Qing's hand erupted with a dazzling crimson glow, and at that moment, Yi Lan sensed Fang Qing's anomaly. However, there was no time for contemplation. Yi Lan unleashed her sword, rapidly condensing azure sword chi, far exceeding the quantity of the Tiangang 10,000 sword formation. Though lacking in power, as their sword chi collided, Yi Lan's was quickly shattered, but it bought Fang Qing precious time. Fang Qing gripped the sword tightly, striking out forcefully, a blood-red sword chi instantly tearing through all obstacles. "Open for me!" Fang Qing roared, her appearance visibly aging, transforming from a youthful maiden into an old crone in the blink of an eye. With a colossal boom, the Tiangang 10,000 sword formation trembled. Qin Luo outside widened his eyes in astonishment. A fissure had appeared in the formation. "Now is the time, go!" Fang Qing exerted her remaining strength. forcefully pushing Chu Feng out. Live well. Hearing his sister's voice, Chu Feng could not help but shed tears. He was filled with hatred, loathing himself. Chu Feng enters the abyss, continuously losing luck points, losing 50,000 points. The host gains 50,000 villain points. Chu Feng loses 50,000 luck points. The host gains 50,000 villain points. I seek power, power that can annihilate the heavens and earth. I will obliterate everyone present, even if it means succumbing to darkness. Tian Mo Zong, grant me strength. I accept all your conditions. Tian Mo Zong's voice echoed in Chu Feng's mind. Impossible. But you previously claimed you could help me destroy everyone. Oh, I was lying. Now that I have emerged, I have no intention of deceiving you any longer. Hand over your body to me. Hith. Fear not. Once I take over your body, I will find a way to annihilate this world and avenge you. Ha. No, Tian Mo Zong, you deceiver. Within the Tian Gang 10,000 sword formation, Feng Qing, wielding the blood-red long sword, had now become a mere puppet, controlled by the sword. Whoosh! The long sword tore through the void, propelling her forward. Her silvery hair billowed in the wind, and upon witnessing this, Lu Jingjing and the others gasped in despair. Sister. Yet the next mom, Chapter 94, the destruction of the Tao heart and the demonic method, this is utterly astonishing. The first sword upon reaching the shore, and it strikes down the eldest sister first? Qin Luo could scarcely contain himself. His family, all perished due to his actions. His fiancée, he, tragically slain by his own hand, and his senior sisters reduced to servitude because of him. His master's fate remained unknown, and in a desperate attempt to save him, his senior sister lost her life at his hands. Such a person is beyond humanity. Associating with him is akin to inviting a lifetime of misfortune. Senior sister. No, little junior brother. How could you? The cries of Lu Jingjing and her companions echoed in disbelief as they confronted the horror that their beloved junior brother had killed their eldest sister. Chu Feng has successfully succumbed to darkness, losing 100,000 fortune points. The host gains 100,000 villain points. Chu Feng's cultivation began to surge, leaping to the pinnacle of the transformation realm, and then continued on into the celestial realm. How dare you? How can this be? Chu Feng roared in impotent fury. Silence. Your body is mine now. A cold voice from Tian Mo Zong rang out. Did you not wish for me to avenge you? While exterminating them all may be beyond reach, taking down that one is certainly achievable. Mere celestial beings are easily extinguished. In an instant, Chu Feng's form vanished, and with a swift motion, he lunged at Qin Luo with his sword. The force of this strike resonated with the strength of the later stages of the celestial realm. Had it been directed at another in the early stages, it would have certainly resulted in defeat. Yet Qin Luo displayed a look of disdain as he drew his azure sword. The 10 celestial forces within him stirred, and in Chu Feng's eyes, Qin Luo's aura transformed in an instant. He appeared like a terrifying tsunami, while Chu Feng felt as insignificant as a fragile wooden boat. How is this possible? Is he even human? Chu Feng screamed internally. Bang! As they clashed, Chu Feng finally grasped the true extent of Qin Luo's terrifying power. A prodigy, an absolute prodigy. The might rivaling that of a saint left him in shock. PFF. He coughed up a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. Instantly, he slashed through the void with his sword, seeking to escape. Stay. You're not going anywhere. Qin Luo, well prepared, summoned the imperial banner of humanity. Don't leave. Come and be my guest. Little brother, am I beautiful? A shrill voice pierced through the air, and Chu Feng felt the ominous aura surrounding him. Terror etched on his face. No, it cannot be. This is the banner of 10,000 souls. Chu Feng recognized the essence of the imperial banner, understanding its dread as one of the so-called alien demons that once invaded this realm. Boom! The blood-red sword in his hand erupted in a dazzling glow. Rumble. A colossal sound reverberated as Chu Feng's form disappeared, swallowed by a vast black hole. A chilling voice echoed from within. I shall return. Chu Feng has lost the heavenly artifact capable of altering fate, losing 100,000 fortune points. The host gains 100,000 villain points. Qin Luo grasped the now-diminished pendant-like sword, murmuring to himself, "Is it nearly stripped bare? What kind of heavenly artifact is this?" He glanced at it, unable to discern its significance, and casually tossed it into his celestial realm for the imperial banner to suppress. Shi Huang, conduct thorough research on this. He had one crucial task remaining, to locate Fang Qing, the woman slain by Chu Feng. Go find that woman. With a command, several individuals rushed to the site where Fang Qing had recently fallen. Digging 3 feet deep, they labored for an entire day before finally discovering her. "Are you Fang Qing?" Qin Luo inquired, uncertainly regarding the youthful woman before him. Fang Qing remained silent, having already discerned her identity through the certainty in Qin Luo's gaze. Detected the fortune of the woman, name, Fang Qing, age, 17 years, time since the birth of her second soul, fortune level, tier 4, fortune points, 289,000, physique, sword spirit's sacred body. Every divine weapon possesses a spirit. A sword spirit's sacred body can become the spirit of a divine sword and a powerful sword cultivator. Achieving unity with the sword. Cultivation, third layer of the transformation realm. Description, her destined calamity has come prematurely, but the one who was to claim her may have forever lost her. Gaining her true loyalty, mastery of sword techniques is no longer a dream. Qin Luo instantly comprehended the storyline involving Chu Feng. Due to an accident, Fang Qing had perished, but her second soul awakened, becoming a sword spirit, destined to accompany Chu Feng in his conquests towards greatness. Yet, it was he, Qin Luo, who had intercepted her. "What do you intend to do with me? Kill me?" Fang Qing inquired. No. I abhor killing, especially women." Bang! Yilan was thrown down by Su Qianshun, landing on the ground. Qin Luo glanced at Yilan, then approached with his sword poised at her throat. "Surely you wouldn't wish to see your disciple die before you? I offer you a choice. Submit to me, and I shall spare your life." The earlier promise of sparing women seemed forgotten as Qin Luo's current actions elicited a twitch at the corner of Fang Qing's mouth. "Ah!" She sighed. "Just a little more, but alas, having entered the demon's lair, there is no escape." Yilan met Qin Luo's gaze, taunting with "Just you? Are you worthy?" Qin Luo shook his head. Since she was unwilling to submit, he would have to consign her to the imperial banner along with her disciples. A pity indeed. The system suggests spending 200,000 villain points to exchange for the Dao Heart demonic method, a divine-level technique, which grants 2 demon seeds, can be ingested directly. The Dao Heart demonic method allows for the planting of a demon seed deep within the opponent's soul, subtly altering them over time, leading them to become utterly devoted to the caster. System, I must say, you are quite considerate, albeit greedy. Is this a pillow delivered when one is sleepy? Exchange. Expenditure of 200,000 villain points successful. An arcane technique materialized in Qin Luo's mind, enabling him to cultivate the Dao Heart demonic method to condense demon seeds and implant them within another soul. The afflicted can no longer harm the caster, and through gradual influence, they become the caster's most loyal slave. This surpasses the horrors of the life-death seal by far. A pitch-black demon seed appeared in his hand as he smiled at Yilan. "You have no choice in this matter. Be obedient and swallow it." Bang! Chu Feng fell from the void, convulsing twice before losing consciousness. Meanwhile, within his sea of souls, 2 figures engaged in a fierce battle. The loss of the sword prison had stripped Duan Mulin of absolute advantage, granting Chu Feng an opportunity for a turnaround. Hud, hud, hud. The sound of galloping hooves approached. The fallen Chu Feng was discovered. "Reporting to your highness, we have found a dying individual ahead." Chapter 95. Qin Jun digs with the sword. Successfully coercing and tempting the demon seed, Qin Jun rode over, gazing down at the lifeless body of Chu Feng. Sensing his vitality was exceedingly faint, she spoke softly. "Since we've encountered this, let's dig a grave and bury him." "Yes." A few knights were about to take action when they were halted. "Hold on." Qin Jun's protector stepped forward, approaching Chu Feng's side. After a brief examination of his injuries, she was greatly astonished. "Your Highness, This man is gravely injured. His internal organs are nearly shattered, and he possesses no dantian. A flicker of interest sparked in Qin Jun's eyes. What does that imply? There is a sword within him, and it is of considerable quality. It is this sword that enables him to cultivate and maintain his undying state. Does that mean this sword is exceptional? Qin Jun's gaze shifted to the location of Chu Feng's dantian without the slightest hesitation. She declared resolutely, extracted. The divine sword within Chu Feng is extracted, costing 50,000 fortune points. Host gains 50,000 villain points. Chu Feng's fortune points remaining, 19,800. Soon to lose the identity of the Son of Fortune. Absurd. Is someone encroaching on my business? Qin Luo was taken aback. The divine sword within Chu Feng was something he had already claimed, now snatched away by another. Daring to take my possessions, you possess quite a boldness. Perhaps you are another Son of Fortune? Regardless, let us first attend to the matter at hand. Qin Luo's gaze returned to Yilan. Behave, and you shall suffer less hardship. Looking at the demon seed in Qin Luo's hand, Yilan replied coldly, Impossible. You might as well kill me. She adopted a defiant expression, prepared for martyrdom. TSK, woman, you lack appreciation for the situation. Consume it. Or today you shall witness your disciple perish before your very eyes. As she spoke, Qin Luo placed a sword against Lu Jingjing's neck, commanding her choose. Lu Jingjing, under Qin Luo's control, was unable to speak, her tear-filled eyes beseeching her master not to acquiesce to Qin Luo's demands. Before Yilan could respond, Qin Luo's sword swept through, not severing Lu Jingjing's neck, but shredding her garments, leaving her exposed. The next blow would surely be fatal. Qin Luo grasped Lu Jingjing's neck, marveling at her silky, fair skin. Could you bear to see your disciples die before you? No, not merely death. They may endure horrors beyond your imagination while alive. And I have merely made a small request. As Qin Luo continued, he tore apart the clothes of Ling Yu, and then proceeded to the other disciples, each bearing expressions of humiliation, wishing to die on the spot. Yet, under Qin Luo's control, they could do nothing. Yilan's eyes reddened as she glared at Qin Luo, shouting, Enough! I will do it! Yilan gritted her teeth, and several disciples immediately signaled her not to. With a sigh, she realized that if she were to die alongside her disciples, closing her eyes would make it swift. However, to witness those she regarded as daughters suffer humiliation was unbearable, far more painful than death itself.